The cheating scumbag father only cared about his pleasure, not the consequences. It wasn't until I was 5 years old that I learned there was an illegitimate half-sister older than me. After bringing her home, the scumbag father abandoned all responsibility. My mother locked her in the attic, giving her only one meal a day. After transmigrating into the book, I learned that my sister is the female protagonist of this world. In the original story, Mu Yulu suffered both overt and covert abuse from her mother since childhood, and grew up to become a twisted, ruthless person. The first thing she did upon returning to the Mu family was expose my true origins. They drove me and my mother out of the Mu family and subjected us to endless torment. That's right, I'm actually the child my mother had with someone else. How utterly melodramatic. I couldn't help but shiver as I recalled my fate in the book, filling me with dread. After having breakfast with me, my mother went out. At my age, I should be attending kindergarten, but due to poor health, I'd been recuperating at home. I slipped into the kitchen and asked Auntie Zhang, who was cooking, for another serving of steamed buns and milk. Auntie Zhang looked at me and asked, "Xiao, still hungry?" I tilted my head up, feeling a slight ache in my neck, and said, "Eating more helps me grow taller." So I got another serving of soup, dumplings and milk. Holding the small tray, I declined Auntie Zhang's help and wobbled my way to the end of the corridor. With difficulty, I turned the doorknob, pushed the door open, and then lifted the tray to carry it inside. Mu Yulu's room wasn't spacious. It was even smaller than my walk-in closet, but it was clean and bright overall. Mu Yulu was sitting on the floor by the window, reading a book, and didn't react when I entered. I set the tray down. "Eat, sister." I remember one of the ways mom abused her was by giving her only one meal a day, which left the female lead with stomach problems. Although this stomach issue later became a catalyst for the romance between the male and female leads, I silently apologized to the male lead in my heart. After all, as the male lead, he must have other ways to spark love with the female lead. But I'm different. I'm just a villainous supporting character destined to die. Mu Yulu looked at me expressionlessly, her eyes cold. I wiped my hands, picked up a steamed dumpling and ate one myself, then stuffed another into Mu Yulu's mouth. A single dumpling was a bit too big for me, and I nearly choked to death. Mu Yulu had to pat my back and then fed me a sip of milk. I finally caught my breath and looked at the milk I had already drunk most of, feeling a bit guilty. I spoke up, "Mom isn't home." I said I was still hungry, so Auntie Zhang gave it to me. No one knew that Mu Yulu was actually only 7 years old. No matter how capable she might become later, right now she was just a hungry child. She lowered her eyelids and slowly finished the steamed dumplings, then without hesitation drank up the milk I had left. I felt as if I saw a glimmer of hope for my future in this scene. After a while, I carried the tray out. Aunt Zhang thought I was just eating more because I was growing and didn't suspect anything. Mom didn't come back at noon either. Aunt Zhang made me tomato noodles with various colorful side dishes, which perfectly suited a child's taste. I spoke up, "Aunt Zhang, could you cook a little more?" Auntie Zhang smiled. "Xiao ate so much today. I thought to myself that it might be like this every day from now on. I actually don't have a big appetite." Looking at the plate in front of me, I pondered for a moment before picking it up and wobbling to my feet. "Auntie Zhang, I'd like to eat in my room. Do you really not need my help?" I insisted. "I can do it myself. There's a room on the first floor where I keep my building blocks, and I often play there, so it wouldn't seem odd for me to go in." I passed by the block room and went straight to the end. "Sis, open the door." I was already straining with all my might holding the tray. If I put it down this time, I might not be able to pick it up again. Fortunately, Mu Yulu opened the door just in time and helped me pass the tray over. I sighed in relief, but when I saw the plain noodles on the table, my expression froze. Just plain noodles, not even a single vegetable leaf. How could something so nutritionally lacking make the female lead grow so tall? It must be some kind of miracle. I walked over and pushed the plain noodles aside, placing my own plate in the middle. "Sister, eat." Mu Yulu looked at the tomato noodles and side dishes that were a feast for the eyes, nose, and taste buds, and asked, "Have you eaten?" My stomach growled, and I shouted, "Sister eats first." Feeding the female lead first is the right way. I remember I still have a whole snack cabinet. Mu Yulu fell silent for a moment, picked up her chopsticks to scoop a small bowl of noodles, then sat back down in front of me. She lifted a few strands and brought them to my lips. "Eat." I shivered slightly but obediently opened my mouth. I've always felt this female lead doesn't seem like a female lead at all, more like a major villain. To be this terrifying at just 7 years old. After just a few bites, I was full and started chewing without swallowing. Mu Yulu glanced at me. "Full?" I nodded, and only then did Mu Yulu start eating the remaining noodles on the plate. This time, I didn't return the plate, just left it in the playroom, somewhat messily placed, and then told the nanny who took care of me. In the evening, my father and mother actually came back together. My eyelids were twitching when these two got together. It was nothing short of a collision between Mars and Earth. Mom patted my head and went upstairs, while Dad crouched down to look at me. "Did Xiao have fun today?"
While saying this, he pulled out a storage ring from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yener. "Inside here are some cultivation resources. You can take it and use it first. If it's not enough, then tell me." Xiao Yanner's eyes widened. Her expression filled with dismay. With that, a heart was instantly filled with emotion. It's been 3 years. I never imagined that the person who cared about her the most was actually Qin Jiogo, a fiancé she had never met. In a trance, she felt her hand being pulled by a large, strong hand, and an antique ring was added to her hand. Subconsciously sweeping a glance, Xiao Yanner was once again shocked. This storage ring with a large amount of internal space, this ring alone was even an extraordinary treasure. What shocked her even more was that the entire space within the storage ring was filled with the resources needed for cultivation. Spirit stones, pills, immortal herbs. Not only is the assortment complete, but the quality is also very high. Many of these things, which were difficult to obtain even when she hadn't lost her talent, were now casually placed in her storage ring and given to her. For a moment, Xiao Yanner felt a little heavy inside. It was her first meeting with Qin Jiogo. How could she accept such an expensive gift? Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yanner still decided that she would refuse to accept this valuable gift. However, before she could speak, Qin Jiogo spoke first. By the way, this is the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit I obtained by chance last time. Take it along with you. Maybe it will work in your case. Dragon Phoenix origin fruit? Hearing this name, everyone present was instantly startled and couldn't help but look at the fruit in Qin Jioji's hand. Their eyes filled with envy, their hearts secretly marveling. To think that this Qin family's son was a deeply affectionate person. Even if his fiancée had turned into a waste, he still wouldn't leave her. It was the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Not to mention to a scrapper like Xiao Yanner, even to a Nirvana realm powerhouse, it would still have a few effects. Qin Jioji's voice was not loud, but there were still quite a few disciples who heard the conversation between them. And for a while there was some magic. Didn't they all say that Mr. Qin had come to withdraw from the marriage? Even the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was willing to give it away, which was the gesture of withdrawing from the marriage. Looking at the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit in Qin Jioji's hand, Xiao Yanner was even more moved. Of course she knew how precious the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was, so she hurriedly excused herself. Mr. Qin, you're also in a critical moment right now. This Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, it's better to keep it for yourself. Immediately, Xiao Yanner's clear and elegant face flashed a touch of self-deprecating look. My next computer desk is nothing but a waste. Where else can I use this? You have this heart. I'm already very content. Qin Jioji's eyes stared at Xiao Yanner and said in a deep voice, You are my fiancé. Not some trash. It's for you, just take it. Listening to these somewhat overbearing words and looking at Qin Jioji's determined eyes, Xiao Yanner's mind could not help but be a little shaken, and in a trance, she received the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit and stuffed the storage ring into her bosom again. Seeing Xiao Yanner accept these resources, Qin Jiogu nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this villain's identity, which should be whitewashed, is more than a direct ride on the daughter of divine destiny. Chapter 7: The strongest villain system awakens, rewarding chaotic body. Ding! Right at this moment, a crisp ringing sound resounded in Qin Jioji's mind. Immediately, a somewhat mechanical voice entered his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully changing his qi. Rewarding the chaos body? Is it fused? Hearing this voice, Qin Jiogu was immediately startled, and at the first opportunity, he searched the surroundings with his divine thoughts to find the source of the voice. As a powerhouse at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, plus having been a human being for 2 lifetimes, Qin Jioji's divine idea was extremely powerful, and was no less powerful than the peak of the Dharma phase. But after searching for a long time, he still hadn't found the source of the sound, and he couldn't help but feel agitated inside. What did it mean that he couldn't even find the source of the sound with his divine mind? Could it be it's Tetsuko? As a fiction writer, Qin Jiogu could be said to be as familiar with the unicorns as he was. But after traveling for so long, there had been no news of Brother Unity, and he was slowly getting over it. Perhaps one is one of those travelers who doesn't have a hang-up? I can't imagine that Brother Tetsuko is just late. Not absent? With Brother Unicorn in hand, the world is my oyster. In Qin Jioji's heart, a sense of grandeur surged. In a whirlwind, he realized something very important. Just now, what did Brother Unicorn say? Chaos body? Is it that chaos body that overrides all saint bodies and god bodies? Qin Jiogu couldn't believe his ears anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yanner was still beside him, he would have wanted to pinch his thighs to see if he was dreaming. One couldn't blame Qin Jiogu for being so excited. But the chaotic body was simply too divine. Rumor has it that before the heavens and earth first opened, there was chaos. Can also be said that chaos is the origin of everything in this heaven and earth. Those who possessed a chaotic body were born with an affinity for the aura of heaven and earth, and their cultivation speed far exceeded that of all saint and god bodies. In the Tianxian continent, there was even a catchphrase about the chaotic body. Chaos came first, and then there was heaven, and the body of chaos covered the gods. According to the original body's memories, only 2 chaotic bodies had ever appeared in the history of the Tianxian continent. And these 2 chaotic body possessors, without exception, both succeeded in proving themselves to be great emperors, standing at the top of this heaven and earth. The chaos body can become one of the top physical qualities in this world. In addition to the fast cultivation speed, the battle strength is called invincible in the same class. It was not a matter of even fighting across the ranks. According to rumors, before the first chaotic body possessor grew up, he was once besieged by 3 Dharma phase realm powerhouses when he was at the Spirit Sea realm. Being surrounded by 3 powerhouses 1 realm higher than himself, this would have been a situation of certain death. However, this great power, froze by relying on the gods of the chaotic body, chopped 1 of them, injured 2 of them, and 1 person chased after the other 3 to fight. It was also from that time onwards that the chaotic body's prestige resounded throughout the Tianxian continent. Qin Jiugu was a bit in disbelief. He had actually obtained a chaotic body? With a heaven-defying physique like the chaotic body in hand, the district's first sequence, he was now able to suppress it with his backhand. After all, that first sequence genius of the Qin clan was nothing more than a 9-dragon divine body. The 9 dragons divine body in the Tianxian continent was also considered quite prestigious. Cultivated to the late stage, it was like having the power of 9 dragons, but compared to the chaos body, it was still inferior. Qin Jiugu was very certain that even though he was 1 realm lower than that first sequence, if they really fought, there was a huge chance that he would be able to win. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu turned his head to look at Xiao Yener on the side and secretly sighed in his heart. This Xiao Yener truly deserves to be the daughter of heaven's destiny. This wave of investment is a blood money maker. He had only paid for some cultivation resources, plus a dragon phoenix origin fruit, and he had obtained such a heaven-defying physique as the chaotic body, not to mention that he had also managed to hitch a ride with the daughter of heaven's destiny, making a bloody profit. May I ask if the host is fusing the chaos body? Just as Qin Jiugu was rejoicing in the huge gains from this trip to Xian Tian sect, the system's voice sounded again. Let's not fuse it yet, let's wait. In the face of the system's urging, Qin Jiugu thought about it and chose to reject it. He wasn't sure what kind of commotion would be created by fusing the chaotic body. It was safer to fuse them after returning to the Qin family. At night, inside Xiao Yener's room, Xiao Yener sat next to the table, looking at the cultivation resources on the table that Qin Jiugu had given away and piled up like a small mountain. She had mixed feelings and murmured to herself, "Ugh, why am I such a loser? However, Mr. Qin has been kind enough to me, but I can't do anything for him. It's so disheartening. He's given me all his resources. What about him?" Xiao Yener's clear face was filled with sadness, and her heart secretly lamented that with a trashy fiancé like herself, Qin Jiugu must be under a lot of pressure. It was said that there were less than 3 months to go, and it was the Qin family's young masters competition. Qin Juji's current peak spirit sea realm, and with the Xianhua divine body, was considered to be very powerful by all accounts. But that genius from the first sequence was a 9-dragon divine body. The 9 dragons divine body, ranked 3rd on the list of the 10 great divine bodies. The 9 dragons divine body was overbearing, powerful, and against other bodies, had a natural suppression. In Xiao Yener's heart, she was filled with worry. Not only was Qin Jiugu 1 level lower in realm, his divine body was also suppressed, so how could he hope to win? Just as Xiao Yener was despondent, an ethereal voice entered her mind. "Little doll, looks like you need help." Who's talking? Xiao Yener was a little nervous, and at the first opportunity, she put all her cultivation resources into her storage ring and vigilantly observed her surroundings. In Xiao Yener's terrified eyes, a shadow, if any, floated out from the necklace around her neck and slowly coalesced into a somewhat illusory figure. Xiao Yener fixed her eyes on it, only to see this shadowy figure, the image of an old grandmother, with kind brows, but with an awe-inspiring and inviolable aura. "You're... what man?" Xiao Yener braced herself and inquired. "Ha ha 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 ha." The silhouette laughed before speaking for a long time. "I should be thanking you. Your outstanding soul has given me enough nourishment to be able to see the light of day again. I'm really sorry for causing you to not improve for so many years. That being said, the void had no guilt whatsoever. Are you the one who put me through this? Get the hell out of here. Suddenly learning that the culprit for turning herself from a genius to a waste and suffering from cold eyes was this old granny. The always good-tempered Xiao Yener couldn't help herself and instantly became furious. Ha! The old granny wasn't annoyed in the slightest and laughed softly. Even without me pulling your leg, it's impossible for your strength to rise quickly. After all, you're already too far behind your peers. And but I know how to forge the Dragon Phoenix Divine Body with the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Chapter 8: The Accompanying Grandmother Awakens. The Green Emperor. Dragon and Phoenix Divine Body? Upon hearing this name, a flash of intense shock surfaced on Xiao Yener's clear and beautiful face. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Physique. But it was the second-ranked divine physique amongst the 10 great divine physiques of the Tianxian continent. Legend had it that those who possessed the Dragon and Phoenix Divine Body could manipulate the many visions in this heaven and earth, which could be said to be terrifying. If we were to talk about it, it would only be a step behind that number 1 ranked chaotic body, and even compared to that demon from the Qin family who possessed the 9-dragon divine body, it would still be quite a bit stronger. A divine body of this level could actually be artificially created? Or is it forged with the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit? Although this Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit was rare and precious, it was far inferior to the Dragon Phoenix Divine Body. How can you do that? Xiao Yener felt that her head was a little short. This soul body that came out of nowhere, it couldn't be a liar. Seeing that Qin Zhougu gave her the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, it came out to cheat her? The soul body on the side saw Xiao Yener's expression and knew that she didn't believe in it. Carrying her hands behind her back with a somewhat haughty expression, "Is it unbelievable? Who said that a divine body can't be forged artificially? But it's just those mediocre people who can't. 1 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, and I'll at least guarantee that you'll be able to possess some of the might of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Body." After saying that, the soul body's complexion became somewhat softer, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Yener also had a few more apologetic colors, just like an elder who couldn't stand up to his juniors. "It is true that these 3 years have been indebted to you. Worship me as your master, and I'll help you take back all that you've lost. And even that little love interest of yours in the future may depend on you." Hearing the 3 words "little lover," Xiao Yener's clear and beautiful face instantly surfaced a touch of redness. She grew up with a very strict upbringing, so how could she take someone she had only met once as her lover? However, when she thought of Qin Zhougu's defense of her today in full view of everyone and the situation Qin Zhougu was facing now, the 2 rows of shell teeth bit her lips fiercely. A moment later, Xiao Yener gathered her courage. "Master is above. Please accept my disciple's worship." Seeing that Xiao Yener was willing to worship herself as her teacher, the soul body's magnificent and unreadable face that could not tell her actual age could not help but reveal a kind smile. In these 3 years, she stayed by Xiao Yener's side in the form of her soul body, and it could be said that she had monitored Xiao Yener for 3 years in all directions without any dead angle. She could be certain that Xiao Yener was superior in both heart and quality, which was why she was willing to take Xiao Yener as her disciple. She believed that under her cultivation, Xiao Yener would definitely be able to soar to the top and stand at the peak of the Tianxian continent. Right at this moment, Xiao Yener mumbled, "Master, my disciple still doesn't know your identity." Seeing Xiao Yener ask, a flash of reminiscence appeared on the face of the originally benevolent soul body, and then he let out a light laugh and proudly said, 10,000 years ago, the people of the world called this emperor the Green Emperor." The Green Emperor? Hearing this name, Xiao Yener couldn't believe her ears, and shock was written all over her big, beautiful eyes. How could she have never imagined that this soul body in front of her was actually the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago? The name of the Qing Emperor could be said to be a thunderous existence in the entire Tianxian continent. Rumor had it that the Green Emperor was the most recent existence to witness a great emperor from now on. The mighty name of the great emperor would never fade, no matter how many eras it went through. Even though Xiao Yener was still a teenage girl, she was familiar with the name of the Qing Emperor. She was a little excited that she had unintentionally worshipped a master who was actually the Qing Di from 10,000 years ago. Soon, however, her insides were filled with doubt. Isn't the great emperor unrivaled in the world? Xiao Yener knew that strong people who had reached a certain level of cultivation could give up their physical bodies and survive in the form of their souls when they were fatally injured. Why did this famous Qing emperor end up in such a state? There's only one soul body left. Where's the physical body? The Qing emperor at the side, as if he could see Xiao Yener's disbelief, spoke in a tone that also became a bit heavy. This world is more complicated than you think. Great emperors, too, are not invincible existences. But those are so far away from you. Now, this emperor will first help you refine the dragon phoenix origin fruit. After saying that, the Qing emperor raised his right hand and made a slight move, and within the storage ring on Xiao Yener's body, the precious dragon phoenix origin fruit floated out and fell straight into Xiao Yener's mouth. Without waiting for Xiao Yener to react, he saw Qing Di's left hand lift up and take out a large pile of cherished medicinal herbs from an ancient nascent ring. Without using a Dan furnace or any other action, Qing Di just casually crushed it with his hand, then used his powerful soul force, along with his precise technique, to let the medicinal power slowly integrate into Xiao Yener's body. Instantly, Xiao Yener's aura began to surge around her. Vaguely, waves of aura surfaced. Above the dome of the sky, the vision of dragons and phoenixes swimming in the 9 heavens flickered vaguely. The sound of thunder was deafening. When the people of the Tianxian sect heard this sound, they were surprised and came out to check what was going on. Upon seeing the vision in the sky, almost everyone connected the vision with Qin Jiugu, who had come to visit. The second sequence of the Qin family, what's the point of making this kind of noise? Tianxian sect, inside a gorgeously decorated guest room. Qin Jiugu lazily lay on the couch, and Li Bo stood beside him respectfully with his hands hanging down. Li Bo frowned, puzzled. Young lord, wasn't this trip made by the family head to get you to withdraw from the marriage? Why? With Xiao Yener's talent nowadays, she is really a bit unworthy of you. And even more so, the competition for the young master of the Qin family is imminent. You shouldn't. Hi. Originally wanting to accuse Qin Jiugu of being too intentional, and then thinking of his own identity, Li Bo wanted to stop talking. Qin Jiugu was lying on the bed, playing with a wine glass in his hand, and smiled mysteriously. Uncle Li, don't be in a hurry. I'll explain on my father's side. As for Xiao Yener's talent, I'm afraid it won't be long before it recovers and even surpasses its former self. Ha! Lieber was stunned. How is that possible? During these 3 years, Xiao Zhan could be said to have pulled down his face and begged all sorts of high-profile people. Even the great powers of the realm of life and death had come to see Xiao Yener, but never found out the reason. And how did Qin Jiugu learn about? Unexpectedly, in the next second, a loud noise was heard, reaching the ears of both of them. Lieber alertly pulled open the window and looked out. One could only see the dragon and phoenix silhouettes flickering in the thick clouds. This sight, naturally, did not escape Qin Jiuji's eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and he was secretly glad. It seemed that Xiao Yener, the daughter of heaven's destiny, had begun to rise. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for Xiao Yener's cultivation to surpass her former self and become one of the most powerful existences in the Tianxian continent. If he had come to withdraw from the marriage today, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be pressed to the ground and rubbed madly. Chapter 9. Give 3 or 5 emperor scriptures at random. Young lord, is it the vision of the dragon phoenix divine body? But why? It's somewhat crippled and incomparably weak. The vision in the sky, which had already reached an advanced stage, began to slowly dissipate, and Li Bo stood by the window, his expression filled with shock and some doubt. With his vision and insight, he naturally knew about the dragon phoenix divine body. But before I heard and saw the dragon and phoenix divine body, that sound is simply to destroy the sky and the earth, which is like this. So, Lieber was a bit confused. He even began to doubt his own judgment. For Li Bo's doubts, Qin Jiugu was very calm, sat up, gently sipped a mouthful of wine, said, talent, always have to slowly improve. A bite cannot eat a big fat. Lieber was shocked once again when he heard it. Thinking about what Qin Jiugu said earlier that Xiao Yener will definitely return to the peak. Even better than before, he couldn't speak well. Young lord, can't it be that this commotion is really caused by Xiao Yener? But isn't her talent exhausted and she's stuck at the 3rd level of body forging? And how is it possible to be related to the legendary dragon and phoenix divine body? Or is it that you knew from early on that Xiao Yener would break the cocoon into a butterfly and possess a stronger talent? But this isn't right either. Before today, you had no contact with Xiao Yener. Li Bo felt that he had never been so shocked in most of his life, so much so that his speech began to be incoherent. Inside Xiao Yener's room, Xiao Yener opened her eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Just a moment ago, she managed to break through. He directly broke through to the first level of chi condensation. Granted, she had reached greater heights before her talent was destroyed, but it was much more enjoyable to lose than to gain. It's been 3 years, and she's finally got her talent back. And even stronger, she was no longer a waste. Even to be able to do this lightly, this cheap master she had just recognized could really be the Qing Emperor, with the Dragon Phoenix divine body to back her up, plus a 10,000-year-old great emperor teaching her. She even felt that her future achievements would inevitably far exceed those of the past. She no longer knew how to express her excitement. On the side of the Qing Emperor looked at the excitement like a child Xiao Yan heir. The eyes are also more than a few points of mercy, but the pride of the great emperor, so that she still maintains the indifference. The Qing Emperor saw the young girl excited, faintly said, "Line, just a small condensation of chi, a heavy weight is just a little bit. Look for you to be happy. Your Dragon Phoenix divine body is only a fledgling form now, and you'll still need a lot of resources if you want it to be birthed earlier. Your little lover boy is from the Qin family's main vein. He should be able to take out quite a few good things, so you should find some time to borrow some more from him, so that you can also conceive the Dragon Phoenix divine body earlier." Hearing the Qing Emperor's words, Xiao Yan'er instantly blushed a little and muttered with some dissatisfaction in her mouth, "What little lover? He's still just my fiancé." Immediately, Xiao Yan'er shook her head. "He has already given me a lot of resources. Moreover, 3 months from now, he will have to participate in the Qin family's young lord contest. It's exactly the time when he needs resources, so how can I ask him for them again?" A flash of approval flowed from the Qing Emperor's eyes. This was also what she appreciated about Xiao Yan'er, being kind-hearted, knowing how to advance and retreat, and willing to consider others. This was even more valuable for a genius like Xiao Yan'er who had once made people look up to her. Although he thought so in his heart, Qing Di's mouth was cloudy. "What are you afraid of? This is what I'm asking you to borrow. It's not like I'm not returning it to him." Xiao Yan'er still shook her head. She knew that the young master competition 3 months later would be incredibly important to Qin Jiugu. If it was because of the resources she had borrowed that Qin Jiugu lost the battle for young master, she might have a bad conscience for the rest of her life. So even if Qing Di said he would return them in the future, she was unwilling to do so. Seeing that his new disciple was so stubborn, Qing Di was also a bit helpless and shook his left hand, wanting to take back the nascent sacred ring. Suddenly, Xiao Yan'er's eyes lit up. Somewhat embarrassed, he rubbed his hands together and looked at Qing Di. "This, master, as I recall, there's usually a ritual for worshipping a master. The techniques I cultivate nowadays are merely those of the spirit sea realm. See if you have any emperor scriptures. I don't mind if I have too many. 3 or 5 of them will do." Looking at Xiao Yan'er, who had a sincere face, the Qing Emperor was somewhat speechless. Isn't the gift of worship always given by the disciple to the master? How come in her case it's master to disciple? Besides, this apprentice has a big enough appetite. And the imperial scriptures? 3 or 5. Do you really think the scripture is a cabbage? Qing Di rolled her eyes in style. In his tone, there was more than a little impatience. "What are you thinking about? Is the imperial scripture a cabbage?" Xiao Yan'er was not the least bit afraid. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she made a pitiful expression. "But you are the Qing Emperor, a living great emperor. I, a little doll after 10,000 years, have heard of your reputation. You've been running the Tianxian continent for so many years, you wouldn't even be unable to produce something good, would you? But I have heard that great emperor-level characters have as many good things as they want, and I don't know how many people have rushed up to give them away, but the great emperors don't even seem to be willing to accept them." Qing Di had been traversing the Tianxian continent for many years and asked himself to read countless people. But she could never have imagined that her new disciple was actually such a difficult master. Let her borrow resources with Qin Jiugu are not willing to turn to their own open mouth, want 3 or 5 imperial scriptures, really ready to sharpen the knife to the master? Ugh! The Qing Emperor sighed long and hard. "It's true that a woman is not a woman, it hasn't even happened yet, and you've already begun to show favoritism to that little lover of yours. You don't even want to borrow resources from him. All you know how to do is ask me for them." Being counted by the Qing Emperor as a woman. A blush appeared on Xiao Yan'er's face, and her mind couldn't help but conjure up Qin Jiuji's majestic figure. However, the expression on his face became resolute, and his snow-white little hand was slightly extended as he looked at Qing Di with an expectant expression. "How did I get a disciple like you?" Qing Di grumbled while his hands did not move slowly. A scripture that emitted a 2-colored glow, with the faint sounds of dragons and phoenixes emanating from it, appeared in her hand. Master's Emperor scripture isn't suitable for you, so you can practice this dragon phoenix scripture first, Qing Di said as he fled to retrieve the ring. Watching the Qing Emperor's movements, Xiao Yener smiled wryly. As of today, it seems like everything has changed. The days when she, Xiao Yener, was a scum have passed. Chapter 10 Xiao Yen air throbbed, I cried to death. Day 2. At the dawn of the day, Xiao Zhan brought Xiao Yener and appeared outside the door where Qin Jiuge lived. The commotion that Xiao Yener had made yesterday was naturally recognized by Xiao Zhanye as being, well, something that Qin Jiuge had made. An astonishingly talented, genius young man who ranked in the second sequence of the Qin family, and a person who was to the point of love and unrelenting towards his daughter who had been reduced to a loser, made Xiao Jim's impression of Qin Jiuge very favorable. He was originally worried that Qin Jiuge had come to the Tianxian sect this time in order to break the marriage contract with Xiao Yen heir, but now it seemed that he was the one who thought of the gentleman with the heart of a small man. Right now, his greatest desire was to set the two up as best he could. Not only because of Qin Juji's identity as the second sequence of the young generation of the Qin family, but also because Qin Juji's character. Knocking on the door of the room, Qin Juji's handsome face appeared in front of Xiao Zhan. Arching his hand toward him, "Uncle Xiao, is there something wrong?" Xiao Zhan had an old face that smiled incomparably brightly, even a little humbly. "Young lord, this is still your first time coming to Shen Tian sect. I want my daughter to take you to the bazaar under the sect. Today is the day of the temple fair. It's very lively." After saying that, he waited for Qin Jiuji's reply with a nervous expression. Although Qin Jiuge openly said yesterday that he was willing to fulfill his marriage contract with Xiao Yen heir, but after all, the gap between the two people's identities was so great that Xiao Zhan was more or less still a bit unable to let go. "It's just as well. I also want to go for a walk, so I'll trouble Miss Yunner then. Hold on a moment yet. I'm going to change my clothes." Out of Xiao Zhan's expectation, Qin Jiuge readily agreed. A few moments later, Qin Jiuge and Xiao Yen heir were side by side, walking in the marketplace under the Shen Tian sect's mountain. Qin Jiuge changed into a white robe with a jade belt tied around his waist, and his head of black hair was tied with a hairpin, making him look even more long and handsome. Xiao Yener's unpowdered, clear face attracted countless people in the bazaar to stop and watch. Between walks, Qin Jiuge took out his nascent soul ring and said with a somewhat puzzled expression, "Looking at your cultivation, this is talent recovery?" Xiao Yener was a bit stunned. Even her father, Xiao Zhan, didn't know about the recovery of her talent, so how did Qin Jiuge know about it? However, she still nodded her head honestly. It worked last night when she tried to cultivate. Not only was she able to successfully cultivate, she also recovered to the qi condensation realm. When she said this, Xiao Yener was more or less embarrassed. After all, the qi condensation realm, compared to the current Qin Jiuge, was like a firefly compared to the white moon. However, she believed that with the dragon phoenix divine body, plus the teachings of the Qing emperor, her future achievements would not be bad. That way, she could help Qin Jiuge. "Miss Yunner, in that case it seems that I'm your lucky star. With my arrival, all your 3 years of difficult problems have been cured." Qin Jiuge laughed lightly and flirted. In response to Qin Jiuge's flirtation, Xiao Yener smiled, her tone sincere. "You are indeed counted as my lucky star, Mr. Qin. I was able to regain my talent thanks to the dragon phoenix origin fruit that you sent me." Although Qing Di had seized the creation of heaven and earth and used the dragon and phoenix origin fruit to forge the dragon and phoenix divine body, without the dragon and phoenix origin fruit sent by Qin Jiuge, even if Qing Di had heavenly abilities, he couldn't forge it out of thin air, right? "Since my cultivation has been restored, let me send another congratulatory gift." As the words fell, Qin Jiuge took out his nascent ring and directly stuffed it into Xiao Yen heir's hands. "Another congratulatory gift?" Xiao Yener was a bit stunned, subconsciously checking the nascent ring in her hand, unable to close her mouth in surprise. Only to see that in the nascent ring there were even more cultivation resources, medicinal herbs, sources, all sorts of things all-encompassing, so it could be said that there was everything that was needed for cultivation. Xiao Yener had always been strong. Even if Qin Jiuge had a marriage contract with her, she was not willing to accept so many gifts, so she was ready to push back. Unexpectedly, the words of excuses have not yet been exported. The small hand was Qin Juji's big hand to hold. "Miss Yener, you and I have a marriage contract in the body, and now I am just sending his fiancée a little something. How, Miss Yener, you still want to refuse it?" Listening to Qin Juji's almost overbearing declaration, Xiao Yan-er's heart was in turmoil. It had been 3 years, and since she had lost her talent, Qin Jogu was the first person to treat her so well. Even her father, Xiao Zhan, didn't do as well as Qin Jogu did. Slightly lowering her head and seeing that her snow-white little hand was being held by Qin Jogu, Xiao Yan'er couldn't help but blush with her pretty face. This world, although it is not like the feudal society of Qin Juji's previous life, which is generally concerned about the great defense of men and women, but a young girl who has not yet left the court, being held by someone's small hand, is also a very embarrassing thing. If you treat me with sincerity, I will repay you tenfold. Xiao Yan'er clenched her teeth and secretly thought in her heart. In the next few days, Qin Jogu and Xiao Yan'er met up from time to time. Sometimes it was tea tasting, sometimes it was just wandering around within the Shen Tian sect. The two of them talked about everything, their relationship quickly drew closer, and that original sense of strangeness was completely eliminated. The sky is the limit. 2 days later, Qin Jogu finally proposed that he wanted to leave the Shen Tian sect and return to the Qin family. Xiao Zhan also knew that Qin Juji's top priority right now was the battle for the young master 3 months later, so he didn't stay. Moreover, he could tell that Qin Jogu and Xiao Yan'er had a very good relationship, which made him even more delighted. The next day, early morning, in front of the Shen Tian sect's gate, the Qin family's imposing flying boat stayed in midair, and Qin Jogu said goodbye to the people of the Shen Tian sect one by one. Xiao Zhan was full of smiles and kept saying nice things, and invited Qin Jogu to come visit often if he had nothing to do in the future. Looking at Qin Juji's handsome face, with the bits and pieces of these past few days floating in her mind, Xiao Yan'er only felt somewhat reluctant to let Qin Jogu leave like this. In these few days together, Qin Jogu could be said to have pampered her, making her involuntarily moved. Just at this moment, a voice remembered in Xiao Yan'er's mind. So reluctant to go to the Qin family with your little lover to eat and drink ah. Xiao Yan'er knew that this was the Qing emperor transmitting a message to her. Although Qing Di was a veteran great emperor from 10,000 years ago, he had a spontaneous and uninhibited personality and loved to make fun of his precious disciple. Hearing the voice transmission from the Qing emperor, Xiao Yan'er couldn't help but clench her fists, her eyes filled with determination. At the same time, she also sent a message to the Qing emperor. The Qin clan? I'll definitely be there. However, it's absolutely impossible to be brought to the Qin family as a liability, like what we are now. I will definitely prove my own talent and let everyone know that Prince Qin's vision is not wrong. Looking at Xiao Yan'er, who had a high fighting spirit and looked like she was pumped with chicken blood, the Qing emperor could not help but secretly sigh. The love of young boys and girls is so simple and pure. It's good to be young. Chapter 11: The Ultimate Villain? The common villain of all the heavenly destiny sons. Soon, the Qin family's flying boat transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky above the Shen Tian sect. Xiao Yan'er only felt that her heart was empty, like something important had gone far away with the flying boat. Qin family, inside Qin Juji's room. Qin Jogu sat on the bed and assumed a cultivation posture, his face, on a rare occasion, somewhat solemn. Li Bo, on the other hand, was arranged by him to escort him outside the door, and no one was allowed to disturb him without his order. Brother Unity. Fuse the chaos body. In Qin Juji's mind, he secretly ordered the system. As the words fell, Qin Jogu felt that an energy that could be described as berserk quickly surged out of his dantian, furiously impacting his limbs and bones. A sharp pain caused him to stifle a grunt, and then he gritted his teeth to death and endured it. To be a villain, you have to be aware of being a villain. How can you wail about a small pain in the area? As this fierce power continued to rush through his body, Qin Juji's aura, too, continued to skyrocket, and his violent aura blew the objects in the room to the east and west. What he didn't know was that, at this time, the Qin family was already in a mess. A large black cloud covered the sky over the Qin family at an unknown time. Between the clouds, heavenly thunder as thick as a child's arm rolled, terrifying to the extreme. Even the Qin family, as one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, had never seen this battle before, and many of them came out of their rooms to check the situation. An old man with white hair looked at this horrifying vision in the sky and was half speechless with shock. Only after a long time did the old man, unbelievably, spit out a few words. This terrifying vision, could it be the awakening of the chaotic body? Chaotic body, this kind of divine physique would actually appear in the Qin family and be awakened by a member of the Qin family. The old man's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the few clan elders beside him to hear clearly. The clan elders couldn't believe their ears anymore. As one of the 4 immortal emperor clans of the Qin family, the people who could become clan elders were all well informed, but they asked themselves they had never seen a chaotic body, and the scales and claws they knew were all from the Qin family's ancient books. But that didn't stop the excitement within them. The chaotic body appeared in the Qin family. What does that mean? It means that the Qin family, when it is prosperous, although the Qin family was already honored as one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans of the Tianxian continent, who wouldn't wish to, with a 100-foot pole, go one step further and become the only dominant family in this Tianxian continent. Find me this clan at once, right now. I don't care what status or position he had before. From today onwards, enjoy the same treatment as the 5 major sequences. No, I want to be treated higher than any of the 5 major sequences. Ever. Qin Hai, the Qin family's grand elder, was excited and somewhat incoherent as he shouted at the clan elders beside him. The elders also knew that the importance of the chaotic body, so they didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered all the clansmen to rush to find this chaotic body that had triggered the heaven and earth anomaly. At the same time, inside Qin Juji's room, Qin Zhougu slowly opened his eyes filled with an excited glow. He had already successfully fused the chaotic body, and his strength had increased tremendously. From the Spirit Sea realm, he had broken through to the Dharma phase out of Qi in one fell swoop. This rate of progress, even the top geniuses of the Tianxian continent couldn't compare to it, and one could only say that the chaotic body was as divine and terrifying as it was. Qin Zhougu estimated that although he was only at the early stage of the Dharma phase right now, with the Qin family's endless undercards and the divine difference of the chaotic body, his battle power would be able to reach at least the peak of the Dharma phase. I'm afraid that the astonishingly talented first sequence of the Qin clan wasn't this strong either. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Zhougu felt a wave of relief within his heart. Before he could be happy, the system's somewhat mechanical voice sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for integrating the chaos body. Please make further efforts to change your fortune and avoid the fate of becoming a great villain in the later stages. At those words, Qin Zhougu couldn't help but be shocked. Post-apocalyptic villain? Pick up the slack again? What's going on here? Hasn't he already reconciled with Xiao Yener and have a very cordial relationship? How is it that the destiny of the great villain of destiny hasn't been changed yet? It was hard to believe that Xiao Yener would turn against her in the future. Qin Zhougu thought carefully for a moment and shook his head. No, it shouldn't. Although he didn't have too much contact with Xiao Yener, he could tell that Xiao Yener was a person who knew what she was doing and was very good at thinking of others, so she shouldn't have done anything that would turn against the water. So, it's hard to believe that in this world, there's more than one heaven's destined son. Am I? Nor am I not, and am I the villain of one chosen one, but the villain of all chosen ones? Thinking of this, Qin Zhougu couldn't help but feel a little cold at his back. Congratulations to the host. Your guess? Completely correct. In this world, there are a total of 9 sons of heavenly destiny, and you, the host, are the common villain of the 9 sons of heavenly destiny. Hearing this, Qin Zhougu felt that the sky was about to collapse. The joy from the surge in strength was also swept away. This is way out of line. He had just exhausted all his efforts to settle a heaven's destiny daughter, Xiao Yener, and there were actually 8 more? Moreover, he's the common villain of these 8 heaven's destined sons? Generally speaking, becoming the villain of one heaven's destined son would inevitably end in a body, and he had actually become the villain of 8 heaven's destined sons? What is this, the great villain of destiny? Wait, nowadays I haven't provoked those 8 heaven's destiny sons. If I pay more attention in the future and avoid them, won't I be able to? Qin Zhougu suddenly had a flash of insight. He didn't have any conflicts with these heaven's destiny sons. So why not turn the conflict into peace? Host, don't get lucky. Your Qi is special, and you were born to be on the opposite side of the divine fate's children. They are on the opposite side for various reasons, except for conquering them or killing them completely. In addition, striking the destined son's destiny can also be rewarded. Killing or completely conquering him will plunder the other's destiny and obtain a rich reward. Hearing the system's explanation, Qin Zhougu was completely speechless. Well, it's really the destiny of a heavenly villain. Brother Unity, can you give us a hint as to who all of this heaven's destined sons are? Since he couldn't avoid it, Qin Zhougu simply didn't avoid it either. Big deal, it's just dry. I'm sorry. I can't provide information about the son of Qi for the time being. We still need the host to dig it out on their own. The system's icy words once again shattered Qin Jiuji's fantasies. Sighing somewhat helplessly, Qin Jiugu once again pondered how to preserve himself. It had to be said that Qin Jiuji's brain was still fast. He quickly figured out that since the system said he was a late-stage villain, it meant that those Heaven's Destined Sons hadn't grown up yet. If he was able to find these Heaven's Destiny Sons in advance, wouldn't he be able to settle them while they were weak? Not to mention, striking or killing the Heaven's Destined Son was able to earn rewards. To the current him, these Sons of Providence were simply specialized in popping gold coins. With this thought, Qin Jiugu was in a good mood and pushed the door open. Chapter 12. My son, Jiugu, has the qualifications of a great emperor. The moment Qin Jiugu pushed open the door of the room, he directly froze in place. As the second sequence of the Qin family's younger generation, Qin Jiugu had a high status in the Qin family and was treated very well. The house he lived in was considered to be one of the more luxurious ones in the Qin family, and not only that, but there was also a spacious compound like a villa in his previous life. Qin Jiugu estimated that this courtyard alone was 200 to 300 square meters. But nowadays, this huge yard is black and crowded with people. Based on the original body's memories, Qin Jiugu recognized these people one by one. Standing at the very front were his father Qin Ming, his grandfather Qin Chong, and several elders of the clan. In the back, there were some lower and middle-class clansmen of the Qin family, who were currently looking in the direction of the room door. Seeing Qin Jiugu come out, Qin obviously became very excited, and his broad, Chinese-type face was written with incredulity. Is it really my son? The genius who awakened the chaotic body is really my son? Qin Ming's tone was filled with excitement. Qin Jiugu had no doubt that if there weren't too many people in the courtyard, Qin Ming would definitely be smiling from ear to ear. At this moment, Qin Ming's heart was incomparably excited. Earlier, when he and a few clan elders followed the visions to the compound where Qin Jiugu was, he was still a bit in disbelief that it was Qin Jiugu who had awakened the chaotic body. After all, knowing one's son was like fathering one's son, and Qin Ming was still very clear about what Qin Jiuji's talent was like. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to associate the chaotic body with Qin Jiugu. At that time, he had wondered if Qin Jiugu had gone out this time and brought back a genius with a chaotic body from outside. Such a genius, no matter which corner of the continent he was placed in, would be an existence that would be crazily pulled in and recruited by everyone. Qin Ming felt that if Qin Jiugu was able to have a chaos body genius to assist him, even if he lost in the young lord contest, his treatment down the road wouldn't be too bad. After all, the might of the chaotic body was something that even the Qin clan didn't dare to underestimate. But what he didn't expect was that the one who had awakened the chaotic body wasn't some person that Qin Jiugu had brought back, but Qin Jiugu himself. Qin Ming was simply overjoyed. Where was an outsider awakening the chaotic body compared to his own son? Congratulations, family head. Young Master Jiugu is exceptionally gifted and amazingly talented. In the future, he will definitely be able to lead the Qin family on to glory. Yes, a total of 2 chaotic bodies have appeared in Tianxian continent. Each of them proved to be great emperors. Young Master Jiugu is still less than 20 years old. His future is unlimited. My Qin family, the future is promising. I order as an elder of the Qin clan's main vein that from today onwards, all cultivation resources of the Qin clan's main vein will be tilted toward Jiugu. Even if it's a heap, we'll pile Jiugu up. Grand Elder Qin Lang's florid white beard shook as he announced aloud. Even so, no one has any sense. This is a chaotic body that had only appeared twice in the history of the Tianxian continent. It could be said that the chaotic body was a guarantee of proving to be a great emperor. Jiugu, you made a breakthrough? What strength is it now? Just as everyone was imagining what kind of surprises the growing Qin Jiugu would bring to the Qin family in the future, Qin Ming's puzzled voice rang in his ears. Returning to my father's words, my child has just broken through the Dharma phase realm. Qin Jiugu arched his hand towards Qin Ming and replied respectfully, Ha ha ha, it really is worthy of being a chaotic body. Not only is its battle power terrifying, its cultivation speed is also extraordinary. That's not true. Originally I was worried that the position of the Qin family's young master would fall by the wayside, but now it seems that the Qin family's young master must come from our lineage. The eyes of the several elders looking at Qin Jiugu were filled with blazing heat, causing Qin Jiugu to be a bit embarrassed for a moment. All right, Jiugu, we'll leave you alone. Remember, if you need anything, look for any of us. The Grand Elder turned his head towards the outside of the courtyard as he spoke. Qin Jogu. Greetings to the several elders. Qin Jogu arched his hand towards the backs of the several elders, and then was surprised to find that there were still a few people who hadn't left. His grandfather, Qin Chong, and the Qin family's vain master of his line, Qin Ling. Jogu, did you have some kind of strange encounter this time when you went to the Shen Tian sect? How did you suddenly awaken the chaotic body? Qin Ming looked at Qin Jogu with some surprise and opened his mouth to inquire. Qin Juji's talent wasn't bad in the first place, or else it wouldn't have been possible for him to be among the top 5 sequences of the young generation in the Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger Qin family. But even so, compared to the chaotic body, it was considered worthless. Hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, Qin Joga thought about it and put on a harmless appearance. Didn't do anything, just went to give my fiancée a head start, lest those people from the Xian Heavenly Sect take advantage of the fact that she has no more talent to bully her. When I came back, I felt a swelling in my dantian, like something was coming out. Hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but be a bit confused. Did nothing but stand in for your fiancé? What's all this nonsense? First of all, the chaotic body was not a cabbage outside that could be obtained as much as one wanted, so how could one get it so easily? What's more, when he asked Qin Jogu to go to the Shen Tian sect, wasn't he withdrawing from the marriage? How did it turn into giving his fiancé a head start? Qin Ming, I think Juji's situation is rather special. He might be a hidden chaotic body physique. So he didn't awaken until recently. Qin Ling rubbed his white beard in a thoughtful manner. Qin Ling said something, but Qin Chong heard it clearly. Hidden chaotic body. It could be said that as long as Qin Jogu didn't die midway or fall, the Qin family could be their lineage's world in the future. Ha 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 ha. My son, Jogu, has the appearance of a great emperor. Hearing Qin Ming praise himself like this, Qin Jogu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. This line of development, why is it getting more and more villainous? Dad, don't talk about it yet. Qin Jogu stopped Qin Ming, who was still about to speak. 9 songs. The first sequence is only at the early stage of the Dharma phase, plus the assistance of the 9 dragons' divine body. And you have awakened the chaotic body, which is incredibly divine. So even if you've just made a breakthrough, you'll be able to easily defeat it. It's a good time to practice so you don't roll over. In order to protect your safety, the dark guards of our lineage hand over a team to do your bidding. Hearing Qin Ling say this, Qin Jogu couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The dark guards, however, were an extremely powerful force in their lineage. For each team, there is 1 life and death, 10 nirvana, and 100 dharma. There were even rumors that the left and right guardians of the dark guards had the cultivation of the supreme realm, and that they only obeyed the orders of the family head, and the rest of them could not be directed at all. Qin Ling had just finished speaking when Qin Ming couldn't wait to speak. Seeing as you brat has awakened the chaotic body, I'll forget about your private refusal to withdraw from the marriage. Qin Jogu hurriedly nodded his head. He had been afraid that Qin Ming would ask about this matter. But now that Qin Ming had acquiesced, wouldn't it be better? Afterward, Qin Ming and Qin Ling left Qin Juji's courtyard one after the other. Chapter 13 Destiny's Child's Message, Horseman Streaming Protagonist? After Qin Ming and Qin Ling's figures disappeared from sight, Qin Jogu turned his head to the side and called out to Uncle Li. Almost instantly, Li Bo's figure appeared in front of Qin Jug. In Li Bo's heart, he was also a bit shocked. He had known Qin Jogu for many years and had never imagined that this teenager, who was already considered very outstanding, actually possessed such a terrifying talent. Not only does he possess the chaotic body that everyone in Tianxian continent envies, but he also combines it with a calm and steady mind, without arrogance or impatience, a rare and good material. Following such a master, Lieber felt that the future was bright. Young lord, what is your order? Uncle Li arched his hand and inquired. In this case, you immediately arrange for someone to go to the Tianxian continent to inquire and find out if there are any unpopular and ostracized clansmen amongst those surnamed Yi, Xiao, and Lin, and suddenly risen to prominence. As Qin Jogu spoke, he broke his fingers, calculating whether he had missed that surname. There's a Don. In Qin Juji's heart, he secretly thought. Spinning around, he spread a smile. Never mind. I'll really forget about this one. I'm not afraid of my own mom winding me up anyway. Li Bo had originally thought that with the battle for the family head on the horizon, the most important thing Qin Jogu should do was to cultivate as soon as possible in order to get a head start in the battle for the young master. What's the point of inquiring about these surnames on the mainland? However, out of respect for Qin Jogu, as well as the sense of shock brought about by the last prediction of the return of Xiao Yan Air's talent. Uncle Li still obediently chose to carry it out. After Li Bo left, Qin Jiugu stood in the spacious courtyard, secretly calculating in his mind. He had already summarized the characteristics of the Son of Heaven's destiny, so just let Uncle Li follow the chart, and all he had to do was wait. Heaven's Destiny Big Villain, a full 9 Heaven's Destiny Sons of late big villains. This is really a bit heavy. It's done. Let's cultivate first. Qin Jiugu sighed with emotion and turned his head back to his room. A month later, in Qin Jiuji's room, Qin Jiugu was sitting beside the table, playing with a small wine pot in his hands. Li Bo stood respectfully in front of him. Young lord, within this month's time, I sent out all the people I could use. Within this month, we dispatched many of our men to the eastern wasteland region where we are, and you can't say that we actually searched for something. Our people have discovered that a mediocre horseman in a small family has suddenly started practicing martial arts, and is still progressing rapidly. Just 3 months' time from stepping into the cultivation into the condensation at the same time will also alchemy recently heard, but also with a small family patriarch's daughter, there are a few love affair. If it was in a big power, it might not be surprising, but the other party is just a horseman of a small family, and it's difficult to even access the cultivation method, yet they have this kind of speed. Qin Jiugu sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. Lieber does his job, but he is still very reliable. Aren't all the anomalies that this horseman is displaying exactly the characteristics of a child of the divine order? The 8 Sons of Destiny, another one has already surfaced. Right at this moment, Li Bo's voice sounded again. By the way, young master, that horseman, his surname is Lin. Li Bo also didn't know what Qin Jiugu was looking for such a type of person for, but he still dutifully completed the task Qin Jiugu had given him. Mav suddenly started practicing, made rapid progress, and learned to play chess without a teacher. This one, is it hard to take the script of a houseboy streaming protagonist? He only started practicing 3 months ago, and now he's already reached the chi condensation realm. It's really extraordinary. However, it also sidestepped his other suspicion. That is, Destiny's son is still in the novice village, he's still saved. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu no longer delayed, directly got up and walked out of the door, and in the meantime, he instructed the deep-throated Li Bo. Li Bo, take half of the secret guards with you. Let's go on a trip. Although Li Bo didn't know what Qin Jiugu was going to do, but the habits he had developed over the years made him choose to do as he was told in the first place. East leaving city. Su's. Inside the spacious council hall, Su family head Su Lai, along with some other elders, were meeting. Su Lai's face flushed red and he looked very excited. Gentlemen, although Lin Fan is only a horseman of the Su family, he is definitely a rare talent. The first time I made an elixir, it was much stronger than many long-established pill masters. Yes, in the past, our Su family needed to spend a lot of money on pills from other families, not to mention the huge cost. The results were also very poor. Now with the pills refined by Lin Fan, not only do we save a lot of resources, but the results are also much better. Nowadays, quite a few clans in Dongli City have started ordering pills made by Lin Fan from our Su family. Not only that, Lin Fan's cultivation talent is amazing enough. Reaching the first level of chi condensation at this age is simply rare. Inside the hall, Su Lai and several elders kept praising this Lin Fan. As for Lin Fan, the protagonist who was being praised, he sat in the main seat with an old spirit, doubly bored. He wasn't in the mood to listen to the boasting of Su Lai and the elders at all, and his eyes unashamedly landed on the body of a young girl beside Su Lai. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old, with a beautiful and graceful appearance. She was none other than the only daughter of the Su family's head, Su Lai, Su Wanner. My fair lady. The young, beautiful and honorable Su Wanner could be said to be the goddess of the entire Su family. For Lin Fan, in the past, he could only steal a glance from afar, but now, he could scrutinize Su Wanner in the open without fear of being scolded. This unapologetic gaze of Lin Fan was quickly captured by the elders. Family master, Lin Fan is a young man of great talent and Wan heir is still in the womb. Why don't you let the 2 children have more contact? Maybe they can rub off a spark. The third elder, Su Wu, yelled towards Su Lai. Hearing this almost blatant matchmaking from third elder Su Wu, the smile on Lin Fan's face became more and more intense. Everything had changed. He was no longer the lowly stable boy he once was. Soon, he would become the Su family's chief alchemist, marry Su Wanner, and go to the peak of his life. Just then, a thunderous sound rang out in the sky above the Su clan. Originally the sunny sky, I don't know why, but suddenly became cloudy. The entire sky dome was a few points darker. A majestic aura continued to surge wildly between heaven and earth. This horrifying vision caused the Su family elders and family head Su Lai, who were present, to burst into a panic and rush out to check. Only to see, in the dark sky, a divine boat was crossing the void and descending over Dongli City. Chapter 14 Descent. Su family. Looking at the huge, lofty flying boat in the air, the Su family crowd immediately panicked a bit. Something like a flying boat was not only time-consuming and expensive to forge, but it also required a large amount of crystals as fuel for each flight. It could be said that every flying boat was a moving gold-swallowing beast. Therefore, looking at the entire Tianshan continent, only those topmost forces were able to possess flying boats. Like their Su family, which was isolated in a corner of Eastli City. Not to mention owning a flying boat, they hadn't even seen it a few times. Right now, no matter what power owned this flying boat, it was not something that their tiny Su family could match. Su family head Su Lai reacted quickly and rushed out of the council chamber at the first time, while the other elders of the Su family also followed Su Lai and rushed out. Walking out of the room, Su Lai and the others looked up to observe, only to see a flying boat that was 300 feet long, with a cold metallic glow on its surface, resting in the sky above the Su clan. Because the flying boat was too huge, it left a not-so-small shadow on the ground. Above the flying boat there was also a flag flying. The flag was black with the word Qin, written in gold. Qin, the everlasting Qin family. This is the flying boat of the everlasting Qin family. Seeing this character Qin, the Su family members present were immediately surprised and couldn't close their mouths. In this Tianshan continent, who doesn't know the Chongqing Qin family? That was a great family that stood at the top of Tianshan continent. A giant. This is the Qin family's flying boat? This Tianshan continent. There is only such a Qin family. Behind Su Lai, an elder's voice trembled a little as he slowly opened his mouth. As his words fell, the Su clan's crowd immediately felt their eyes darken. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. The Qin family in the Tianshan continent, it was a heavenly existence. The Qin family, that's the topmost family in Tianshan continent. My Su family compared to it, our Su family doesn't deserve any comparison with the Qin family at all. One of the elders had wanted to compare the Qin family and the Su family, but only realized on the verge of his words that comparing the Su family to the Qin family was really too much of a high opinion of the Su family. Such words of growing others' ambition and destroying one's own wind would have been met with anger from the clan even if he was an elder of the Su clan if he had said them in normal times. But today, when he finished those words, none of the others had any objections. Because it's true, the Su family, really didn't have any qualifications to compare with the Qin family. In their Su family, the most powerful one was the family head, Su Lai, who was now only at the Spirit Sea realm. And the Spirit Sea realm was nothing in the Qin family. Family master, how could an existence like the Qin family descend on our tiny Dongli city? Seventh elder Su Hai gulped in some alarm. His tone filled with a strong sense of unease. In front of an existence like the Qin family that stood at the very top of the continent, he was completely disorganized. Once the Qin family was coming over to look for trouble, then the Su family didn't have any ability to resist. I don't know. However, the only thing we can do is to try to befriend it, without any intention of disobeying it. Su family head Su Lai also didn't know how the Qin family came to this remote place, but his years of experience as a family head told him that he could only befriend the Qin family. I honor the teachings of the family head. Behind Su Lai, the rest of the elders took a stand. Right at this moment, the Qin family's flying boat had already stopped over the Su family. Two figures, like meteors, came towards the Su family crowd. The Su family looked up and watched, only to see that the visitors were an old man and a young man. The young man wore a moon-white robe, his posture was very majestic, his face was like a crown of jade, and his looks were exceptionally handsome. And the old man wore a long brown robe with his hands behind his back. His face was gloomy, and a palpitating aura emanated from his body. Seeing Qin Zhougu and Li Bo, the Su family members were even more frightened. They could see that the strength of both of them was extremely terrifying. Especially the old man, his aura was like an ocean, unexplorable and deep. But the Su family could see that the old man was honored by the young man. Moreover, the other party jumped down from the flying boat. Is it really coming to their Su family? When did their Su family become so outstanding that they were able to climb into a relationship with the Qin family? Patriarch Su Lai hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This gentleman, I am Su Lai, the head of the Su family. I wonder what you have come to my Su family for? If we are able to do so, all of us in the Su family will certainly be obliged. Seeing that Su Lai was so up to speed, Qin Zhouge lightly smiled. I'm from the Qin family, Qin Zhouge. I heard that Su Xianer, the daughter of the Su family's head, has an outstanding talent, and I happened to be passing by, so I came down to take a look. Su family master? But I'm not welcome? Hearing Qin Zhouge's words, the Su family members present couldn't help but be startled and shaken. Qin Zhouge? The everlasting Qin family, the second sequence, the young generation of heavenly pride that was expected to compete for the god's son young lord. Qin Zhouge? What kind of person is this? It was no exaggeration to say that as long as they made Qin Zhouge the least bit dissatisfied today, it would be easy for the other party to exterminate their Su family. Looking for Su Xianer? You've heard of Susanna? Although Su Xianer did have some talent, she was nothing in the Qin family. The other party, how could they be here for Su Xianer's talent? Su Lai felt that his brain wasn't enough, somewhat incredulously looking at Qin Zhouge, only suddenly reacting after a long time. If it wasn't for Su Xianer's talent, it was bound to be for. Soleil's mind spun rapidly, and he soon cleared things up. He also knew that his daughter, Su Xianer, had some talent, but to enter the eyes of the eternal life Qin family, she was still far from it. If one were to say that there was anything about Qin Xianer that could make the eternal life Qin family look good, it's only her looks, isn't it? Thinking of this, Su Lai stole a glance at Su Xianer. I only saw a young girl of 2 or 8, with bright eyes and white teeth and snow-white skin, and she was indeed described as a magnificent woman. In that case, Qin Zhouge didn't come here this time to look for trouble. He was looking at Su Xianer, Su Lai and the Su family members behind him. The old ones, all breathed a sigh of relief. If Qin Zhouge had taken a fancy to Su Xianer, then one could only say that it was Su Xianer's creation, the creation of their Su family. Not to mention becoming Qin Zhouge's proper wife. Their Su family won't daydream about it either. Even if Su Xianer was able to enter the Qin family and become Qin Zhouge's concubine, it would be a good thing for the Su family to have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. I don't know how many families can't even hope for such a good thing. Thinking of this, family head Su Lai revealed a chrysanthemum-like smile and respectfully said, wherever, for Mr. Qin to be able to come to my Su family simply makes my Su family shine. Our Su family, how could we not welcome it? Mr. Qin inside please. Chapter 15. Heroine? Come and squeeze my lord's shoulders first. Qin Zhouge, surrounded by Su Lai and a group of elders, walked into the Su family with a big grin and arrived at the council hall. Originally, Qin Zhouge was prepared to find a random seat, but unable to resist the repeated invitations from Su Lai and the other elders, he had no choice but to sit on the main seat. After taking their seats, the group of Su family elders bowed respectfully to Qin Zhouge and introduced themselves. Qin Zhouge sat casually with a disinterested smile on his face as he accepted the salutes from the elders. When the elders had almost finished their introductions, Su family head Su Lai spoke up first. Prince Qin, although my family Xianer does have a few talents, compared to you it's simply a firefly compared to a white moon. The difference is really too far. As soon as Su Lai's words fell, the elders in the audience chimed in. Yes, Duke Qin is so young and is already the second sequence of the Chongqing Qin family. With outstanding talent, although Xianer has a small amount of talent, she is really too far behind. Right, which person from the Tianxian continent doesn't know that Prince Qin is only in his teens and is already an expert at the Spirit Sea realm, making these old guys like us, who are a handful of years old, sweat. It's Xianer's destiny to be able to gain the favor of Duke Qin. In time, to be able to catch up to 1/10 of what Mr. Qin has, is already the creation of our Su family. Listening to these elders boasting, Qin Zhouge's face was bland, but his eyes unconsciously looked toward the young girl in a white dress in the corner of the council hall. It was only that the young girl was about 16 or 17 years old, with fair skin and a pair of big eyes that were oozing with curiosity as she was looking at Qin Zhouge. Qin Zhouge guessed that this young girl should be the daughter of family head Su Lai Su Xianer. Xianer, why don't you hurry up and pour tea for Mr. Qin? Seeing that the young girl was still curiously watching Qin Zhouge, the Su family's 7th elder, Su Hai, was furious enough to blow his beard and eyes out, calling out. It was only when she heard Su Hai's shout that Su Xianer woke up like a dream. Hands lifting her skirts and trotting over, Su Xian'er clumsily picked up the teapot and added tea to Qin Jiugu, completely lacking the proud demeanor of a householder's daughter. At the same time, Su Xian'er's pair of eyes were still constantly scanning the Qin Jiugu in front of her. He only saw that Qin Jiuji's face was like a crown of jade. His looks were handsome and extraordinary, and he had the feeling of being an exiled immortal. Plus, the identity background is amazing, where the Qin family is the continent's top big family, not to mention that its own position in the Qin family is also very prominent. In comparison, Lin Fan, who was born as a laborer and had a rough knowledge of alchemy, seemed to be somewhat not worth mentioning. Thinking of this type, Su Xian'er couldn't help but. Her pretty face reddened. Lin Fan's quiet rise had surprised many people in the Su family, and before today, some elders had even suggested to the family head, Su Lai, that Su Xian'er be betrothed to Lin Fan in order to completely bind Lin Fan to the Su family's chariot. Once she saw Qin Jiugu today, Su Xian'er realized just how big the gap between Lin Fan was compared to the top people of this continent. Mr. Lin, this is the youngest daughter fairy, although she hit the Qi condensation realm at the age of 16, and is considered to be the pride of the heavens in this eastly city. But compared to you, Mr. Qin, the difference is really too far. Sir Qin wants to see Xian'er. Why do I need to trouble you to make the trip yourself? If you find someone to bring a message over, I'll directly send someone to escort Xian'er to meet you. Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin Jiugu's large amount of Su Xian'er, Su Lai's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, full of folds, and his tone was humble, like licking a dog. Lin Fan, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel a little angry when he saw the family head Su Lai kneeling down to Qin Jiugu in such a way, plus his own goddess, Su Xian'er, pouring tea for another man in front of him. Ever since he accidentally awakened his talent 3 months ago, he had always determined that he would stand at the peak of the entire continent sooner or later. In these past few months, the Su family had treated him with courtesy, which was even more flattering. But today, when Qin Jiugu came, those elders who originally touted him, one by one, lined up to tout Qin Jiugu, completely treating him like air. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Qin Jiugu, secretly resentful in his heart. Don't you just have a good background? 20 years east of the river, 20 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Given another 20 years, he would certainly not lose to Qin Jiugu. Amidst the elders boasting, Qin Jiugu was also sizing up the crowd. Su Xian'er, with really good looks and a certain family background, it seems that the future is the harem of that heavenly destined son. As for this Lin Fan, he was plain-looking and introverted. Rather, it fits the characteristics of the son of heaven's destiny. In that case, it's a good idea to test the waters. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu stretched his waist, moved his muscles, and slowly spoke. This whole journey in the flying boat, and not bringing a maid or anything, it's a bit tiring, especially this shoulder. After all, Su Lai was someone who could be the head of the family. His heart was comparable to an old fox. As soon as Qin Jiugu opened his mouth, he knew what Qin Jiugu meant, and directly started licking the dog mode. Xian'er, didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Why don't you hurry up and pinch Mr. Qin's shoulders? As soon as these words came out, Lin Fan, who was sitting on the side, couldn't help but burst into a rage, and a piercing killing intent flowed out of his eyes. Having his goddess squeeze his shoulders in public? It was a great insult to him. However, this Lin Fan's mentality was also quite remarkable, and the moment the killing accident was revealed, he realized that something was wrong. The other party was the second sequence of the everlasting Qin family. Not only was his identity honorable, but his strength was also profound, far beyond what he could match now. The best thing to do is to hunker down and wait until you have a chance to settle the score later. Thinking of this, Lin Fan hurriedly put away his killing aura and pretended as if nothing had happened, his eyes looking expectantly at Su Xian'er. In Lin Fan's opinion, Su Xian'er had her own pride. How could someone as sparkling as her go as a maid to squeeze a man's shoulder? Hearing Su Lai's command, Su Xian'er was also a bit torn. She was the cultivation genius of their Dongli city, coupled with her outstanding looks. She had a bunch of suitors, but no one had ever been so unbridled, and thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. But on second thought, the other party is the Qin Jiugu of the everlasting Qin family. Whether it's talent or family history, it completely crushes her. Even if she is the most proud of her appearance, Qin Jiugu is not bad at all, and it can be called the most handsome man she has ever seen. Moreover, given Qin Jiuji's family background, once she angered the other party, I'm afraid that the entire Su family wouldn't have any good fruit to eat. It's nothing to pinch the shoulders of such a proud son of heaven. It's not exactly an insult. Thinking of this, Su Xian'er clenched her silver teeth. Her lotus steps gently moved, coming behind Qin Jiugu. Her jade hand slowly rested on Qin Jiuji's shoulder. Chapter 16 Son of Heaven's Destiny. Lin Fan's outrage. Is this how Su family lord forced his daughter? As Su Xian'er's two small, soft and boneless hands rested on Qin Jiuji's shoulders, a blush of shame unconsciously flashed across her heavenly face. As the Su family's young lady with a proud cultivation talent, she had been held in the palm of her hand by the Su family since she was a child, and she had never done this kind of work of waiting for people. However, who let the other party be the genius youth of the second sequence of the everlasting Qin clan? It wasn't really an injustice to her. Thinking of this, Su Xian'er gently bit her lip, and her two small hands began to gently exert force. Although the technique was a bit raw, she still needed Qin Jiuji's shoulders very seriously. Feeling Su Xian'er's soft and boneless little hand kneading on his shoulder, Qin Jiuji's body slightly leaned back, almost leaning his entire head against Su Xian'er's plumpness, as if he was resting on a pillow. In her mouth, she also let out a burst of soothing soft grunts. It really is worthy of being a heaven's cherished lady. She's better in every way. Just this shoulder-pinching technique is much better than the rough-handed maids at my home. At those words, Su Xian'er couldn't help but blush a little. When did she, the great miss of the Su family of Dongli City, need to be compared to those maids? However, due to Qin Jiuji's status, she didn't dare to say anything more and just gently kneaded Qin Jiuji's shoulders one by one. Unlike Su Xian'er's consternation, when they heard Qin Jiuji's praise, the several elders of the Su family glanced at each other with delighted smiles on their faces. Especially family head Su Lai, his eyes smiled into two slits. Originally, he was still a bit skeptical as to whether or not Qin Jiugu really had a crush on Su Xian'er. But after this little episode of pinching his shoulder, he was 7 or 8% certain that Qin Jiugu, indeed, had his eyes on Su Xian'er. If Su Xian'er was really able to climb up to Qin Jiugu, wouldn't their Su family soar? With the Qin family's status and reputation in Tianxian continent, once Su Xian'er married into the Qin family, who would dare to underestimate the Su family in the future? Furthermore, with the Qin family's inexhaustible cultivation resources, could they not also get a piece of the pie? In the future, will we not have to worry about the source of elixir? And when we come across a Lin fan with a few alchemy talents, we will treat him as a treasure? As soon as they thought of this, Su Lai and a few elders hurriedly opened their mouths. If Mr. Qin is interested, he can take Xian'er with him and leave, so that Xian'er can take care of you by your side, as a maid of honor or not. The family master is right. Xian'er has respected heroes the most since she was a child. Mr. Qin is a young man of great talent. He should be a good match for Xian'er. A man and a woman. A match made in heaven. Su Lai and a few elders were busy setting up Qin Joga and Su Xian'er. As for Lin Fan, who they had just praised and tried to set up, it had long since been forgotten by them. In the Tianxian continent, the strong were honored, although that Lin Fan was considered to have a few talents. However, compared to Qin Jiugu, what was it? What's more, Qin Jiugu still had the everlasting Qin family as his backing. No matter if it was personal strength or family background, it was hundreds of times stronger than Lin Fan, a handyman from a horseman's background. Looking at the Su family elders who were incomparably fawning, almost flattering, to Qin Jiugu, Lin Fan finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Bang! The table in front of him had a hole smashed out by Lin Fan's fist, and immediately after, Lin Fan instantly stood up and angrily rebuked the Su family elders present. Su Xian'er is the daughter of the family head. For you to push her into the fire like this is simply presumptuous of the family elders. From the beginning to the end, no one has ever inquired about Xian'er's intentions. You guys are like this? Can you stand up to Xian'er? When these words came out, the elders present and family head Su Lai could not help but be shocked, followed by a burst of rage. Just now, they were immersed in the beautiful dream of Su Xian'er falling into the big tree of Qin Jiugu and bringing countless benefits to the Su family, forgetting all about Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan snapped at this time. Shut up! Su Lai instantly changed his color. A face of iron looked at Lin Fan and angrily rebuked. A mere horseman? Where do you get to talk? If it wasn't for their Su family, you would have died somewhere long ago. If you dare to disrespect Prince Qin again, I will personally strike to remove you, a tumor of the Su family. Looking at the snappy Su Lai, Lin Fan also completely tore his face off. I'm only seeking justice for Xian'er. Justice for Xian'er? Ha 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 ha. Su Lai pointed at Lin Fan and laughed. As Xian'er's father, How could I harm my own daughter? And where does Siener need you to help her get justice? Looking at the indifferent Su Lai, Lin Fan couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Is this still the same amiable Uncle Su, who treats himself like his own son? But he still remembered that Su Lai patted him on the shoulder and told him to work hard, and when he had some achievements in the future, he would betroth Siener to him. How come? Once Qin Jogu appeared, everything changed. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Su Siener. He believed that with Su Siener's goddess-like pride, she wouldn't agree to be a maid for someone else, even if the other party was a member of the everlasting Qin family. However, when his gaze came into contact with Su Siener, the heaven's favorite daughter who had once had some ambiguity with him, he was surprised to find that Su Siener's cheeks were slightly sideways, avoiding his gaze. What's going on here? Lin Fan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Just a few days ago, Su Siener had even been to his room and gave him quite a few cultivation materials, encouraging him to make sure he cultivated well and excel in the future. He had also always treated Su Siener as the goddess of his heart, not daring to blaspheme. But now, how could Su Siener? Lin Fan felt that his world collapsed. Right at this moment, in the mind of Qin Jogu, who had been sitting on a chair, watching this good show in a good mood and enjoying Su Siener's shoulder-pinching service in the meantime, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, striking against the destiny of the son of heaven's fortune, and receiving the reward, 10 green Xian Dan. Hearing the system's beep, the corners of Qin Joji's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, sketching out a somewhat evil smile. It looked like his guess was right at all. This Lin Fan was indeed the son of heaven's destiny. With this operation, he managed to make Lin Fan's Dao heart unstable and his mind flawed, and he even seized a portion of his qi. As for that Qing Xiandan, Qin Jogu also knew about it. It was nothing more than an elixir that could help cultivators at the nurturing spirit realm to break through to the spirit sea realm. Although it was also considered to be worth a lot of money, but it was useless to him who had already broken through the spirit sea realm long ago. But as a reward for striking the son of heaven's destiny, it was also considered to be better than nothing. Chapter 17. Su Chan Air. Duke Qin is a fire pit? Then what are you, Lin Fan? Sir Qin. This is one of our Su family's stable hands. A few of the old men gave him 3 colors, and they want to start a dye house. Please don't mind. Su Lai bowed and apologized to Qin Jogu, and the several elders hurriedly agreed when they saw this. Yeah. Treat him as a person a little bit. Then you don't know how old you are. You're just a horseman in the Su family. Do horsemen understand? Keep your horse. Don't worry about useless things. Yes, what kind of person is Mr. Qin? An honored guest that my Su family can't even invite. If you offend Mr. Qin, I'll personally kill you with my own hands, and it'll be hard to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lin Fan, get out of here. This is not a place where you should be. Get back to your stables. Seeing so many elders glaring at him with anger and bad words, in Lin Fan's heart, he could not wait to cut Qin Jogu alive. However, he is not an uneducated person. Right now, there were so many people in the council chamber, and almost every one of them was stronger than him, especially Qin Jogu and the old man behind him, who was even more unfathomable. Once he did it, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Thus, Lin Fan could only be negative and turn around to leave. Before leaving, Lin Fan stopped and turned his head to glare viciously at Qin Jogu before leaving without looking back. Looking at this scene, Qin Jogu couldn't help but somewhat want to laugh. After he took the flying boat and descended to the Su family, but just letting Su Siener pinch his shoulder, these Su family executives felt that he was falling for Su Siener, rushing to give her to him as a concubine, the kind that couldn't even be pushed away. The point is, this Su Siener doesn't have the slightest intention of resisting. Let the shoulders be pinched, and the technique is as gentle as if you were pinching tofu. Those elders offered to give her to themselves, and Su Siener didn't resist in any way. How come this Lin Fan was acting like he had taken gunpowder and all of his anger was being directed at his head? If you're able to do so, use it on the Su family elders. Use it on Su Siener. Thinking of this, Qin Jogu couldn't help but secretly sigh. Sure enough, it's worthy of being a divine destiny villain. This was directly taking all the anger of this heaven's destined son at face value. I'm tired and want to rest and relax. I'll be disturbing the Su family for 2 days. I wonder if it's convenient? Qin Jogu waved his hand, and there was a bit of fatigue in his tone. Hearing that Qin Jogu was going to stay at the Su family for a few days, the Su family's group of elders were simply overjoyed. What a thought! They had also been guilty of not having the opportunity to let Chin Jo-gu and Su Siener be alone and bond. This was great. Chin Jo-gu lived in the Su family, so he and Su Siener, wouldn't they have plenty of time to spend time together? When the feelings warmed up back then, and Su Siener married into the Chin family, wouldn't their Su family take off? Su Lai's old face smiled incomparably brightly. Mr. Chin's words, "For you to have the honor of staying in my Su family is a blessing we couldn't even ask for. Siener, take Mr. Chin to the backyard and pack up one of the best guest rooms for Mr. Chin to rest in." When Su Siener heard this, her face blushed slightly and she nodded, leading Chin Jo-gu straight to the backyard. Night, a remote compound of the Su family. Lin Fan stood behind a wigwam, looking over his shoulder. After he came out of the council chamber, he went directly to Su Siener's boudoir and left a note at the door of the boudoir, asking Su Siener to meet him here at midnight. Now that time had passed, Su Siener never came. He couldn't help but worry that something had happened to Su Siener. Right at this moment, far away, a figure in a white dress slowly walked. Lin Fan fixed his eyes and saw Su Siener frowning slightly, as if she was upset about something. Seeing Lin Fan, Su Siener opened the door. "Lin Fan, it's so late. What's the matter with finding me out?" The tone of his voice was thick with resentment and impatience. Seeing Su Siener like this, Lin Fan couldn't hold back and directly said the words in his stomach in his head. "Siener, you've seen what the elders and your father mean, to push you into the fire pit. Come with me and I'll get you out of this fire." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Siener's originally slightly furrowed brows furrowed even deeper as she said in a somewhat puzzled manner, "Fire pit? You mean Mr. Chin?" "Other people, Mr. Chin. Not only is he handsome, but his cultivation is also top-notch, so I don't know how many women fall in love with him. How is it a fire pit?" Hearing the goddess in his heart praising Chin Jo-gu so much, the jealousy in Lin Fan's heart completely overturned, but he was unwilling to snap at Su Siener, so he could only secretly suppress it and said in a hushed voice, "That Chin Jo-gu has only just met with you, and he's being so flippant. What if he really wants to take you on as a consort, or even wants you to warm his bed?" Hearing these words, a touch of shyness and a few points of helplessness surfaced on Su Siener's bright and beautiful face. She had to admit that not only did Chin Jo-gu have an illustrious family lineage and a remarkable instrument, his cultivation was also considered to be one of the best among the younger generation. Such a marvelous man, even if she was made to serve as a slave, it would still be considered a blessing for her. On second thought, what would Lin Fan think of her if she said that? The words came out of his mouth and he hastily changed his words. "Lin Fan, as you know, the family has cultivated me. There's no way I'm going to just walk away. If Lord Chin really wants me to be a slave and a servant girl but I don't comply, with the Chin family's power, the Su family would be overthrown in an instant. If that day really comes, I will have no choice but to let Mr. Chin." The moment Su Siener said this, Lin Fan's entire body instantly collapsed a little. Was this still the goddess he knew? No, absolutely not. Su Siener must have been coerced by Chin Jo-gu. It must be Su Siener's father individual, those few elders who forced her. He had to save Su Siener. At that time, Su Siener would inevitably be moved beyond words and give her body to her. And that Chin Jo-gu, isn't he just relying on his family background? He had the Yellow Springs Atlas in his possession, and as long as he unlocked one layer of the diagram, he would be able to obtain an amazing divine ability that would feed his cultivation. Surpassing Chin Jo-gu. It's a breeze. Thinking of this, Lin Fan reached out to pull Su Siener's lotus root arm and yelled under his breath, "Siener, trust me. I'll take you to escape this fire pit. A mere Chin Jo-gu is nothing in my eyes." Looking at the somewhat maniacal Lin Fan, Su Siener lightly moved her lotus steps and pulled away, a displeased expression on her face. "Lin Fan, I kindly came over to see what's going on with you. If you say any more of these has-beens, I'll go back first. Duke Chin has asked me to enjoy the moon at midnight. If I don't go, he should misunderstand. Also, don't look for me in the future. I'm afraid that Mr. Chin will misunderstand." After saying that, Su Siener turned around and left without looking back. Seeing Su Siener leave with such determination, the bravado that Lin Fan had just brewed directly collapsed. His eyes bloodshot as he cried out towards the sky, "Chin Jo-gu!" After the cry, Lin Fan left disheveled as if his essence had been drained. He knew that the immediate priority was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 18, Son of Heaven's Destiny Hangover, Yellow Springs Atlas. Day 2, Morning. inside a still elegant mansion of the Su family. Lin Fan carefully locked the doors and windows, and from a hidden place, he took out a somewhat yellowed scroll. Since showing some talent in alchemy, Lin Fan's status in the Su family had also risen quite a bit. Not only did he not have to live in the stables anymore, but the Su family had also arranged for him to have this mansion, which made it convenient for him to cultivate and alchemize pills. And this scroll was the Yellow Spring Atlas that Lin Fan had unintentionally gotten from a hidden cave 3 months ago, when he was herding horses. It was also because of the Yellow Springs Atlas that in just 3 months, Lin Fan had jumped from being the most humble horseman of the Su family to a guest of honor. Originally, Lin Fan thought that by relying on the Yellow Springs Atlas, he could definitely marry Su Xian'er and go to the peak of his life. But unexpectedly, right at this moment, Qin Jiugu appeared. He barbarically broke into the Su family and snatched away everything that originally belonged to Lin Fan. Lin Fan was secretly determined to defeat Qin Jiugu and take back everything that belonged to him. After taking out the Yellow Springs Atlas, Lin Fan's eyes became a bit fiery as he sat cross-legged on the bed couch, then closed his eyes and his divine thoughts entered the Yellow Springs Atlas. Today, it was the day of his Yellow Springs Atlas examination. As long as one pierced through this layer of examination, they would be recognized by the Yellow Spring Atlas. Inside the Yellow Springs Atlas, as Lin Fan's divine thoughts advanced along the way, countless long, strange-looking demonic ghosts that emitted a horrifying aura howled and rushed towards him when they saw Lin Fan, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Sculpture! Lin Fan snorted coldly, his right hand stretched out, and a ray of light emanating a terrifying pressure shot out from the tips of his fingers. Rhubarb prisoner's finger. Lin Fan shouted explosively. The big yellow imprisoning heavenly finger kept sweeping, and a demonic ghost was instantly hit by this terrifying attack, turning into a trail of black smoke. The great yellow imprisoning heavenly finger, a divine ability that Lin Fan had obtained after unlocking the Yellow Spring Atlas, was incredibly powerful. Relying on the strength of the rhubarb prisoner's finger, Lin Fan didn't have to exert much effort to penetrate this layer of examination. The demons and ghosts encountered on the way were barely a match, and all of them were turned into flying ash. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully unlocking the second level of the Yellow Spring Atlas. Acquired secret art. Blood God Exploding Spirit Art. The Blood God Exploding Spirit technique, by instantly burning the blood around the body, is able to instantly explode far beyond the current realm. Congratulations to the host, he has gained feedback, and his realm has reached the first level of the Nurturing Spirit. A secret art that far exceeds the current realm. A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He knew that his strength was still quite a bit short compared to Qin Jiuji's, and it could be said to be a fool's errand to defeat him. But now, his strength had already reached the first level of the Nurturing Spirit after feeding back. Coupled with this Blood God Exploding Spirit art, he believed that he could definitely fight with Qin Jiugu, and could even crush this proud son of the Qin clan's heavenly pride under his feet. What 20 years east of the river, 20 years west of the river. If you have a grudge, you must avenge it immediately. He was going to go to Qin Jiugu right now and trample this proud son of heaven ruthlessly under his feet. It was also good to show the Su family who was truly strong. Su Xian'er is his. No one can take it away. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's divine thoughts were withdrawn and he retreated from the Yellow Springs Atlas, and between his eyes, there was a hidden flicker of lightning. Take Xian'er far away today. Just when Lin Fan was complacent and felt that he could defeat Qin Jiugu and take Su Xian'er far away, an old sigh sounded in his ears. Alas, that Qin Jiugu isn't simple. Do you really want to go? Hearing this, Lin Fan was startled. The Yellow Spring Atlas was his biggest secret and bottom card, and he couldn't let anyone know about it. In case they were really found out, they would have to kill and exterminate them even if they spelled out the use of the secret technique. Who? Lin Fan was startled and subconsciously shouted. In the next second, a somewhat illusory pale figure appeared in front of Lin Fan. I am the spirit of this Yellow Spring Atlas. Only after you unlocked the second layer today was I able to show myself. Looking at the illusory figure, Lin Fan was overjoyed. He knew that anything that could possess an artifact spirit was basically not mortal, not to mention, this artifact spirit in front of him was able to take on a human form. That Qin Jiugu is at the peak of the spirit sea though. But I'm also at the God Nurturing realm now, and with the Blood God Exploding Spirit art, I'm good enough to reach the spirit sea realm, and with the strength of the great yellow imprisoning heavenly finger, I may not be unable to defeat Qin Jiugu. Lin Fan tilted his head. His eyes filled with confidence, and said. The pale artifact spirit shook its head. Little doll, you're thinking too simply. That Qin Jogo is the second sequence of the Qin clan's younger generation. How could he not have an expert by his side? So what if you win by fluke? Did you win over Qin Jogu and the Guardians? Lin Fan stalled. Then his expression resumed with disdain. I've already thought about it. I'll set up a bet at that time. The proud sons of heaven like Qin Jogu, all of them are arrogant. I just need to seize the opportunity to take Su Xianer away. I wasn't trying to kill him, and the Guardians aren't going to do anything to me, are they? Seeing that Lin Fan's mind was made up, the artifact spirit was also somewhat helpless and shook its head. Since your mind is made up, then go. If it is really impossible, I will help you. Hearing the artifact spirit say this, Lin Fan was instantly delighted. He hadn't thought that this artifact spirit that had just appeared was actually prepared to help him out. Does that mean that the artifact spirit is somewhat powerful? Unable to hold back his curiosity, Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked, You're an artifact spirit, is it hard for you to be able to explode the power of the Yellow Spring Atlas? At those words, a touch of bitterness surfaced on the pale face of the artifact spirit. I'm too broken, can't play much of a role. However, I am able to invoke the power of the Yellow Spring to temporarily boost your strength. You should be able to reach the Nirvana realm anyways. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. Originally, he thought that he was one realm lower than Qinjogu, and by exploding the Blood God Exploding Spirit Art, he should be able to reach the same realm as Qinjogu, and then rely on the divine marvels of the rhubarb prisoner's fingers to defeat Qinjogu. Now, with the help of the artifact spirit, he was actually able to reach the Nirvana realm, which was a full 2 realms higher than Qinjogu. When cultivators competed, a realm was almost a rift in the sky. Even if Qinjogu was the second sequence of the everlasting Qin clan, it was impossible for him to cross the level and defeat him who possessed a divine skill like the rhubarb prisoner's finger. Moreover, even if Lin Fan had a guardian by his side, could it be hard to exceed the Nirvana realm? As long as he was able to reach the Nirvana realm, even if that guardian of Qinjogu made a move, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. This wave, steady. Thinking of this, Lin Fan was in a great mood and took a big step out of the room. He was going to go find Qinjogu and snatch Su Xianer back. Chapter 19 Disciplining Su Chan Air in front of Lin Fan. Su Family Banquet Hall. Qinjogu sat high on the main seat, while Su Family head Su Lai and a group of elders sat around the sides and kept on paying compliments. Mr. Qin is truly a young man of great talent. We are fortunate to have met him today. Come on, Mr. Qin. I'll drink to you. It's truly a blessing from my ancestors for my little Su family to be favored by Mr. Qin. For this blessing, I'll drink. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the group of elders dug in their heels and complimented Qinjogu, a heavy footstep sounded. The elders turned their heads to see Lin Fan, his face grim as he walked in. Perhaps because he was more excited, Lin Fan's footsteps were heavy. When the elders saw Lin Fan, they were a bit unhappy. This Lin Fan was also too insensitive. If the Su family hadn't seen that he had some alchemy talent before, who would have given him a good look? Now, with Qinjogu as the big thick leg, who cares about Lin Fan or not Lin Fan? Immediately, an elder chided. Lin Fan, this is too unruly of you. Today's feast was set up by the family to entertain Mr. Qin, and you dare to be late. Right? What honorable status is Mr. Qin? And you're actually so arrogant? Facing the reprimands of the elders, Lin Fan was unperturbed, his eyes staring at Qinjogu with a deadly stare. Qinjogu, I've heard that you're extremely gifted. I wonder, do you dare to fight with me? If you lose, then stay away from Xianer. Invite a fight? When the several Su family elders and family head Su Lai who were present heard Lin Fan's words, they were instantly enraged. What is Qinjuji's identity? The second sequence of the young generation of the everlasting Qin family, a heavenly god-like figure in their Su family, invited to fight by a lowly horseman? If this were to get out, the Su family would be poked and prodded? Almost instantly, a few of the Su family's elders became enraged. Lin Fan, are you stupid? What kind of person is Mr. Qin that he would make a move against you? Yeah, you're a little horseman. Calling Prince Qin by his name is a great disrespect. Right? We don't even dare to call Mr. Qin by his name, you're a tiny horseman. Lin Fan, you've been expelled from the Su family. Get lost. Su Lai turned his head to look at Qinjogu and bowed, his tone humble. Mr. Qin, the subordinates in the family don't know the rules? I've made you laugh. Qin Juji's eyes narrowed slightly as he stretched out his right hand and pressed it in the void, signaling these elders to shut up. Almost instantly, the elders who had been furious just a moment ago were instantly silent, looking at Qin Jogu with well-behaved faces. Seeing that the banquet hall was quiet, Qin Jogu looked at Lin Fan with a teasing expression. One-on-one. If his guess was good, this Lin Fan was bound to have the main character's golden finger, and it was very likely that it was still boosting his battle power. Otherwise, how could he have dared to go against himself? What are you kidding? He is not one of those villains in the novels of his previous life, who has the power to not use it and go to fight with the son of the heavenly destiny alone. There's nothing to be gained by winning and everything to be lost if you lose. Although he had confidence in his own strength, he still had to be steady and cautious when dealing with a heaven's destiny like Lin Fan. Thinking of this, Qin Jogo had a mocking expression on his face as he spoke. A random wild cat or dog on the side of the road is also worthy of making conditions with this Gongzi? Then won't this gentleman be busy? Also, what kind of person are you again, Siener? If my lord remembers well, last night Siener chose to stay. What? Hearing Qin Joga say this, Lin Fan's pupils contracted violently. Qin Jogo, you sent someone to spy on him last night? Otherwise, how could you even know that Su Siener decided to stay? Lin Fan, you actually want to take Siener and elope? The Su family provides you with food and shelter, and this is how you repay the Su family? The Su family has raised a white-eyed wolf. Right, family master. It's better to get rid of this kind of white-eyed wolf as early as possible. The few elders of the Su family were instantly enraged. Su Siener could be considered a curiosity in their eyes now. It was a favorable weapon for them to fall in love with Qin Jogu, or to fall in love with the Qin family's big thick leg. If Lin Fan abducted him, it would be a chicken and egg fight. It's just like, unforgivable. Among them, there were a few more short-tempered ones who hated to take down Lin Fan directly, but they didn't dare to make a move due to Qin Juji's actions just now. Before Lin Fan could speak, Qin Jogo turned his head to look at Su Siener on the side. At this moment, Su Siener's heart was incomparably grateful. Fortunately, she had acted more resolutely last night. If there had been a hint of hesitation, wouldn't it have affected Mr. Qin's impression of her? After feeling Qin Jug's gaze, Su Siener's beautiful eyes looked at Qin Jug with affection, waiting for Qin Jug to speak. Pop, pop. Qin Jogu remained seated on the chair, his right hand gently patting his right leg. Sit over here. Upon hearing this, Su Siener's pretty face instantly turned red. She was still an unmarried girl and had never even done anything like holding hands with a man. How can you sit directly on a man's lap? But looking at Qin Juji's gaze, she knew that this was Qin Juji's test for her. By passing the test, not only her, but even the Su family could soar. And if it made Qin Jogu unhappy, overthrowing the Su family would be just a matter of words. You! Seeing that Qin Jogu was so munificent that he actually let Su Siener sit on his lap, Lin Fan was instantly enraged. He stared at Su Siener dead in the face, hoping that Su Siener would refuse this unreasonable request. However, to his surprise, Su Siener barely hesitated and directly moved her lotus steps lightly, sitting on Qin Joji's lap in a graceful manner. In the next second, a hand wearing a ring covered Su Siener's leg. Su Siener's body leaned back slightly, almost leaning into Qin Joji's arms. Qin Jogu raised his head and looked at Lin Fan provocatively. You see, Siener didn't have any reluctance at all. Instead, she enjoyed it, right? Before the words left his mouth, Qin Joji's right hand over Su Siener's leg exerted force and pinched fiercely. Ouch! Su Siener gasped, her face instantly turning towards red. How could she not expect that Qin Jogu would molest her like this on this occasion? In the next second, the system voice entered Qin Juji's mind. Congratulations to the host, striking the confidence of the son of heaven's destiny and plundering his fortune. Rewarded, 29 stripes Dharma phase pills, no side effects to raise Dharma phase cultivation by 1 layer. In the meantime, Lin Fan, who was on the opposite side, let out an angry roar. His eyes instantly became blood red, and his aura exploded around him. He had already been stimulated by Qin Jogu to go a little crazy, and was no longer in the mood to care about his plans. Qin Jogu, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 20, raising his hand to crush the son of heaven's destiny. Qin Joga's chaotic body was exposed. Before the words fell, Lin Fan's body, like a discharged cannonball, killed towards Qin Jogu. He had been completely outraged. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would still kill Qin Jogu, the guy who dared to desecrate the goddess in his heart, on the spot today. Seeing Lin Fan rushing towards Qin Jogu, a group of Su family elders, as well as family head Su Lai, were immediately terrified to death. Qin Jogu was the second sequence of the everlasting Qin family. If anything happens to the Su family on their turf, the entire Su family will not even be enough to accompany them. Although they didn't think that Lin Fan could have the ability to injure Qin Jogu. If they didn't make a move at this time, Qin Jogu would inevitably blame them in the future. Family head Su Lai reacted extremely quickly and shouted out at the first opportunity, "Unbridled! Take this thief for me!" Before the words fell, Su Lai had already struck out. The Su family's legendary technique, the surprising wave palm, blasted out with full force. Under one palm, it was like a shocking wave, the aura destroying everything, blasting furiously towards Lin Fan. Yes, take down this thief and leave him at the mercy of Lord Qin. All together, in the midst of the clamor, the Su family's group of elders each displayed their divine abilities and screamed as they attacked Lin Fan. Rhubarb prisoner's finger. Lin Fan, at this time, had also killed his eyes, not caring about much. He directly performed the great yellow prisoner's heavenly finger, and directly attacked Su Lai, who was rushing at the very front. However, Su Lai was at the Spirit Sea realm, one realm higher than him, and Lin Fan's attack was blocked and stopped directly by Su Lai. At this time, Lin Fan was completely enraged. He wanted to kill Qin Jogu and take back Su Xiener. Anyone who gets in his way is only going to die. Not being able to care about much, Lin Fan directly yelled, "All get out of my way!" Blood God exploding spirit art. With this explosive cry, the exposed skin around Lin Fan's body instantly exploded into countless tiny lines of blood. Blood gushed out, and the entire person instantly became hideous like a bloody man. At the same time, Lin Fan's aura instantly skyrocketed. Almost in a single breath, it skyrocketed to the Spirit Sea realm. Looking at Lin Fan, who was as hideous as an evil ghost at this moment, and feeling the surging qi, the few elders of the Su family were secretly frightened. How could they not expect that Lin Fan actually had such a crushing secret technique? In just one breath, it reached the Spirit Sea realm. In that case, of the Su family members present, only family head Su Lai could match them. Those of them who went up there were purely giving away food. Lin Fan, how come it's so strong? Su Xiener in Qin Juji's arms was also a bit surprised and muttered in a low voice. Lin Fan had been in the Su family for many years, and had been unassuming until 3 months ago, when he had shown his skill in alchemy, and had been honored by the Su family as a guest. It wasn't until today that Su Xiener realized that Lin Fan actually had a bottom card. Regarding Lin Fan's change, Qin Jogu was not surprised and secretly sighed in his heart. As expected of a son of heaven's destiny, at a mere god-nurturing realm, relying on secret techniques to reach the Spirit Sea realm. Going over the top is really not just empty words. If he was really given time to grow, he might really become a formidable enemy. It was also fortunate that he had come to the Su family early. He wouldn't give Lin Fan any more time to develop. Just then, Rhubarb prisoner's finger. Lin Fan let out an explosive shout, and a powerful attack instantly forced back the several Su family elders surrounding him. Inside the banquet hall, a sound of tables, chairs, and benches shattering rang out, and several elders were heavily injured, falling to the ground and spitting out blood. Qin Jogu, now it's your turn. Rhubarb prisoner's finger. Lin Fan, whose face was covered in blood and looked like a maniac, didn't even look at the elders who were spitting out blood, and came directly in front of Qin Jogu, roaring furiously towards Qin Jogu while the great yellow imprisoning heavenly finger was once again unleashed. Stop! Stop! Su Lai and a few elders fell to the ground, continuously spitting out blood, but each of them had their eyes cracked in anger. Lin Fan's strength was far beyond their imagination. Once they really hurt Qin Jogu, it would be light for the Qin family to exterminate their Su family. Thus, even though they knew that it would not help, they all shouted angrily and tried to stop Lin Fan. But Lin Fan now, how could he listen to them? After simply storing up power, a light yellowish color, with a destructive aura, came straight toward Qin Jogu. In the face of this incoming attack, Qin Jogu had a bland smile on his face as he slowly got up, wrapped his left hand around Su Xiener's slender waist, and gently lifted his right hand. Boom! an almost incomparable aura that was several times more majestic than Lin Fan's instantly erupted. Lin Fan's attack touched Qin Jiuji's arm and instantly disappeared without a trace, as if ice and snow had melted. Qin Jiugu stood in place, unharmed, not even his clothes broken, and looked at the already stupefied Lin Fan with a look of disdain. "This is your base? Simply weak and pathetic." Before the words fell, Qin Jiugu casually swung out a palm, and a fierce astral wind slashed through, rushing straight towards Lin Fan. In his haste, Lin Fan urged his surrounding breath in an attempt to block this random strike from Qin Jiugu. In the next second, Lin Fan, who was swept by this wind, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! Lin Fan's figure crashed into the wall of the banquet hall with a dull thud. In the next second, Lin Fan's body landed on the ground and curled up into a ball. Cough, cough. At this moment, Lin Fan's face was like gold paper, coughing loudly, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of his mouth, spilling all over the ground. At the same time, Qin Jiuji's aura was exposed. Phallic strength. Above the Su family, visions surged. In the chaos, a branch of green lotus slowly grows. The leaves are turquoise, like jade. The rhizome is crystal clear. When the flower blooms, it seems to be able to light up the whole chaos. This branch of the green lotus exudes a breath that is ancient and profound, as if carrying the origin and destination of the universe in general. Chaotic seed, green lotus vision. The vision spread out over the entire East Leaving City, and the entire East Leaving City saw this amazing vision. Inside the Su family's banquet hall, family head Su Lai and the elders couldn't believe their eyes anymore. What did they see? Wasn't Qin Jiugu only at the peak spirit sea realm? To actually break through directly to the Dharma realm? 18 years old in the Dharma realm? This wasn't bad compared to the rumored genius of that first sequence of the Qin family. And this vision, wasn't it rumored before that Qin Jiugu was the Shen fire god body? Although they hadn't seen the Shen fire body, they knew that it was a fire attribute divine body, and even if it triggered a vision, it shouldn't be like this. It's not the same at all. Suddenly, a Su family elder reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes looking as if he had seen a ghost. The chaotic chi is like endless. The green lotus transforms itself. This is the chaotic seed green lotus. Sir Qin, it's not the Shen fire god body at all. Rather, it's the chaotic body. Chapter 21. Divine Technique. Ghost in the body. Chaos body? The moment these words came out, the entire banquet hall was instantly silent. The Su family's group of elders, family head Su Lai, and even Su Xianer in Qin Jiuji's arms were all shocked beyond belief as they looked at Qin Jiugu. How could they have never imagined that Qin Jiugu was actually a chaotic body? Chaotic body, that's a divine body that is rumored to be capable of proving to be a great emperor. They simply couldn't believe that Qin Jiugu, who was the second sequence of the Qin family's young generation and a genius among geniuses, actually hid such an undercard as the chaotic body. The cultivation of the Dharma phase realm, coupled with the divine abnormality of the chaotic body. This was completely the rhythm of crushing the first sequence of the young generation of the Qin family. If there was no hiding of this undercard, then the first sequence of the Qin family right now should be none other than this Qin Jiugu Qin Gongzi, right? It looks like 2 months from now, the battle for young master of the young generation of the Qin family will be none other than Qin Jiugu. In Su Lai's eyes, there was a flash of eagerness. If an existence like Qin Jiugu was able to climb into a relationship, then in the future their Su family, wouldn't they be able to follow in the footsteps of the Su family? Even if Su Xianer was just one of Qin Jiuji's many concubines, that would still be enough for their Su family to be formidable. With Qin Jiugu taking care of them, what's the need for the Su family to be nestled in this tiny corner of Dongli City? Glancing at each other with a few elders, Su Lai also saw the same thought in their eyes. 18 years old at the Dharma phase realm, or a chaotic body, this was simply the perfect opportunity for the Su family to soar into the sky. Su Xianer covered her mouth with a pair of small snow-white hands to prevent herself from crying out in shock, her eyes staring blankly at the figure beside her that looked like it was coming out of a myth, a heart constantly throbbing. Chaotic body, 18 years old at the Dharma phase realm, the second sequence of the Qin family, one of the 4 immortal families of the Tianxian continent. The various identities in this are enough to make people marvel even if one of them is taken out individually. When these identities are concentrated in the body of one person, what a dazzling presence will it be? I wonder how many young ladies from big families would go crazy for such a man. Susiener really couldn't dare to imagine it. Before she met Qin Jogu, Susiener had her own pride as the leader of the young generation in Dongli City. However, after she had seen Qin Joji's dazzling, she couldn't help but develop a feeling of being ashamed of herself. Felt like a firefly seeing the moon. Cough, cough. Lin Fan, who had been sent flying by Qin Joji's blow and landed on the ground, coughing up blood continuously at this moment, stared at Qin Jogu with wide, unbelievable eyes, as if he had seen a demon. How? Aren't you the Shen fire god body? Aren't you at the peak of the spirit sea? What the hell is going on here? Lin Fan felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. Originally, he thought that Qin Jogu was just a second-generation ancestor who acted as a bully based on his family's power. Although he had a few points of strength, as long as he who possessed the Yellow Spring Atlas was willing, he could crush Qin Jogu at any time. But once they exchanged blows, they were unilaterally finished off. Moreover, everything that Qin Jogu was showing now shattered all of his arrogance to smithereens. 18 years old, at the Dharma realm, chaotic body, even if he put aside the identity of the second sequence of the young generation of the Qin family, the rest, no matter which, were not comparable to him. Ha! Qin Jogu smiled contemptuously and took a step out. In an instant, the visions in the sky instantly disappeared, and the raging aura around Qin Jogu also disappeared, and in its place was a strangely fluttering gentleman like jade. Qin Jogu looked down at Lin Fan, who looked like a defeated dog, and his tone was contemptuous. How much can a mole like you understand this Gongzi? Your so-called talent is not worth mentioning in front of this Gongzi. As he spoke, Qin Jogu reached out with his right hand and swept the long-ago stagnant Susiener over, letting her lean on him before speaking again. Well, you're not good at anything else, but you have a pretty good eye for picking out women, Siener, and it's soft. Being suddenly hugged tightly by Qin Jogu, Susiener was a bit shy and her face instantly turned red. Lin Fan, who had already stopped coughing up blood, sniffed and once again spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the entire person instantly became furious. The goddess of one's heart being desecrated like a plaything was enough to drive the teenager Lin Fan mad. Ah! Lin Fan shouted and struggled to get up, his eyes staring at Qin Jogu with a desperate stance. At the same time, in his mind, Lin Fan kept roaring. Artifact spirit, give me power. I'm going to finish him off. Ugh! In his head, the artifact spirit let out a heavy sigh. This little doll in front of you is not simple. With the chaotic body coupled with the Dharma phase cultivation, you have absolutely no chance of winning. For today's sake, it's better to leave first. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. No! Lin Fan was furious and rejected directly. I want him dead. Qin Jogu must die. I said so. Seeing that Lin Fan was so insistent, the artifact spirit was somewhat helpless. He was in touch with Lin Fan's mind and could sense Lin Fan's anger at this time, so he could only agree. With the power of the Yellow Springs added, you should be able to reach mid-nirvana cultivation, slightly higher than this little doll. This little doll doesn't have you in her sights nowadays, and her entire being is in a state of slackness, so it's a good opportunity to make a move. But his protector is not simple either. Even if he is not prepared, he can react quickly. According to my analysis, you only have a chance of one strike. After one blow, regardless of the outcome, you must leave. The artifact spirit calmly analyzed the situation at hand and informed Lin Fan of the results of his judgment. All in all, there was only one chance to leave, regardless of whether Qin Jogu was killed or not. After listening to the artifact spirit's analysis, Lin Fan nodded. One strike? It's also enough. According to Lin Fan's thoughts, he had already used a secret technique to forcefully ascend to the spirit sea realm, and Qin Jogu, no matter how cautious he was, wouldn't have thought that he still had an undercard. Moreover, it was an undercurrent that was able to directly climb to the middle stage of the Nirvana realm. The strength itself was stronger than the current Qin Jogu. Plus, it was still a sneak attack. He couldn't even imagine what Qin Jogu would have to do to survive. Next, Lin Fan only felt that his limbs and bones seemed to be filled with power, and a berserk aura instantly enveloped his entire body. The power of the Yellow Spring had already surged into his body, and his strength had been forcibly elevated to the Nirvana realm in this short span of a second. The body that was originally commissioned on the ground, as if it had been pumped with chicken blood, instantly catapulted up, transformed into a stream of light, and directly killed Qin Jogu, who was not far away in front of him with a relaxed face. The monstrous chi surged like 10,000 heavy waves, wrapped in wind pressure that swept the surrounding 1,000 meters. Chapter 22 Li Bo Strikes. Half-step life and death realm. As the power of the yellow spring was injected into his body, Lin Fan's aura repeatedly soared and had reached the nirvana realm. Terrifying pressure erupted without reservation, and the entire person was like a bolt of lightning that went straight for Qin Jiugu. The banquet hall had been swept away by this terrifying pressure and had been turned into a ruin. Tables, chairs, benches, cutlery, and food all turned into pieces under this terrifying pressure. The Su family's elders were completely stunned at this point. How could they have never imagined that Lin Fan, who was an ordinary horseman 3 months ago, would have such an endless array of undercurrents? Hardly, from the god-nurturing realm, he had utilized a secret technique to ascend to the spirit sea realm, and now he had actually soared to the nirvana realm. This terrifying, explosive power was truly chilling. Although Qin Jiugu had the cultivation of the Dharma phase realm and a divine body like the chaotic body, but now Lin Fan had reached the nirvana realm. On the path of cultivation, the further one goes, the more terrifying the gap in strength becomes, and the gap of a large realm is simply not something that a chaotic body can make up for. With such power, Qin Jiugu was simply unable to resist. All of them, combined, were no match for the current Lin Fan, and they couldn't even help block him if they wanted to. Once Qin Jiugu was injured, or even said to die in their Su family, what awaited their Su family would be downright annihilation. The anger of the eternal life Qin family was not something that a small family from a small fringe city like theirs could withstand. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the entire Su family will be killed. Originally, I thought that Lin Fan's appearance and Qin Jiuji's descent was an opportunity for the Su family, but now it seems this isn't an opportunity. This is the root of the bane of the family's demise. But no matter how helpless and unwilling they were, they could only stay where they were and watch. Lin Fan had already entered the nirvana realm and completely crushed them in terms of strength. Even if they rushed up, they would still die, and they couldn't even buy Qin Jiugu some time. Despair spread through the banquet hall. The Su family, it's over. On the other side, Lin Fan, who had briefly reached the nirvana realm with the help of the power of the yellow spring, felt that he was now the sole master of this heaven and earth. Whoever he wants to live, he lives, and whoever he wants to die, he dies. And the person he wanted to kill the most right now was, of course, the one who had barbarically barged into the Su family and snatched away everything that was supposed to belong to him, Qin Jiugu. Qin Jiugu? Die for me. Lin Fan's face was grim. An otherwise ordinary face had become distorted due to his violent anger. His right hand was raised high, ready to execute the great yellow prisoner's heavenly finger. This was the move he was most proud of, and it was also the most powerful. Coupled with his nirvana realm cultivation, he was very certain that Qin Jiugu didn't have any chance of surviving. Looking at the continuously approaching Lin Fan, Qin Jiuji's face was unusually calm. Having read so many novels, he certainly knew that the heaven's destined son was terrifying. Fighting at a higher level is nothing more than base manipulation. It's not even worth making a fuss about. Moreover, Lin Fan's current realm was nothing more than nirvana, so he was simply not enough to be feared. As the distance between Lin Fan and Qin Jiugu continued to close, some of the timid Su family members had already closed their eyes in despair. It's over. The sky is falling. Qin Jiugu stood there motionless, surely stunned by Lin Fan's amazing aura. Once Lin Fan injured or even killed Qin Jiugu, then their Su family, however, the next second, an aura that was countless times more powerful and terrifying than the aura that Lin Fan had erupted suddenly erupted. The aura was so astonishing that the heavens and earth changed color. Terrifying air waves swept through the banquet hall, directly destroying the entire banquet hall and blowing it into flying dust. The Su family members in the field were blown around, almost unsteady on their feet. As soon as this aura appeared, it directly suppressed Lin Fan, who had been so aggressive just a moment ago. In place, unable to move, Li Bo's pale figure, like a ghost, flashed to Qin Jiuji's side, his tone filled with worry. "Young lord, are you all right?" Lin Fan, who was suppressed in place, couldn't believe his eyes anymore when he saw the amazing aura emanating from Li Bo. How is that possible? He was in the actual nirvana realm just now. Even if placed in the entire Tianshan continent, it was an expert. How is it possible to be suppressed by an aura? Alas, this little doll's protector is actually a half-step in the realm of life and death. Miscalculated. Just between Lin Fan's surprise, the artifact spirit's sigh sounded in his mind. Hearing the artifact spirit's sigh, Lin Fan was instantly petrified. Cold sweat slid down his spine. How is that possible? Qin Jogu was nothing more than the second sequence of the Qin family. Not even a young master yet, so how could he have this kind of strong protector by his side? Unlike Lin Fan's shock, everyone in the Su family, on the other hand, let out a fierce sigh of relief, their hearts filled with shock. How could they have never imagined that Qin Juji's protector was actually more terrifying than Lin Fan at the Nirvana realm? What kind of realm must this be? However, no matter what, their Su family saved. In the midst of a long breath of lamentation, Qin Jogu walked over to Lin Fan, condescendingly looking down on Lin Fan, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, but was now lying on the ground like a dead dog, and opened his mouth with a teasing face. Is this the bottom line of your repeated provocations against my lord? Even if you've exploded all your means, you're still pathetically weak. Being humiliated by Qin Jogu in such a way, Lin Fan's already angry emotions instantly exploded. Ignoring the terrifying pressure on his body, he forcibly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and stared at Qin Jogu dead in the face, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Qin Jogu, if you don't rely on the Qin family, what are you? Would you be where you are today if you were a normal person like me? If you're capable, don't let the protector make a move. Let's compare the two of us. Lin Fan knew that all the proud sons of heaven were somewhat arrogant. Putting a face to it is more important than life, and the best way to deal with such people is to agitate them. As long as he could provoke Qin Jogu to not allow the guardian to make a move, with his current strength, crushing Qin Jogu would be like crushing an ant. At this point in time, I'm afraid that wanting to take Su Xian'er away is no longer possible. However, it would also be excellent if the originator of the whole thing, Qin Jogu, could be dragged along to accompany the burial. Therefore, Lin Fan directly turned on mocking mode, trying to provoke Qin Jogu to fight him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing such provocative words from Lin Fan, a mocking smile surfaced on Qin Joji's face, and his tone had a bit more of a teasing flavor to it. Lin Fan, you can't be out of your mind, can you? If I have family power, why don't I use it? Family power, isn't it also part of my power? As for competing with me, are you worthy? Chapter 23 I late big villain directly crushed to death is, but also sent people to send you experience. Looking at Qin Joji's indifferent attitude and listening to his justified mockery, Lin Fan was simply about to collapse. Isn't it said that heaven's pride has a pride that far exceeds that of ordinary people, and that they often get angry because of a single word? How come the Qin Jogu in front of him wasn't affected by his agitation at all? In Lin Fan's heart, a strong unwillingness surged. He felt that the aura around him was declining. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long to return to the god-nurturing realm. Therefore, he attempted to provoke Qin Jogu to fight with him by provoking him, wanting to take advantage of the fact that this power had not completely subsided to forcefully kill Qin Jogu. Even if he was crushed into flying dust by the guardian afterward, it would not be in vain to have lived in this world. But Qin Jogu, however, didn't fall for his bait at all. Under the excitement, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a roar. Qin Jogu, you just don't dare. Presuming to be a heavenly pride. Listening to Lin Fan's incompetent and furious yelling, Qin Jogu didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest, but instead felt like laughing a little. Are you kidding me? He's not a mindless villain. The villains in those web novels I read in my previous life were literally brainless. According to the realm of the Son of Destiny, tailor-made good experience packages have been delivering heads, equipment, and beauty until the Son of Destiny wings his way to a wave of direct regimentation of the villain. He, Qin Jogu, will not do such a stupid thing. Thinking of this, Qin Jogu casually waved his hand. Li Bo, grind to death. What? Lin Fan couldn't believe his ears anymore. What did he hear? Qin Jogu actually wanted the guardian to kill him? Originally, Lin Fan still thought that he had transformed from a mediocre horseman to an expert that was counted in all of Tianshan continent in just a few months' time, and that Qin Jogu would definitely be interested in him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he should have interrogated him first and felt out his cards before making a move. But this Qin Jogu actually didn't even interrogate him and directly wanted to kill him? Qin Jogu, aren't you going to ask what happened to me? Do I have some kind of heavy treasure? Lin Fan cried out unwillingly. He still had a lot of life ahead of him and a lot of things to do. How could he be willing to just die? Confused. Kill you and those things are mine too. Lin Fan let out a light laugh, his eyes looking towards Li Bo. Li Bo understood, and his terrifying aura around him instantly condensed. A monstrous might, descending from the sky, directly crushed Lin Fan, who had been raucous just a moment ago, into a puddle of flesh. Lin Fan, dead. Looking at Lin Fan, who had already been crushed, the Su family's crowd looked responsible. It's really hard to tell what's going on in this world. During these 3 months, Lin Fan was held by them as the guest of the Su family, as the hope of revitalization of the Su family. But how could he not expect to be so unbearable in front of the everlasting Qin family? Even though he had erupted into a battle power that far exceeded his usual strength, it was still hard to escape being crushed. Now it's even more of a puddle. However, for the Su family it was more of a celebration. Lin Fan actually had the audacity to try to kill Qin Jiugu, the second sequence of the young generation of the everlasting Qin family. It was also fortunate that Qin Jiugu, that mysterious protector of the Tao, was strong. Otherwise, it would have simply pitted their Su family to death. Now that the Su family had fallen for the big tree of Qin Jiugu, who cared about Lin Fan? Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the next second, a strange change occurred. A dazzling golden light rose from Lin Fan's body and shot toward the distance. This sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. The speed of the golden light was so fast that there was no time to stop it. Looking at this far-away golden light, the corner of Qin Jiuji's mouth curled up in an arc. As expected, this Lin Fan really isn't dead. Where is the son of destiny so easy to kill? No matter what you use, you can't kill it. Elder Lin. Qin Jiugu let out a loud shout. In the next second, an even more terrifying aura than that of Li Bo just now rose up to the sky, as if it was going to crush the entire Dongli city. Berserk aura, surging from the sky, just like the angry sea waves, terrifying and abnormal. In the midst of the monstrous aura, a figure wearing a black robe with an emaciated face slowly fell from the air. As soon as this figure appeared, everyone in the Su clan truly felt that this old man was even more terrifying than the protector of the Tao who had just made a move. The slowly descending old man's speed didn't seem to be fast, but for some reason, the golden light, which had been incredibly swift just a moment ago, instantly became slow as if it had hit a wall. Set! A pale voice came out of the old man's mouth. A somewhat withered finger accurately pointed on top of the golden light. The golden light was like a trapped beast, charging left and right, but it was always difficult to break through the barrier that the old man had arbitrarily set up. Shoo! The old man was not seen making any movements, and in the next second, his figure had already appeared in front of Qin Jiuji's body. Young lord, fortunately, with a lift of his hand, the old man held up the golden light and handed it to Qin Jiugu. Break me! The old man's right thumb gently whisked, and everyone present was surprised to find that the seemingly invulnerable golden light just now was actually crushed hard by this old man. What kind of terrifying cultivation is this? As the golden light dispersed, a somewhat ancient scroll appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Next to the scroll, a soul body that was almost identical to Lin Fan, only somewhat illusory, raised its head in terror and looked around. The continuous twists and turns in this short period of time made the Su family members and Su Xianer not believe their eyes anymore. Lin Fan actually still alive? A soul body, doesn't it require at least the realm of life and death to cultivate? Lin Fan was only at the Nirvana realm even when his chi was at its peak just now. How did he cultivate his soul body? The Su family members thoroughly realized that Lin Fan's body must be hiding a terrifyingly big secret, and the old man who had just made a move to capture Lin Fan's soul body, it was even more terrifying than the protector of the Tao who had made a move to crush Lin Fan earlier. There were two such experts beside the second sequence of the younger generation. Was this the underlying strength of the everlasting Qin family? It's simply horrible as hell. In the heart of Lin Bo's hand, Lin Fan, who had turned into a soul body, was also a bit bewildered. Isn't he dead? How could we still see Qin Jiugu as well as the Su family members? What the hell is going on here? While everyone froze, Qin Jiugu appeared to be confident. He only saw his eyes looking at Lin Fan, who had turned into a soul body, and spoke aloud. Old sir, still not going to come out? Do you still want this gentleman to invite you out? Just when the Su family crowd thought that Qin Jiugu was talking nonsense, an old voice slowly came out from beside Lin Fan. Alas, are all the young people nowadays so terrifying? Chapter 24 Yellow Springs Atlas. Imperial soldiers do not have two masters. As this old voice fell, The somewhat illusory figure of the artifact spirit surfaced in front of everyone. Looking at the illusory figure, Qin Juji's heart secretly said that it was true. He had guessed before that Lin Fan, as the son of Heaven's destiny, had a sudden surge in strength, and it was very likely that he had suddenly obtained a great chance, such as a heavenly ranked fighting technique like Ghost on Body, so he spoke out to test it. Unbelievably, one was actually scammed out. Moreover, looking at the appearance of this soul body, it seemed like it wasn't some mere strong soul, but an artifact spirit. One must know that the conditions for the conception of an artifact spirit are extremely harsh, and this ancient-looking catalog must be very uncomplicated. If only we could master it. Qin Juji's eyes looked toward the somewhat ancient scroll, and a blazing heat surged in his heart. Being able to make Lin Fan, an ordinary horseman, transform his body in 3 months and even reach the Nirvana realm. The power of the scroll was truly extraordinary. He was now facing competition from the young master of the Qin family, and although he already had the chaotic body to rely on, who knew if that first sequence genius had an undercard? To be able to occupy the first sequence position in the talent-rich Qin family without falling for years, without some cards, who would believe? So it's better to play it safe. But this is obviously not the right place. With so many people and eyes, Qin Jogu still understands the principle of not revealing one's treasures. Thinking of this, Qin Jogu gave Elder Lin a look. To be able to become a Dark Guard captain, Elder Lin was not an idle person. With a glance from Qin Jogu, he immediately understood. In the next second, a terrifying aura instantly erupted around Lin Lao's body. The fierce astral wind blew the Su family members inside the banquet hall to the east and west. By the time they reacted, Qin Jogu and the others had already disappeared. Above the flying boat, Qin Jogu sat on a chair with a big horse, his eyes looking disdainfully at Lin Fan, who had become a soul body. Just now, Elder Lin used his strong strength to bring him and Lin Fan, as well as a few people in the surrounding area, to the flying boat. And Lin Fan had also come back to his senses by now, realizing how big the gap between him and Qin Jogu was, and more importantly, he realized that if he continued to be arrogant, he would probably die. The 2 old men beside Qin Jogu, one was more terrifying than the other, and Qin Jogu was definitely a ruthless person who did what he said. Sir Qin before. It was all because I was blind and didn't recognize MT Taishan, and I bumped into Sir Qin, so please be kind enough to spare me this time. Lin Fan's soul body, full of smiles, nodded its head at Qin Jogu with an extremely respectful attitude, completely devoid of the unruly attitude from before. Years of horseman career let him early learn to flatter. Now people for the knife and chopping board, I for the fish meat, this hand to settle down the skill, finally have a use. But unexpectedly, Qin Jogu had no interest in his flattery and directly kicked him off. Get lost! Lin Fan, who had been kicked into a rolling gourd by Qin Jogu, didn't dare to say anything and obediently hid in the corner, secretly fuming in his heart. One day, I must make Qin Jogu 10 times, no, 100 times. After resolving Lin Fan, Qin Jogu turned his head to look at the artifact spirit, and his tone of voice became much more polite. The old gentleman should be the spirit of this volume of manuals, right? As far as this eunuch knows, even supreme artifacts are unable to spawn an artifact spirit that possesses wisdom like yours, and it is rumored that it is only imperial soldiers that have a very small probability of being able to spawn an artifact spirit that is as penetrating as that of an old gentleman. When these words came out, Lin Lao Libo was instantly shocked beyond words. The imperial soldier? This extremely ordinary-looking manual in front of me was actually an imperial soldier? Can't be, can it? Which one of the emperor's soldiers is not brilliant and incomparable? The manual looks tattered and torn. Where is the slightest hint of brilliance? They turned their gazes to the artifact spirit on the side, as if waiting for the artifact spirit to clarify on its own that he wasn't an emperor soldier in general. Unexpectedly, in the next second, the illusory old man burst into a bitter laugh. Little friend has good eyesight. Not bad, that scroll was once indeed an imperial weapon, and the old man was its artifact spirit. Hearing the old man admit it to himself, both Lin Bo and Li Bo's eyes widened. The scroll, is it really an imperial soldier? Originally, they were still puzzled as to why Qin Jogu had suddenly decided to come to this tiny eastly city. Even at one point, it was thought that Qin Jogu had really heard that Su Xianer had a few good looks and sprouted a fondness before he kept irritating Lin Fan. As a result, this Lin Fan actually had an imperial weapon? Then, wasn't Qin Juji's purpose in the beginning for this imperial soldier? They couldn't help but be. surprised by the depth of Qin Jiuji's mind. However, another doubt surfaced in their minds. If the scroll was an imperial weapon, why had it fallen to this state? One must know that even that mysterious and unpredictable Holy Land only had one emperor's soldier. As for the emperor soldiers that had been left behind, they were even fewer and farther between. And how did Qin Jiugu know that there were imperial soldiers here? Just as the two of them were puzzled, Qin Jiugu didn't stay idle and continuously coaxed the illusory old man. Old sir, there's no future in following someone like Lin Fan. As you can see, the moment I came, he was destroyed by me. You might as well recognize me as your master. I'm a chaotic body, and I have the Qin family at my back, so it's impossible that I can't grow. No matter the talent, identity, or background, they all crushed Lin Fan. A good bird chooses a tree. Think about it. Lin Fan, who had been hiding on the sidelines, couldn't help but be enraged when he heard that Qin Jiugu had actually tempted the artifact spirit. Once he lost the Yellow Springs Atlas, what difference was there between him and an invalid? Or do we have to go back to our old lowly days? At the thought, he couldn't help but gain a little more courage and break into a fit of rage. Qin Jiugu, you! Noisy! Qin Jiuji's eyebrows sank as he spoke in a cold voice. With that, he directly condensed a large hand of aura and firmly grabbed Lin Fan. The old man on the side watched this scene with a helpless expression on his face. He knew that what Qin Jiugu said was the truth. He was far superior to Lin Fan, no matter if it was in terms of talent, family background, or anything else. But Qin Jiugu obviously overlooked one point. He's the spirit of an imperial weapon, with the pride of an imperial soldier. Since the Yellow Spring Atlas had already recognized Lin Fan as its master, even if he hadn't woken up at that time, he couldn't go back on his word. Thinking of this, the old man spoke with some difficulty, his tone resounding. I'm sorry, but I can't comply with your request. Even though the Yellow Springs Atlas is now broken and tattered, it's still an emperor soldier, a proud emperor soldier. Imperial soldiers, no two masters. Chapter 25, Killing Lin Fan. Reward ancient heavy pupils. The imperial soldier submits. An imperial soldier, without two masters? Hearing this, Qin Jiugu subconsciously raised his eyebrows. No two masters. Does that mean that it's just a matter of the previous master dying? The old man sniffed and instantly froze. He felt that he was somewhat unable to keep up with Qin Jiuji's thoughts. Imperial soldiers don't have two masters, meaning that imperial soldiers can't serve two masters. What does it have to do with whether the previous master died or not? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth, Qin Jiuji's movements were even faster. Before using true chi cohesion, used to pinch Lin Fan big hand 5 fingers force, directly while still desperately struggling Lin Fan's soul body, a pinch burst. In an instant, Lin Fan's breath disappeared into the flying boat, dead beyond repair. Just as Lin Fan's aura disappeared, a system beep sounded in Qin Jiuji's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of heaven's destiny. A significant increase in fortune, rewarding the ancient heavy pupil. May I ask if it's fused? Then, information about the ancient heavy pupil surfaced in Qin Jiuji's mind. Those with heavy pupils can see through the essence of their opponent's moves and anticipate the trajectory of their attacks. In addition, the heavy pupil can scan relics and find treasures, as well as unleash destructive umbral light or yin-yang divine light to directly attack the enemy's physical body and soul. Spilling out a large paragraph, Qin Jiugu didn't wait to fully read it, but was already surprised and couldn't close his mouth. The power of the heavy pupil was simply terrifying, not losing to any kind of divine body in this world. As expected, as a divine destiny villain, killing the divine destiny son is the main event. Previously, even if he had suppressed Lin Fan's chi many times, the rewards he had received were nothing compared to the heavy pupil. So it's better to die cleanly even if there's a chance of not being hostile to the sons of chi and all that. The amazing rewards after killing Lin Fan made Qin Jiugu make up his mind. What about getting in good with the son of heaven's destiny? What about suppressing his chi? As long as we slaughter them, won't all their chi be our own? Neither is it right. Destiny's child can be slaughtered. Destiny's daughter is better to be taxed. He's a reasonable man. He likes to convince people with virtue. Speaking of tax clothes, a figure in a white dress with a clear and elegant appearance appeared in Qin Jiuji's mind. After crossing over, the first daughter of destiny she encountered, Xiao Yener. In Qin Jiuji's heart, he secretly speculated. If he taxed Xiao Yener into submission, what will be the reward? It shouldn't be too bad, right? After all, before, he had only refused to withdraw from the marriage and changed the course of things a bit, and he had obtained such an amazing divine body as the chaotic body. If he taxed Xiao Yener, the reward he got should be even more terrifying than the chaotic body. As soon as he thought of this, Qin Zhouge couldn't wait to immediately rush back to Shen Tian sect and tax Xiao Yener into submission to see what kind of rewards he would be able to obtain. Whirling around, he shook his head again. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to tax your clothes a little bit at a time to tax your clothes. Mines can't eat hot tofu. The current Xiao Yener was at best having a good feeling towards him, and forcing a taxing obedience would only be counterproductive. Might as well take it steady one step at a time. Anyway, Xiao Yener was now his fiancée, and as long as he was willing, getting married was something that would happen sooner or later. At that point, won't you be able to tax your service however you want? The immediate priority right now is still to resolve the imperial soldiers in front of us. After solving the emperor soldier, only then would he have the heart to fuse that heavy pupil that was comparable to the chaos body, wasn't it? When Qin Zhouge turned his gaze toward the old man, he only saw that the old man was constantly shaking his head with a bitter smile on his face. He also hadn't expected that Qin Zhuji's movements were so sharp, and that he would do things so without delay. Just because of one sentence, there are no two masters of an emperor's soldier. His previous master was crushed to death. This heart is ruthless. However, the old man did not perceive anything wrong. In this world, it's supposed to be the weakest and the strongest. No good can come of being a good old boy. Is Lin Fan any good again? Just because Qin Zhouge had shown a few covetousness towards his beloved goddess Su Xian heir, Lin Fan had made every effort to get rid of Qin Zhouge. Being countered by Qin Zhouge could only be blamed on his lack of strength. However, in the face of Qin Zhouji's renewed solicitation, the old man still shook his head and refused, not because of Lin Fan, but, rather, because of his inner pride. Thinking of this, the old man spoke helplessly. Logically speaking, if you kill the lord of the emperor soldier in front of the emperor soldier, any emperor soldier will have to disintegrate on its own. Unexpectedly, before his words fell, Qin Zhouge directly began the mode of bullying. I say, old man, don't be so dead set. I'm telling you, there's a whole lot of benefits to following me. If you make up your mind to follow that deadbeat Lin Fan, I have ways to make your life worse than death. Hearing Qin Zhouge say this, the old man also became interested. As a noble emperor's soldier, who wouldn't bow to him when they see him? This kid, how dare he threaten him? He was prepared to listen to what Qin Zhouge would be able to say next. The old man arched his hand toward Qin Zhouge. I wish to hear more. This prophet, my Qin family, as one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans of the Tianshan continent, there are all sorts of resources. Even if it's just a pile of resources, I'll be able to use them to help you regain your prowess as quickly as possible. This you believe, don't you? The old man nodded. During this period of time, he had sort of figured out Qin Zhuji's identity and background. The second sequence of the young generation of the everlasting Qin clan had the ability to compete for the young lord. With such an identity background, it was indeed possible to get a massive amount of resources to help him recover his might. And Qin Zhouge didn't speak empty words. However, he was more interested in knowing how Qin Zhouge could make his life worse than death. In the old man's expectant eyes, Qin Zhouge once again spoke. The downside of this, anyway, you this imperial soldier don't have any strength right now, so I guess you can't even beat me, the protector of the Tao. If you don't submit to me, I'll directly take the scroll back to the Qin clan and pad it under the outhouse. Let those disciples who have yet to enter the Qi condensation realm step on this imperial soldier sewage of yours. When these words came out, Elder Lin and Li Bo couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. How could they have never imagined that Qin Zhouge would come up with such a damaging idea? Ha ha ha, taking an emperor soldier to pad the latrine. It's really thanks to you to think of it. Li Bo laughed and patted Qin Zhuji's shoulder and said. When the originally ancient and unperturbed old man heard these words, he only felt a surge of qi go straight to the sky. What followed was utter terror. He's an imperial soldier and he's actually scared? Who the hell is this Qin Zhouge? How can such a proud son of heaven be so shameless? He's a generation of imperial soldiers, and he's been taken to the latrine. Where can he put his old face? Forced to do so, the old man could only choose to recognize Qin Zhouge as his master. Yellow Springs Atlas. Greetings to your excellency. Seeing the emperor's soldier yield, Qin Zhouge was full of smiles. Don't worry, old Yellow. Follow this young master. In the future, not to mention restoring your might, Even if you go further, it's not impossible. Chapter 26. Fusing heavy pupils. The vision covered the sky. Hearing Qin Juji's words, the old man breathlessly rolled his eyes. Old Yellow? What kind of name is that? How did he remember that this was how ordinary people called out to their family dogs? Also, he had only just recognized Qin Jogu as his master, and he had drawn a big pie for himself? If you want to draw a big cake, you can find a retarded spirit to fool around. He was the spirit of an imperial weapon and had survived for no less than 1,000,000 years, so what had he not seen before? According to the old man's understanding, in this Tianxian continent, an emperor soldier was an extreme Dao weapon possessed by a strong person at the limit of the human Dao realm. In other words, in this side of heaven and earth, the strongest person was the great emperor. And the weapon in the hands of the great emperor, the emperor soldier, was the most powerful weapon in this heaven and earth. Going further, that could be an immortal weapon. Not to mention a mere Dharma phase realm Qinjogu. Even if those great emperors were reborn back then, it would be impossible for him, an emperor soldier, to metamorphose into an immortal weapon. In an instant, the old man somewhat regretted if he had been hasty. However, on second thought, even if Qinjogu had snubbed him on this matter of going further, but it shouldn't be a lie to him to get him some resources, restore a few points of origin power, and enhance his might. Artifact spirits are also intelligent. Who would want to lose their souls if they can live? Moreover, although Lin Fan was endowed with good fortune, and following him might be able to restore a few points of his origin and might sooner or later, how could it compare to following Qinjogu? After figuring it out, the artifact spirit no longer resisted and spoke in a low voice. My lord, if you want to master the Yellow Spring Atlas, you still need to drop blood to recognize the owner. A drop of blood? Qinjogu came to a realization when he heard these words. In his previous life, the topmost magic treasures that he had heard and seen all required a blood drop to recognize the owner. At that moment, without hesitation, he directly stretched out his right hand, and his sharp nails scratched through his finger, and a drop of crimson blood flowed out, directly landing on the Yellow Spring Atlas. In the next second, a wave of unfamiliar information surged into Qin Jioji's mind. The Yellow Spring Atlas, each layer, has a supreme divine ability. It's like what Lin Fan performed before. Something like the rhubarb prisoner's heavenly finger? Not bad indeed, worthy of being a divine ability carried by an emperor soldier. Qinjogu recalled that the finger technique that Lin Fan had performed in the Su family's banquet hall was indeed rigid and casteless, and if he wasn't strong and had the protection of the two elder Lins and Li Bo, it would have been really difficult to cope with it. It was just a pity that this Yellow Spring Atlas was so badly damaged that it couldn't be used directly against the enemy. Otherwise, the other younger generations would still be at the Spirit Sea Dharma phase realm, holding some low-ranked magic weapons against the enemy. Wouldn't it be a proper crushing game for him to directly use the Dharma realm and hold an Emperor Soldier? However, to be able to take in the Emperor Soldier and obtain the ancient heavy pupil, he was considered extremely satisfied. It's better to fuse the ancient heavy pupil first. Making up his mind, Qinjogu looked at Lin Lao and Li Bo. Both of you, I may need to close my eyes for a while, so please escort me. Saying that, Qinjogu directly got up and walked into his room within the flying boat. The Qin family's flying boat was large, and each person had a separate room. As the second sequence of the young generation of the Qin family, Qinjogu was naturally no exception. After entering the room and plugging the door shut, Qinjogu sat on the bed and moved his mind. System: fuse the heavy pupils. As Qinjuji's command was given, in the next moment, a raging aura surged up from the entire body, heading straight to the location of the eyes. Meanwhile, outside the flying boat, black clouds filled the sky and gathered above the flying boat. Countless lightning bolts the thickness of a child's arm kept traveling through the clouds, emitting a deafening ringing sound. In the clouds, a pair of eyes hundreds of feet tall appeared abruptly. The most shocking thing about these eyes was that they had 4 pupils. Inside the room, underneath Qin Juji's eyes, divine light shone, directly through the thick walls of the flying boat and straight into the sky. At the same time, the aura on his body was climbing. The first level of the Dharma phase, the peak of the first level of Dharma phase, second level of Dharma, the peak of the second level of Dharma. It climbed all the way up to the peak level of the third level of the Dharma phase before this aura slowly weakened until it disappeared. Just as Qinjogu fused his heavy pupils and his strength grew rapidly, Elder Lin and Li Bo stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. Old Lin, did you see those eyes just now? That was ancient heavy pupil vision. Who is it? Who has awakened this terrifying heavy pupil? Li Bo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Lin Lao on the side with an unbelievable face. Who else could it be? Elder Lin glanced somewhat helplessly in the direction of Qin Jiuji's room. His eyes filled with awe. Are you saying this vision was triggered by the young master in the room? Young lord, awakened the ancient heavy pupil? Li Bo looked incredulously in the direction of the room and then turned his head to look at Lin Lao. Old Lin, you're not lying to me, are you? You have to know that the ancient heavy pupil can only be awakened innately, although there have been precedents of it being awakened later in life, but that condition is just too harsh. Not only does it require the awakened person to be exceptionally gifted, 1 in a million, but it also requires that they are born with a hidden heavy pupil bloodline. These 2 points, no matter which point it can be said to be as difficult as heaven. Young lord, he really, as Qin Jiuji's protector, Li Bo's loyalty needed no doubt. Moreover, as Qin Jiuji's protector, it could be said that he and Qin Jiugu had a relationship of honor and loss. The stronger Qin Jiugu was, the more benefits he, the protector of the Dao, would receive in the future. But even then, he couldn't believe that Qin Jiugu had actually awakened the ancient heavy pupil. After all, just a short while ago, Qin Jiugu had just awakened the chaos body, which ranked first among the 10 great divine bodies of the Tianxian continent. It's only been a few days, and you've actually awakened the ancient heavy pupils again? What kind of demonic configuration is this? The scent. Elder Lin turned his head and looked in the direction of Qin Jiuji's room. His eyes filled with an unbelievable look. The 3rd level of the Dharma phase? But he knew that Qin Jiugu had only just broken through the Dharma phase realm not long ago. It was also because Qin Jiugu had awakened the chaotic body and broken through to the Dharma realm that the Qin family decided that the general secret guards would be given into Qin Jiuji's hands. How long has it been? Actually hardwired, breaking through 2 more realms? Lin Lao couldn't help but think of the time when he had worked so hard on his cultivation that he was already a handful of years old before he broke through to the Dharma phase realm. Really, people are more angry than people. Soon, however, this emotion of his turned into celebration. Fortunately, Qin Jiugu was no one else but the young master of their Qin family. If we look at it according to this trend, the Divine Sun contest in 2 months, the position of Divine Sun will not be Qin Jiuji's. Possessing such a demonic talent, just what level could Qin Jiugu reach in the future? Elder Lin and Li Bo glanced at each other, as if they had already seen that the Qin family was soaring to the heavens. Chapter 27. Breaking 2 realms in a row. Ancient demonic talent. Outside the room, Lin Lao and Li Bo were ecstatic. Inside the room, the artifact spirit had been a bit confused. What's going on here? Qin Jiugu, in just a moment's time, had awakened the ancient heavy pupil? As an old demon that had lived for millions of years, the insight of the artifact spirit could be said to be far beyond that of Elder Lin and Li Bo. He was aware of the terror of the ancient heavy pupil, not to mention the current era where the origin was thin and great emperors hadn't appeared for many years. Even in the ancient times, when great emperors were all over the place, there weren't many great emperors that were able to awaken such a terrifying talent as the ancient heavy pupil. It can be said that the ancient heavy pupil not only awakening conditions are harsh, but the use is even more extensive. Not only can it easily see through the enemy's movements and anticipate the enemy, but it can also assist in offense and defense, making the possessor invincible. During the ancient times, among the few great emperors who stood at the top of the Great Emperor Pyramid, there was one who possessed the ancient heavy pupil. It was no exaggeration to say that that great emperor could hang and hammer the several people who ranked behind him together. But even that great emperor had only awakened the ancient heavy pupils. Qin Jiugu, he had already awakened his chaotic body before, plus the ancient heavy pupil. This configuration, even back in the Tianxian continent, during the most prosperous period of the great emperors, I've never heard of anyone having such a configuration. Thinking of this, a somewhat absurd idea surfaced in the artifact spirit's mind. Maybe, is there a possibility that Qin Jiugu can really take him further? Thinking of this, even the artifact spirit, who had lived for 1,000,000 years and had long since looked down on everything, couldn't help but get excited. As an imperial soldier, who wouldn't want to become an immortal weapon? Just then, Qin Jiugu slowly opened his eyes and felt his aura. Dharma phase 3rd layer. Not bad. A single seclusion that raised 2 small realms could already be considered good. The current him, purely in terms of cultivation, I'm afraid that he was only stronger than that heavenly pride of the Qin clan. If he really moved, he was a chaotic body, an existence that crushed everything. Plus, the biggest gain from this fusion, the heavy pupil's own divine ability, delusion-breaking Heaven's Eye, became even more stable as an old dog. The system had already given a hint when fusing just now. Delusion-breaking heavenly eyes, able to see directly through source stones and break formation illusions. Cultivated to the extreme, it is even able to penetrate the 3,000 continents with a single glance. Can be described as terrifying. In the case of a small difference in cultivation, he was equipped with two major aptitudes, the chaotic body and the ancient heavy pupil, and that first sequence of the Qin clan holding his head against him. Qin Jogo stood up and took stock of what he had gained from this trip to Dongli City, which could be said to be not small. First of all, he had solved Lin Fan, the son of Heaven's destiny, and had obtained the ancient heavy pupil, and had reached the third level of the Dharma phase in his realm, so it could be said that the harvest was very great. It's time to go back to the Qin family. Otherwise, that old man at home is going to beep again that I'm not practicing properly when the Divine Sun trials are around the corner, and I've come out to pick up chicks or something. Qin Jogo muttered softly and stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, his movements stopped. Suddenly, it occurred to me, I could bring Siener Su with me. The reason why Qin Jogo decided to bring along Su Siener was actually not because he had a crush on her. Mainly because, for Su Siener to be able to become the female lead of the Heaven's destined son, Lin Fan, her talent and chances shouldn't be bad. Bringing it back to the Qin family for some cultivation might be able to become a good expert. In the future, he would sooner or later be in charge of the Qin family, and there would definitely be more experts. Thinking of this, Qin Jogu pushed open the door of the room. Elder Lin and Uncle Li were secretly shocked when they saw Qin Juji's heavy pupils that hadn't closed yet. Is this the heavy pupils? It's really scary as hell. The two hurriedly saluted. Greetings, young lord. Qin Jogo waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite, and then instructed, Elder Lin, Uncle Li, you guys wait here for a moment. I'll go down and deal with the Su family's business, and then we'll go back to the Qin family afterward. Lin Lao and Li Bo hurriedly nodded their heads. Qin Jogu pushed open the door of the flying boat and fell straight down. Su family inside the council chamber. If you ask me, that Lin Fan is a scourge. Yes, I could tell a long time ago that he's a wolf. Not only is he plotting against Siener, he's also harboring evil intentions. Yes, our Su family, we were almost ruined by him. I also don't know if Duke Qin will blame us. Several elders, spitting and criticizing Lin Fan, all without the intention of flattering and welcoming him that day. Su Siener sat on the side, her small hands resting on her cheeks as she recalled the bits and pieces of this period of time. Lin Fan was, indeed, a bit more talented and better than those heavenly prides of Dongli City. But when they met Qin Jogu, they were easily crushed and lived or died. Is this the pride of the everlasting Qin family? Right at this moment, a white-clothed figure landed outside the Su family's council chamber. Mr. Qin. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Qin Jogo, and instantly, the Su family's elders and family head Su Lai poured out of the council chamber and saluted towards Qin Jogu. Qin Jogo waved his hand. I'm preparing to return to the Qin family to prepare for the Divine Sun trials. Miss Su, your talent isn't bad. Would you like to return to the Qin clan with my son? Hearing Qin Joji's invitation, the many elders of the Su family were suddenly excited. Sure enough, Qin Jogu really did have his eyes on Su Siener. Otherwise, why would he come to this remote Dongli City? And how could it be that, as soon as he arrived in Eastli City, he had gone up against Lin Fan and even directly crushed him? The luck of the Su family, it's here. If Su Siener could follow Qin Jogu, even if she was just a concubine of the lowest rank, their Su family would have endless benefits. Miss Su, what do you think? Also, the several elders of the Su family and the family head. Do you have any opinions? Seeing that Su Siener didn't respond for half a day, Qin Jogu smiled and opened his mouth. We have no objection. For Siener to be able to follow Mr. Qin, it's a blessing she's had for 8 lifetimes. That's right. Mr. Qin is a young man of great talent. He's exceptionally gifted. It's Siener's destiny to be able to follow Mr. Qin. The group of elders took a stand, fearing that Qin Jogu would back out. The family head, Su Lai, was also pleasantly surprised. As Su Siener's father, why wouldn't he want to see Su Siener fall for Qin Joji's big thick leg? Old me doesn't have any opinions either. Mr. Qin, the little girl is at your disposal. As a slave or a servant girl, at your disposal. Immediately, Su Lai turned his head to look at Su Siener, winking frantically in a suggestive manner. Susianer was a bit shy. If she really went with Qin Jogo, would she really become Qin Juji's maid? The kind that Qin Jogo can tax and obey? However, if it was Qin Jogu, it didn't seem impossible. After all, Qin Jogu, Chapter 28. Qin Ming. Good great son. Our lineage has produced a supreme bone. The Qin family, overhead. The huge flying boat, slowly decelerating, finally hovered over the Qin family. Sensing that the flying boat had stopped, Susianer took a few quick steps, plopped her body on the flying boat and looked towards the bottom. Through the transparent, crystal-built windows, Susianer was finally able to get a glimpse of the Qin family. One could only see hundreds of miles in circumference below, all densely packed with buildings. Even though she was in the air, Susianer could feel that the buildings were magnificent and growing. What shocked Susianer even more was that the entire Qin family was actually built on a floating island. Susianer didn't dare to imagine how much energy would be needed to maintain such an island suspended in the air. Probably an astronomical amount. I'm afraid that only a top family like the Qin family, standing at the very top of the Tianshan continent, could have this vigor and ability. Compared to the Qin family, the Su family was like a bumpkin. Is this the Qin family? Susianer, somewhat hesitant, opened her mouth to ask Qin Jogu, who was at the side. Although she was brought here by Qin Jogu, Susianer knew very well in her heart her own identity and position. Even if you work as a slave or a maid, you can make the Su family soar. As for a proper wife, it was something she didn't even dare to think about. Therefore, when talking to Qin Jogu, he was also cautious. Yes, this is the Qin family and where you will live from now on, Qin Jogu said, pulling Susianer's soft little hand, and from the flying boat, he leaped down. Susianer's strength was still too weak, and without the help of others, she wouldn't be able to withstand the astral winds from a single leap. As it continued to descend, the Qin family's magnificent and atmospheric buildings, as well as the hidden heritage, made Susianer feel deeply. This time, she had come to the Qin family. She had come to the right place. Even if she was in the Qin family, just the most insignificant concubine of Qin Jogu, she was still much more brilliant than in the Su family. Qin Jogu pulled Susianer's hand and landed straight in his lineage's quarters. Just after landing, Susianer saw an old man coming through the air. The old man was in his early to mid-50s, dressed in a purple robe, looking noble and dignified. While Susianer was wondering about the identity of the visitor, the old man had already landed on the ground and spoke majestically. Brat, there are still a few months left for the Divine Sun contest. Running out and fooling around at this hour? Even if you have a chaotic body, you can't be so gullible. The old man's voice was like a loud bell, and every word he said was like a heavy hammer that hit Susianer's heart. Hearing the old man open his mouth, Susianer was able to figure out the identity of the old man. The head of this line of the Qin family, Qin Ming. At the same time, it was also Qin Juji's father. At once, a sense of tension arose, that of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting a fair. The Qin family's head. It can't be that he doesn't look at me. After all, the Qin family is one of the 4 immortal emperor clans, and Lord Qin is so outstanding. Just as Susianer was getting tangled up, Qin Ming also discovered Susianer. At once, Qin Ming's 2 thick eyebrows wrinkled. Then, Qin Jogu heard Qin Ming's voice transmission. You went out this time, just for a girl? As the son of the old man, what woman do you want that you don't have, and you have to go out and look for her yourself? Do you realize the importance of the Divine Sun's battle? When Qin Jogu heard this, he smiled helplessly and bitterly, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Qin Ming, directly activating his heavy pupils. Instantly, 2 additional pupils were born in Qin Joji's pair of tiger eyes, watching extremely divine. Although Qin Jogu didn't unfold his visions in order to keep a low profile, Qin Ming was also a knowledgeable person, and when he saw that 2 pupils instantly appeared in Qin Joji's eyes, he was also a bit incredulous, and stuttered a bit in his speech. This is, heavy pupil. Qin Ming was aware that the heavy pupil was powerful. That was a special physique that didn't lose out to any divine body. It could be said that those who possessed heavy pupils were born to be wizards in battle, with an unlimited future. On the Tianshan continent, those who possessed heavy pupils were almost all great powers standing at the top of the pyramid. But what Qin Ming couldn't figure out was that Qin Jogu had only just awakened the chaotic body. You've awakened your heavy pupils again? Shouldn't both of these special physiques be innate? How come Qin Jogu is almost an adult before he awakens? The son of his is really too good at creating surprises for himself. With the chaotic body and the heavy pupil, it was simply amazing. At that moment, Qin Ming also stopped dwelling on the fact that Qin Jogu had suddenly run out and brought back a woman. Laughing out loud, he slapped Qin Juji's shoulder. Good, good, good. Worthy of being the old man's seed. With such depths, the divine son contest. It is indeed nothing to you. You've got a big surprise for my father. Inside, Qin Ming was thrilled and excited. Originally, he was still worried about the divine son contest in a few months. Qin Juji's talent could only be ranked second, and there was still a considerable gap compared to that heavenly pride that ranked first. As a result, in this short period of less than a month, Qin Jogu had first awakened the chaotic body and possessed the heavy pupil. When these two items were added together, one didn't know how terrifying Qin Juji's potential should be. Even, according to Qin Ming's memories, no one had been able to possess both the chaotic body and the heavy pupil, two amazing physiques, from ancient times to the present day. It could be said that Qin Juji's future was destined to be brilliant. Besides, he had also prepared a gift for Qin Jogu. After laughing out loud, Qin Ming smiled mysteriously toward Qin Jogu. This time, you gave my father a big surprise, and my father has a surprise for you too. With that, Qin Ming took Qin Juji's hand. The next moment, Qin Jogu and Qin Ming appeared in a secret room. Qin Jogu was a bit curious. He's already shown his heavy pupils, and Qin Ming said he wanted to give him a surprise. What, exactly, could make Qin Ming possess such confidence? It was hard to believe that this so-called surprise could be compared to a heavy pupil. Qin Jogu was vaguely, somewhat expectant. Without waiting for Qin Jogu to ask, Qin Ming took the initiative to narrate. Son, in this world of heaven and earth, aside from the god body, there are quite a few other physiques that can be comparable to the god body, and some of them are even enough to be comparable to the top 3 god bodies. Among them, there is one called the Supreme Bone. Those who possess the Supreme Bone are born supreme, and are destined to reach the Supreme Realm if they don't fall halfway through. Although this Supreme Bone is not as good as your heavy pupil or chaotic body, it's still a good physique. The tone of Qin Ming's voice appeared to be very proud. Qin Jogu froze. Supreme Bone, of course he knows that, but what's it got to do with him? Pressing down her curiosity, Qin Jogu looked at Qin Ming and opened her mouth to inquire. Father, I do understand the Supreme Bone, but what does it have to do with me? Can it be that our lineage has produced a Supreme Bone? Seeing Qin Jogu asking about it, Qin Ming didn't answer, but only contained a smile and nodded as an acknowledgement. Chapter 29. The heavy pupil is already on the path to invincibility. Why need to borrow another person's bones? Our lineage has produced a genius with a supreme bone. That's not bad news. Qin Jogu more Qin Ming's words just now and nodded. For him, it was a good thing that his lineage had produced a genius with a supreme bone. After all, they were all in the same lineage, working together for the glory of this lineage or the Qin family. Naturally, the more powerful the better. Qin Jogu couldn't wait for dozens or hundreds of more geniuses to come out of the family, pushing all the way across the board, toppling a few other what immortal emperor clans, and the entire Tianxian continent. Only the Qin family would be the only one to be respected. However, Qin Jogu still had some doubts. Why was Qin Ming so eager to tell him this news? Where was the emergence of a supreme bone among the clan as important as the awakening of a heavy pupil in his own son? And so secretive? Father, why are you rushing to tell me this news? Qin Jogu, who was somewhat unable to figure it out, frowned and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Qin Jogu ask this, the smile on Qin Ming's face became even more intense. Son, do you realize? This supreme bone, unlike many other physiques, is rare and transplantable. Transplant. When Qin Jogu heard these two words, his entire body froze. Supreme bone transplantation. It's hard to believe that this old deng is preparing to transplant the supreme bone to him? He asked somewhat incredulously. Father, can't it be that you guys are preparing to? Qin Ming nodded his head valiantly. That's right. After that ninny awakened the supreme bone, I teamed up with your grandfather and the 3 great elders of our lineage to keep her under control. In order to keep it a secret, we escorted it to an underground chamber and also set up a formation to conceal the supreme bone's aura. Just wait until you ghost. Return. We'll dig up his supreme bone and transplant it to you. With my son's talent, coupled with the supreme bone and the 3 terrifying talents in his body, he will definitely be able to achieve greatness in the future. Speaking of this, a heavy smile could not help but appear on Qin Ming's face. Originally, he only knew that Qin Zhougu was a chaotic body, and was preparing a chaotic body plus supreme bone to allow Qin Zhougu to win the Divine Sun contest first, and then achieve Great Emperor in the future. But I didn't expect Qin Zhougu to go out and ghost. He actually awakened his pupils. It's a joy to behold. Chaotic body, heavy pupil, plus supreme bone. I'm afraid that in the entire Tianxian continent, one wouldn't be able to find such a terrifying configuration, and the first person to gather such an anticlimactic configuration was his son. It was certain that, in the future, Qin Zhougu would definitely be a figure that stood at the apex of the Tianxian continent. He, as an old man, has a light on his face. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhouji's face changed when she heard Qin Ming's words. Supreme bone. Digging up bones? Why does this plot feel somewhat familiar? According to the cliché of the previous life's netizens, it's hard to believe that this is another son of destiny. According to the trajectory of the netbook set, he digs up the other party's supreme bone, and then bears a grudge. In the future, this genius who had his supreme bone dug out would not die in a big way and slaughter his lineage cleanly? If that's really the case, this supreme bone, you can't dig it up. Moreover, given his current situation, he didn't really look at a supreme bone anymore. Qin Zhougu secretly calculated in his heart how to deal with this matter. A moment later, he figured it out. Since this son of heaven's destiny was born in their lineage and was still young, there was no need to kill him. Might as well just take it in and get the system's reward as well. Moreover, in the future, the family could have one more gold medalist to beat. Thinking of this, Qin Zhougu shook his head and opened his mouth to directly refuse. Father, I appreciate your good intentions. However, I already have the heavy pupil and chaos body, so I don't need any supreme bones at all to achieve greatness. Without waiting for Qin Zhougu to finish his words, 3 figures appeared beside him. All 3 were old men, with white hair and hard bodies, with an aura of awe-inspiring inviolability. Qin Zhougu recognized that these 3 people were his grandfather and the 2 elders of their lineage. They naturally had heard Qin Zhouji's rejection of Qin Ming, so they immediately persuaded. Good grandson, that's not the way to say it. There's no such thing as too many heaven and earth divine items like supreme bones. The more you have, won't your path to achieving greatness become more stable? Moreover, this supreme bone is a rare, transplantable divine artifact. If it were any other physique, we would only be able to stare in disbelief. The 2 elders, too, rushed to persuade. Yes, young lord, that Nini is just an insignificant minor character of our lineage. How can she be compared to you? It's her good fortune to have her bones dug out by the young lord. The young lord doesn't need to be merciful, just dig it up. Even if you already have the heavy pupil and the chaotic body, the supreme bone can't be obtained more than once, so you can't give it up. Qin Zhougu turned his head and looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming laughed out loud. When you just came back and displayed your heavy pupils in front of me, I sent a voice message to your grandfather to tell him the good news. Nowadays, with the heavy pupil, chaotic body, plus the supreme bone, under the heavens, it's hard to find a physique that compares to yours. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Qin Zhougu raised his head with a proud look written all over his face. Chaotic heavy pupil is already the path to invincibility. Why do I need to borrow another person's bone? When these words came out, several people in the room froze. No one could have imagined that Qin Zhougu would be so arrogant. However, on second thought, at only 18 years old, having both chaotic body and heavy pupil divine physique, and his own cultivation is not weak, Qin Zhougu, he has arrogant capital. Ha ha ha. Qin Ming was the first to react and laughed out loud. Good, 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 good one. Chaos heavy pupil is already on the road to invincibility. Why do you need to borrow another person's bones? As expected, it's my Qin family's young dragon. Qin Ming originally wanted to say, worthy of being my son, but when he saw that there was Qin Zhougu's grandfather as well as the 2 elders around, he hurriedly changed his words. Ha ha ha, my grandson has such an aura. He really deserves to be the leader of the young generation of the Qin family. I think it's time to put a lid on the Divine Sun contest. The 2 elders, too, opened their mouths and praised. It's rare for a young master to have such a spirit at such a young age. I guess no one is the young lord's opponent in that Divine Sun competition. That's for sure. Young master has 2 heaven-defying physiques. chaotic body and heavy pupil. Who else in this young generation of the Qin family is young master's opponent? Young lord is such a heavenly genius. It's the heavens that have favored our lineage and allowed it to rise. After a few compliments, Qin Hai heavily patted Qin Jiuji's shoulder. Good. Since you have such vigor, Jogo, then Grandpa won't force you. I believe that with my grandson's natural talent, even without the supreme bone, he will be just as invincible with the world. Chapter 30 Supreme Bone Sister. Rebirth returns. Hearing Qin Hai's words, Qin Jogo couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. One is worthy of being a Heaven's Destiny villain. Even the clan members are like this. One could simply say that they are a villainous clan. There's no doubt at all that it's villainous gold right out of the gate. However, for Qin Jogo, the immediate priority was to meet the other party first to determine if the other party was the son of Heaven's Destiny. Once you are sure, you have to find a way to receive this heavenly destined son under your command and make him available to you. That, young lord. Just as Qin Jogo was pondering, one of the elders suddenly spoke up. There was a hint of worry in his tone. Third elder, but there's no harm in saying so. Qin Jogo recognized in this old man was none other than the third elder of their lineage, Qin Run. Young lord, even though you have awakened your chaotic body and heavy pupils, I must still say, this supreme bone, the potential is not weak. That ninny, even though she says she's from our lineage, is naturally on our side. However, the clan elder and I, as well as the second elder, have imprisoned her for the past few days, so I'm afraid that she already knows what we're thinking. Even if she doesn't know, I'm afraid she has some suspicions. Since the young lord doesn't care about this supreme bone instead of raising a tiger, how about? Qin Run raised his head. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and his right hand was raised, making a vicious decapitation motion. Cut the grass, get rid of the roots. As for that supreme bone, it can be transplanted to other clansmen as a reward to make them die for the clan. How about that? Qin Jogo sniffed and was speechless in his heart. This old man, a proper villain. He didn't even want this supreme bone himself, and he was still planning to finish the other side off. However, Qin Jogo didn't intend to really follow what this old man said and finish the other party off. He had to make sure that the other party was not the son of Heaven's Destiny. What was strong was never an external force like the supreme bone. Rather, the destined son comes with his own chi. Moreover, a true son of Heaven's Destiny cannot be killed. He'll always have a variety of ways to escape his bad luck and then double down on the villain who victimized him. Thinking of this, Qin Jogo hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Third elder, this is not a good idea. After all, the other party is born with a supreme bone, so compared to a transplant, it's definitely a better fit. And, although we once held her captive, we didn't really hurt her after all. Instead of decapitating it, why don't we try and see if we can take it in? How about letting me take a look at this supreme bone? Hearing Qin Jogo say this, a few of the higher-ups of this lineage of the Qin family, including Qin Hai, all agreed without even thinking about it. Although, in terms of seniority, Qin Jogo was the lowest in seniority here. However, the potential that Qin Jogo was showing today, as well as that terrifying future, was enough to make them, the old guys, impressed with Qin Jogo. As for Qin Hai and Qin Ming, they were both Qin Jiuji's closest relatives, and they were even more caring to Qin Jogo, and would not disobey him. Well, since you said so, Jogo, let's give it a try then. In the end, Qin Hai clapped his hands and agreed that Qin Jogo would go and take a look at this. The clan member who possessed the supreme bone. Under the leadership of Qin Hai and the others, Qin Jogo arrived at the entrance of a hidden dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, there were also several dark guards with weapons on their backs. The guards were extremely strict. The thick stone door was about no less than 10,000 pounds heavy. Looking at the tight security, Qin Jogo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. These old men of the Qin family, they really cared about this supreme bone. Qin Hai took a strange-shaped key and inserted it into a lock hole next to the stone door. With a toothsome creaking sound, the stone door slowly opened. Come in. That supreme bone. It's in there. In the meantime, inside the dungeon. This dungeon, gloomy, did not have the slightest bit of sunlight coming in. The dim oil lamp flickered as a young girl slowly woke up with a heavy yoke on her back, staring blankly at the oil lamp. After seeing the surroundings clearly, the corner of the young girl's mouth, a coldness emerged. I've actually relived my life and returned here. The young girl looked at her surroundings and sighed softly. A tragic memory then surfaced in the young girl's mind. In her previous life, when she was 16, she awakened the supreme bone. Originally, she thought that she would become the family's key cultivation target, and then properly assist that Jogugongzi of the Qin family all the way to the top. But she couldn't have imagined that the Sith was not guilty of harboring a false accusation. The Qin clan didn't care about her talent or future at all, and instead looked at her supreme bone. Having just awakened the supreme bone, she didn't possess a strong fighting ability yet, so she was captured by Qin Hai and a few elders and directly escorted into this dungeon. And then, it was to forcibly deprive the supreme bone and transplant it to the second sequence of the young generation of the Qin family, Qin Jogu. Qin Joga. At the thought of that name, a flash of deep hatred flashed through the young girl's eyes. In her previous life, after being deprived of her supreme bone, she was like a piece of trash that was casually discarded in a chaotic graveyard. Perhaps undeservedly, the dying woman was saved by a high-ranking person, and then rose to prominence along the way with her own talent and hard work. In the end, she, who had achieved greatness, personally killed the Qin family, and not only easily killed Qin Jogu, who had taken her supreme bone, but also killed all the other implicated people. If not for the fact that the Qin family was the family she came from, and that others and others were considered innocent, the entire Qin family would have to be buried with them. After destroying the Qin family, she thought that her wish had been fulfilled and resolutely set out on the path to break through to the Heavenly Emperor. But unexpectedly, at the time of breaking through to Heavenly Emperor, something still went wrong. I thought that I would die and become a lonely soul in heaven and earth. But unexpectedly, she had actually returned to the time when the supreme bone was taken in her previous life. There's going to be one more time. The pain of digging up bones. In the young girl's eyes, there was a flash of determination. The district supreme bone. She didn't care at all. With the memories of her previous life in place, in this life, she was bound to rise faster than in her previous life. Moreover, she also knew that Qin Jogu couldn't grasp her supreme bone. In her previous life, Qin Jogu, who had transplanted her supreme bone, had quickly fallen into a backlash. Not only was his strength progressing slowly, but he also often suffered from the pain that etched his bones and drilled his heart. By the time she accomplished her divine power and killed her way back to the Qin family, Qin Jogu was only at the Dharma phase realm. By a casual slap of her hand, she was directly slapped to death. The other experts of the Qin clan were no match for her, and they were all beheaded by her. Take it. I'll see how long you guys can be happy. A mocking look flashed in the young girl's eyes as she looked in the direction of the stone door. Although he didn't know why these people from the Qin family hadn't stripped the supreme bone from her yet, he thought that it wouldn't take long. Just then, with a creaking sound, the heavy stone door steeply opened. Chapter 31. The Supreme Bone Sisters clueless, saying goodbye to digging bones. How is the script wrong? As the stone door gradually opened, Qin Juji's figure slowly walked in. With the help of the dim light, Qin Jogu saw, in the corner of the secret room wall, a small figure cowering in the corner. The black hair was like a waterfall, hanging down in front of her body, so she couldn't see her face. Underneath the black hair, a pair of dark eyes, however, were sizing him up. Interesting. Along the steps, all the way down, Qin Jogu arrived in front of the young girl and didn't see any action. The chains as thick as a child's arm suddenly collapsed and flew all over the sky. Is it so impatient? At the corner of the young girl's mouth, a mocking look emerged. Everything is still exactly the same as it was in the previous life. In her previous life, after she awakened the supreme bone, she was imprisoned by Qin Hai and several elders. Qin Jogu did the same thing, impatiently rushing into the secret room, collapsing the chains, and scooping up her supreme bone despite her fierce resistance and bitter pleas. But the irony was that Qin Jogu, who had obtained the supreme bone, was simply unable to harness the supreme bone due to his own lack of talent. Instead, she, who was supposed to be dead, accidentally met a high person and stepped onto the path of proving to be a great emperor step by step. By the time she had accomplished her cultivation and returned to the Qin family to collect her blood debt, Qin Jogu couldn't even carry one of her moves and directly turned into flying ash. In this life, it's probably the same. This emperor, let you mole crickets be happy for a few years first. Anyway, in the future, it's time to settle the score with you guys. Just as the young girl was thinking, she suddenly felt her chin being grabbed by a big strong hand, and then she saw a handsome face, staring at herself curiously. The face is elegant, with a hidden heroic spirit, and there is not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, but only unyielding will and perseverance. Chin Jogu carefully sized up the young girl in front of him and was secretly staggered in his heart. This look, these eyes, looks like Xiao Yan-er of the Shen Tian sect. Xiao Yan-er is the daughter of heaven's destiny. This girl is probably similar. Luckily, he came back in time. Otherwise, once a few old dengs outside killed and took bones in advance, the mess would have been huge. However, resemblance being resemblance, Chin Jogu was still prepared to test it out. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, in the bottom of the young girl's eyes, a hint of hatred flashed. Chin Jogu, hello again. You still look familiar. Presumably, in the next second, he wouldn't be able to wait to dig up his supreme bone and enhance his strength. In the next second, the young girl closed her eyes calmly and waited for the pain that would bore into her bones. Even though she was once a noble great emperor and was reborn in a new life, she had kept her memories intact. But the current her was still just a young girl who had just awakened her supreme bone and was defenseless. This tightly sealed chamber, and the several powerful old men outside, were not a match for the current her. She could only hope that after Chin Jogu took the supreme bone, he would throw her out of the Chin family like trash. Ka! A crunch, a feeling of relief from body to soul, caused the young girl to subconsciously stifle a grunt. The heart, too, was filled with amazement, somewhat unexpectedly. She opened her eyes and was surprised to find that Chin Jogu had actually directly turned off the formation that was suppressing her. That feeling of being suppressed all the time disappeared instantly. What's going on here? In his previous life, there was no such link. After Chin Jogu entered the secret room, he didn't even bother to look at her. As if she was the pig and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, he directly waved his sword and dug out her supreme bone. Letting her roll on the ground in pain, Chin Jogu didn't even look at her. Instead, she was joyful and rushed out of the secret room with the supreme bone with a big smile on her face. But now in this life, Chin Jogu didn't dig up the bones directly, so it was hard to believe that there was some kind of change. Can it be that the other party wants to humiliate himself a little? In the young girl's mind, a sneer escaped. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold. Just then, Chin Jogu spoke. You, the supreme bone of our lineage? For what happened to you, as the young master of this lineage, I apologize for you on behalf of their actions. The voice is soft, melodious, and does not seem to be faked. The young girl was a little stunned. She couldn't, by any chance, have misheard? Chin Jogu, when did he become so polite? Isn't he one of the ones who's going to get his bones ripped out? It's no different than a pig or a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Chin Jogu actually apologized to himself? Is it hard to believe that he wants to take away the pain of digging up his own bones with an apology? A hint of mockery flashed in the young girl's eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. In his tone, he was full of contempt. Facing the young girl's somewhat provocative eyes and words, Chin Jogu didn't say anything. In the next moment, a monstrous aura erupted from Chin Jogu's body. The pupils of both eyes changed from 2 to 4, and the chaotic seed green lotus vision appeared in the sky. Then, Chin Jogu's aura continued to climb and soon hit the Dharma phase realm. Looking at the Chin Jogu in front of her, the young girl couldn't believe her eyes anymore. Although she was only 16 years old, after all, she came from the Chin family, and her insights were far from ordinary. She knew, of course, what the chaos body meant, and what the heavy pupil accidentally meant. Moreover, she clearly remembered that Chin Jogu, this year, was only 18 years old. 18 years old at the Dharma phase realm, and still possessing such heaven-defying physiques as the heavy pupil and chaotic body. How could Chin Jogu possess a chaotic body and heavy pupils? The young girl felt that her brain was a little short. She remembered very clearly that the Chin Jogu of her previous life was nothing more than an Shen fire body. Moreover, at the time of digging out her supreme bone, her cultivation level was only at the spirit sea realm. The monstrous aura pressed the young girl a little out of breath. Chin Jogu's arrogant voice entered the young girl's ears. Your supreme bone. This young lord doesn't need it. Besides, to compensate for the imprisonment they did to you, take these. As soon as the words fell, 2 round, medicinal-scented pills, which contained great energy, appeared in his hands. In the next moment, these 2 pills floated up and fluttered above Chin Jogu's right hand. The young girl looked at the two pills that suddenly appeared in Qin Juji's hand and froze once again. With her memories of her previous life as a great emperor, she recognized it at once. This was the Dharma phase pill. It could, without side effects, raise the cultivation level of the Dharma realm. The young girl raised her head, a pair of eyes staring blankly at Qin Jogu, her heart turning over shocking waves. She felt like she was dreaming. All previous perceptions of Qin Jogu were completely turned upside down at this moment. Qin Jogu. Not only did he not dig up her supreme bone, he even apologized to her and sent her pills? What the hell, what's going on? Chapter 32. Accepting the Heavenly Destiny's daughter Qin Man Yu. Reward the Kuan Peng treasure art. What, it's nothing like the previous life. The young girl was stunned, looking at the Qin Jogu in front of her. How could she not merge the current Qin Jogu with the villain who had cruelly dug away her supreme bone in her previous life? Cluelessly receiving the Dharma phase pill in Qin Joji's hand, feeling the majestic medicinal power, the young girl's brain stopped turning for a moment. She really couldn't figure out why the situation in this life had developed the way it had. It's not like her memories at all. She was even beginning to wonder if she was misremembering. Spinning around, he shook his head vigorously. After certifying as a great emperor, the strength of her soul had been so strong that it had reached a terrifying point. For such a deep hatred, how could there be the slightest memory deviation? But, a very different scenario. But it's really happening again. Just as she was in a state of confusion, a large, strong hand grabbed her small, soft, boneless hand and pulled her up from the ground. Qin Jogu reached out his hand and rubbed the young girl's long hair that looked like black satin, his tone filled with gentleness. I'm 18 years old, according to my age. Shouldn't this male address you as clan sister? I'm ashamed to say that this male doesn't know. What's your name, clan sister? Hearing Qin Jogu ask, the young girl subconsciously spoke. My name is Qin Manyu. A light song. Good name. Suddenly hearing the young girl's name, Qin Jogu also couldn't help but, with a feeling of astonishment, heartily complimented. Then, in the young girl's shocked eyes, Qin Jogu grabbed her shoulders with both hands and gently wrenched them so that she could look directly into her eyes, his tone solemn. Clan sister Manyu, during this period of time, because of some misunderstandings, I made you suffer. In the future, if you have any difficulties, do your best to come and find my clan brother. There's clan brother, your supreme bone. No one will ever covet it again. While saying that, Qin Jogu pulled the young girl and walked in the direction of the gate. The sunlight flowed down the door and spilled over Qin Jogu. Bathed in the sunlight, Qin Jogu seemed like an elder brother who loved his sister, and his entire aura was sublimated. Inside the young girl's heart, there was an incomparable shock. This person, is he really Qin Jogu? If it was Qin Jogu, how could he treat himself like this? Not only not coveting her supreme bone, but also protecting her? Even took the initiative to recognize her as a clan sister, calling herself a clan brother? One must know that Qin Jogu was the direct lineage of this lineage, while she, however, was just a side branch. Otherwise, how could Qin Hai and those few elders treat her like a pig or sheep? As a side branch of this line of the Qin family, Qin Manyu very clearly remembered that in her previous life, she had never felt any affection or friendship at all. Sidekicks like her are nothing more than fringe characters. In the event that he was lucky and obtained a heaven and earth divine artifact like the Supreme Bone, he would also be killed and taken out of the bone as if he were a bred animal because he was carrying a heavy treasure. But just now, she clearly felt that Qin Jogu was sincere to her and did not seem to be faking. This makes Qin Manyu, who has never felt affection or friendship, a little skeptical. Is it hard to believe that this is the real affection? But a new problem arose instantly. In his previous life, Qin Jogu clearly did not hesitate and directly took away her supreme bone, without the slightest bit of compassion for her pain, as if what was in front of him was not a person, but a livestock in general. Can't it be that Qin Jogu has been taken over? Qin Manyu suddenly thought of a possibility. It's the only possibility that can make an evil man change so much. But then she quickly dismissed her thoughts. Because it's just not possible. Qin Joji's father, Qin Ming, was a peak life and death powerhouse, and his grandfather, Qin Hai, was a supreme powerhouse. If Qin Jogu had been taken over, with their vision, it was impossible for them not to see it. Could it be that Qin Jogu had some kind of conspiracy? Qin Manyu narrowed her eyes and sized up Qin Jogu, and the more she looked, the more suspicious she felt. Soon she was sure of her judgment. No matter how much Qin Jogu changed, He was essentially a greedy person. Huh? You want to bribe the emperor with just this much? Is the emperor that easy to bribe? Qin Manyu looked at the 2 Dharma phase pills in her hand and secretly sneered in her heart. Just as Qin Manyu kept guessing why there was such a big difference between her past life and her present life, Qin Jogo wasn't idle either. He's waiting. Waiting, the system's beep sounded in his head. Once the system beep sounded, he could determine that Qin Manyu's identity as the daughter of heaven's destiny. But after waiting for half a day, there was no movement at all. Is it hard to believe that not enough is being given? With this in mind, Qin Jogo flipped his right hand, and a simple and ancient nano ring appeared in his hand. Reaching out, he handed the nascent sacred ring to Qin Manyu. Clan sister, your supreme bone has just awakened. It's the time when you need a large amount of cultivation resources. So these resources will be gifted to you as well. I hope that in the future, you, clan sister, will be able to keep up with this Gongzi's pace and work together for the Qin clan. A ring? Qin Manyu was a bit surprised. Her divine sense subconsciously checked the nascent sacred ring, and she was instantly surprised. This nascent sack was full of cultivation resources. Even, all of them replenished the origin. And for her, who had just awakened the supreme bone, it couldn't be better. In Qin Manyu's mind, an odd thought flashed through. Qin Jogu was so well thought out. Could it be that the Qin Jogu of this life was really completely different? In that case, I'd like to see what happens first. Once she started cultivating with the help of these resources, it wouldn't take long for her to cultivate that secret art to completion. Once the secret art was successfully cultivated, she would be able to escape in time no matter what Qin Jogu wanted to do. Accepting the nascent ring, Qin Manyu bowed with a flourish. Manyu thanks her clan brother. Several elders are also looking out for our lineage, so how could Manyu harbor a grudge again? In the future, once Manyu has achieved success in her cultivation, she will break her bones to repay the Qin family for raising her. In Qin Manyu's mind, she was secretly calculating. Seeing as these resources and the fact that Qin Jogu didn't take her bones, she first believed, tentatively, that Qin Jogu didn't have any malicious intent. After today, take your time and observe. If Qin Jogu really didn't have any malicious intent towards her, she wouldn't mind helping Qin Jogu and the Qin family in the future. But if Qin Jogu still had malicious intentions towards her, what happened in her previous life, she wouldn't mind doing it again. Of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, there would only be 3 left in the future. At the same time, Qin Jogu, who had been silently waiting for the system prompt, finally heard, in his head, the system's beep. Congratulations to the host, avoiding grudges against the son of heaven's destiny and changing his own destiny, and obtaining a reward. The secret art, the Kuanpeng treasure art. Chapter 33, Qin Manyu. This Qin Joga is not right. Hearing the system's beep, Qin Jogu, inwardly, couldn't help but be shaken. So close. This Qin Manyu truly is the daughter of heaven's destiny. Fortunately, he hadn't coveted Qin Manyu's supreme bone and made a grudge against her. Otherwise, you will certainly make yourself a difficult enemy. And this reward, it's too luxurious. Isn't it? Qin Jogu 咋摸着舌头，暗暗心惊. As of now, he had already met 3 Destiny's children. Xiao Yener from the Shen Tian sect, Lin Fan from Dongli City, and now Qin Manyu. By pulling Xiao Yener together, the system rewarded the Chaos Body, which was ranked first among the 10 divine bodies. By killing Lin Fan, the system rewarded the heavy pupil that was comparable to the Chaos Body. But this time, he had merely failed to dig up Qin Manyu's supreme bone, and then consoled it, and actually obtained the Kuanpeng treasure art. Kuanpeng treasure art. That was one of the top 10 secret arts in the ancient times, and its power was terrifying. It is rumored that this Kuanpeng treasure art was created by a figure above the great emperors back then. In other words, chaotic body or heavy pupil, the upper limit was to certify a great emperor. But this Kuanpeng treasure art was a divine ability that could help him break through the great emperor realm and reach another height. It seems, this Qin Manyu's chi is much stronger than that Lin Fan's. Even compared to that Xiao Yener, I am afraid that it is not weak at all or even slightly beyond. How could a mere supreme bone be compared to the Kuanpeng treasure art? A moment later, after recovering from the surprise, Qin Jogu pulled Qin Manyu and walked out from the gate. Beyond the door of the chamber, Qin Ming, Qin Hai, and a few other elders froze in place when they saw Qin Jogu walk out of the secret room holding Qin Manyu's hand. What's the situation? Qin Jogo, didn't you deprive Qin Man Yu of her supreme bone? Moreover, Qin Jogu was still holding Qin Man Yu's hand? This mode of getting along was not at all like the son of the Qin family and the sidekick who provided the supreme bone, but rather like a pair of bejeweled young lovers. Qin Ming, you said, seeing Jogu and this girl like this, isn't it possible to set them up? Qin Hai reached out, rubbing his beard, and somewhat less surely asked Qin Ming, who was beside him. After hearing this, Qin Ming instantly understood what Qin Hai meant. Their actions this time would more or less leave a lump in Qin Man Yu's heart. Previously, they had been worried that even if Qin Jogo didn't seize Qin Man Yu's supreme bone, Qin Man Yu would hold a grudge against the Qin family and develop a rebellious mentality because of the events of the past few days. This was also the reason why, just now, the third elder proposed to kill Qin Man Yu and transplant the supreme bone to another person without doing either. But if, however, Qin Jogu and Qin Man Yu were to be brought together, there would be no such problem. Qin Jogo was a talented young man with a graceful demeanor that could definitely match Qin Man Yu. It's all up to father. Qin Ming arched his hand towards Qin Hai with a respectful tone. Well then I'll be the master for once. Qin Hai settled down, looked in the direction of Qin Jogu and Qin Man Yu, and laughed aloud. Ha ha ha. Man Yu, what Grandpa did earlier, he really owes you something. People get old. I'm confused, just thinking about the development and growth of our lineage, but forgetting that you are also a member of this lineage. Thanks to Juji's reminder, I was awakened from my dream. Don't worry, it's the first time, and kind of the last time, that this kind of confusion is going to happen. Qin Hai was worthy of being a lordly-minded, villainous template, and a moment ago, he was ready to kill Qin Man Yu and seize her supreme bone. In the next moment, it is possible to voluntarily admit a mistake and apologize to someone who is far below your age and generation. Qin Manhwa was silent. Although, since she was born, she had not received the warmth and care of the Qin family, but being counted so much, her heart was definitely not happy. Qin Ming didn't care in the slightest about Qin Man Yu's dissatisfaction. Instead, he laughed out loud and looked to Qin Jogo, who was on the side. Jogo, in the future, if you don't have anything to do, remember to take more care of this clan sister of yours. With a supreme bone, you will definitely be able to achieve supreme in the future. With you and Man Yu in our lineage of the Qin clan, we can definitely reign supreme in the entire Qin clan. Qin Jogu nodded. Since he already knew Qin Man Yu's identity as the daughter of Heaven's mandate, how could he possibly bear a grudge against Qin Man Yu? Grandpa, don't worry. I've already spoken to the Man language clan sister about this matter. If there's anything you need in the future, feel free to come and find me. The Manish clan sister has no relatives, so from now on I'll be her own brother. This Qin Man Yu looked at Qin Jogu, who had a sincere face beside her, and then at Qin Hai, who had a smile piled on his face. Why, in her previous life, hadn't she ever been in this situation? If only, in her previous life, Qin Jogu and Qin Hai were able to turn back from the wrong path and treat themselves well, she wouldn't have had to endure the pain of having her bones stripped, harboring a grudge, and fighting alone on the Emperor's path. Although, before impacting above the great Emperor, she had personally destroyed the Qin family, asking herself to settle her heart and have no more hang-ups. But when it really came to the time of impact, didn't the boundless heart demons revolve around the encounter of being stripped of the supreme bone at the age of 16? Qin Man Yu even felt that if she hadn't had that experience, perhaps she would have succeeded in impacting above the great Empress by now, and there would be no such thing as living a new life. Fortunately, in this life, not knowing what had happened, Qin Jogo didn't directly strip her of her supreme bone like she did in her previous life. Qin Hai was not as obstinate as he had been in his previous life. Although there was some unhappiness before, as long as things didn't happen, there was room to turn things around. Thinking of this, in Qin Man Yu's heart, a touch of celebration floated up. Just then, she suddenly reacted. Qin Jogu was pulling her hand out of the dungeon, and now her hand was still in Qin Juji's hand. Qin Man Yu had a pretty face that instantly turned red. The right hand that was held by Qin Jogu retracted with an electric shock. Hands together and tucked away at her waist, Qin Man Yu saluted toward Qin Hai. Thank you, Grandpa. At this time, Qin Hai had long since lost that lordly demeanor and instead looked like a kindly old man. Jogu, Man Yu has been in a lot of shock these past few days, so you can personally send her back to her place. Turn around. I'll have my subordinates pack up a courtyard. Man Yu has a different status now. She can't live in the same place as before. Regarding Qin Hai's matchmaking, Qin Jogo didn't push back. He knew that the actions he had just taken within the secret room should have only caused Qin Manyu to no longer be as hostile to his lineage as before. A disconnect like nearly being killed by a clan member to take their bones still needs to be slowly mended later. 2 months later, inside Qin Juji's room, Qin Jogu sat cross-legged on the bed, not moving at all, as if he had entered a state of tranquilization. Suddenly, a shocking aura burst out from Qin Joji's body. Qin Jogu slowly opened his eyes, his face showing joy. After this period of cultivation, he finally made another breakthrough and reached the 4th level of the Dharma phase. Chapter 34 Divine Sun Contest. Qin Ming's Confidence. Finally, it's at the 4th level of the Dharma phase. Qin Jogu, who opened his eyes, had some pleasure in his heart. Over the past 2 months, he had worked hard day and night to cultivate, finally breaking through to the 4th level of the Dharma phase before the Divine Sun Contest. Now that he was burdened with heavy pupils and had the Chaos body to add to it, even if he was not as good as that heavenly pride from the first sequence in terms of realm, he still had the confidence to win the battle. Besides, right now, his realm was not necessarily lower than that first sequence genius. He really didn't know how he was going to lose this Divine Sun battle. Just then there was a knock on the door. Li Bo's pale voice sounded outside the door. "Young lord, the Vain Master asked me to invite you. The Divine Sun Contest is about to begin." Upon hearing this, Qin Jogu got up from the bed and with a wave of his hand, a moon-white robe hanging on the coat rack flew into his hand. After getting dressed, Qin Jogu opened the door to the room. Outside the door, Qin Hai, Qin Ming and several elders had been waiting for a long time. The moment they saw Qin Jogu, their eyes widened. Such a strong and elegant demeanor. It's hard not to. Qin Ming was the first to react and came to Qin Joji's side with a big smile, hugging Qin Joji's shoulders fiercely. "Ha ha 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 ha. It's actually broken through again. You should be at the 4th level of the Dharma phase by now." As soon as Qin Ming's words fell, Qin Hai and several elders also came forward to congratulate Qin Jogu. Young lord's heavenly talent. In just a few months' time, he has made another breakthrough. It's really something to be congratulated. That's not true. Young master has heavy pupils and a chaotic body, and now he's broken through to the 4th level of the Dharma phase. He's truly a heavenly prodigy. It's only fitting that our lineage should prosper. Qin Hai's florid white beard shook with excitement, and his eyes were filled with relief as he looked at Qin Jogu. All along, their lineage had been suppressed to death, and now that they finally had a chance to turn the tables, how could he not be happy? Qin Ming patted Qin Joji's shoulder. With a chaotic body at the 4th level of the Dharma phase and the assistance of the heavy pupil, who else would give up my son for this Divine Sun trial? Come on, let's go to the martial arts arena. Saying that, Qin Ming took the lead, striding towards the direction of the martial arts arena. Today is the day their lineage turns over. Qin Family Martial Arts Arena. The entire martial arts arena was constructed on a large floating island. The floors of the martial arts arena were all paved with hard Greenoka stone, which was exceptionally sturdy. Around the martial arts arena was the area where the Qin family's various veins were located. The chakra masters sat in the center, surrounded by the young talents of each chakra. Patriarch Qin Yu, on the other hand, was sitting in the center, rather like a star-crossed moon. Qin Yu was the master of the Qin family's 2nd vein. That heavenly pride Qin Sahan of the Qin family's first sequence was precisely from the 2nd vein. Beside Qin Yu, there were 4 young men in brocade robes with good looks. Based on the original body's memories, Qin Jogu recognized that these 4 people were precisely the 4 major sequences of the young generation of the Qin family, other than him. His gaze, also involuntarily, was attracted to a young man sitting beside Qin Yu. This young man looked like he was just 17 or 18 years old. Long in stature, with a broad waist and an aqua blue robe that looked like it was about to burst. What was even more surprising was that his hair actually took on a bizarre fiery red color. As if he had sensed Qin Jug's gaze, the young man opened his eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes that stared at Qin Jug dead in the face, like a ferocious beast. The young generation of the Qin family, the first sequence, Qin Lang. Qin Lang could be said to be a well-deserved genius in the current generation of the Qin family. At the age of 3, he started practicing qi, and at the age of 11, he broke through the qi condensation realm, leaving the rest of his competitors dead behind. Facing Qin Lang's gaze, Qin Jogu was pleasantly unafraid and stared back at him in a cloudy manner. The two of them stared at each other and drew the attention of many clansmen. A small murmur also reached the ears of the crowd. Qin Lang and Qin Jogu are facing each other. A clash between the first sequence and the second sequence has this begun. Qin Joga is also considered a juvenile genius. It's a pity that he has met this demon, Qin Lang. I'm afraid that he'll return home in defeat in the Divine Sun contest this time. That's not true. Mr. Qin Lang is the first genius of the young generation of the Qin clan. Not only has his cultivation reached the second level of the Dharma phase, but he also possesses the 9 dragons' divine body. That's a divine body second only to the chaos body. Qin Manyu and Su Xianer secretly disdained inwardly when they heard these people discussing it. 9 dragon divine body? The second level of the Dharma phase? These could be considered celestial configurations if compared to ordinary people. However, compared to Qin Jogu, I simply don't know where it's worse. Qin Jogu. But he was an existence that possessed a chaotic body and also had heavy pupils. These 2 divine physiques, no matter which one it was, could completely crush the so-called 9 dragon divine physique. In the midst of the clansmen's murmurs, Qin Hai brought Qin Jogu with him and slowly fell down, taking a seat in the position that belonged to their lineage. The surrounding clansmen couldn't help but be a bit surprised after seeing Qin Jogu. After not seeing him for just a few months, the aura on Qin Juji's body seemed a bit different. If the previous Qin Jogu was like a sharp sword, now it was like a divine sword hidden in a scabbard. Qin Jogu had just sat down when he felt a few somewhat scornful gazes that were thrown at him. One didn't need to look to know that these gazes came from the 3 major sequences other than Qin Lang. Ignoring these few people, Qin Jogu directly directed his gaze towards Qin Lang. At this moment, Qin Lang, who had already put away the fiery battle intent just now, sat unperturbed on the chair, not knowing what he was thinking. That's quite a bit of pussy. If it wasn't for the system, this pussy would really let you act up. Qin Jogu secretly sneered in his heart. Before the awakening of the system with the cultivation of the original body, even if he had seized the supreme bone, he would definitely not be a match for this Qin Lang. Now, against a mere Qin Lang, he didn't even need to utilize his heavy pupils to win easily. Brother Hai, who do you think will win this Divine Sun battle? 4th Chakra Master Qin Guang looked at Qin Hai with a smiling face and asked tentatively. Then there's no need to say it must be Qin Lang. At such a young age, he's already at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase realm, and he's also carrying the 9 dragons' divine body. This kind of luck, it really puts us to shame. Without waiting for Qin Hai to speak, some other vain masters took the initiative to reply. That's not necessarily true. Qin Hai stroked his beard in an inscrutable manner. Seeing Qin Hai say that, the rest of the clansmen immediately became interested. A few probing gazes were cast at Qin Jogu, who was on the side. What's the matter? Oh, is it hard to believe that your lineage is still hidden? Qin Hai laughed softly. You'll know when the competition starts. Seeing that Qin Hai refused to say anything, the rest of the clansmen complained. Hai, how come you've learned to sell out? Yeah, just say what you have. Chapter 35. What's the need for followers in the district trials? The conversation on Qin Hai's side. A few people didn't intentionally shield their voices, so the surrounding clansmen also heard it. Qin Lang, who had been sitting cross-legged and unperturbed, also opened his eyes, and a trace of disdain flashed through his blood-red eyes. Shake him down? Is that possible? His Qin Lang's hefty reputation was not something that was touted by blowing and blowing. That's from the age of 3, crushing his peers all the way, fighting hard. It wasn't the first day he'd met the mere Qin Jogu. How capable was he? Didn't he know? Perhaps, to others, Qin Jogu was already very good. Xian Fire Body, Spirit Sea Realm, looking at the entire young generation of Tianshan continent, it was considered a remarkable configuration. But who is he? Qin Lang, who possessed the 9 dragons' divine body and the Dharma phase cultivation, the young generation of the Qin family, the first person who deserved it. This time, he was going to use his strength to prove to everyone that he, Qin Lang, was the deserving first sequence, the unrivaled candidate for the Divine Sun. Just as Qin Lang was fuming and preparing to give Qin Jogu a good time, Qin Yu, who had been sitting in his chair, moved, nor could he be seen making any movements. His body was like a gust of wind as he arrived at the center of the martial arts arena. Clansmen! Qin Yu opened his mouth, his voice was clearly not loud, but it had a might that struck straight to the soul. The scene was silent, countless pairs of eyes, staring at Chin-yu, waiting for him to continue. Today, it's the battle of the divine sons of the young generation of our Qin clan. As usual, the rules of the divine sons competition are to enter the secret realm and kill the ferocious beasts. Different ferocious beasts can earn different points, and in the end, the one with the most points wins. During the period of the secret realm, your 5 major sequences can lead their followers to enter the secret realm and work together to kill the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts killed by your followers will be credited to the points of the 5 major sequences. As Chin-yu's words fell, the Qin family members present all had a look of deservingness. It's been a tradition in the Qin family for a long time now. The Divine Son contest, in layman's terms, was the selection of the next patriarch of the Qin clan. And to be a good patriarch, you definitely need a completely loyal and trustworthy squad. Therefore, the 5 major sequences that were interested in competing for the position of the Son of God all had their own classes. These followers were generally some of the more talented young people in the various veins, but not talented enough to serve as the 5 major sequences. As long as the sequence they followed succeeded in capturing the position of God's Son, their status, too, would rise. Therefore, every time there was a God's Son competition, these followers also worked very hard, just to help the sequence they followed, to obtain the God's Son position. As soon as Chin-yu's words fell, several young men stood up in the camps of the various veins. The cultivation levels of these young people were basically around the middle spirit sea stage. They rose and flew behind the individual sequences, arching them in the center. At that moment, a gasp sounded. Behind Prince Qin-joga. Why is it empty? Yeah. How come he doesn't have any followers? It shouldn't be. Qin-hai is so protective of his calf. Even bundling would have bundled a few followers for Qin-jogo. In the middle of the secret realm, it's exceptionally dangerous, and there are no followers. Is Qin-jogo ready to give up the Divine Son competition? Listening to the crowd's comments, Qin-man-yu inwardly gloated with some arrogance. Although in this life, Qin-jogo hadn't dug out her supreme bone, the bone-deep pain from her previous life still made her feel some resentment towards Qin-jogo. Now, seeing that Qin-jogo actually didn't have a single follower, he couldn't help but gloat a bit. I guess he's usually so arrogant and domineering that he doesn't have any followers? But in the Qin family's Divine Son competition, the role played by the followers was very often even greater than the individual sequences themselves. After all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and without the help of the followers, the countless ferocious beasts within the secret territory, just being tired would be enough to exhaust each sequence. Moreover, although the strength of these followers was not as good as the various sequences, they were still counted among the good hands of the younger generation, and killing some relatively weak ferocious beasts could still be done. That's definitely a lot of points. Therefore, even Qin Lang, who had always thought highly of himself, had carefully and prudently chosen 7 followers to serve as his squad. Qin-joga, why don't you have any followers? Patriarch Qin-yu also noticed the abnormality on Qin-ju-ji's side and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Facing Qin-yu's inquiry, Qin-jogo put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest and lifted his head, chin up, and pointed his right thumb at himself. A mere secret trial. I alone am sufficient, so why do I need followers? When these words came out, the surrounding clansmen and executives instantly shook. This brat is too unaware of the heights of heaven. In all the years of the Qin clan, there hasn't been a situation where the Divine Son's battle didn't require followers. Yeah, is he out of his mind? Or is he overestimating his strength? That's not right. Qin-jogo has always been old and prudent, and that old man Qin-hai is even more resourceful. How could he let Qin-jogo fool around? Is Qin-jogo hiding his strength? That's why he's so confident? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Lang raised his head, his blood-red eyes staring at Qin-jogo dead in the face, and only after a long time did he let out a cold snort. It's just clowning around and claptrap. Qin Lang believed that his strength could be said to be one of the best in the younger generation of the Qin family. There is no one who is his match. But, even with his strength, he still didn't dare to be arrogant and say that he didn't need followers. In that case, Qin-jogo most likely realized that he wasn't a match for him and was just trying to get the patriarch's attention through this method. But would things really go his way? As the unchanged first sequence of the Qin family for many years, Qin Lang asked himself that his vision and insights were far beyond those of others. The difficulty and danger of the Divine Son's battle were both very clear to him. It is simply impossible to win the final victory by one person alone. Well, since your mind is made up, this seat won't force anything. Be good. Chin Yu also didn't expect that Chin Jioge would actually be so braggadocious, so he didn't say anything more, only to see him flip his hands. A luscious pagoda appeared in his hands. This pagoda was the very organ that opened the secret realm. Walking through the door of the pagoda leads straight to the secret world. Chin Yu held the pagoda in his right hand, pinched his left hand, and mouthed the words. As Chin Yu chanted, the pagoda grew larger and larger, hovering above his right hand. Go! Chin Yu let out a bellowing cry, and the pagoda that had become a full few sheets high instantly flew up and landed heavily on the ground. A golden-colored door slowly opened. Chin Family Divine Sun Trial. Begin. Chapter 36. Chin Jioge has given up the Divine Sun Trial? As this golden-colored gate opened, Chin Lang and several other major sequences, with their followers, walked into the gate. The rule of the Chin clan's Divine Sun competition had always been to enter in order of ranking. But this time something was different. Chin Jioge, the second sequence of the Chin family's young generation, actually chose to enter the secret realm last. This left the surrounding clansmen puzzled. Entering the secret realm first meant that one could encounter the ferocious beasts earlier and kill them earlier, thus gaining points earlier. Chin Jioge, how did he let the advantage that came to him go and not utilize it, but instead ended up entering the secret realm? There was a lot of talk. What's wrong with Prince Chin Jioge? From the moment he appeared today, he's been odd in every way. Right, if you enter the secret realm earlier, you'll be more likely to kill the ferocious beasts earlier. He doesn't even have any followers. Why don't you hurry up and go in? This old man Chin Hai wouldn't be senile, the Divine Sons contest, and just let the juniors fool around like this. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, Chin Jioge took a step and walked into the gate. In the next second, he felt that he had entered another side of the world. The scene in front of me, too, had changed dramatically. The Chin family martial arts arena had disappeared. In its place was a desolate wilderness. In the air, a pungent, fishy odor filled the air. In his ears, the angry hisses of various ferocious beasts came from time to time. Chin Jioge carried his hands behind his back as he idly traveled through the secret territory. According to the original body's memories, Chin Jioge knew that after entering the secret realm of trials, the 5 major sequences would be randomly broken up and dispersed throughout the secret realm. This has the advantage of preventing the various sequences from touching each other too early and starting unnecessary fights. Martial Arts Arena. Chin Yu's hands stretched out as his astonishing aura continued to erupt, and a magnificent canopy suddenly appeared in the sky. This canopy, which had to be about tens of feet high, was split into 5 pieces. Right in the center of each area were the 5 major sequences that were participating in the Divine Sun contest this time. Supreme Artifact. Although I've seen it many times already, every time I see it, I'm shocked by how amazing it is. Chin Hai stroked his white beard with heartfelt emotion. In the entire Tianxian continent, I'm afraid that only a great family like the Chin family, which stood at the top of the continent, as well as that mysterious Holy Land, could have such depth as to take a supreme artifact and use it as a large screen. Su Xianer couldn't help but open her mouth wide as she looked at the big screen. Chin Jioge's figure. What did she hear? The Chin family actually used a supreme artifact to present the performance of the 5 major sequences before everyone's eyes? What a big deal. You see, Prince Chin Lang just entered the secret realm and encountered a powerful ferocious beast. I don't know who shouted, and everyone's eyes were drawn to the large screen in the center. In the screen, Chin Lang's eyes were bloodshot, his red hair flowing out, and he was confronting a ferocious beast the size of a small mountain. This ferocious beast, no less than 15 feet tall, with red flames lingering around its body, looked somewhat like a black bear, but its entire body was a fiery red color. It's the Flame Giant Bear, a ferocious beast of the Dharma realm. Flame Giant Bear? Prince Chin Lang's luck is too bad, isn't it? Just entering the secret realm, and you encountered such a powerful beast. Prince Chin Lang is at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase, so this ferocious beast should be similar. However, the Flame Giant Bear is extremely powerful, plus its skin is thick and fleshy. It's very difficult to deal with, plus it's incredibly hot. I'm afraid that even at the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, it would be very difficult to defeat it. This time, Prince Chin Lang is in deep trouble. I don't know if he can defeat this Flame Giant Bear. Even if we defeat it, it's still a disastrous victory estimation. Originally, I thought that Prince Qinlang would achieve victory without bloodshed, but now it looks like it's a bit difficult. Just as the Qin clan's crowd in the martial arts arena were sweating over Qinlang, who was on the screen, also finally moved. Only his head was lowered, and 9 dragons of different shapes and sizes haunted his body. Then, Qinlang's body was like a cannonball, sprinting towards the flame giant bear. In the next second, Qinlang's figure appeared in front of the flame giant bear. Sensing the provocation of this tiny creature, the flame giant bear instantly became furious, and its huge bare paw, which looked like a meteorite, fiercely slapped down towards Qinlang. An enormous force, carrying flames, furiously smashed into Qinlang's head. The Qin family members vaguely felt that if this was slapped solidly, even as strong as Qinlang, he would have to be seriously injured. Some of the less courageous female clansmen had already covered their eyes and didn't dare to look anymore. Lord Qinlang has caught this strike. An exclamation of surprise drew everyone's attention once again. Only in the screen, Qinlang raised his hands above his head, and 2 dragon shadows entwined between his arms. In the next moment, the flame giant bear, which was as huge as a mountain, was lifted up by him. Qinlang clasped his hands around the bare arm, which was thicker than his body, and slammed down hard towards the hard ground. A deep, bear-shaped crater instantly appeared in the hard ground. Qinlang didn't give the flame giant bear any time to react at all, and once again exerted his force, slamming it hard onto the ground. Although the supreme artifact was unable to transmit sound, the Qin clan's crowd could feel the heavy, muffled sound after the flame giant bear's body slapped on the ground. Qinlang dropped a dozen times in a row and let go with a bashful face. As for the flaming giant bear on the ground, the light of the fire on its body had dimmed, and the bones in various parts of its body had appeared bizarrely bent. Obviously, Qinlang's continuous wrestling just now had broken its hard bones. In the middle of the morning, thunderous cheers erupted among the Qin family members. Prince Qinlang is simply a heavenly god descending from the heavens. Such a ferocious flame giant bear was actually easily solved by Prince Qinlang. That's not true. Prince Qinlang is the 9-dragon divine body. In the waterline, dragon power is the strongest. How can a mere flame giant bear be a match for Prince Qinlang? Prince Qinlang deserves to be the first sequence of the young generation of the Qin clan. To have killed a ferocious beast of the Dharma phase realm so easily is simply breathtaking. I'm afraid there's no suspense in this term's Divine Sun contest. The other few sequences, let alone beheading a flame giant bear at the Dharma phase realm, they haven't even reached the Dharma phase realm themselves. In the past, when we encountered this kind of ferocious beast at the Dharma phase realm, we had to rely on team power and collective attacks to take it down, and someone might even get injured, but Prince Qin actually decapitated this ferocious beast all by himself? Amidst the murmurs of the Qin family members, a smile of satisfaction surfaced on Qin Yu's face. Qinlang was more than just someone from his second lineage. He was his own son. Seeing that his son was so accomplished, how could he, as a father, not be happy? Chapter 37 Qin Yoga. Breaking through the Dharma phase. Congratulations, matriarch. Prince Qinlang is exceedingly strong. I'm afraid the results of this Divine Sun contest can be announced. Yes, it's true that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son. Mr. Qinlang really has extraordinary skills. In a burst of boasting, Qin Yu smiled and pinched his beard, full of complacency. But in his mouth, pretended to be modest and said repeatedly, "Don't say that. The other several sequences are also very powerful. Take another look." Just then, a gasp rang out. "Look over there. Prince Qin Yoga. He's also encountered a ferocious beast of the Dharma phase realm." This exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention to the upper left corner of the screen. In the middle of the screen, Qin Yogo had his hands behind his back, a moon-white robe hunting in the wind, while in front of him, a spotted tiger with wings on its ribs was looking at him intently. It's the hanging eyes flying tiger. This is not only powerful and ferocious, it can also fly. The Qin family members present were all very knowledgeable. Creatures like ferocious beasts are a bit different from humans. Generally speaking, ferocious beasts in the Dharma realm could not fly. This led to the fact that when humans fought with ferocious beasts, they could utilize their ability to fly and attack remotely, thus gaining the upper hand. But there were some exceptionally gifted ferocious beasts that could fly freely at the Dharma phase realm. The danger level of this kind of ferocious beast was much higher than those that couldn't fly. It could be said that if Qin Lang had encountered this hanging eyes flying tiger instead of that flame giant bear just now, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to win the battle so easily. What's more, in the eyes of the Qin family, Qin Juji's strength was far inferior to the first sequence Qin Lang. For a while, some people couldn't help but sweat for Qin Jogu. There were many, of course, who gloated. Qin Jogu encountered such a terrifying, ferocious beast. I'm afraid that this divine sun contest will end in disgrace. Many people, involuntarily, looked towards the father and son of Qin Hai and Qin Ming in the stands. Brother Hai, that grandson of yours is at the peak of the spirit sea realm, plus the Shen fire god body. He should be able to barely defeat this head, right? However, after defeating this head, I'm afraid that I won't have any energy left to cope with the next trial. Young and impetuous, obviously not having enough strength, but still insisting on participating in the trial alone. Even Qin Lang isn't arrogant to such an extent. Beside Qin Hai, the third Vein's Vein Master looked at Qin Hai with a smile, his tone filled with mockery. Yeah, it goes without saying that Juji's strength will definitely be able to defeat this head, but I'm afraid it won't be easy. Maybe the second sequence will be the first to be eliminated, and I'm afraid the final result can only be ranked 5th. The fourth Vein's Vein Master, who was also involved, sneered at Qin Hai. In the face of these unkind temptations, Qin Hai acted very calmly. He reached up and stroked his beard and said airily, "Let's see the results." Seeing Qin Hai's calm and relaxed demeanor, the Pulse Masters of the third and fourth Pulse secretly despised them in their hearts. When Qin Jogu is eliminated, let's see if you can still be so calm. Right at this moment, Qin Jogu, who was in the screen, suddenly moved, only to see him towards mid-air, remotely extending his right hand and gently pressing down. In an instant, a large hand illuminated by aura was like a mountain, suddenly pressing down. That head of the hanging eyes flying tiger that had been flaunting its might just now had just unfolded its wings between its ribs, and before it had a chance to take off, it was instantly crushed into a meat cake by this large hand. Blood splattered and flew all over the sky as if it was raining blood. Qin Jogu, who was in the picture, was calm and relaxed, and left without looking back. This horrifying sight instantly made all the Qin family members watching the battle drop their jaws. What kind of joke is this? A Dharma realm hanging eyes flying tiger was killed by Qin Jogu in a single shot? Am I blinking? Qin Jogu actually took out the dangling eyes flying tiger of the Dharma phase realm in a flash. It's too scary. That's a ferocious beast of the Dharma phase realm. To take it out in one move, what kind of strength did Qin Jogu have to be? Isn't he at the peak of the spirit sea? Even with a divine body enhancement, it's impossible to finish off such a ferocious beast so skillfully. Yes, the physical bodies of ferocious beasts are originally stronger than the human race, and for the human race to defeat ferocious beasts, they all rely on powerful martial arts. Why do I get the feeling that Qin Jogu is the ferocious beast? Can it be that he has broken through to the Dharma realm? Hearing this, the Qin family members present could not help but be secretly shocked. If indeed Qin Jogu had broken through to the Dharma phase realm, then the gap between him and Qin Lang of the first sequence could be said to be extremely small. If, for example, Qin Jogu had brought followers with him, and the strength of the followers was more considerable, it would be really hard to say whether he would win or lose in a hard fight with Qin Lang. But nowadays, Qin Jogu didn't bring any of his followers with him at all. In these people's opinion, even if Qin Jogu did break through to the Dharma phase realm, he was still one level behind Qin Lang, and if his followers were stronger than Qin Lang's, there would still be a fight. But now, Qin Jogu, who had no followers, was simply unable to fight against Qin Lang. Brother Hai, your lineage, you're hiding it quite deeply. We always thought that Jogu was at the peak of the spirit sea realm. The third Vein's Vein Master gulped and looked at Qin Hai with some envy. Originally, he thought that Qin Jogu was too big to bring followers, and even if he defeated the hanging eyes flying tiger, he was sure to have a great deal of energy, and their lineage's sequence would be able to gain an advantage. But unexpectedly, Qin Jogu actually cleaned up that hanging eyes flying tiger without any bloodshed. Yes, I originally thought that there wouldn't be any suspense in this Divine Sun contest, but now it looks like I'm afraid there's still a few moments of suspense. The fourth Vein's Vein Master also came over, somewhat reluctantly complimenting Qin Hai. In the face of these compliments, Qin Ming smiled without saying anything. There was no one who knew Qin Juji's strength better than him. The rest of the people were a bit startled when they saw Qin Ming's smile. The strength that Qin Jiugu had just displayed was already very terrifying. It was hard to believe that there was still a hide. Instantly, they dismissed the idea. No way. Absolutely not. Even if Qin Jiugu was at the second level of the Dharma phase realm, he still didn't have a chance to snatch the position of the Divine Sun. Unless he could make consecutive breakthroughs and reach the fourth level of the Dharma phase realm within 3 months. Only then would he be able to fight Qin Lang and his followers with the power of one man and take the final victory. But is it possible to break through 1 major realm and 3 minor realms in 3 consecutive months? All of them were connoisseurs and knew that the difficulty of breaking through each layer of the Dharma phase realm increased exponentially, and it was simply impossible for Qin Jiugu to have that kind of terrifying talent. In other words, if he really had that kind of talent, Qin Jiugu wouldn't have stayed at the peak of the Spirit Sea before. Chapter 38. Qin Jiuji's Strength Exposed. 4th level of Dharma phase. The Secret Realm. Several major sequences, too, gradually converged with their followers. Previously, they were randomly assigned to different locations by the Secret Realm, and relying on their summoning tools, they kept approaching towards several major sequences. After the followers of the 5th sequence managed to rendezvous with him, the 4 major sequences other than Qin Jiugu managed to rendezvous with their followers. Combat power instantly increases geometrically. Some sequences and their followers had also practiced the art of combining, working in unparalleled harmony, and the speed and efficiency of decimating the ferocious beasts continued to climb. In contrast, Qin Jiugu was always alone, walking in the secret realm, looking somewhat out of place. Although, along the way, the ferocious beasts encountered by Qin Jiugu were all instantly killed without a single enemy. But after all, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and Qin Jiuji's decimation efficiency was still no match for the other sequences who were working together. Off-site, the Qin clan's children who were in charge of the statistics were constantly writing and drawing on the scoreboards with their brushes, so that the Qin clan members who were watching the battle could visualize the performance of the various sequences more closely. According to the scoreboard, Qin Lang was way ahead. The number of orthographic characters more than doubles that of the 3rd sequence, which is in 2nd place. The lone combatant, Qin Jiugu, was in 3rd place. Considering Qin Jiugu had relied on the strength of one person to achieve such a feat, the Qin family members watching the battle couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It really is worthy of being the 2nd sequence. It's still the 2nd sequence that has broken through to the Dharma phase realm. If I hadn't been overly ambitious, even if I couldn't beat Mr. Qin Lang, I should have been able to secure 2nd place. What do you think he's going through, breaking through to the Dharma phase realm and getting carried away? Don't forget, Prince Qin Lang is also at the Dharma phase realm, and he has brought his followers with him as well. Alas, I can only say that it's all fate. Maybe Qin Jiugu is destined to be a 3rd sequence. Just as the crowd was feeling a bit regretful because of Qin Jiuji's performance, Qin Jiuji's actions on the screen instantly made them cry out in shock once again, only to see that Qin Jiugu suddenly stopped killing the ferocious beasts and sat down in place. What's he doing? Why are you sitting down all of a sudden? For good reason? Now that he's in 3rd place, it's not like he won't be able to catch up to 2nd place if he puts in more effort. Besides, if he gives up now, he won't be able to keep 3rd place. No, this posture, how does it look like a cultivation stance? Can't it be that he's trying to make a breakthrough? As this voice appeared, the Qin family members watching the battle wanted to pry open Qin Jiuji's brain to see if there was water inside. A breakthrough in the middle of a secret realm? What to think? Could it be that he wanted to reach the 2nd level of the Dharma phase by virtue of his breakthrough in strength so as to catch up with Qin Lang? When this thought appeared in the minds of the Qin family members watching the battle, almost all of them instantly dismissed it. Among the Qin family members present, there were quite a few whose cultivation far exceeded the Dharma phase realm, but they knew that breakthroughs at the Dharma phase level often could not be disturbed. Generally speaking, if the Dharma realm wanted to make a breakthrough, it was necessary to find an absolutely safe and quiet environment, as well as having a trusted and strong protector of the Tao to escort them before they dared to break through with confidence. But it's in the middle of the secret world, not to mention whether or not they would encounter any other sequences that would obstruct them. Just the strong ferocious beasts would be enough to undo Qin Jiuji's breakthrough. Several clan elders affiliated with Qin Jiuji's lineage shook their heads and sighed. This child Jiugu, it's really too unwise. Yes, the Dharma realm breakthrough is no small matter. Why is he being so childish? If a ferocious beast suddenly comes out, not only will we lose our efforts, but we may also be backfired and go mad. A few clan elders were so anxious that they could hardly wait to rush into the secret realm to protect Qin Jogu. Right at this moment, a shocking aura erupted from Qin Juji's body. This is the aura of the 4th level of the Dharma phase. A clan elder rubbed his eyes somewhat incredulously, fearing that he had misread the situation. In their opinion, Qin Jogu should be at the 1st level of the Dharma phase, and at most, he wouldn't exceed the 2nd level of the Dharma phase. But from the sound of Qin Juji's outburst of qi just now, there was indeed something that could only be found at the 4th level of the Dharma phase realm or above. For a while, the crowd watching the battle was deeply shocked. How long has it been? Qin Jogu actually broke through to the 4th level of the Dharma phase? Now, looking at this situation, he was preparing to break through to the 5th level of the Dharma phase. One must know that 3 months ago, Qin Juji's outwardly declared strength was only the peak of the Spirit Sea. Now, it had actually reached the 4th level of the Dharma phase, and it was going to continue to break through? So, that's your bottom line. Beside Qin Hai, a clan elder, stuttering a little, muttered to himself. Originally, he had also been complaining about Qin Juji's lack of followers and overly conceited behavior. Now, seeing that Qin Jogu was actually so strong, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked by Qin Joji's strength and heart. This kid Jogu actually hides so deeply. He should have broken through the Dharma realm long ago, right? As this clan elder's words fell, the other clan elders around him nodded their heads. They also all decided that Qin Jogu should have broken through to the Dharma phase realm a long time ago. The reason why it was kept secret was to make a splash at the time of the Divine Sun's battle. Now, he kind of did. No one believed that Qin Jogu had broken through from the peak of the Spirit Sea all the way to the 4th or even 5th level of the Dharma phase realm in just 3 months. After all, within 3 months, breaking through 1 major realm and 5 minor realms in a row was simply too astonishing. This kind of cultivation speed was something that even those demonic figures who had once stood at the peak on the Tianshan continent had never possessed. Ha ha ha. Good. Jogu is going to break through again. Qin Hai and Qin Ming looked at Qin Jogu in the picture and laughed incomparably. At the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, he was already 2 small realms ahead of Qin Lang, who was the first sequence. Coupled with the divine differences of the heavy pupil and chaotic body, the current Qin Jogu was definitely a handful if he wanted to defeat Qin Lang. The battle for the Son of God is no longer in doubt. How does this make them? How can they not be excited? But excitement was excitement. Excitement was excitement. Qin Hai and Qin Ming looked at each other, and both saw a shocked look in the other's eyes. Come to think of it, the last time they saw Qin Jogu should have been 2 months ago. At that time, Qin Jogu was only at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase. It's only been 2 months. Break through a layer in a month? Is this the terror of heavy pupils plus a chaotic body? Qin Hai and Qin Ming exchanged a look, a thought that was incomparably certain in their minds. My son will become a great emperor. My grandson will become a great emperor. Chapter 39. The Position of God's Son. It is none other than the 9 Songs Duke. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Qin Jogu in the picture. The crowd wanted to see if the former 2nd sequence could successfully break through. If Qin Jogu really succeeded in making a breakthrough, then he would become the undisputed number 1 in terms of strength. Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Qin Jogu in the picture raised his voice to the sky and shook the 4 fields. Along with the long whistle, the aura emanating from Qin Joji's body climbed. In just a few breaths of effort, Qin Joji's aura climbed to an astonishing level. Immediately, as if a barrier had been broken, Qin Joji's aura, once again, skyrocketed. The Qin family members watching the battle instantly realized that Qin Jogu had really broken the barrier and broken through to the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm. They could see that Qin Juji's breakthrough this time didn't have any lag at all, as if the water was flowing. Looking at Qin Jogu, who had successfully broken through, the Qin family members watching the battle couldn't help but gulp. Horrible. So horrible. 18 years old at the 5th level of the Dharma phase. One must know that even Qin Lang, who was recognized by the Qin family as a genius that would come along once in 500 years, was only at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm right now. Qin Juji's breakthrough this time had directly surpassed Qin Lang by 2 minor realms. This is what made Qin Jogu dare to enter the secret realm alone, right? A few elders, unable to stop complimenting Qin Hai. Hi, congratulations. I'm afraid the curtain is coming down on this Divine Sun contest. The Divine Sun position is none other than Prince Jogu. Yeah, at 18 years old, at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, you can do absolute crushing in terms of strength. There's simply no one left who is a match for Prince Jogu. It's time for our lineage to raise its eyebrows. In the future, when Duke Jogu becomes the head of the Qin clan, our lineage will have a good life. There were also elders in the crowd that chose to congratulate Qin Ming. Vain master, you've raised a good son. Jogu is such a young talent. Your credit is not small. Teaching such an outstanding son. Yes, originally we all thought that it would be good enough to take second, but now it seems that what's second our lineage is the first. Duke Jogu is the son of a god. In the face of the elders' congratulations, Qin Hai and Qin Ming were full of smiles, but their mouths were constantly modest. It's just so-so. We only just learned about it. This kid, hidden deep enough. The results haven't come out yet. It's still a bit too early to assume that Jogu is the son of God. Let's wait until the competition is over. The first vein's joyfulness instantly upset the several elders of the second vein where Qin Lang was. The game isn't even over yet and you're celebrating early? Although the strength displayed by Qin Jogu was very astonishing, he was after all only one person, and the Xian Fire Divine Body he possessed was not even on the same level as Qin Lang's 9 Dragon Divine Body. Some of the grumpier elders of the second vein directly disliked back. Even if Qin Jogu is now at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, he's only one person. It's not certain who the deer will be. Yes, Lord Qin Lang has been eating and living together with several followers for several years, and their cooperation is flawless. A mere gap of 2 realms is nothing. I don't blame anything else. Just blame Qin Jogu for being arrogant. If he had brought his followers into the secret realm, even Prince Qin Lang would have found it tricky. But now, it's hard to say. That's right. Prince Qin Lang is a 9 Dragon Divine Body. A divine body second only to the chaotic body. It's not that difficult to fight at a cross level. Qin Jogu is just a Xian Fire Body, so what if his realm is higher? When it comes to the 9 Dragon Divine Body, it's still no good. You guys don't need to be complacent yet. In a moment, Prince Qin Lang will use his strength to show you who is the divine son. In the face of these elders of the second vein disliking them back, Qin Hai and Qin Ming didn't care in the slightest. After all, they were aware that Qin Jogu wasn't in Xian Fire God Body at all, but a Chaos Body aggravated pupil. This configuration could be said to be unique in the entire Tianxian continent. Not to mention being 2 realms ahead of Qin Lang. Even if he was 2 realms behind, there would still be a fight. Look, what is Qin Jogu doing? A cry of alarm interrupted the shouting of several elders of the second vein. The crowd looked toward the screen, only to see that Qin Jogu, who had made a successful breakthrough, didn't rush to hunt the ferocious beasts, but instead took out a strange herb. Afterward, with a show of his figure, Qin Jogu appeared on a cliff not far away. After arriving at the cliff, Qin Jogu held the herb in his right hand as his spiritual energy exploded around him. Under the urging of the spiritual energy, around the herb, a dense ripple began to emanate. What is he doing? Not going to hunt the ferocious beasts at this time of the day and taking out a medicinal herb? It's hard to believe that you suffered a dark injury during the breakthrough just now and want to temper yourself? That's not right. Wouldn't it be faster and better to take pills? No, what he took out is the beast-attracting grass. It has an extremely strong attraction to ferocious beasts. Looking at the quality of this beast-attracting grass, I'm afraid it's enough to attract all demonic beasts below the Dharma phase realm. Someone in the crowd, who knew what they were talking about, exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, everyone shuddered. What was Qin Juji's purpose in taking this herb out? In the crowd, a disciple spoke with some trembling. He can't be thinking of directly attracting the demonic beasts from 100 miles in a radius and killing them in one fell swoop, right? The rest of them were appalled at the words. This Qin Jogu is also too rampant. He actually thought of directly attracting all the demonic beasts of the Dharma phase and below realm in 100 miles? What kind of confidence is that? One must know that even though this was a trial secret realm and the powerful demonic beasts had all been killed by the Qin family's great powers, there were quite a few late-stage Dharma phase demonic beasts among them. Even if the range was limited to 100 miles, it was absolutely impossible for there to be only one late-stage Dharma phase demonic beast. Although Qin Jogu had now broken through to the 5th level of Dharma phase, it was absolutely impossible to kill more than 2 late-stage Dharma phase ferocious beasts at the same time. Even for that matter, a late-stage Dharma phase ferocious beast would be enough to cause the current Qin Jogu to lose his vitality and lose his combat power. They believed that Qin Jiogu also knew this. But he did it anyway. To make such a shocking commotion with a beast attracting grass. Was he confident or conceited? Looking at Qin Jiogu in the picture, Qin Man Yu's eyes flickered. This life's Qin Jiogu was really completely different from his previous life. In her previous life, before the Divine Sun trials, she had been scooped up by Qin Jiogu to remove her supreme bone and thrown out of the Qin family like trash. But even if she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she knew that the Qin Jiogu of her previous life had used quite a few plotting methods in order to win the Divine Sun contest. But this life, Qin Jiogu actually directly used the beast attracting grass, preparing to take the position of Divine Sun in such an honorable manner. It seemed that the other party was really different from the Qin Jiogu he remembered. Chapter 40. Demonic Beasts Riot. There must be treasures. Qin Lang sighed. Qin Lang's followers combined their efforts to stall a demonic beast at the third level of the Dharma phase. This demonic beast was shaped like a lion, but a piercing coldness permeated around it, as if it had walked out of an ice cellar. The demonic beast was also furious in the face of the delay of a group of followers. It dashed left and right like nobody's business, and a few of its followers were rushed around by it. Qin Lang looked at his followers who were being ravaged by the demonic beasts, and his heart was also anxious. With the sound of 9 clear dragon roars, Qin Lang's body was instantly wrapped in a powerful aura. In his hand, he also condensed a long spear with 9 dragon stripes. 9 dragon slamming gun. With an explosive shout, Qin Lang's body turned and viciously threw the lance in his hand. The long spear wrapped in the amazing spiritual qi, as if it had eyes, blasted towards the ferocious beasts that were raging not far away. This ferocious beast also had good intelligence. Knowing the terrifying nature of this move, dashing left and right in an attempt to dodge this fatal blow. The followers also knew that it was not easy for Qin Lang to coalesce this move, and clenched their teeth to death, dragging down the ferocious beast that wanted to escape. Shoo! After a sharp cracking sound, the aura condensed lance accurately struck the demonic beast's backbone, directly nailing its thick body to the ground. Let's see you die. Qin Lang was very proud of himself. Right at this moment, Qin Lang suddenly sensed that the surrounding demonic beast aura filled the air, instantly spreading to this entire heaven and earth. In the distance, the mountains and forests were in turmoil, and the hissing of demonic beasts rose and fell. Qin Lang and his followers were shocked and their movements stopped, staring blankly at the direction in the distance, only to see hordes and hordes of demonic beasts, as if they had received orders, running wildly in a certain direction. Among these demonic beasts, there were predestined natural enemies as well as predators and prey. But at this moment, it seemed as if these demonic beasts had all forgotten the grudges they had once held, and only focused on running forward. The crowd of followers had never seen such a battle before and were stunned. Forget about that for a second and back off. It was only when Qin Lang let out a loud shout that the followers woke up as if they were dreaming. They just happened to be standing in the direction that the demonic beasts were traveling. If they didn't hurry to get out of the way, I'm afraid that they would be trampled into meat directly by hundreds of demonic beasts. That Dharma phase third layer demonic beast, which had been nailed to the ground by Qin Lang, did not care about the injuries on its body, broke free from its bonds and joined the group of demonic beasts, running wildly all the way. Pale blue blood that flowed all over the place. The other demonic beasts just kept running as if they hadn't seen Qin Lang and his followers. The crowd was dumbfounded as they looked at the rampaging group of demonic beasts and talked about it. What's going on? Are these demonic beasts all crazy? What's going on? That's never happened before. Looking at the direction where the demonic beasts had left, Qin Lang's pair of eyes kept flickering. This secret realm was the Qin family's inherited secret realm, and besides demonic beasts, there were countless heavenly treasures. These demonic beasts were behaving so erratically, it was very likely that heavenly treasures were out in the world. And a heavenly material that could induce so many demonic beasts to go crazy was definitely not bad. Thinking of this, Qin Lang immediately shouted, "Brothers, the demonic beasts are behaving so erratically. I'm afraid that heavenly treasures have appeared ahead of them. Moreover, looking at the situation, the grade of the heavenly material should not be low. Follow them." When the followers heard this, a greedy look appeared in their eyes. Although they were not as strong as the 5 major sequences such as Qin Lang, they were also the leaders of the young generation of the Qin family. In a family like the Qin family, strength was the only source of discourse. Although they also knew that even if they were lucky enough to get their hands on the heavenly material treasure, it would definitely go to Qin Lang. They also hoped that they would be able to get a piece of the pie. Qin Lang took the lead, and his followers followed closely behind, following the group of demonic beasts. Just a short distance away, he met several other major sequences head-on. Qin Lang, what are you guys doing? We just saw the ferocious beasts running in that direction as if they had gone crazy, and we suspected that there were heavenly treasures, so we came over to take a look. You guys aren't, by any chance, thinking the same thing, are you? Facing the questioning of the other several sequences, Qin Lang looked at the third sequence, Qin Qinger, who was standing not far away, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You guys better think of killing a few more ferocious beasts as soon as possible. This heavenly material treasure is reserved by this young man. This third sequence, Qin Qinger, was a woman. Her figure was tall, her legs were long and slender, and she was wearing a well-fitting soft armor, which outlined her dimpled figure in an extremely seductive manner. In the face of Qin Lang's overbearing declaration, Qin Qinger disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Qin Lang, I know you're strong, but there are 3 of us on our side. Although all 3 of us are not as strong as you, but coupled with the followers of the 3 of us, it's not yet known who the deer will be. Immediately, Qin Qinger raised her eyes as if she had remembered something. Why haven't I seen Qin Jogo? Where did he run off to? Such a big commotion. He wouldn't be unable to see it. With his nature of making a splash, how could he possibly hold back from coming? Upon hearing Qin Qinger's doubts, Sequence 5's Qin Feng grinned widely and laughed. Still Qin Joga, this kid probably ran out of sight long ago. These demonic beasts are as crazy. With such a big battle, even we need to avoid the front line for a while. He doesn't even have a follower with him. How would he dare to stay here for a long time? The 5th sequence Qin Yu also rushed to chime in. That's not true. This kid Qin Jogo, he made a big splash when he entered the secret realm. I'll see what he'll do now. Not even a single follower. I'm afraid that this time, the order of the 5 major sequences will have to change. Qin Yu had been relegated to last place and inevitably had some complaints in his heart. Now that Qin Jogu had no followers, he was surely overwhelmed by his left and right forces. He was also thinking of taking this opportunity to move his ranking up a bit. Right at this moment, Qin Lang, who was the closest to the group of demonic beasts, suddenly stopped and raised his right hand, making a stopping motion. Although the remaining few major sequences were very dissatisfied with Qin Lang's arrogance, Qin Lang's strength was real, and they didn't dare to be too arrogant. Qin Lang, why did you stop all of a sudden? Qin Feng approached Qin Lang and inquired in a low voice. Shoo! Qin Lang placed the index finger of his right hand in front of his lips and made a gesture to silence his voice. Then he reached out and pointed in the direction of the group of demonic beasts, only to see that the group of demonic beasts that were originally running playfully were slowing down at this moment. Even there was a situation where the demonic beast at the back crashed into the demonic beast at the front. Among them, there was no lack of ferocious and violent beasts, but at this time, these demonic beasts seemed to have changed their nature, not caring at all, just staring blankly at the front. The 4 major sequences, including Qin Lang, were aghast in their hearts when they saw this situation. It's already here. Chapter 41. Qin Jogu, what does he want? Although the rest of the several major sequences were not convinced of Qin Lang on their lips, at this point in time, they still tacitly honored Qin Lang. After all, Qin Lang was the leader of the young generation of the Qin family, regardless of his strength or brains. Right now, with so many demonic beasts surrounding them, it was still safest to listen to Qin Lang. Under Qin Lang's arrangement, several major sequences and their followers hid behind a mountain cliff, scrutinizing the group of demonic beasts below. As far as their eyes could see, they were surprised to find that the number of demonic beasts was far more than they had imagined. Other than the group of demonic beasts they had trailed just now, there were other demonic beasts that were coming from all directions. The mountains were filled with demonic beasts that were constantly running and flying crazily, rolling up dust in the sky. What was even more bizarre was that it was as if these demonic beasts didn't seem to see them. Even though they were very close to them, they had no intention of attacking them, and directly ran wildly past them. Looking at the number, I am afraid that there are no less than thousands of demonic beasts surrounding this area. The crowd was alarmed. At the same time, the heart couldn't help but be on fire. Just what kind of heavenly treasure could attract so many demonic beasts swarming here? Such heavenly treasures, if one could obtain them, how much stronger would it be? Qin Lang and the rest of the sequence looked ahead. One could only see thousands of demonic beasts gathered around a cliff, while the gazes of these demonic beasts were staring dead-on in the direction of the opposite cliff. Qin Lang and the several major sequences followed the gaze of the demonic beast and saw a medicinal herb that was emitting a starry light. The eyes of several sequences lit up. This herb, was it the heavenly treasure that had caused so many demonic beasts to riot? However, how does it look very ordinary? And it doesn't have that aura overflowing feeling of a heavenly treasure. But these demonic beasts, why were they obsessed with this herb? Stupid. That's the soul-drawing grass. Damn. How did this get here? Qin Lang's angry voice rang in the ears of several major sequences. His face, too, became a bit cold. If he had known that it was the soul-drawing grass, why would he have risked so much to follow the demonic beast to this place? Soul-inducing grass? The rest of the several major sequences were a bit confused when they heard the name. As the top 5 sequences of the young generation of the Qin family, they were naturally no strangers to soul-drawing grass. This kind of herb was not something rare, let alone calling it a heavenly treasure. It's just that, for demonic beasts, there's no small amount of temptation. But why is it a soul-attracting herb? According to their understanding, the growing environment of the soul-drawing grass was extremely special, and it was impossible for it to appear here under normal circumstances. But it's really rooted there. What's going on here? The only explanation is that someone placed it here. But, in the middle of the secret realm, there was no one else besides the 5 great sequences and their followers who would place the soul-drawing grass here. Is there any benefit to attracting a large number of demonic beasts? Besides, aren't all of them here? Suddenly, Qin Yu from the 5th sequence swept his gaze over the crowd and shouted word for word, "It must be him, Qin Jiugu." The rest of the 3 major sequences' bodies steeply shook when they heard it. Yes, Qin Jiugu. Of the 5 major sequences and their followers, everyone except Qin Jiugu was here. Couldn't be that this soul-drawing grass was really put there by Qin Jiugu? Previously, when Qin Jiugu had entered the secret realm alone without any followers, the several major sequences had greatly lowered their defenses against Qin Jiugu, believing that he was bound to be no threat at all. It was unthinkable that Qin Jiugu had actually muffled his voice and made such a big commotion. But what was his purpose in doing so? Lure the demonic beasts to this place and kill them all in one go. A few people looked at each other and quickly dismissed the thought. What a joke! Not to mention that Qin Jiugu was only at the Spirit Sea realm. Even if he was at the Dharma phase realm, he simply couldn't do it and annihilate so many demonic beasts at once. Even Qin Lang, who was at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase, did not think that he could do it. As the top 5 sequences of the young generation of the Qin family, they could be said to know everything about the secret realm. Not only were there a large number of demonic beasts here, but there were also quite a few that were strong and powerful. There were a full 3 demonic beasts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase alone. Could it be? Qin Jiugu is trying to draw us over, so that we'll be entangled by the demonic beasts, and he'll go hunt the lone demonic beasts himself. Qin Qinger's pair of beautiful eyes blossomed with an unbelievable expression, her tone filled with astonishment. Definitely. Qin Lang slapped his hand and fiercely slapped on a boulder on the side, and in an instant, the rocks tumbled. This Qin Jiugu has some schemes. Qin Qinger's slender jade hand rested on her chin as she pondered. Qin Jiuji's scheming this time could be said to be very sinister and cunning. Use the soul-attracting grass to attract the demonic beasts over. At the same time, let them think that there is a heavy treasure here, be attracted together, use the demonic beasts to hold them back, and then go to hunt the demonic beasts that fall alone. It is definitely a wonderful plan. Humph. So what if he's a bit scheming? In the face of absolute strength, it's not enough to worry about. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and turned around, preparing to leave this place. Since there were no heavenly treasures in this place, there was no need for him to stay here, so he might as well wait for the effect of the soul-attracting grass to wear off, and then go hunting demonic beasts to make it better. The rest of the several major sequences, glancing at each other, all saw the goings-on in the eyes of the others. Since there were no heavenly treasures in this place and it was impossible to hunt demonic beasts, there was no need to waste time here. Qin Jiugu could take advantage of the opportunity to hunt the demonic beasts that had fallen behind. Why couldn't they? However, just as they were about to leave, Qin Jiuji's figure slowly emerged from within the cliff. Seeing Qin Jiugu appear, the several major sequences were instantly somewhat confused. They, guessed wrong? Didn't Qin Jiugu use the soul-drawing grass to take advantage of the opportunity to hunt down the demonic beasts that had fallen behind? But What was his purpose in attracting so many demonic beasts over at once without leaving himself? Could it be that he really wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all these demonic beasts? It's a no-brainer. The several people who didn't know what was going on were staring at Chin Jogu dead in the face, wanting to see what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. As if he didn't see a few people, Chin Jogu directly took a step forward. Then, the aura around his body completely exploded. The cultivation of the first level of the Dharma phase spread out in a raging manner. Seeing Chin Jogu exude such an amazing aura, the remaining several major sequences couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Chin Jogu actually broke through to the Dharma realm? But looking at his aura, at best, he was only at the level of the first layer of the Dharma phase. It was completely impossible to kill so many demonic beasts at once. Chapter 42. Heavy pupil vision. Covering the sky. Just a few sequences of amazed effort. Chin Jogu took another step forward. As he moved, the aura emanating from his body climbed once again. Almost within a breath, it reached the second level of the Dharma phase. A couple of sequences couldn't believe their eyes anymore. This man, is he really Chin Jogu? He had actually broken through to the second level of the Dharma phase realm? Qin Lang, I originally thought that, among our generation, you were invincible. Now it seems that this Chin Jogu is not inferior to you in the slightest. Qin Chinger's pair of beautiful eyes, somewhat provocative, looked at Qin Lang and mocked. All along, Qin Lang, as the first sequence of the current generation of the Qin family, had left all of them far behind. Even if the others were dissatisfied with his arrogance, they had to admit that Qin Lang's strength was indeed strong. But now that Chin Jogu had actually displayed a realm that was not weaker than Qin Lang's in the slightest, how could she not take the opportunity to fall on her sword and strike a blow at Qin Lang? Humph! It's only the second level of the Dharma phase, it's just in the same realm as me. I'm the 9-dragon divine body. Qin Lang grunted in dissatisfaction, his tone filled with pride. Although they were both at the second level of the Dharma phase realm, he was equipped with the 9 dragons divine body, and fighting across the ranks was not even a difficult task. Even if Chin Jogu was on the same realm as him, it simply wasn't enough to cause him to feel panic. But right at this moment, Chin Jogu moved once again, only to see that he was able to defend the air with his emptiness, stepping out once again, and the aura on his body once again skyrocketed. Dharma phase 3 levels. Qin Lang was a bit flustered. Chin Juji's realm had already surpassed him. Although the 9 dragons' divine body was incomparably divine and could fight over the ranks. But Chin Jogu wasn't given it for nothing. He also possessed the Xian Fire divine body, and his strength couldn't be underestimated. Just as Qin Lang was panicking, Chin Jogu once again took 2 steps. With every step he took, his strength skyrocketed. By the time he took the last step, Chin Juji's aura had already reached the 5th level of the Dharma phase. At the same time, his body, too, arrived in front of the many demonic beasts. Chin Jogu was suspended in mid-air, looking down at the demonic beasts below with a disdainful look on his face, as if these demonic beasts were pigs and sheep that could be killed with his hands. The several major sequences and followers below had been completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Chin Jogu actually broke through to the 5th level of the Dharma phase? One must know that Qin Lang, who was the first sequence, was only at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase realm. Wouldn't that mean that the first sequence of the young generation of the Qin family was not at all Qin Lang, who had always been far ahead of the rest, but rather this one in front of him, the deeply hidden Chin Jogu? A feeling of absurdity surged through the hearts of several major sequences at the same time. It's simply not possible. Less than 3 months had passed since the last qualifier. At that time, Chin Jogu was nothing more than a peak spirit sea realm. How was it possible to break through 5 minor realms in a row in this short period of 3 months? Several major sequences looked at each other, and strong scorn welled up in their hearts. They thought of one extremely frightening possibility. That is, before, Chin Jogu had always had reservations. He had been, all along, hiding his strength. Qin Family Martial Arts Arena. The Qin family members watching the battle were similarly shocked when they saw Chin Juji's aura explode all the way to the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm. Moreover, looking at Chin Juji's series of actions, it was hard to believe that he really intended to face all the demonic beasts head-on. Although, Chin Juji's strength wasn't what it used to be and had already reached the 5th level of the Dharma phase. But to deal with this mountainous demonic beast, not to mention the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, even if it was the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm, it was still completely impossible to do it. The patriarch Qin Yu, who had been sitting upright, swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look at Chin Hai, who was on the side, his tone filled with worry. "Uncle Hai, this child, Jogo, is a bit impulsive." The patriarch saw the protagonist's strength and opened his mouth with some concern. With his strength, even if he goes step by step, he can still win the Divine Son trial. It's too risky to do so, isn't it? Although Qin Yu was Qin Lang's father, as the patriarch of the Qin family, he still had to put the interests of the Qin family first. The strength and talent that Qin Jogu had displayed nowadays was enough to prove that he was an even better candidate for Divine Son than Qin Lang. For the sake of the Qin family's prosperity, there was no way Qin Yu would let Qin Jogu take that much risk, because their opponents were not Qin Hai or Qin Jogu, but the other three great immortal emperor clans and even the mysterious and unpredictable Holy Land. Only by electing the strongest person to serve as the Divine Son and inherit the position of Patriarch in the future could the Qin family ensure its longevity. Seeing that Patriarch Qin Yu spoke up, a few clan elders also hurriedly interjected, "Yes, Brother Hai, this child Juji's talent is just too good. However, it's too risky for him to fight thousands of demonic beasts alone. I think that if Jogu isn't defeated in a while, we can open the secret realm in advance and protect Jogu. Right? Juji's talent is completely not inferior to the holy sons of the Holy Land. It would be a loss for our Qin family if such a genius is lost in the middle of the trial. I'm also in favor of it. Let's look at the situation first. If Jogu is really unbeatable, even if we open the secret realm, we have to save Jogu." In the face of the crowd's proposal, Qin Hai waved his hand in a confident manner. "There's no need. For tens of thousands of years, this has been the rule of the Qin clan. During the Divine Son trials, one cannot open the secret realm at will. Even though Jogu is my grandson, I can't break the Qin family's rules that have been in place for years just for him." Qin Hai said something that was loud and clear. Qin Yu and several elders looked at Qin Hai, only to feel that on Qin Hai's face, there wasn't the slightest look of worry, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but wonder. Qin Hai was so confident. It was hard to believe that Qin Jogu still had hidden means, but even if Qin Jogu made another breakthrough and reached the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm, he wouldn't be able to hold up to the siege of so many demonic beasts. This was thousands of demonic beasts, and there was no shortage of demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Dharma phase. How could Qin Jogu, alone, be able to defeat the siege of so many demonic beasts? Just as everyone's was shocked by the strength that Qin Jogu had displayed, as well as the undercard that might still exist. Qin Jogu in the void finally moved, only to see that he slowly closed his own eyes and took a step into the air. The next moment, Qin Jogu opened his eyes, for pupils appearing in the middle of the screen. Heavy pupils, unfolded. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. A mass of dark clouds, appearing out of nowhere, instantly obscured the originally clear sky. The sun, which had been blazing, was also hidden by thick clouds. In the sky, a pair of eyes with 4 pupils emerged from the void. Heavy pupil vision, covering the sky. Chapter 43. Ancient Heavy Pupils. The true dragon of the Qin family. As the terrifying vision appeared, the remaining 4 of the 5 Qin family sequences within the secret realm, as well as the followers behind them, were instantly shaken to their core. With the Qin family's heritage, it was naturally impossible for them not to know how rare and how strong such a heaven-defying physique as the heavy pupil was. How could they have never imagined that Qin Jogu, who they had always considered to be no threat, had not only broken through the Dharma phase realm long ago, reaching the 5th level of Dharma phase. Even more so, he possessed a heaven-defying physique like a heavy pupil. They knew that even if the 4 of them were to join together, they were simply no match for the current Qin Jogu. It could even be said that it was as easy as a slap in the face for Qin Jogu to exterminate the current them. This is heavy pupils. This terrifying might, the heavy pupil vision in the sky. It can't be wrong. It's the heavy pupil. Prince Qin Joga actually awakened his heavy pupils? It's incredible. Originally, I thought that Prince Qin Lang was the strongest in the Qin clan, but now it looks as if Prince Jogu is the one who deserves to be number 1. The Qin family members who had gathered around and watched the terrifying vision of heavy pupils on the screen couldn't help but yell out. The Qin family's several vain masters, as well as Patriarch Qin Yu, were shocked beyond measure despite their amazing powers of determination. If anything, Qin Jogu had just displayed his cultivation at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, making them realize Qin Juji's excellence. Then, at this moment, Qin Jogu turning on his heavy pupils was enough to make them realize that Qin Jogu was terrifying. As the current strongest group of people in the Qin family, how could they not know the terror of the heavy pupil? Not only did it possess several kinds of power, capable of seeing through all illusions, it also had a huge effect on the cultivation level. Qin Yu exchanged glances with the other several vain masters, and they all saw a look of enlightenment in each other's eyes. The unsolved mystery, finally solved. Why, Qin Jogu was only at the peak of the Spirit Sea 3 months ago, and now he had climbed to the 5th level of the Dharma phase. Why, he was able to cross a major realm and several minor realms in just a few months, leaving Qin Lang, who was originally leading, far behind. I think that I should have obtained some kind of miraculous encounter and awakened my heavy pupils, which is why I have made such progress. What surprised Qin Yu and the group of clan elders even more was Qin Jiuji's heart. Teenagers, the spirit of the wind, waving the Thursday is a normal phenomenon. The so-called people are not frivolous wasted teenagers. However, after obtaining the heavy pupil, Qin Jogu held it back until the day of the Divine Sun trial, when he exposed it with a bang. This kind of heart, this kind of patience, is exactly what is necessary to be a good patriarch of a behemoth like the Qin family. Previously, they had been curious as to why Qin Jogu had suddenly taken out the soul drawing grass and what exactly he wanted to do. At that time, no one believed that this 18-year-old teenager was trying to gather the demonic beasts together and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Now everyone believes it. Qin Jogu was truly prepared to gather all the demonic beasts together and kill them in one fell swoop. He was going to rely on this to bend the road and overtake the leading Qin Lang and then leave him behind. And the reason for believing is very simple. That is, heavy pupils. Ancient heavy pupil. Once a great emperor's divine eye. It had been an unknown period of time since he had appeared above the Tianxian continent. Now, in the body of an 18-year-old, it is repeated. When he thought of the future light of the Qin family, under the leadership of Qin Jogu, singing all the way to the top, crushing the other 3 major immortal emperor clans, and even trampling the mysterious Holy Land under his feet, Qin Yu couldn't help but stroke his palm and laugh. Ha 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 ha. The Qin family has produced a true dragon. As Qin Yu's words fell, the surrounding clan elders, too, chimed in. Yes, I can't imagine that Duke Jogu actually possesses the legendary Great Emperor's eye. In the future, he will definitely achieve the position of a great emperor. Our Qin family, there is hope. Duke Jogu is a heavenly prodigy, and will definitely be able to lead the Qin family to even higher peaks in the future. I can't imagine that in my lifetime, I'll still be able to see such a heaven-defying thing as a heavy pupil. It's wonderful that the heavens have sent the 9 songs down to our Qin family. Looking at the excited clan elders, as well as the happy patriarch Qin Yu, the vain master of the vein that Qin Lang was in could not help but have a gloomy face that looked like it could drip water. Originally, he was very confident that Qin Lang could win the Divine Sun trial in one fell swoop and lead his lineage to glory. And before Qin Jogu broke out, things were going exactly as he expected. Everyone was optimistic about Qin Lang, and he had a light on his face. But Qin Juji's performance afterward made all of his hopes somewhat dim, because not only had Qin Jogu broken through the Dharma phase realm and reached the 5th level of Dharma phase, it was even a direct display of the ancient heavy pupil. The terrifying natural ability, coupled with a high level of cultivation, was enough to stir up the wind and clouds. Right now, the only thing he was counting on was that Qin Jogu was only one person. Without the protection and curation of followers, it is impossible to utilize the full power. Thinking of this, he brazenly opened his mouth at the risk of offending everyone. So what if it's a heavy pupil? He's only one person. Those demonic beasts, but they're in the thousands. Do you guys really think that heavy pupil is invincible? This vain master's rebuttal instantly drew many angry glances. After seeing Qin Jiuji's heavy pupil talent, all of these people viewed Qin Jogu as the Qin clan's hope to crush the other 3 immortal emperor clans and challenge the authority of the Holy Land. What are you talking nonsense about? Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen the terror of heavy pupils. Aren't you just jealous that Juji's talent is better than Qin Lang from your lineage? I really didn't expect that you were actually this kind of person. Qin Wuxian, what are you babbling about? Duke Jogu has heavy pupils and his future achievements are unlimited. If you keep talking nonsense, after the God's Sun trial, I'll be waiting for you in the clan's gladiator arena. Even the patriarch, Qin Yu, looked at Qin Wuxian with displeasure. Qin Wuxian, The interests of the Qin family will always be above all else. Jogo is exceptionally talented and will definitely be able to lead the Qin family to glory in the future. So stop saying that or else I'll get angry. The words were not loud, but every word of Qin Yu's was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The wrath of the patriarch is no fun. As the patriarch, Qin Yu not only held the power of life and death, but more importantly, he was also a quasi-emperor-level powerhouse. Although Qin Wuxian was indignant in his heart, he no longer dared to say anything more on his lips. One could only secretly slander, hoping that Qin Jogo would die at the hands of the demonic beasts, and the position of the divine son would fall into Qin Lang's hands. Right at this moment, Qin Jogo, who had been suspended in midair, suddenly moved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Jogo directly stimulated the heavy pupil avatar. Source Heavenly Divine Eye. After a loud cry, amidst the roiling black clouds, a pair of dual pupils spread across the dome of the sky, blossoming with divine light and exterminating hundreds of ferocious beasts below. Chapter 44. Chaotic Body. The talent of two great emperors. Shining in the Qin family. Boom! 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 Wherever the divine light went, there was a huge explosion, a loud sound that was unceasing, and the ground that was as hard as iron was blown to smithereens, raising smoke and dust in the sky. The thousands of demonic beasts on the hillside that coveted the soul-drawing grass were instantly out of luck. A mournful howl resounded throughout the entire land, and many demonic beasts looked like they had been scared out of their wits when they saw this terrifying divine light fall. Moments later, the smoke cleared, only to see that the mountains were filled with all kinds of demonic beasts' dismembered limbs and broken arms, and all kinds of colorful blood flowed everywhere, staining the entire mountainside with colorful colors. The Qin family members watching the battle fixed their eyes on it, and in just a few breaths of effort, the demonic beasts that were just now looking at the soul-drawing grass and were foolishly moving were exterminated by as many as 200 to 300 heads by this terrifying divine light. This terrifying extermination efficiency drew a sigh of relief from the clan elders watching the battle. Qin Lang fought for half a day with his followers and only killed dozens of them. Jogo exterminated hundreds in just a few breaths. No wonder. He dares to break into the trial mysteries alone without his followers. With this strength, what demonic beasts are you afraid of? Unexpected. Among this generation, the one with the deepest hide is actually Jogo. Dharma Phase Realm, heavy pupil talent, actually able to be at ease as the second sequence for so long. Not only is the strength amazing, the heart is even more rare. Heavy pupil, it's really as terrifying as it is. That terrifying soul pressure makes demonic beasts not even have the courage to resist. There was a gasp of amazement as everyone recognized an unquestionable fact. That is, the battle for the Son of God is no longer in doubt at this point. The Qin clan's current generation of divine sons had and only had one choice, and that was Qin Jogo, who had displayed the talent of heavy pupils. As the crowd marveled, Qin Jogo, who was in the picture, once again made a move, only to see the aura around Qin Juji's body skyrocket once again. The terrifying aura directly shocked some of the weaker demonic beasts to the ground, their bodies twitching, seeing that they were not going to live. In the sky, the chaotic aura surged, and a green lotus plant slowly poked its head out from a cloud of chaos. Chaos planted the green lotus. As one of the 4 immortal emperor clans, the Qin family's clansmen's vision and insights were far beyond those of ordinary and unusual clans. For this kind of vision, it was more than familiar. Although they had never actually seen it, they knew that the chaotic seed green lotus was a vision that belonged uniquely to the chaotic body. With the appearance of the chaotic seed green lotus vision, a bizarre and shocking scene appeared in the sky. On the left side, countless pairs of terrifyingly heavy pupils exuded an astonishing might, causing those who saw them to feel a kind of trembling from their souls. To the right, in the midst of the chaos, a green lotus bloomed proudly, searing and mysterious. The two visions, clearly separated, appeared to be in perfect harmony. This astonishing vision immediately caused the Qin family members, who had just adapted to the terrifying talent of Qin Jogo possessing heavy pupils, to fall into shock once again. Heavy pupils are amazing enough. Why is there another chaos body here? Could it be that Qin Jogo, alone, was burdened with 2 heaven-defying physiques, the heavy pupil and the chaotic body? Matriarch, this is the first time I've seen such a sight. Can it be that this chaotic body's vision was also triggered by Jogo? A clan elder gulped somewhat incredulously and looked towards the joyful Chinyu. Yeah, the heavy pupil is already amazing enough. This is another chaotic body that has appeared. The two major visions I've never seen in my life have all appeared this time. Jogu simply gave us old guys a big surprise. Chaotic body plus weighted pupil. This configuration. It seems like no one has ever had it in the history of Tianxian continent. The chaotic body is the number one of the 3,000 divine bodies. Only a few special physiques can match it, and if you add in the heavy pupils, I really don't know how to evaluate it. I can only say, the posture of a great emperor. Heavy pupil is likewise a great emperor's talent. Jogo, this is not a great emperor's posture, but two great emperor's talents. With these words, quite a few people in the room actually developed a feeling of absurdity. With a heavy pupil physique, he will surely achieve greatness in the future. Chaotic body must be a great emperor in the future. It was the first time they felt that it was a blessed annoyance for their clan members to be too talented. It could be said that by splitting Qin Juji's heavy pupil physique and chaotic physique, the Qin family would have two great emperors. But now, with the two rolled into one, there might just be one even more terrifying great emperor. Tianxian continent, since the birth of the Holy Land and the molding of the four immortal emperor races, no matter if it's the Holy Son of the Holy Land or the Divine Son of the immortal emperor races, there's basically only one chaos body level of special physique talent, and Jogu is actually one person directly occupying two of them. What a heavenly child! Looking at the field, Qin Jogu, who stood proudly between heaven and earth like a god of war. Qin Yu, as well as the many clan elders, were excited beyond words. The Qin family had been the four great immortal emperor clans of the Tianxian continent for an unknown number of years. They want, all the time, to go 100 feet further and step into a higher realm. But there has been no suitable opportunity. The strength of the other three great immortal emperor clans is equally not to be underestimated, not to mention that the Holy Land is more like a big mountain pressing on their heads, insurmountable. Nowadays, Qin Jogo came out of nowhere, giving this dream the possibility of realization. The chaotic body and heavy pupil were as terrifying as this. And once Qin Jogu achieved greatness in the future, his battle power could be said to be unrivaled in the entire continent. With such an invincible person at the helm of the Qin clan, were they still afraid that they wouldn't be able to suppress the other three great immortal emperor clans? Still need to worry about the Holy Land? No, not at all. It should be the three immortal emperor clans as well as the Holy Land that were worried about their Qin family. Within the secret realm, the four major sequences, including Qin Lang, had been completely dumbfounded. In their impression, Qin Jogu was the Shen fire god body. Among the 3,000 divine bodies, it ranked 9th. It was not bad, but how could it be compared to the number 1 ranked chaotic body? Not to mention, Qin Jogu also possessed such a terrifying talent as heavy pupils. Qin Qinger looked at Qin Jogu in mid-air and had long since lost her interest in striking Qin Lang. The gap is so big, Qin Lang himself cannot see it. Still need her to add more fire? Several major sequences looked at Qin Jogu in mid-air, itching to go up and grab him by the collar and question him fiercely. Qin Jogu, aren't you the Shen fire god body? Then what's with this chaotic body and heavy pupils? I told you earlier that you have chaotic body aggravated pupil. This godson, we directly do not compete. We can't even compete with a single chaos body or heavy pupil, let alone the two combined. Robbing something from the Hundun body will surely lead to death. Rob something from a heavy pupil, you must die. This doesn't leave a way out at all. Chapter 45 Young Emperor. Searing Brilliance. In midair, Qin Jogu had no idea what the four major sequences below were thinking. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. This Divine Sun trial, his goal was to, with a completely crushing posture, win the Divine Sun position in one fell swoop. Whether or not these major sequences would be psychologized by his excellence was not something he could consider. Under the two great visions shining in the sky, Qin Jogu moved once again, only to see him standing proudly in midair. His hands were constantly flipping up and down, and in a moment, he had already changed his posture dozens of times, and the aura around him was also continuously increasing. A chaotic ball of light between his hands slowly took shape. As Qin Jogu moved, the ball of light continued to shrink, as if it was being pressed by an external force until it became a 1-foot square orb. Slowly, the orb divides into two colors. On one side, a bright cyan color, and on the other, a heavy black color. The two colors of energy squeezed each other, and in the end, no one could help anyone, forming a bizarre balance. The 4 major sequences below looked at this terrifying ball of light and couldn't help but feel a sense of trembling from their souls. They could see the terrifying energy condensed within the ball of light. This kind of terrifying energy, needless to say, smashed on them. Even a little bit of it would put their lives at risk. Qin Jiogu is simply too terrifying. Let's retreat first. Qin Lang's face, filled with a frustrated expression, greeted the remaining several major sequences and hurriedly retreated. All along, Qin Lang had proudly thought that he was the #1 person in the young generation of the Qin family, and that others were simply not worthy of comparing with him. But the heavy pupil and chaotic body that Qin Jiogu had just displayed gave him the feeling that he was a complete clown. The huge explosion created when Qin Jiogu executed Divine Light just now had already caused him to suffer quite a bit of damage, and now this ball of light made him even more vulnerable. Therefore, after the ball of light had coalesced into shape, Qin Lang only had one thought: escape, flee as far away as possible, and definitely don't touch this ball of light. The other several major sequences, which were even inferior to Qin Lang in terms of strength, did not have any intention of resisting in the face of this terrifying vision and pressure. Hearing Qin Lang say he wanted to leave, he hurriedly agreed. Qin Lang braced himself and swept out. Several other sequences rushed to follow. Just as they had just left their hiding place not far away, Qin Jiogu also made a move. Qin Jiogu took a step forward, and the space around him instantly tore apart, with a number of fine spatial cracks appearing. The terrifying ball of light in his hand was also flung out as he did so. Boom! The ball of light smashed directly into the demonic beasts below at a dizzying speed. Several hundred demonic beasts that were usually fierce and unparalleled were well behaved like sheep at this moment, quietly lying there as if they had already resigned themselves to their fate. Chaotic destruction thunder. Qin Jiogu bellowed. His sleeves instantly exploded, revealing his sturdy arms, and with both hands, he threw the ball of light with vigor. A terrifying pressure immediately filled the entire secret realm. Even Qin Lang and the others, who had fled to the distance, felt a kind of trembling from their souls. They couldn't help but be secretly thankful that they were lucky to escape early. Otherwise, they might be in the same state as those ferocious beasts now. That would be a shame. Coming to the secret realm to participate in the God-Son competition, and then being scared to the ground by a competitor's move? The thought of such a large social death scene gives several major sequences a shudder. The ball of light drifted, but it wasn't slow at all. Almost in the blink of an eye, he landed in the middle of a large group of demonic beasts. Boom! The ball of light exploded and a loud noise spread throughout the entire secret realm. The earth was shaking violently because of this violent explosion, as if it was an earthquake. The ferocious beasts that were at the center point of the explosion were instantly out of luck, with all sorts of limb fragments flying around and blood of various colors spraying everywhere. Where the ball of light landed, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Even though Qin Lang and the rest of the 3 major sequences were already far away from the place of the explosion, they were still doused by the rain of blood that fell from the air in an incomparable mess. With that move just now, there should have been 100 to 200 ferocious beasts blown up. Chaotic body. Simply too terrifying. Qin Qinger stroked the bulge on her chest, her pretty face white with fear. She couldn't believe that she was competing with a terrifying existence like Qin Jiogu for the position of Divine Son. What's the difference? More than that, there should be 300 or 400. Qin Lang's face, too, was very ugly. The battle power displayed by Qin Jiogu made him feel ashamed of himself. It was crueler than death to the ever-so-conceited man. Too scary. I've never seen such a terrifying attack before. If it landed on me for even a fraction of a second, I'd have to die beyond death. Qin Yu wiped his face, wiping away the blood and limb fragments that had landed on his face, his tone filled with decadence. Previously, he had always looked down on Qin Jiogu and felt that it was nothing more than that, and he was confident in defeating it. In hindsight, it's simply ridiculous. Just as the several great sequences marveled at the terror of the chaotic body, Qin Jiogu in midair moved once again, only to see that around Qin Juji's body, a formation pattern began to emerge. Kuan Peng treasure art. As Qin Jiogu shouted, in the sky that had just regained its clarity, the ancient beast Kuan Peng's shadow instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. The Fey beast Kuan Peng was an ancient legendary Fey. Not only was its body size huge, but its magical powers were unparalleled. Later, for unknown reasons, this terrifying beast disappeared from the Tianxian continent, and no one saw it again. The huge size of the Kuan Pang obscured the entire sky, and the sky that had just brightened up darkened once again. Qin Jiogu waved his hand towards the bottom, and the roaming beasts of the Kuan Pang instantly descended to the ground in black, leaving no dead ends and crushing the remaining demonic beasts, including those at the 7th level of the Dharma phase, as much as they could. Being suddenly crushed, those weaker demonic beasts immediately bled from their 7 orifices and turned into puddles of mush. Only demonic beasts above the 5th level of the Dharma phase barely had the power to cope. At this moment, these demonic beasts couldn't care less about the soul-inducing grass, and they were running in all directions in fear, as if they wanted to escape from this area. Some of the demonic beasts, in order to run faster, or in order to fight against this horrifying pressure, kept desperately releasing their demonic arts, and demonic arts of various colors and scents intermingled, reflecting the entire sky in a colorful manner. However, these demonic beasts all ended up being easily crushed into mush by the roaming Kuan Pangs. After this move, not a single living demonic beast could be seen on the entire mountainside anymore. Beneath the mountain cliff, there was only scorched earth that could not be seen at a glance, as well as countless remains of demonic beasts. In the midst of this horrifying scene, Qin Jiogu stepped on the void and stood proudly between heaven and earth. It was like a searingly rising teenage greatness. Chapter 46 10 Fierce Treasure Arts. Kuan Pang Treasure Art. The Ancient Heavenly Emperor's Conquest Art. Looking at Qin Jiogu, who was hovering in midair like a great emperor, the 4 major sequences standing on the ground all had a flash of intense frustration in their eyes. They were all the same age, and Qin Jiogu had used the power of one person to exterminate thousands of demonic beasts, many of which were at the 3rd, 5th, or even 7th level or higher of the Dharma phase. Looking at them again, exterminating a demonic beast at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase required their followers to exert all their efforts to stall and buy them time before they could do so. Sure enough, the difference between people is literally heaven and earth. Moreover, Qin Jiogu was burdened with 2 heaven-defying physiques, the chaotic body and the weighted pupil, and his future was unlimited, so it could be said that the achievement of a great emperor was almost a nail in the coffin. There was also that final move that killed hundreds of demonic beasts. Thinking about it now, it still gave them a shuddering feeling. One move, exterminating hundreds of demonic beasts. If it were to hit them, they wouldn't have a chance of survival. Ever since the Qin family had the Divine Sun trials, no one had ever managed to exterminate hundreds of demonic beasts in a single trial. The previous best record was just 97 heads. And that Qin family senior who did this already accomplished back then, certified as a great emperor early on, ascended to another world. Nowadays, Qin Juji's terror could be said to be far superior to that previous senior. What will he accomplish? The 4 major sequences are simply unthinkable. Sparing the once proud first sequence Qin Lang, he lowered his lofty head at this moment. Witnessing Qin Juji's strength, he no longer has the slightest fight in him. The gap is too big. Qin family martial arts arena. Qin Yu stood up with a bang, and the chair behind him couldn't withstand the powerful aura that escaped from him and directly shattered into pieces. At his level, Qi could be said to be sent and received like a finger. But the chair, it still shattered, which shows how agitated he was. Kuan Pang Treasure Art. It's actually Kuan Pang Treasure Art. Qin Yu did not have the image of a patriarch in the slightest, pointing at the screen and exclaiming loudly. His pupils contracted, and his fingers couldn't help but tremble a little from the excitement. Kuan Pang Treasure Art? It's one of the 10 great treasure arts of the immortal ancient period. The Kuan Pang Treasure Art? In this world, there still exists this kind of amazing killing technique? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the clan elders were all shocked and talked. As clan elders of the everlasting Qin clan, their insights were considered extraordinary. Even if they hadn't seen it, they had heard of the mighty reputation of the Kuan Pang Treasure Art. That was the legendary Kuan Pang Treasure Art used by a heavenly emperor to conquer all the way. But soon, a doubt surged through everyone's mind. As the celestial emperors ascended to the upper realm, shouldn't the 10 great treasure arts they created, including the Kuan Pang Treasure Art, have long been lost? But why did Qin Jiogu know this Kuan Pang Treasure Art created by the heavenly emperor? Many of the clan elders who had gathered around couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in their eyes, and a greedy look began to emerge in their eyes. It wasn't true that Qin Jiogu was indeed strong, bearing a chaotic body and heavy pupils, and mastering this terrifying Kuan Pang Treasure Art. But after all, he was only 18 years old, but he was only at the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, so he was still too young compared to them, the old guys. I can obtain the cultivation method of this Kuin Pong treasure art from Chin Jyogu, or, at the thought of this, these clan elders couldn't wait to rush into the secret realm immediately and take down Chin Jyogu. That's how it is with the Sith, not the Wyvern. With good things, you also need the corresponding strength to keep them. If, today, the one who had cast the Kuin Pong treasure technique in front of them was a great emperor, they naturally wouldn't dare to have the slightest thought of seizing it. However, the one who was now casting this divine ability was Chin Jyogu, who was only 18 years old and whose strength was only at the Dharma phase realm. This made quite a few people, greed surfaced in their hearts. Right at this moment, Patriarch Chin Yu's serious voice rang in their ears. Everyone listen up. The matter of Jyogu carrying the Kuin Pong treasure technique shall not be publicized. Anyone who dares to spread the word is considered a traitor. Also, no one is allowed to covet anything. It's only normal for a proud son of heaven like Jyogu to have some opportunities. You all remember, Chin Jyogu is my Chin clan's divine son from today onwards, the future head of the Chin clan. No one may covet Chin Jyogu's secret opportunity. As Chin Yu's majestic voice fell, the clan elders who were red-eyed just now hurriedly nodded their heads, not daring to think about how to seize the matter. They could see that Chin Yu cared and defended Chin Jyogu. Moreover, Chin Yu had also made a bloody effort this time. Leaking Chin Jyogu's opportunity was considered treasonous. What if you made a move to take it? In this world, the end of those who rebel against their clans is usually very tragic. Not only did he have to face the clan's near-endless pursuit, but he also had to deal with the enemies he'd made before, and there was almost no chance of surviving. This threat was enough to make them give up all their petty thoughts. After the warning, Chin Yu took a few steps forward, a cold smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. This so-called divine son trial no longer has any meaning. After saying that, one could only see Chin Yu's right hand lifting as the supreme artifact flowed. The secret realm of the trial was opened straight away. Chin Jyogu, Chin Lang, and the other three major sequences as well as their followers all walked out of the secret realm. Chin Lang and the others looked at their surroundings with some bewilderment for a moment. According to normal circumstances, they needed to stay in the secret realm for enough 7 days and 7 nights before they could come out. What about this time? Soon after, Chin Lang was the first to react and turned his head to look at Chin Jyogu, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The remaining 3 major sequences weren't slow to react and turned their heads to look at Chin Jyogu. They realized that there was only one reason why this trial ended early, and that was Chin Jyogu. With Chin Jyogu's current strength, this divine son trial was almost just completely unnecessary. Their so-called 4 major sequences combined, plus all of their followers, couldn't even catch a single move from Chin Jyogu. So what's the point of talking about the divine son trial? Could be said that as long as there was Chin Jyogu, the divine son of this generation of the Chin clan could only be Chin Jyogu. Everyone else, not even a remote chance. After all, with the strength and talent that Chin Jyogu had just shown, as long as they weren't cuties, all knew what to choose. Sure enough, things didn't go as they expected. They had just come out, and over there, Clan Chief Chin Yu directly announced the results of the trial. Clansmen, as I'm sure you can see, Chin Jyogu, a true dragon of the Chin clan, killed thousands of demonic beasts with his own strength. This kind of battle result is unparalleled in the history of the Chin clan, and even in the history of the Tianxian continent. The divine son trial, too, would have no meaning. From today onward, Chin Jyogu is the divine son of the Chin family, with a status equal to that of the family head. Chapter 47, Chin D. There's something about that little lover of yours. Hearing Chin Yu's order, the eyes of everyone looking at Chin Jyogu became somewhat complicated. In the past, they had always known that the 5 major sequences of the Chin family were incomparably strong, and although they were still of the younger generation, their cultivation was already no weaker than many of the experts of the adult generation. Moreover, each of the 5 major sequences was equipped with a divine body, and it was not a problem for them to fight across levels. In particular, Chin Lang of the first sequence was carrying the 9 Dragons divine body, which was ranked second in the 3000 divine bodies rankings, and was so powerful that he was considered to be the strongest contender for the next clan head. But no one thought that the second sequence, that is, Chin Jyogu, who was originally not obvious, could be so deeply hidden. Not only was he burdened with the chaos body that ranked first among the 3000 divine bodies, he also possessed a heavy pupil that was no less than the chaos body. What was even more rare was that Chin Jyogu didn't know what kind of miraculous encounter he had, even mastering the Kuin Pong treasure art. one of the 10 great treasure trees that had been lost. These various configurations stacked up, making Qin Jogo completely stand out from the rest, and even the other 4 major sequences weren't enough to look up to him. Qin Qing'er's eyes also flashed with a strange color as she looked at Qin Jogo, who was standing in the distance, with a handsome and plump look. She hadn't expected that after being reborn. Qin Jogo would actually shine so brightly. Not only did he not deprive her of her supreme bone, he really treated her like a clan sister. He also displayed the heavy pupil, chaotic body, and even the Kuan Peng treasure art that had been lost. Compared to her previous life, the Qin Jogo who had deprived her of her supreme bone and used all of her plots and tricks in the Divine Sun trials, only to ultimately lose, the Qin Jogo of this life was indeed different. The you of this time and space are truly called the pride of heaven. Compared to your previous life, I don't know how much higher. Qin Hai and Qin Ming, who had already been surrounded by the excited clansmen, kept celebrating. Brother Hai, this grandson of yours is really something. Not only does he possess a chaotic body and heavy pupils, but he's even mastered the Kuan Peng treasure art. What a hero! With such a young talent at the helm, the future of our Qin family is even more promising. To be able to teach such a latecomer, you guys are truly marvelous. When will Prince Jogo have time to go to my home and give some pointers to those untalented little bastards in my home? Every day, they don't learn anything and have high expectations, so I'd also like to tell them to know what a true genius is. The clansmen also knew that Qin Jiuji's status in the Qin family was sure to skyrocket, so they treated Qin Hai and Qin Ming with even more politeness, even bordering on flattery. The smile on Qin Hai's face could no longer be stopped. The old face smiled into a chrysanthemum. He also didn't expect that Qin Jogo was actually so strong, even far beyond his expectations. But what does that matter? Still not his grandson? The stronger Qin Jogo was, the brighter his face would be as a grandfather. Soon, the news that Qin Jogo possessed a chaotic body and ancient heavy pupils, and swept away 1,000 ferocious beasts to win in one fell swoop at the Qin clan's Divine Sun trials, spread extremely fast under the Qin clan's intent to build up their reputation. Silver Moon Dynasty, Imperial City. Silver Moon Tavern. Did you guys hear that during the Qin clan's Divine Sun trials? That Qin clan's Qin Jogo, with the power of one person, swept away thousands of demonic beasts and won the championship in one fell swoop. Hi, did you think that you were the only one who knew? Qin Jogo is equipped with a chaotic body and an ancient heavy pupil, and his cultivation has also reached the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, so he's really strong. Thousands of demonic beasts. I can't even beat one. I heard that Qin Jogo is only 18. How can the gap between being human beings be so big? The news of Qin Jiuji's heavy pupil and chaotic body was rumored, but under the deliberate concealment of the Qin family, the people on this side of the capital didn't know that Qin Jogo had also mastered the Kuan Peng treasure art, which was one of the top 10 treasures of the ancient world. So naturally, no one talked about it. In the midst of a wave of voices talking loudly and touting Qin Jogo, a slender figure wrapped in a black robe placed a spirit stone on the table and got up to rise out of the tavern. The figure left the tavern, turned around and entered the inn next to the tavern, and went straight up to the 2nd floor. After entering the room, the figure pulled down the hood on her head, and her long hair that looked like a black waterfall fell down, revealing the face of a clean-cut young girl. Hurrah! It was Xiao Yenner of the Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Yenner, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but there were a few points of urgency on her face. Jogo managed to take the position of God's son. Sure enough he can. Xiao Yenner stretched out her small snow-white hands and clenched her fists, a touch of excited figure emerging in her eyes. Beside her, the silhouette of the Qing emperor emerged and lamented. Your little lover boy, his talent is a bit terrifying. It's the chaotic body and the ancient heavy pupil again. And the strength has actually reached the 5th level of the Dharma phase as well. The master admits to looking away. With his talent, he would be worthy of you in the future. After saying this, the Qing emperor was silent, his heart secretly lamenting. Originally, she just thought that Qin Jogo was just an ordinary genius. As a result, he actually looked away. Hearing the Qing emperor call Qin Jogo her young lover, Xiao Yenner's face blushed a little and pouted. Master! In his usual life, Qing Di loved to tease his little disciple, and immediately teasingly opened his mouth. How did I hear that he made a special trip to a small city and brought a locally famous genius woman back to the Qin family? It seems that this fiancé of yours is a bit of a flirt. Xiao Yenner's face stared and quickly returned. Jogo and I, nowadays, we just have a marriage contract with his talent. Even if he doesn't care, I won't go and drag him down. If that woman is indeed stronger than me, I'm willing to give way. Besides, he's not that kind of a womanizer. There must be a reason for acting like this. Seeing his disciple defending Qin Jogu so much, Qing Di was also a bit helpless. You've only been with him a few days and you know if he's a womanizer? To test a jade, you have to burn it for 3 days. To recognize a material, you have to wait for 7 years. To see through a person, it's not that simple. Immediately, the Qing emperor put away all the banter on his face, and his expression returned to its usual haughty look. As for dragging your feet, as this emperor's disciple, you won't hold anyone back. I won't let you hold anyone back either. Otherwise, do you think that the name of the Green Emperor was blown up by boasting? After saying that, Qing Di's gaze looked out of the window, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Your little lover gave you a dragon phoenix origin fruit. We found one and used it all on you. Now, we only need to find another dragon phoenix origin fruit, and your divine body will be able to be completely formed, and even further transformed. Your future achievements may not be worse than his. Chapter 48 Protector of the Way. Impermanent Supreme. Qin Family. Above the Qin family's great hall. Family head Qin Wuchen sat on top of the main seat, his eyes looking disdainfully like an emperor. The other several major Vane masters respectfully stood at the bottom, not daring to show the slightest disrespect as they waited for Qin Wuchen to speak. Qin Wuchen held a piece of jade slip in his hand as his spiritual energy seeped in. A moment later, Qin Wuchen raised his head, his eyes filled with surprise. Unexpected, unexpected. My Qin family has actually produced such a handsome young man, chaotic body with aggravated pupils, and being burdened with one of the 10 lost treasure arts. This talent can simply be called unparalleled in the world. In the 10,000 years of my Qin family, there has never been a person with such an extraordinary talent. It can be called the first in 10,000 years. Such a proud son of heaven can't die in the middle of his journey. He must have his own power around him to do so. Upon hearing this, the group of Vane masters and elders nodded their heads in agreement. The family head is right. Qin Jiuji's talent is indeed rare, and should be guarded against the targeting of the other 3 great clans and the Holy Land. Yes, my Qin family hasn't had such a character in many years as it should be. And let the other 3 great clans and the group from the Holy Land see the elegance of my Qin family's young dragons. Amidst a chorus of assenting voices, Qin Wuchen gave a direct order. With the vice commander of the Dark Guards, Supreme Impermanence takes 3 teams of Dark Guards into Qin Jiuji's command. Under Qin Jiuji's command. At the same time, all of the Qin family's cultivation resources are open to Qin Jiugu, to be taken at will without any restrictions. At these words, there was an uproar below. They thought that Qin Wuchen would treat Qin Jiugu favorably, but they didn't expect that it would be to this extent. Supreme Impermanence. Not only was he the vice commander of the Dark Guards, his cultivation was even more astonishing, having reached the 3rd level of Supreme Impermanence. Now, Qin Wuchen actually directly let the Uncommon Supreme under the command of Qin Jiugu. What was even more astonishing was that the Qin family, as one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, had a large family, deep roots, and had accumulated an unknown amount of cultivation resources, and now Qin Wuchen actually directly allowed Qin Jiugu to access them without any restrictions. This preferential treatment, it's simply horrible. Cough, cough. Family master, old man has something to say. The 4th chakra's chakra master, Qin Tianqin, coughed a few times and stepped forward. Family master. Although Qin Jiugu is incredibly talented, he's still a bit too young. I'm afraid it's not a good thing for the family head to be so pampering to him, driving supreme beings and allowing access to resources. Qin Jiugu, who was on the side, couldn't help but be a bit surprised when he heard Qin Wuchen's arrangement. At the same time, the heart secretly sighed. Sure enough, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger doesn't work in the midst of an immortal emperor clan like the Qin clan. Before today, he had also considered whether or not to keep a low profile and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. After all, the protagonists of the web novels he had read before had all done that. Then, after much deliberation and the lessons he had learned from his previous life, he gave up the idea of pretending to be a pig in a poke. Now it seems to be the right way to go. The only way to get everything you want is to show strength. I'm afraid that pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger will really turn you into a pig. If he had pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger today, Qin Wuchen definitely wouldn't have been able to entrust him with such a heavy responsibility, much less hand over a supreme cultivation's hidden guards to his command. Not to mention, the resources of the entire Qin family were at his disposal. Hearing Qin Tianqing's objections, Qin Wuchen directly waved his hand. The heavy pupils plus the chaotic body, and the strength displayed are enough to explain everything. Our Qin family, it's been a long time since anyone became an emperor. I cannot give up this opportunity. The Qin family can't give up this opportunity either. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. They also didn't expect Qin Wuchen to be so daring. He actually wanted Qin Zhuge to become an emperor. Although Qin Zhuge's talent was indeed strong, in this day and age, the difficulty factor of becoming an emperor was too great. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Qin Wuchen spoke again. By the way, Zhuge, a month from now, the holy son of the Taichu sacred land will invite the younger generation of all the major powers to meet with the Taichu sacred city. Take a trip and show them the depths of my Qin family. When these words came out, the many elders were instantly somewhat speechless. This is the family head's impatience to let Qin Zhuge go out and show off a bit. Spinning around, they also quickly figured it out. Qin Wuduan had been the head of the Qin family for nearly 1,000 years. Between these past few hundred years, although there were good talents amongst the younger generation of the Qin clan, there were no top-notch ones, and they had never been able to compete with the rest of the Emperor clan's sacred grounds. Every time they exchanged with the other several great Emperor clans and also the Holy Land, they were all dusty and disgraced. The head of the family was a good face and didn't know how much he had endured. Now that he had finally met one, Qin Zhuge, who could crush all the great saintly sons, how could the family head still hold back? Qin Zhuge stepped forward and bowed. Qin Zhuge will certainly live up to the expectations of the family master. After that, Qin Wuchen explained some more details of the meeting and announced the adjournment of the meeting. This meeting today was held entirely because of Qin Zhuge, so when the explanation was finished, Qin Wuchen instantly lost interest in continuing the meeting. Qin family, third vein residence. Qin Zhuge flew through the air and slowly landed. Just after landing, Qin Zhuge realized that there was a large group of people at the compound. These people, dressed in the Qin family's secret guard costumes, looked no less than a few hundred. The Qin family's secret guards, which were incredibly elite, were the family's secret force. Hundreds of people stood there, but they were all straight-backed and silent. At the very front of the group, an old man wearing a dark guard's costume was standing there with a smile on his face. Qin Zhuge fixed his eyes and saw that this old man looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with an emaciated face, two sword eyebrows, a high nose, and a straight body, wearing a black dark guard costume, and at his left arm, there were 3 lines outlined in gold. Just by standing like that, this old man gave Qin Zhuge an extremely strong sense of oppression, a sense of oppression that he had never felt before in the rest of the Qin family. Masters, absolutely masterful. And according to the rules of the Qin family, only experts at the supreme level were allowed to decorate their costumes with gold threads. A golden line represents a layer of cultivation. This old man, his cultivation had actually reached the 3rd level of supreme being. This was considered a number of experts in the Qin family. After all, the vein master of each vein was just a supreme cultivation level. In this way, the identity of this old man, too, was clear. The uncanny supreme of the Dark Guard. For a supreme being, Qin Zhuge still had to give the most basic respect no matter how unruly he was. Striding forward, he arched his hand. Qin clan. Qin Zhuge has met Elder Wu Chong. Seeing that Qin Zhuge was so uptight, his attitude was also neither humble nor supercilious, neither belittling him because of his status as a divine son nor flattering him because of his cultivation. Supreme Impermanence was also satisfied from the bottom of his heart and smiled lightly. Divine Son is polite. I will listen to Divine Son's orders in the future. Qin Zhuge gave a spontaneous smile. Then in the future, I will trouble Senior. Chapter 49 New Son of Heaven's Destiny. Source Heavenly Master Yi Tian. At the initial meeting, the impression that Qin Zhuge left on Supreme Impermanence was very good. Young and gifted, but without the arrogance that comes with being in a position of power for so long. In terms of strength, there was only the 5th level of the Dharma phase, and in the face of him, a supreme being, he didn't show a hint of being rushed. This kind of heart among the young people he had seen was also considered a one-of-a-kind. Supreme Impermanence nodded his head secretly, thinking that to be able to become the divine son of the Qin clan, he really wasn't a simple character. Not to mention cultivation and talent, just this heart, is the Qin family other sequence cannot catch up. With this kind of talent, paired with this kind of heart, it was no wonder that the family head valued this teenager so highly. Thinking of this, Supreme Impermanence nodded, his tone solemn. Divine Son, but if there is anything you need from the old immortal, feel free to command. Afterward, as if Supreme Impermanence suddenly remembered something, with a flip of his right hand, an ancient ring appeared on Supreme Impermanence's hand. Handing the ring in his hand to Qin Jogu, Supreme Impermanence took the initiative to explain. Divine Son, this is the storage ring that the family head asked me to pass on to you. Inside it are all the cultivation resources that the family head has commanded to be given to you. If you think there's something you can't do, the head of the family has ordered that all the resources of the Qin family are at your disposal. After saying that, Supreme Impermanence handed over the ring in his hand, casually to Qin Juji's hand. It was as if, instead of cultivation resources, what was placed in the ring was something insignificant. Qin Jogu received the ring, and his divine sense subconsciously swept through it. The space of this storage ring was several times larger than any storage ring he had ever seen. Approximately, there has to be a volume of thousands of cubic meters. This storage ring alone was considered priceless. What made him even more alarmed was that such a huge space was actually filled to the brim with cultivation resources. All kinds of precious cultivation resources that were scarce in the outside world, as if they didn't want money, were randomly piled up in the storage space. Looking at the weight, it was about no less than 100,000 pounds of huge, and even the cherished and incomparable divine origin, there were 3 pieces of it. I'm afraid that these cultivation resources, not to mention for Qin Juji's use alone, would be enough even for a few hundred people. If Qin Jogu was willing to do so, he could completely use these resources to create a force out of him that was completely loyal to him. I'm afraid Qin Wuchen thought the same thing. As the divine son of the Qin family and the future family head, how could he not have a team of loyal and powerful followers? And the best way to gather people's hearts and minds is, of course, to smash them with tons of resources. Even just now, Supreme Impermanence had specifically emphasized that Qin Wuchen had already explained that if Qin Jogu felt that it wasn't enough, he could still take as much as he wanted. Qin Jogu estimated that these cultivation resources had increased by more than tens of times compared to when he was still in the second sequence. As expected, the head of the family is a man of vision. These resources thrown in a warehouse will never turn into tangible cultivation and strength. In the Tianshan continent, there was never a lack of resources, but a lack of people who would turn them into battle power. The reason why Qin Wuchen was so generous to him was probably because he hoped that he would be able to rush all the way up to the position of a great emperor and trample the other 3 great emperor clans as well as the Holy Land under his feet. This is the villainous family's heritage and ambition. In Qin Juji's heart, he secretly lamented. The forces behind the villain can be considered unprecedentedly united compared to the strange and bizarre family make up of the Destiny's Child, the strange and bizarre misery. Not to mention the family head Qin Wuchen, who had entrusted the future of the Qin family to him upon their first meeting. Even his grandfather Qin Hai and father Qin Ming, all of them had doted on him incomparably, so to speak. But that's right, the only way for the villains to unite like never before and twist all their forces together is to make it easier to send experience packs to the Chosen One. Isn't it? Otherwise, how tiring it would be to kill the fateful sons one by one. With a flip of his hand, he put away the storage ring, and Qin Jogu looked up at Supreme Impermanence. Senior Impermanence, if there's nothing else, I'd like to return to my compound first. If, on the other hand, there's something that needs to be handled by your old man, I'll take the initiative to ask. When Qin Jogu accepted the storage ring, Supreme Impermanence's task was accomplished, and he stopped babbling and arched his hand toward Qin Jogu. Divine Son, please make yourself at home. I'll leave. Qin family, Qin Juji's compound. Qin Jogu sat in his study, flipping through the paperwork on his desk, and shouted toward the door, "Uncle Li!" In the blink of an eye, Li Bo's figure appeared inside the study. Qin Jogu leaned his body against the back of the chair and spoke somewhat lazily. "Uncle Li, has there been any progress on those scrappy rebels I asked you to find earlier?" Seeing Qin Jogu ask about it, Li Bo thought for a moment and said, "Back to Divine Son. Another one was indeed found recently. This person's name is Yi Tian, coming out from the Luang Huan Cave Heaven, originally not prominent in his statement, but he somehow acquired the Source technique and gained the Source Celestial Master inheritance. Not only that, but he's also made friends with the holy sons and daughters of several great holy lands. So it can be said that he's in the ascendancy nowadays." Hearing this, a look of gravity surfaced on Qin Juji's face. It sounds like this is a chosen one who has been developing for a while. Etienne, this name he had also heard of. Before he didn't think anything of it, he only thought it was just an ordinary genius. Plus, some time ago, he was busy preparing for the Divine Sun trials and didn't put too much emphasis on this Etienne. Unexpectedly, it doesn't matter if you don't ask. Once you ask, this Etienne is actually the son of heaven's destiny? Qin Jiogo thought for a moment and asked, Uncle Li, where is this person now? Back to the Divine Sun. This Etienne is now in the Taichou Holy Land, befriending the Taichou Holy Maiden, and is expected to participate in the conference a month from now. Hearing Li Bo's reply, Qin Jioji's mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Not bad for someone who took a copy of the main character and attracted bees and butterflies along the way. However, the conference wouldn't start until a month later, so it wouldn't be too late for him to wait until a month later. However, speaking of the son of heaven's destiny, Qin Jiogo couldn't help but think of that little fiancée of his. I wonder what happened to that kind girl who was a bit stubborn? Thinking of this, Qin Jiogo once again opened his mouth and asked Uncle Li, Uncle Li, do you know Xiao Yan'er's recent whereabouts? Divine Son, Xiao Yan'er has already left the family and is practicing in the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, and should now be in the Xuanhe secret realm near the Silver Moon Empire's capital city. Immediately afterward, as if he had thought of something, Li Bo emphasized, That's right, Divine Son. According to the results of our probing, Xiao Yan'er's strength has currently reached the peak Spirit Sea realm, and she is just one step away from breaking through. Chapter 59 Songs Divine Son. Is it hard to be able to foretell the future? Speaking of Xiao Yan'er, in Li Bo's heart, he couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. In the beginning, Xiao Yan'er lost all her cultivation and was not allowed to advance an inch for 3 years. Everyone decided that Xiao Yan'er had become a complete and utter wreck. Even Qin Jioji's father, Qin Ming, who had suffered from Xiao Zhan's saving grace, was moved to withdraw from the marriage. But how long had passed? Xiao Yan'er had not only regained her cultivation talent, but was even more terrifying than before. In just 3 months, you already have this kind of strength. Qin Jioji's maneuver to go to the Xiao family in the first place, not only not withdrawing from the marriage, but instead sending charcoal in the snow and holding up the sky for Xiao Yan'er at that time, it looked extremely unwise to everyone. But now it seems simply amazing. Li Bo even had a suspicion that Qin Jioge did not know that Xiao Yan'er's transformation into a loser was only a momentary matter, and that she would rise again sooner or later. Li Bo couldn't help but admire Qin Jioge to the core. When everyone was looking down on Xiao Yan'er, it was Qin Jioge who had the strength to save Xiao Yan'er and that marriage contract, as well as a future virtuous assistant of the Qin family, and even more so, the face of the Qin family and Qin Ming's credibility. This wave is simply divine. The secret realm of Xuanhe. Qin Jioge didn't notice Li Bo's expression at all and muttered softly. In his heart, he secretly sighed. Xiao Yan'er really deserves to be the son of destiny. The route wasn't wrong at all. In those novels, as long as the son of heaven's destiny entered the secret realm, he would be given a great chance, receive great rewards, and his strength would skyrocket as if he were riding a rocket. If one were to enter the secret realm a few more times, the speed of strength increase would be absolutely terrifyingly frightening. Qin Jioge briefly calculated that there was still about a month to go before the opening of the conference in the Taichou Sacred Land. The Silver Moon Dynasty was not too far away from the Qin family. It doesn't take much time if you go back and forth. In that case, why don't we take a trip and go around the Silver Moon Dynasty, just as a look at this fiancée of his? Thinking of this, Qin Jioge turned his head to look at Li Bo at the side. Li Bo, go arrange for a flying boat. I'm going to make a trip to the Silver Moon Dynasty. As for the entourage, Qin Jioge totaled it up, the Silver Moon Dynasty as an imperial dynasty in the mundane world. The strength of the cultivators was relatively weak, not comparable to an imperial family like the Qin family, and even less comparable to a holy land. Allowing the impermanent supreme to accompany him was purely a case of killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Not only did it take a lot of effort, but it was also prone to attracting the impermanent supreme's displeasure. Although, as the son of a god, the impermanent supreme would not show anything, he was not willing to condescend to a powerhouse of the supreme realm and changed his mind. Just don't bother supreme impermanence. Just bring 2 dark guard captains. Lieber led the way and went to get ready. Soon, a huge and magnificent flying boat slowly lifted off from the Qin clan and headed towards the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty. Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, within the Shenmei mysterious realm. Xiao Yan'er's figure was like a ray of fire as she sped past. In an instant, her slender figure appeared on top of a cliff in the distance. There was also an extra touch of joy on his clear face. True Fire Xian Rue. It's here. True Fire Xian Rue is a volcanic crater, absorbing the heat of the volcano, picking the essence of the sun and the moon and the formation of a kind of heaven and earth spirit grass, for the practice of fire attribute techniques, or bear the fire attribute of the body of the god, has a great benefit. Xiao Yener had also risked a great deal to collect this spirit herb. According to the Qing emperor, with this spirit herb, her hope of breaking through to the Dharma phase realm would increase by 30%. Just when Xiao Yener was happy, a discordant sound rang out. That woman over there. If you're sensible, hurry up and put down that spirit herb and get lost. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Right? The spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are for those who are capable of occupying them. Who are you, a little girl, to occupy such a good treasure? Hurry up and put down the spirit herbs, or else, don't blame us for not being polite. At the bottom of the hillside, several youths with brocade clothes and fancy robes and makeup tilted their heads to look at Xiao Yener on the cliff and mouthed off. They, all of them, were second-generation ancestors of the top powers within the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty who had met to enter the Secret Realm trial. Now, seeing that Xiao Yener had obtained a spirit herb, she instantly became greedy and wanted to force Xiao Yener to hand over the spirit herb by virtue of being outnumbered. In the face of these people's intimidation, Xiao Yener had a disdainful expression on her face, and without any words, she directly struck out. A fiery red pike, like a poisonous snake, attacked the several second generation below. Out of your depth. Give face. Go on. Finish her off. A few second generations saw that Xiao Yener actually dared to make the first move, and instantly became furious, howling as they rushed towards the hillside. A photo face, Xiao Yener's hand soared light flashes. A human head, grunted to the ground, rolled out a long way. Seeing this, the rest of the second generation were scared less and fled in a mess while letting out vicious words. Looking at the distant backs of these people, in Xiao Yener's eyes, a strong disdain surfaced. Do these people deserve to be called Heaven's Pride? It's disgusting. Only someone as astonishingly talented as Qin Zhougu was worthy of the title Heaven's Pride. For the next 10 days, Xiao Yener could be said to have made a name for herself within the secret territory. Not only did he take the opportunity in a big way, but he also beheaded many of the second generation who came to seize it. Unbeknownst to him, this high-profile behavior had also incurred the power of the entire imperial dynasty. Outside the secret realm, an unknown number of forces had gathered, and among these people, the strongest was at the Dharma phase realm, and most of them were still at the Spirit Sea realm, and they were squatting outside the secret realm, only waiting for Xiao Yener to walk out of the secret realm. Silver Moon Dynasty, as a mundane dynasty, the strongest cultivator was only at the Nirvana realm. This lineup was already considered good. Xiao Yener within the secret realm was sitting on a huge rock, prettily fiddling with a storage ring. Nowadays, this storage ring was stuffed with resources. Looking at these resources, a smile appeared on Xiao Yener's face. With so many resources, it would be a good idea to take out some to congratulate Qin Zhougu for winning the position of Divine Son. The Qing Di on the side skimmed his lips. Just thinking about your little lover boy. Now you'd better think about what to do after you get out of the secret realm. Those guys are offended by you. Upon hearing this, a strong disdain surfaced on Xiao Yener's face. Those fellows call themselves Heaven's Pride, yet each and every one of them is greedy, vicious, arrogant, and purely looking for their own death. Killing them would be a way to do justice to heaven. Afterward, Xiao Yener's words changed and she pouted towards the Qing emperor. Besides, isn't there still you, master? A few times before, Xiao Yener was in danger, and the Qing emperor used his soul power to control her body in the moment of crisis, killing a bloody path alive. It looked like Xiao Yener still wanted to use this trick to tide over her difficulties. The Qing emperor smiled bitterly at his words. That's just it, having you as a disciple. This emperor really doesn't know whether to be lucky or unlucky. Chapter 51, The Fierce Maiden. Beyond the secret world. A huge flying boat was packed with people. They were all elders from the major forces of the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, who had come to welcome the disciples who had entered the secret realm to practice back to their clans. Because the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty belonged to the mundane Imperial Dynasty, the clan was relatively weak, and its heritage was not as strong as the four great immortal imperial clans and holy lands such as the Qin family. It simply did not have the ability to purchase flying boats, so the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty could only use the Imperial Dynasty's flying boats to send these elders to the secret realm. These elders sat on the flying boat and chatted with each other. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. The relationship between the elders of the major powers was not very harmonious either. After all, there were only so many cultivation resources, only so many talented disciples, and only so many locations with sufficient aura that were suitable to act as mountain gates, and there would always be competition for each other. Moreover, all the clans were competing against each other. Therefore, along the way, these elders had nothing to do but fight and taunt each other. He didn't dare to do it. After all, this is the Silver Moon Dynasty's flying boat, and if it is broken, their clan can't afford to lose their lives from top to bottom. Jin Qilyong, the Grand Elder of the Golden Tripod Sword Sect, looked at Lu Zhengfeng, the second elder of the Lu Flame Sword Sect, who was on the side with mockery in his eyes. These two sects are both using swords, and each other's sects are only hundreds of miles apart, and it is unusual for them to compete with each other for resources and disciples on weekdays, and the relationship is quite harsh. Lu Zhengfeng, it's not that I'm saying, how can you compare to the disciples of my Golden Cauldron Sword Sect with just those few crooked people from your Lu Flame Sword Sect? My sect's eldest disciple Jin Wuliang is already at the 6th level of the Spirit Sea Realm, and your strongest kid, what's his name, Lu Maoliang, is only at the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea. Right? Isn't this strength purely giving away one's life when entering the secret realm? Lu Zhengfeng was instantly displeased and sneered back, Jin Qilyong, are you not senile? In the secret realm, it's about chance, not strength. As long as there's a chance, not to mention the Spirit Sea Realm, even the body forging realm can be rewarded. Are you in such a hurry? Are you afraid that the disciples of my Lu Flame Sword Sect will obtain a great opportunity and rub your Golden Tripod Sword Sect disciples on the ground? Bull! Just those crooked people from your Lu Flame Sword Sect are not enough to beat Jin Wuliang together. You'd better be mentally prepared. Don't find out that your disciples all died inside once the secret realm opens. Jin Qilyong showed no mercy and mocked Lu Zhengfeng to his heart's content. All right, all of you. Seeing that the two of them were in a hurry, looking like they were going to fight, Zhao Zilong, the Divine Gun Sect Master, rushed out to round up the situation. If I may say so, the strength of your two sects is between the two of you, and anyone's disciple consists of the possibility of obtaining the opportunity. However, the gun is the king of all weapons. My son, Zhao Ruelong, has deeply received my true heritage, and his strength has already reached the 8th level of the Spirit Sea, so he's sure to win this secret trial. After we go back this time, it's time to redraw the territories of our 3 sects. Jin Qilyong and Lu Zhengfeng didn't expect that Zhao Zilong, in the name of persuading them to fight, was actually showing off, or even trying to encroach on their territory. How can they stand it? Lu Zhengfeng and Jin Qilyong, who had just fought into a crow's eye chicken, immediately united in unison. Zhao Zilong, in the secret realm, swords don't have eyes. In case that son of yours is gone, you won't have anywhere to cry to. Zhao Zilong was furious and immediately wanted to talk to the two. Right at this moment, the door to the secret realm, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened wide. Upon seeing this, these elders turned their heads and looked towards the secret realm gate. Anyone would hope that the disciple under their discipline would be the first to come out and report the good news to them. Soon, a youth walked out of the secret realm gate in a sorry state. The robes on his body, the original color could not be seen long ago. There were large clusters of blood stains everywhere. Many places still had traces of burning. His hair was like messy grass, and the expression on his face was filled with horror. Looking at this stance, where does it look like a genius participating in the secret realm trial? It's more like saying it's a refugee fleeing a famine. Isn't that Gu Taijian of the Iron Sword Sect? It is rumored that this kid practiced sword at the age of 3 and has been obsessed with the sword all his life, and now at such a young age, he is already at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Who could hurt him like this? Someone recognized the identity of this youth and, in a fit of excitement, shouted out. In an instant, the elders were shocked. Gu Taijian, a famous genius of the Silver Moon Dynasty, was very strong. Who was it that hurt him like this? Seeing this, the several elders of the Iron Sword Sect were heartbroken and rushed over to ask Gu Taijian what had happened. Gu Jiantang, didn't you say that your Iron Sword Sect's Gu Taijian has no rivals in the younger generation? What's going on here? By the looks of it, I'm afraid there's nothing to gain. Yeah, tell us about it. The elders of the remaining forces mocked Gu Taijian when they saw him in such a sorry state. Amidst the mocking sounds, the disciples of the other forces also walked out of the secret realm gate one after another. Within moments, there were dozens of them. But these people, almost all of them with injuries and ragged clothes, one by one, as if they were fleeing from a disaster. Even the disciples of some forces simply didn't come out. When the crowd of elders saw this scene, their hearts instantly shook. They were all characters who had lived for an unknown number of years, and looking at this situation, how could they not realize that a change had occurred? In an instant, these proud sons of heaven who had just stepped out of the secret realm were surrounded by anxious elders, asking questions. Iron Sword, what happened? Who beat you up like this? With Lao Fu here, don't worry and speak boldly. Lao Fu will do it for you. Zhao Ruelong, have you seen Hu Mo from our clan? Why hasn't he come out? What kind of people did you guys meet in there? Anyway, seeing the elders of this clan, these heavenly prides, no longer able to hold back, recounted their stories one by one. Within the secret realm, the fierce human maiden went on a killing spree inside, and all of us were injured by her. There were also quite a few people who were killed by her. Gu Taijian was the first to open his mouth to accuse, but he didn't mention in the slightest that those of them who were greedy for Xiao Yener's resources and went to intercept Xiao Yener were killed in return. Upon hearing this, the group of elders were enraged in unison. Well, how dare you go on a rampage and massacre old man's disciples? Whoever this man is, don't even think about leaving here alive. Yes, my Iron Sword Sect's disciples can't just let anyone bully them. In their anger, the elders were staring at the entrance to the secret realm, just waiting for that so-called fierce human maiden to walk out of the secret realm. As everyone watched, the secret realm door opened once again. A clear and beautiful young girl slowly walked out. Beside the various elders, a group of disciples saw the young girl and identified her. It's her! Chapter 52. The Green Emperor takes on his body. Dharma Phase 3rd Layer. Upon hearing the pride of their sects identify that Xiao Yener was the culprit for killing and injuring the young generation of the various sects, Jin Qiliang, Lu Zhengfeng, Zhao Zilong, and the other crowd of sect elders instantly landed their gazes on Xiao Yener's body. Only Xiao Yener's body clothes were a bit tattered and covered with all kinds of scratches, and some places were bandaged with cloth, vaguely oozing blood. The demeanor is arrogant and unruly, with a look of heaven and earth. Jin Qiliang, Lu Zhengfeng, Zhao Zilong and a few others were furious and struck out blatantly. The long spears and iron swords carried majestic pressure and attacked towards Xiao Yener from different angles. The air all around was a bit stagnant. In the face of the three great elders' blatant attacks, the corner of Xiao Yener's mouth, who was at the center of the attack, surfaced with a touch of determination. Master, it's up to you. After all, the Green Emperor was a 10,000-year-strong veteran powerhouse, unusually decisive. She knew that in the face of this situation, if she didn't put her best foot forward, Xiao Yener was bound to die here today. Where could she find another disciple with such a superior physique and heart? Immediately, without any hesitation, a majestic soul force burst out from Xiao Yener's body, wrapping Xiao Yener within. In the next second, Xiao Yener's strength felt like it was riding a rocket, soaring wildly. Almost within a breath, it had reached the 3rd level of the Dharma phase. Behind Xiao Yener's back, a pair of wings that were completely condensed with aura were born and rose up to the sky. Looking at Xiao Yener, who rose up into the sky with an astonishing aura, the crowd of celestial pride was so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes anymore. In the secret realm, they had also erupted into battle with Xiao Yener many times and thought that they knew Xiao Yener very well. Therefore, just after leaving the secret realm, they couldn't wait to complain to the elders of their own clan, hoping that the elders of the clan would help them out. But now, they realized that even after exchanging blows so many times, they still underestimated this murderous girl. When they were in the secret realm, the several clan celestials unanimously decided that the young girl should be at the peak of the spirit sea realm, slightly stronger than them. But now, if you look at this aura, I'm afraid that the young girl has already been above the 3rd level of the Dharma phase, right? If the young girl had displayed this strength within the secret realm, they were afraid that they wouldn't even have a chance of surviving. Soon, a thought appeared in the minds of these heavenly prides. The mysterious realm of the Shenxian underworld was a place of trial set up by the Silver Moon Empire specifically for heavenly prides below the Dharma phase realm. Only those below the Dharma realm are allowed to enter. Beyond the Dharma phase realm, even if it's only the 1st level of Dharma phase, it's absolutely impossible to enter the mysterious realm of the Shen underworld. They were also very certain that the strength that this fierce human maiden had displayed before was definitely the peak of the spirit sea. And why, then, Was it so strong that it directly rushed up to the third level of the Dharma phase? As the Silver Moon Empire's prides, they had indeed heard of some secret techniques that could boost one's strength in a short period of time. However, on the one hand, the use of these secret arts was restricted by strict conditions. Moreover, the use of secret arts would be met with severe backlash. Generally speaking, the greater the boost in strength from a secret technique, the more severe the backlash would be. But in their impression, even the most serious of the backlash, the burning life type of secret arts, the enhancement of the realm was not this outrageous. One must know that although there was only a difference of one realm between the Spirit Sea realm and the Dharma phase realm, the difference could be said to be heaven and earth. If, for example, this fierce human maiden had only ascended to the first level of the Dharma phase realm, it would make sense. But she's crossed 3 realms at once. This is outrageous. Not only were the celestial pride shocked at the surge in Xiao Yener's strength, the elders were even more so. They had lived on this continent for many more years, and their insights were far beyond those of these heavenly prides. When Xiao Yener walked out of the secret realm, they were very sure that this was nothing more than a little girl at the peak of the Spirit Sea that could be taken down with a backhand. But in the blink of an eye, this girl child actually crossed 1 major realm and 3 minor realms in succession, arriving at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase. A secret art that could raise a person from the peak of the Spirit Sea to the 3rd level of the Dharma phase in an instant was something that even they hadn't heard of. A flash of greed flashed across the eyes of Jin Qiliang, Lu Zhengfeng, and Zhao Zilong. This kind of secret art that boosted terror was considered priceless even if it required a horrifying price to pay. Clans like them, they all keep dead soldiers. These dead soldiers, probably with limited talent, could not cultivate to a higher realm. Dead soldiers were meant to be sacrificed anyway, and once their clan mastered this secret art, the combat power of the dead soldiers would increase geometrically. Moreover, to be able to raise so much at once, in addition to the terrifying secret art, I'm afraid that there is an even greater secret in this young girl's body. If they could capture the young girl and torture this terrifying method of enhancement out of her, their sex strength would be further advanced, trampling several other sects under their feet. Thinking of this, Jin Qiliang took the lead. He was at the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, and even though Xiao Yener's strength had skyrocketed, he was still steadily pressing Xiao Yener. The gold-colored longsword in Jin Qiliang's hand was like a poisonous snake as it viciously stabbed at Xiao Yener from a tricky angle. Xiao Yener, no, now it should be Qing Di, facing Jin Qiliang's sword blade. There was also an additional look of gravity on her face. At her peak, there was no telling how many goods like Jin Qiliang could be suppressed with a flip of a hand. But now, she was only a soul body, her strength had greatly regressed, not to mention that Xiao Yener's body was not hers after all. And when she used it, it was difficult to reach the point of being comfortable with it. Just then, the sword-on was already looming 3 inches away from Qing Di. Qing Di clenched her teeth and her snow-white right hand slapped out from a weird angle. Bang! This palm of Qing Di's slapped straight onto the spine of the sword with a crisp ringing sound. At the same time, Qing Di's body drew on this force and flew backward. Don't let this little run away. Everyone together, Lu Zhengfeng shouted. The iron sword in his hand opened wide and slashed down towards the Qing Emperor. The long spear in Zhao Zilong's hand was also like a swimming dragon as he stabbed straight towards the Green Emperor. On top of that, the remaining 2 elders of the Dharma phase realm had also struck out. Facing the siege of 5 experts whose strength was higher than his own, Qing Di did not engage in a battle. First kicking away Lu Zhengfeng's long sword, then pushing away Zhao Zilong's long sword with both palms, Qing Di utilized the counterforce to charge left and right, trying to find an escape route. Thanks to Qing Di's rich experience in dealing with enemies, as well as the fact that he didn't get attached to the battle and was focused on leaving, Qing Di still didn't lose out in the face of 5 people surrounding him. The figure fluttered from side to side, constantly retreating. Chapter 53 Qin Jiugu descends. Take a shot at her. How many lives do you have? Facing a siege of 5 people, even a 10,000-year-old veteran powerhouse like Qing Di didn't dare to fight and retreated as he fought. Zhao Zilong, Lu Zhengfeng, Jin Qiliang, and the others were determined to obtain the terrifying secret art that Qing Di had just displayed. So how could they let her run away like that? A few people scrambled to be the first, as if they were maggots on their hocks, stalking Qing Di to death. They were very certain that the Qing Emperor must have used a secret technique. And these kinds of secret arts don't take effect for too long. As long as he dragged it out until the secret technique failed, Qing Di's strength would regress back to the peak of the Spirit Sea, if not far from it. At that time, not to mention them elders, Even those heavenly prides watching from the periphery would be able to easily take him down. Thinking of this, several people's attacks became even more vicious as they executed their strongest moves, hoping to take down Qing Di as soon as possible. Surrounded in loyalty, Qing Di dashed left and right, constantly retreating. Bang! Facing the combined strike of Zhao Zilong and Jin Chiliang, Qing Di could not avoid it and gritted his teeth to fight hard. With a loud bang, Qing Di managed to tear apart the combined strike of these two Dharma phase experts and used the force of the attack to vanish far away. Right at this moment, a long sword, completely condensed by aura, descended from the sky and slashed past Qing Di. It was fortunate that Qing Di was experienced in dealing with the enemy and stopped his body in time, plus the person who struck did not have the will to kill, so he was able to dodge the strike. Otherwise, the strike just now would have been enough to cut her body in half. However, although he dodged the attack, the momentum of Qing Di's evasion was also interrupted, stopping where he was and looking angrily at a certain place in the sky. As the Qing Emperor watched, a figure slowly emerged. The man wore a well-cut hemp robe with wide sleeves and a head of silver hair tied up with a wooden hairpin, giving him a sense of immortality. As this silhouette appeared, the prideful people watching the battle below were excited and shouted loudly. "It's the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword Sect. Great! With another Grand Elder strike, this woman definitely won't be able to escape him. Isn't that inevitable? Although she doesn't know through what means she has reached the 3rd level of the Dharma phase. But the Grand Elder is a powerhouse of the 7th level of the Dharma phase, so it's like a game to clean her up." Lu Zhengfeng looked at the Grand Elder who was not far away, standing out of thin air, and his heart was ecstatic. The big elder named Lu Gongyu, counting up the generation or his clan uncle, a cultivation can be described as horrible, has already stepped into the 7th layer of the realm of the Dharma phase, rarely come out to activities. With the Grand Elder's hand, even if this fierce maiden had heavenly abilities, she wouldn't be able to escape the Grand Elder's hand. More importantly, Lu Zhengfeng knew that this young girl definitely had a secret technique to elevate her realm. Whoever captured this young girl first would have the absolute power of speech, and would be the most likely to obtain the secret art. When he thought that with the secret art, the Iron Sword Sect's strength would skyrocket quite a bit, trampling the Divine Gun Sect as well as the Golden Tripod Sword Sect of the same level under his feet, Lu Zhengfeng couldn't help but burst into a frenzy of ecstasy. At the same time, his heart was secretly afraid. This murderous girl didn't know what she had experienced. Her combat experience was extremely rich. She was simply slippery. Facing the siege of their 3 Dharma phase 5th layer experts, she actually dashed left and right and almost ran away. Not to mention, the young girl's terrifying secret art. Just by looking at the young girl's amazing talent alone, once she escaped, if her cultivation became successful in the future, would the sects that participated in the siege against her today still want to have a good time? The Iron Sword Sect has a family and a clan, but the other party is all alone and runs away after killing people. What can you do with her? Moreover, in a clan like theirs, there were quite a few disciples who were out on trials or doing business to provide funds to the clan, so once they were targeted by the other side, there was absolutely no chance of being spared. It can't be that the entire Iron Sword Sect is cowering in the sect as a shrunken head turtle, right? Good thing. There's no need to worry with the Great Elder out there. Lu Zhengfeng bowed, saluting the Grand Elder, his tone respectful. "Grand Elder, this woman killed several of my clan's heavenly pride. I still ask the Grand Elder to take action, and for the disciples of my clan who were killed, to escape back to a justice." A speech that was righteously spoken, causing the blood of many of the Iron Sword Sect disciples below to surge. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder indifferently nodded at Lu Zhengfeng. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at the Qing Emperor not far away. "Not bad talent means, I'll give you a chance to go back to a certain family with me. I can guarantee that your life will be unharmed." Just then, a loud, bright laugh came from far away. Then, a mellifluous and powerful mocking voice rang out. "Lu Gongyu, you're really old and shameless. That woman killed so many geniuses from our Divine Gun Sect. How can I just leave with you guys like this? If I want to leave, it's also with me back to the Divine Gun Sect." As the voice fell, a silhouette arrived in a flurry of wind. "Grand Elder of the Divine Gun Sect, Zhao Yunlai. That's a good point. How can I go with you after killing someone from our clan?" Another voice rang out. Jin Shishan, the Grand Elder of the Golden Tripod Sword Sect, also hurriedly arrived. The Qing Emperor glanced at the 3 old men and his face became a bit ugly. All 3 were actually at the 7th level of the Dharma phase realm. At this moment, the 3 old men occupied 3 directions and surrounded her in the center. In terms of her current strength, there was absolutely no way to escape from these three people. Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai argued, all wanting Qing Di to follow them. They also knew that whoever the Green Emperor went with would mean that the terrifying secretary fell into whoever's hands, so each of them refused to give in. After a long time, the three old men sighed in unison. Jin Shishan was the first to speak. We will first cooperate and take down this girl child, and the benefits will be shared among the three families. How about it? Lu Gongyu and Zhao Yunlai had no choice but to agree. As the three of them reached an agreement, the Qing Di who was at the center felt a majestic pressure, like a huge mountain, weighing her down. At the same time, the three of them, Jin Shishan, also struck out at the same time. Terrifying attacks came towards the Qing Emperor. Qing Di gritted his teeth and caught Jin Shishan's iron sword first. A stream of blood that ran down the corner of her mouth. Master, I'm sorry. It's all because I caused you to suffer. In the Qing Emperor's mind, Xiao Yener's voice rang out. Silly child, you didn't do anything wrong. It's them who are wrong. It's not regrettable for Master to accept a disciple like you before he dies. With that said, Qing Di gritted his teeth and once again met Zhao Yunlai's lance. Zhao Yunlai's lance seemed to have the weight of 1,000 pounds, suppressing Qing Di to death and unable to move. Right at this moment, a sword light came towards the Qing Emperor. Qing Di closed his eyes in despair. All of her spiritual energy was used to counter the lance in front of her, and there was no way to defend against the sword. Seeing that he was about to hit the Green Emperor, a cold snort suddenly came out. Three old things, striking out at her. How many dog lives do you have? Chapter 54. Qin Jogo. Are you guys comparing backgrounds with me? As the voice fell. Next, a figure appeared in front of this sword light. In the face of this overwhelming sword light, the figure merely indifferently stretched out his right hand and gently pressed down. Bang! As this figure struck out, the originally powerful sword light was directly shattered by this light strike of fear. And there wasn't even a scratch on that glistening white jade-like right hand. Qin Jogo stood beside the Qing Emperor, his white robe hunting, an indifferent smile on his face, and the way he looked at the people present was like looking at a dead person. Seeing Qin Jogo lightly shatter Lu Gongyu's stance with one hand, the crowd present was secretly shocked. That was a strike from a strong person at the 7th level of the Dharma phase. It wasn't the strongest blow, but it wasn't that easy to follow. This young man didn't look more than 17 or 18 years old. How was his cultivation so terrifying? The move was forced, and Lu Gongyu's face was a bit gloomy. In that move just now, he had used 70% of his strength, originally preparing to make the woman in the center of the encirclement lose her ability to resist with one blow. But this young man in front of me actually broke it with one hand? How strong will he be? How strong will he be? As Lu Gongyu's move was broken by Qin Jogo, Jin Shishan and Zhao Yunlai both stopped their attacks and looked at Qin Jogo with displeased faces. I didn't realize. There's help. Zhao Yunlai stood in midair, looking at Qin Jogo with a grave expression, his heart turning over in shocking waves. He had been fighting with Lu Gongyu and Jin Shishan for many years, so it could be said that they knew each other. To be able to lightly block Lu Gongyu's strike with one hand, one would have to be at least at the 8th level of the Dharma phase to be able to do so, right? This young girl actually has this kind of backing. No wonder they were so bold, daring to kill the young talents of their three great sects in the secret realm. Lu Gongyu, Jin Shishan, and Zhao Yunlai glanced at each other, and all saw the flavor of gravity in each other's eyes. The three of them changed their positions and surrounded Qin Jogu and Qing Di in the center. The young girl was burdened with a secret technique to elevate her realm, which could not be easily released. This teenager, even if his realm had reached the 8th level of the Dharma phase, after all, it was hard to defeat four hands with two fists. As long as the three of them cooperated and gave up some of their costs, they might not be unable to take him down. Just as Lu Gongyu and the others were calculating how to take Qin Jogu down, Xiao Yener looked at the familiar figure in front of her, and excitement surged in her eyes. It's him. He's come to save himself. He has not forgotten himself. For a long time just now, Xiao Yener was expecting a miracle. She didn't want to die. She was still looking forward to see Qin Jogu again, talk to him in her heart, let him take herself shopping. She still had a lot of things she wanted to do with Qin Jogu. How can she give up dying like this? But at that time, facing the siege of three experts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase, there was categorically no possibility of survival. And how could Qin Jogu come here when he had just seized the position of the Qin family's divine son and didn't know how many things were waiting for him to deal with? But he did come. When she was facing the siege of many experts and her life was in danger, he appeared in front of her like a heavenly god and shattered the enemy's attack with one hand. Right at this moment, in Xiao Yener's mind, the Qing Emperor's somewhat tired and somewhat relieved voice sounded. Since he's here, then Master won't continue wasting soul power. After saying that, the soul force that had been wrapped around Xiao Yener slowly disappeared as if the tide was ebbing. Xiao Yener's strength had also regressed to the peak of the spirit sea. She was somewhat weak and paralyzed in Qin Jiuji's arms, her heart filled with a sense of security. It was as if, once the sky collapsed, Qin Jiuge could also help her block it. On the verge of death, you're still in the mood to make love. 8 Dharma phase experts surrounded Qin Jiuge and Xiao Yener in the center, and Jin Shishan was the first to speak. This woman killed 7 of my sect's celestial pride. My golden tripod sword sect has a deep enmity with this woman, so I would advise your excellency not to meddle in the matter. As Jin Shishan opened his mouth, the rest of the Dharma phase experts who surrounded the two of them also opened their mouths. Old me, Divine Gun Sect Grand Elder Zhao Yunlai, although my little friend is strong, but after all, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. This woman killed my sect's heavenly pride. I would rather break my body into pieces, but also want to seek justice for these heavenly prides. Right? I am Lu Gongyu, the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword Sect. Seeing as you are young and shallow in knowledge, leave now and I promise not to make things difficult for you. They asked themselves. They were all prestigious big clans in the Silver Moon Empire, and wanted to use their power to force Qin Jiuge to give up on rescuing Xiao Yener. Looking at these people scrambling to lift out the background behind themselves, Xiao Yener, who was currently snuggled in Qin Jiuji's arms, only felt a little like laughing. These people, at the end of the day, were nothing more than the top forces of an imperial dynasty. In this imperial dynasty, there might be a few more faces. However, they actually presumed to use this background to threaten Qin Jiuge. Qin Jiuge, but he was the divine son of one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans. The Qin family. These people were like crows compared to phoenixes compared to Qin Jiuge. Qin Jiuge sniffed, and the corner of her mouth curved up. You guys, is this a threat to this divine son? Hearing this, the group of Dharma phantoms surrounding the two felt it was only natural to respond immediately. You can be as well. If your excellency retreats here, our Iron Sword Sect is willing to befriend and send a gift. If your excellency doesn't recognize your honor, we wouldn't mind sending you 2 bitter lovebirds on your way. Steeply, Lu Gongyu felt something was wrong and murmured, "This divine son?" Although Lu Gongyu murmured not too loudly, it was loud enough for the other Dharma phase powerhouses to hear. Hearing this voice, the rest of the Dharma phantoms immediately shook. Son of God. That's not a self-proclaimed title for just anyone. The Tianxian continent was characterized by strict hierarchies. A title like Divine Son could only be called so by a young lord of the Immortal Emperor clan, or a prince of the Divine Dynasty. Could it be that the person in front of him was a young lord of an emperor clan, or a prince of a divine dynasty? In an instant, the 8 Dharma phantoms looked at Qin Jiuge with more shock, disbelief, and even shock. How is that possible? How could that kind of heavenly god-like figure appear here and have a relationship with this woman with no background in front of her? Impossible. He can't be the son of God. Lu Gongyu was the first to yell, his tone maniacal. Right? Your brat is presumptuous enough to claim the title of God's son without authorization, and you already have a way to take your death. Everyone together, kill this brat. The words were not yet spoken. Above the sky dome, a tremor rang out. Unconsciously, everyone raised their heads toward the sky. A huge flying boat tore through the void and descended into the sky in front of everyone's shocked eyes. This flying boat, which was several hundred feet long, was surrounded by a glittering metallic luster, like a prone beast, mysterious and powerful. On the flying boat, a huge Qin word war flag fluttered in the wind. Chapter 55. Offending this divine son's fiancée. The entire clan will be exterminated. The air around them a tremor. The large flying boat had already flown above the heads of the crowd. It was only at this time that these elders and celestials of the various great clans realized that the flying boat was even bigger than they had imagined. Even bigger. Even if it stayed in the air like that, it blocked out a good portion of the sunlight. What made them even more alarmed was the pitch-black Qin character battle flag on the flying boat. In the entire Tianxian continent, there was only that one Qin family that could possess such an imposing flying boat. Everlasting life. Qin family. Just as they were surprised, 2 teams of secret guards, dressed in metaphysical colored secret guard costumes with masks covering their faces, drifted down and stood beside Chin Jyogu. The 2 captains of the dark guards, arching Chin Jyogu in the center, looked intently at these people below. 2 teams of dark guards, a full 100-strong men stood beside and behind Chin Jyogu, and even if they didn't emanate an aura, that kind of murderous aura that had been in the upper echelons of the hierarchy for a long time and had been through the killing process still made the elders of all the great clans and the heavenly prides down below sweat profusely. This horrifying battle left everyone at the scene in shock. Previously, when Chin Jyogu had revealed his identity, they had thought that Chin Jyogu was pulling the wool over the eyes of the divine son of the Chin clan. How could he have appeared in this place? Now, not only did the Chin clan's flying boats appear here, even the Chin clan's secret guards, which the Chin clan easily refrained from deploying and would set off a bloody storm when they did, were brought out in 2 teams. It didn't need to be said to know how lofty this young man's position in the Chin family was. They couldn't believe that the person in front of them was really the Chin clan's divine son. The Chin Jyogu who had just won the Chin clan's divine son contest by crushing it. Many of the clan prides present idolized Chin Jyogu, hoping that one day, they too could be like him and be invincible in the world. There were also quite a few young girls who dreamed of being able to meet Chin Jyogu once and get rid of a heartache. But now, under these circumstances, they meet awkwardly. The elders couldn't figure out how Chin Jyogu, with his honorable status as the Chin family's divine son, could possibly stand up for a young girl at the Spirit Sea realm. Even they had all inquired about it, the young girl came from a small family with no background. Now, Chin Jyogu actually stood up for this young girl? What's their relationship? A group of elders, feeling like their brains are going to run out, some of the more timid ones had their hearts in their mouths. Those secret guards behind Chin Jyogu, even the most ordinary ones, gave them a feeling of being unable to see through them. This also meant that the strength of these people was much higher than them. Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the other Dharma realm elders were the most shocked. They were at the highest realm and vaguely sensed that the 200 secret guards behind Chin Jyogu were slightly stronger than them in terms of strength, probably at the 8th to 9th level of the Dharma phase. 200 Dharma masters. The 20 people standing on either side of Chin Jyogu's body had a feeling that even they couldn't see through them. Lu Gongyu and the others guessed that these 20 people should be Nirvana realm experts. 20 Nirvana realm experts. A few people secretly gulped and regretted in their hearts. If I knew that, why did I come out today? What secret techniques to enhance strength, what clan honor and face, which is more reliable than one's own old life? Facing the lock of 20 Dharma phase experts, even if they were at the Dharma phase realm, there was absolutely no possibility of escape. What caused them to feel the most pressure was the 2 people beside Chin Jyogu. These 2 men's faces were hidden behind their face guards, so they couldn't really be seen, but those 2 pairs of eyes, which looked like fierce beasts, just staring at them gave them the urge to worship them. These 2, their strength was even deeper. Looking at this terrifying lineup, Lu Gongyu and the others were practically crying out, "Isn't this horrible too?" Not to mention cleaning up these stray fish of theirs. Even if they rushed to the Silver Moon Dynasty and directly killed the palace, going back and forth 800 times would be enough, right? After the shock had passed, Lu Gongyu and the other sect elders who had struck out towards Xiao Yener fell into deep fear. That was the divine son of the everlasting Qin family, a horizontal character in the entire continent, and they had, just now, actually provoked the other party. Is there any chance of survival then? Some of the timid ones were already considering how to beg for mercy from Chin Jyogu. In the midst of a crowd of strong archers, the corner of Chin Jyogu's mouth, hooked up in an arc, teasingly said, "So, you guys were just threatening this divine son?" The moment these words came out, the entire heaven and earth seemed to become much colder. The group of Dharma phase experts who had just been high and mighty and moved their backgrounds, at this moment, each and every one of them had their legs trembling and cold sweats running down their faces as they hurriedly bowed and apologized. "I didn't know that Lord Godson was in his presence, and I hope that Lord Godson will forgive me if I have offended him." Chin Jyogu sniffed and bristled disdainfully. "Forgiveness." As he spoke, Chin Jyogu directly swept one hand over the young girl's waist and held her in his arms, condescendingly looking down on the phantoms, his tone icy cold. "Not only have you all offended this divine son, you've even struck out at this divine son's fiancée. Offend the fiancée of this divine son. The entire clan shall be exterminated. Where did you all get the guts to ask this divine son to forgive you?" Chin Jyogu's sudden movement caused Xiao Yener to be flushed with shyness. Hugging her in front of all those people and announcing her fiancé status. "Shame on you. Xiao Yener gently shook her head, somewhat blushing as she looked at Qin Jiuji's side face, and was infatuated for a moment. This fiancé of hers is really intoxicating. Not only did he stand up for her when she was at her most desperate, he gave her dignity and allowed her to get back on the path of cultivation. What she didn't expect was that after she left the Xian Tian sect, Qin Jiugu actually secretly sent someone to protect her. This was something she had already thought of since Qin Jiugu suddenly appeared. The Silver Moon dynasty was a long way from the Tianxian sect's mountains, and she had only arrived here under the guidance of her master, Emperor Qin. If Qin Jiugu hadn't sent anyone to protect her, how did he know that she was here, and how did he know that she was in danger? Even when she was facing a life and death crisis and needed help the most, Qin Jiugu was like a heavenly god, descending from the sky, and the terrifying formation behind her shocked the group of Dharma phantoms that were still raging just a moment ago, so much so that they even trembled when they spoke. Xiao Yener was not stupid. She also knew that Qin Jiugu was honored as the divine son of the Qin family. His status could be said to be very prominent, and she didn't know how many young girls from the great families wanted to marry Qin Jiugu, even as a concubine. However, Qin Jiugu never forgot about her fiancé, whom he had only met a few times. When she was facing a life and death crisis, she domineeringly killed her. Xiao Yener had always felt that the most valuable things in this world were family, friendship, and love. Because this continent is weak and strong, there is no breeding ground for these feelings. Until, that is, he met Qin Jiugu. To have a fiancé with an honorable status and who was incredibly devoted to her, Xiao Yener felt that her life had not been wasted. Chapter 56 The Green Emperor. Why don't you hurry up and get married? Just as Xiao Yener was touched by Qin Jiuji's heroic act of saving the beauty, in her mind, Qin Di's strange laughter rang out. Jejie, you have a good life. People who cultivate are mostly utilitarian. Someone like Qin Jiugu, who is in a high position, has a terrifying talent and values love and justice, can be said to be 1 in 100 million, and it's amazing that you've run into him. Why don't you hurry up and get married? Or it'll be hard to find a second one all over the continent. Listening to the Qing Emperor's flirtation, Xiao Yener, who had always been sharp-tongued and liked to dislike the Qing Emperor, rarely retorted, but only looked at Qin Jiugu with a gaze that somewhat couldn't help but fall. The heart, too, became progressively hotter. Below, if one could say how warm Xiao Yener in Qin Jiuji's arms was inside, then the Dharma phase experts below were as desperate and cold inside. Qin Jiuji's words just now, even though they weren't loud, were like an ice cellar, causing the blood in their bodies to be on the verge of freezing. Fiancé. That woman was actually the fiancé of the Qin clan's divine son, Qin Jiugu. When the group of Dharma phantoms thought about the scene just now, they could not wait to cut their own throats on the spot. Just a moment ago, not only had they deployed numerous Dharma phase experts to surround that woman, they were also preparing to bring the woman back home to torture her severely and demand the secret techniques to elevate her realm. What's the difference between this kind of behavior and looking for death? Is the fiancé of the Qin family's divine son something they can bully? Is it something they can attack or even injure? Lu Gongyu, Jin Shishan, Zhao Yunlai, and several other Dharma phase experts looked at each other, and they all saw fear and despair in each other's eyes. They don't know either what to do with this anymore. In the past, they were the ones who relied on the power of their respective clans to bully others, but it was unexpected that they had actually kicked the iron plate today. Compared to the everlasting Qin clan, their so-called clan didn't even count as a fart. If the Qin clan was a flying boat, their clan was roughly equivalent to a broken carriage, or one of those wagons that's about to be scrapped and rendered inoperable. The difference was simply too great, so great that it was difficult for them to even raise a single thought of resistance. The strongest person in the Qin family was at the quasi-emperor realm, stronger than them, the strongest in their respective clans by who knows where. Could be said that just these two teams of dark guards brought by Qin Jiugu would be able to plow through all the forces of the Silver Moon dynasty. Like a plow. Finally, in the midst of the silence, Lu Gongyu was the first to speak. He couldn't stand the powerful oppression anymore. He tortured people. Mr. Qin, my name is Iron Sword Sect Grand Elder Lu Gongyu. I'm willing to offer half of the Iron Sword Sect's family fortune to compensate you for this fiancé, and I hope that Qin Jiugu will forgive me. Seeing that Lu Gongyu had said so, the remaining few Dharma phantoms agreed, willing to use half of their family fortune to ask Qin Jiugu to forgive them. In fact, they knew in their hearts that there was no such thing as forgiveness. However, with half of the family property to please Qin Jiugu, so that he spared himself and others is not it? In layman's terms, it's money to buy a life. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiogu sneered. You guys think that my Qin family lacks your 3 melons and 2 dates? When these words came out, Lu Gongyu instantly stiffened in place. He had forgotten an important premise, which was that the Qin family was not only powerful, but also rich. Their iron sword sex bit of property really wouldn't be in Qin Jioji's eyes. The rest of them were as good as dead. Yes, Qin Jiogu was the divine son of the everlasting Qin family. His status was superb, and his worth was definitely not high. And all these families and clans of theirs tied together might not be as rich as Qin Jioji's worth, let alone compared to the huge Qin family. Just after a desperate sigh, Jin Shishan, the Grand Elder of the Golden Cauldron Sword Sect, stood out. Your Excellency, Divine Son, I have just participated in this fiancé of yours, and know that I have sinned deeply. I am willing to cut myself down to thank you for my sins, and at the same time, I will kill all of the disciples who have entered the mystic realm, and I only beg you to spare the Golden Cauldron Sword Sect. When they heard Jin Shishan say this, the disciples of the Golden Tripod Sword Sect below were instantly shocked. Old ancestor, you are? Old ancestor. Have mercy. A panicked call made Jin Shishan a bit annoyed, and the 7th level of Dharma phase aura impacted over. Shut up! Jin Shishan's heart was filled with bitterness. He wouldn't want to do that if he didn't have to. These were the geniuses of the sect. How could they give up so easily? However, if we don't give Qin Jiogu an explanation, once Qin Jiogu becomes furious and brings people to kill the sect with the Jinding Sword Sect's small amount of money, how can it be enough for the Qin family to toss it around? One could only hope that Qin Jiogu was a man of nature and, seeing as he was so sensible, would spare the Jinding Sword Sect and preserve a little bit of incense for the Jinding Sword Sect. The remaining few elders were also smart people and instantly understood Jin Shishan's meaning and agreed. I'm willing to cut myself down and kill all the disciples entering the secret realm at the same time, only begging the Divine Son to spare the clan behind us. After saying that, several Dharma phase experts fell to their knees in the air and continuously kowtowed toward Qin Jiogu. Those clans that didn't make a move because they didn't have a Dharma phase expert were incredibly happy at this moment. It was also fortunate that there were no Dharma phase experts, or else there would have been a seat for himself in the group of people kneeling and begging for forgiveness right now. At the same time, these people looked at Qin Jiogu with awe in their eyes. Is this the divine son of the immortal emperor clan? Just by standing here with a few words, he forced the 6 great power elders of the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty to commit suicide to thank for their sins? Originally, in their opinion, Dharma phase experts were already characters in the clouds. It was unthinkable that seeing Qin Jiogu was even more humble than the likes of themselves. Qin Jiogu, who was surrounded by a group of secret guards, lazily scanned these Dharma phase experts and casually opened his mouth and said, just as well, seeing as you guys are so sensible, I will give you a chance. If all of you together are able to take one move from my lord, I will let the families behind you go. As the words fell, Lu Gongyu, Jin Shishan, Zhao Yunlai, and the rest of the Dharma phase experts, their faces showed joy. For once, the bet was right. Qin Jiogu must have seen their determination to make amends and was willing to give them a step down. Although it was rumored outside that Qin Jiogu had the strength of the 5th or 6th level of the Dharma phase, and even awakened such heaven-defying talents as the chaotic body and heavy pupils. But there were a full 8 Dharma phase experts. Among them, there were also 3 experts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase realm. If the 8 of them combined their efforts, defeating a Nirvana expert was not even seen as impossible. And now, as long as they were able to resist Qin Jioji's strike, the clan behind them would be spared. As for their lives, they did not dare to hold out any hope. They were the ones who had hunted down the godson's fiancée and nearly caused that woman to die. Offending the fiancé of the everlasting Qin clan's divine son was good enough without having the entire clan slaughtered. Several people hurriedly bowed and thanked Qin Jiogu. Chapter 57. Visions covering the sky. One person crushed 8 Dharma phantoms. Hearing these people, that almost mealy-mouthed thanks, Qin Jiogu gently waved his hand. His face indifferent, his heart unruffled. Recently, his strength had improved again, and even if these people below were to add together and do their best to just defend, it would be impossible for them to receive a single move from him. So, this thanks comes a bit early. Afterward, Qin Jiogu loosened his right hand that was holding Xiao Yen Air's slender waist and swept his gaze over the 2 Dharma phase realm secret guards beside him. These 2 dark guards were also smart. A man immediately took out a huge and luxurious chair from his storage ring and cupped the backrest of the chair with one hand, not moving at all. The other rushed to lend a hand, and the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, grasped the backrest of the chair with one hand, while the other made an inviting gesture. "Please take a seat, ma'am." The first time she was called ma'am, Xiao Yenner's snow-white jade-like cheeks could not help but blush. The heart was sweet. She was only at the peak of the spirit sea realm, and she was not yet able to fly in the air. What's more, the battle just now had injured her vitality so much that even standing was a problem. It was fine for Qin Juge to hold her just now, but now that he let go, she was afraid that she would fall. Afterward, under Qin Juge's support, Xiao Yenner sat on that wide chair, her heart incomparably free. After arranging Xiao Yenner, Qin Juge bent down and said softly, "Yenner, wait here for me for a moment. I'll go and take out my anger for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yenner's eyes smiled into two crescent moons and nodded meekly and incomparably. She believed that since Qin Juge had said that he would give her a head start, he would definitely give her a satisfactory result. And for her, it was enough as long as Qin Juge was willing to stand beside her, protect her, and care for her. After explaining to Xiao Yenner, Qin Juge turned around and faced the 8 Dharma phase experts who had already prepared and stood by. These 8 people had known each other for many years and had long been very familiar with each other. They had already agreed that 3 experts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai, would stand at the front and block Qin Juge's attacks as much as possible. The rest of you are backing up the rear. After today's incident, but if anyone stays alive, they shall not bully the descendants of several other clans, but shall look after them. Qin Juge took a step out. The heavy pupil unfolds. In an instant, visions filled the sky. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds, and between the clouds, a lightning bolt flashed with arcs of electricity and kept falling. A giant eye with 2 pupils appeared in the sky. The sound was, beyond compare, appalling. Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the others, who were on guard against Qin Juge's attack, were shocked to see this vision. Could it be that this is the legendary ancient heavy pupil? Rumor has it that the Qin clan's divine son has mastered the heavy pupil avatar. I thought it was a rumor at first. Now it seems that I was the one who was shallow. The power of the heavy pupil destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. It looks like we're going to face a bitter battle today. The hearts of the group of Dharma phantoms were incomparably shocked, and the pressure on their bodies became even heavier. Originally, Qin Juge's aura just now was only at the 5th or 6th level of Dharma phase, and now, facing Qin Juge's aura, even Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, and Zhao Yunlai, who were at the 7th level of Dharma phase, felt the sensation of being ruthlessly suppressed. However, this is not the end. Under the shocked gazes of Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the others, Qin Juge took another step. In the sky, the heavy pupil vision that originally occupied the entire sky slowly contracted and was occupied by a chaos. In the chaos, a green-colored lotus flower slowly took shape. Chaos planted the green lotus. Seeing this vision, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the others could no longer hold back. That's too strong, isn't it? It's just a matter of having heavy pupils, but it's actually a chaos body? So the legend is true, no water at all? So do they have a chance to win it? Just as the crowd was shocked and surprised, Qin Juge moved once again. This time, the 10 fingers of his hands flew up and down, forming arcane gestures over and over again. Kuan Peng treasure art. Qin Juge let out a soft cry, and the sky was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere as a roiling aura covered the sky. The Kuan Peng treasure art was originally a main-killing treasure art, and now that Qin Juge had unleashed it, it was even more powerful. Below, Jin Shishan, Lu Gongyu, Zhao Yunlai, and the rest of the Dharma phantoms were completely dumbfounded at this point. Originally, they thought that they could fight off a wave of Qin Juge by relying on their advantages in realm and numbers. After all, Qin Juge was at most at the 5th or 6th level of the Dharma phase realm, and they had 3 experts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase as well as 5 other Dharma phases. The goal wasn't to defeat or kill Qin Juge either, but just to carry him for a single move. Who would have thought that Qin Juge was actually strong to this extent? Heavy pupil plus chaotic body, in the entire Tianxian continent. I'm afraid there is no second person who can have this configuration. As for the last move Qin Juge condensed, although they didn't know the name of the Kuan Peng treasure art, it didn't affect them from feeling the overpowering killing aura. They had already overestimated Qin Juge's strength as much as possible, but unexpectedly, they had still underestimated him. They were, at this time, also thoroughly aware. What Qin Jogo said about blocking one of his moves and letting their entire clan live wasn't meant to give them a chance. Rather, absolute confidence in their own strength. He believed that even if 8 people joined hands, they wouldn't be able to block his strike. The divine son of the Qin family is as arrogant as he is. They could see that at this point Qin Jogo, who had continuously executed the chaotic body and heavy pupil, and had also utilized a move with an unknown name, should have already exceeded the 9th level of the ordinary Dharma phase in terms of realm. This terrifying pressure gave them the feeling that they didn't dare to look at it squarely. Ready? I'm going to strike. Qin Jioji's indifferent voice came out, and several Dharma phantoms were startled. Immediately, a few people gritted their teeth. As the divine son of the Qin clan, Qin Jioji's words definitely still counted. As long as they really blocked Qin Jioji's blow, then the sect would be preserved. A few people gritted their teeth at the thought. Jin Shishan rushed forward at the front of the pack. The golden sword subdues demons and evils. With a loud shout, Jin Shishan's sword was sheathed, condensing his strongest moves and charging fiercely toward Qin Jioji's attack. All of you put your best foot forward for the sake of the clan. The remaining 7 gritted their teeth and followed closely behind. The 8 Dharma phantoms, including Jin Shishan and the other 3 Dharma phase 7th level experts, coalesced their stances and collided with the Kuan Peng treasure art. Iron sword burning. Divine gun lead. Fire burns the city. Golden bell. All of them used their strongest moves, banking on the hope of being able to block Qin Jioji's strike. However, something unexpected happened to them. Just one look. Their respective strongest attacks instantly melted away like ice that had encountered iron. And Qin Jioji's Kuan Peng treasure technique directly crushed and defeated the 8 Dharma phantom stances. The kunai surged through the sky, enveloping all 8 of them. Chapter 58. Kill as many as possible. The Kuan Peng treasure art carried a heavy aura of destruction as it rushed towards Jin Shishan and the others. Even though they had already condensed their strongest moves, not seeking to defend themselves or survive, they only sought to block this terrifying strike and give the clan a chance to survive. But even so, it was only when the terrifying might of the Kuan Peng treasure art came before them that they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. The defenses that they had constructed with all their spiritual energy, the moves that they had condensed under the terrifying might of the Kuan Peng treasure art, it was like ice meeting iron, instantly melting away. The 8 Dharma phase experts, in unison, spat out a mouthful of blood, their faces hideous, just like evil spirits from hell. In the next second, the Kuan Peng treasure art savagely broke through all of their defenses, directly penetrating a Dharma phase expert standing at the end. The moves that had lost their spiritual support slowly disappeared, and under the powerful attack of the Kuan Peng treasure art, the 8 Dharma phantoms, all of them, died instantly. The place where they had stood before had long since been impacted by the raging vortex of spiritual energy, turning it into a ruin, and those 8 Dharma phantoms couldn't even be found, not to mention their corpses. It had long since turned to flying dust. Kuan Peng treasure art, worthy of being an ancient secret art that was the main killing technique. It was truly as terrifying as it was. As they watched Qin Jogo kill 8 Dharma phases in a single strike, the people from the surrounding clans had terrified looks on their faces. They have, this time, kicked the bucket. Originally, they thought that the 8 Dharma phantoms, how could they resist for a while, and once they withstood Qin Jioji's move, then the clan behind them would be saved. However, they didn't expect that Qin Jogo was actually strong to this extent. With a single strike, there was not even a single dregs left among the 8 lawyers. Originally, they also thought that Qin Jogo was giving them a leg up when he said that their clan would be spared if the 8 Dharma phases blocked one move. Now it seems, what kind of step, It was simply that Qin Jogo was extremely confident in his strength, and was certain in his heart that these 8 Dharma phantoms wouldn't be able to block a single move from him. This is also the case with the facts. 8 Dharma phantoms that didn't even carry a single move. Those clan prides who had been so high-eyed and thought how powerful and bullish they were had been scared silly at this point. They knew that no matter what, there was absolutely no chance of them being spared today. Many began to deeply regret it. What are they doing messing with that woman? Yes, that woman wasn't from the Silver Moon dynasty and had gotten quite a lot of benefits in the secret realm, and they were looking at it with feverish eyes. But that's what people get on their own merit. Who are they to covet people's blessings? This is great. Not only will they have no chance of survival, even the clan behind them is at risk of being uprooted. At the same time, they were also greatly shocked by Qin Jioji's strength. On the side of the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, it was also being extolled that Qin Jogu had bravely entered the secret realm alone, demonstrating the strength of the 5th level of the Dharma phase, and won the Divine Sun contest by his own strength. But the ones who were just killed by Qin Jogu with a single move, those were 8 experts of the Dharma phase realm. There were even 3 experts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase among them. This lineup, when placed in the Silver Moon Dynasty, would be able to walk sideways. But in front of Qin Jogu, he couldn't even last a single move. His strength, just how terrifying is it? Xiao Yener looked at Qin Jogu, who was not far away, standing in mid-air like a god and goddess, and a touch of sweetness flashed in her eyes. By now, she could also see that Qin Jogu had no intention of leaving the 8 Dharma phase experts and the forces behind them alive. After such a long period of experience, Xiao Yener wasn't the kind, innocent little girl she was before. She knew that, in the Tianxian continent, there was no reasoning. Today, if Qin Jogu hadn't arrived in time and pressured these Dharma phase experts into submission with his supreme might, it would have been difficult for both her and her master, Emperor Qing, to escape death. Since the other party wanted her life, there was no need for her to be womanly with the other party. Just let Qin Jogu handle it. Right at this moment, in Xiao Yener's mind, the Qing Emperor's somewhat weak voice rang out. Just now, when the situation was critical, Qing Di was forced to use his soul power, wrapping Xiao Yener, in order to exert more strength, and the consumption on her was not small. Apprentice, the talent of this young lover of yours is somewhat terrifying. At 18 years old, he's at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, and he's even equipped with the 2 heaven-defying talents of the heavy pupil and chaotic body, even a long-lost secret art like the Kuan Peng treasure art. After the flirting, the Green Emperor's tone became a bit grave. Among the people I've met, the talent of this little lover of yours, it should be able to rank in the top 5. Hearing this, even Xiao Yener, who had full knowledge of Qin Joji's talent, couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. You have to know that the Qing Emperor is a great emperor who has lived for no less than tens of thousands of years and has seen an unknown number of young talents. Even Qing Di had experienced the golden age of Tianxian continent. In that era, there was an abundance of aura, and there were many talented people, and even in that era, the Emperor Qi origin hadn't disappeared yet, and proving to be a great emperor wasn't as difficult as it was in this era. Under these circumstances, Qing Di actually determined that Qin Juji's talent was in the top 5 she had ever seen. How horrible would that be? For a moment, Xiao Yener was a bit smitten. Wasn't that domineering figure in the sky her fiancé? Qin Jogu is affectionate and treats her like a precious treasure. And when Qin Juji's talent is good, she has a light on her face. Soon, Xiao Yener's pair of pink fists, involuntarily pinched tightly, a sense of urgency, came to life. Qin Jogu does not forget his roots. It is Qin Juji's high style. As Qin Juji's fiancé, did she want to live under Qin Juji's wings for the rest of her life? In the sky, as he watched the 8 Dharma phase experts become flying ash, a flash of determination flashed through Qin Juji's eyes. He turned around and looked at the 2 teams of dark guards that had come with him. His tone was morose. Since these 8 losers didn't resist a single move from this divine sun, then it's time to fulfill the promise. Uproot the forces behind these people. After Qin Jogu gave the order, the 2 teams of shadowy guards that were originally looming large bowed in unison and promised under their breath, "Yes, obey the divine sun's order." As soon as the words fell, the 2 teams of dark guards instantly moved. More than 200 figures, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, slaughtered the clansmen and sect members of those 8 Dharma phantoms to their heart's content. The crush in strength made the massacre not last long. There were no more survivors from the clans and families of those 8 Dharma phantoms. The rest of the clans that were not involved in rounding up Xiao Yener looked at this horrific massacre and shivered, secretly glad that they were not involved in this matter. After exterminating them, the 2 teams of dark guards didn't stop and directly headed towards the Imperial Dynasty. Since they hadn't received a single move from Qin Jogu, those sects and clans would have no reason to exist. Chapter 59 Life and Death Realm Dark Guards Strike. The Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty trembled. Silver Moon Dynasty, Golden Tripod Sword Sect. The news that the heavenly pride that the Golden Cauldron Sword Sect had sent out to practice in the secret realm, as well as the many elders that had been killed, hadn't yet reached within the sect. Sect Master Jin Chaoyang and a group of elders were sitting in the council hall, discussing the harvest of this secret realm. On Jin Chaoyang's face, there was a confident smile as he spoke first. This time, Not only did my Golden Cauldron Sword sect send out 3 Dharma Phase realm elders, it even invited the Great Elder, who had been in seclusion all along, to press the issue. The Grand Elder is at the 7th level of Dharma Phase strength in this Silver Moon dynasty. It is also considered a number of strong people with such a lineup. Which family or sect can be compared to us? Furthermore, the Celestial Pride we sent out this time are the elites of the entire Golden Cauldron Sword sect, and there is no suspense in their strength to crush the other sects. After this secret realm, it's the time for our Golden Cauldron Sword sect to rise. As Jin Chaoyang's words fell, the other elders all chimed in. Yes, Jin Wuming and the few of them, they can be called the Golden Tripod Sword sect's golden generation now. At a young age, they have a strength of more than the 7th level of the Spirit Sea. They are at least a line stronger than the other sect's heavenly prides. After entering the secret realm, the stronger you are, the more benefits you will obtain, and the Great Elder's pressure will ensure that the other sects won't dare to hit us. Sect Master's arrangement. Wonderful. Yes, as long as we take some time to properly digest the benefits we've gained from this secret realm, it won't be long before our Golden Cauldron Sword sect will stand out and become the topmost power in the Silver Moon dynasty. Just as they, with great excitement, were discussing what benefits they would get and how they would be in the future, next, the sky suddenly darkened. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire Golden Tripod Sword sect. Jin Chaoyang and the crowd of elders were horrified, not knowing what had happened. Rush out to check it out. At this glance, Jin Chaoyang and a few elders couldn't believe their eyes. Above the dome of the sky, a large hand condensed by aura covered the entire sky. The terrifying pressure caused Jin Chaoyang and the group of elders to simply gasp for air. Life and Death Realm. It's the aura of a Life and Death Realm powerhouse. Damn it. How did our little Golden Cauldron Sword sect provoke such a terrifying powerhouse? Jin Chaoyang shouted in panic, and the group of elders behind him were suddenly bloodless. They, the Golden Cauldron Sword sect, were considered a top-tier force in the Silver Moon dynasty, but they didn't even have the courage to resist when faced with a Life and Death Realm powerhouse. This senior, I am Jin Chaoyang, the sect master of the Golden Tripod Sword sect. I don't know where I offended senior? In this, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Jin Chaoyang, as the sect master, reacted quickly and lowered his stance at the first opportunity, trying to communicate with this terrifying powerhouse to see if there was any misunderstanding. After all, in his opinion, his tiny Golden Tripod Sword faction was simply not qualified to mess with a terrifying Life and Death Realm powerhouse. As for the Heaven's Pride who were practicing outside, with the Great Elder pressing on them, they wouldn't be able to do something so brainless. The odds are, then, that this is a misunderstanding. As long as they lowered their stance and explained clearly, the strongest people in the Life and Death Realm would not make things difficult for them, these ants. If you have anything to say, ask the rest of you in the netherworld. In the sky, an indifferent voice rang out. Jin Chaoyang's mind moved and instantly realized. It was really a heavenly pride that had been practicing outside and had messed with such a terrifying powerhouse. Now, people have found their way to the clan. Formation. Jin Chaoyang gritted his teeth. Even if the other party was a strong Life and Death Realm master, he couldn't just stand by and die, could he? His Golden Cauldron Sword sect's protective formation was built by a strong Life and Death Realm master that was heavily funded back then, and its defense was amazing. Plus, it's not like they don't have a chance of survival if they put up a fight. Hearing Jin Chaoyang's order, the rest of the elders also summoned up their surrounding spiritual energy and fought to activate the sect protector formation. A dense shroud of light enveloped the sky above the Golden Tripod Sword sect. Sculpture. How dare you show off your skills? The appearance of the sect protector formation seemed to have angered that mysterious powerhouse in the sky. After a somewhat irritated roar, that terrifyingly large hand instantly pressed down. Boom! In the face of this terrifying aura hand, the great protector formation, which had been pinned with high hopes, was like glass, shattering in pieces. In the next second, these clan elders who were trying their best to resist were instantly turned into flying ash, and the sect of the Golden Tripod Sword sect was in ruins, with not even a palm-sized stone to be found. The power of a single strike was so terrifying. In the meantime, within the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, the other 5 clans, too, were blasted into ruins by the other 5 Palm Prince, without even the slightest resistance. The entire Silver Moon Imperial City was like an earthquake. The ground kept trembling and there were flying ashes everywhere. The rest of the clans that did not participate in the siege of Shao Yener were all terrified. What's going on here? How is it that this Silver Moon Imperial City is filled with terrifyingly strong auras? A full 20 Nirvana realm auras, 2 even more powerful auras, most likely from the life and death realm, appeared in this tiny Silver Moon Imperial City. Numerous clans have been terrified, fearing that next, it would be their own clan's turn. With such a terrifying lineup, it would be easy to overthrow even the Silver Moon Dynasty, not to mention their clans that were not even considered top tier in the Silver Moon Dynasty. Finally, in the midst of the jitters, those terrifying auras slowly walked away until they disappeared. All of these small clans, too, were finally relieved. Luckily, nothing about them. Iron Sword Gate, Old Site. A figure dressed in black robes stood in midair, his face filled with incredulity. He was in Choshing, the patriarch of a second-rate sect, the Dark Shadow sect, in the Silver Moon Imperial Dynasty, and when he saw those terrifying auras leave, he bravely came over to see what had happened, and he saw this scene that made him unbelievable. The Iron Sword Gate. It's been razed to the ground. The entire old site of the sect, as if it had been crushed by a huge force, became a complete ruin. The original magnificent building had long since disappeared, and in its place was a large pit several miles in circumference. Thousands of people up and down the Iron Sword sect, not a single survivor, and Choshing sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to their Shadow sect, the Iron Sword sect was definitely a behemoth, but they were cleaned up and all of them were put to death. How could the Iron Sword sect be capable of inviting such a terrifying existence? He really didn't dare to imagine how terrifying a power that could send out so many powerful people at once should be. The entire Silver Moon Imperial City was completely plunged into fear and anxiety at this time. No one knew why those terrifying powerhouses had exterminated the 5 clans, and whether they would go and return. If these terrifying powerhouses went and returned, who would be able to fend them off? Chapter 60. Qin Ju-ji's Great Strokes. The daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Xiao Yener, completely fell in love with her. On the Qin family's flying boat, Qin Jogu and Xiao Yener sat side by side. The others, long ago, had already had the good sense to back out, leaving them private space. Qin Jogu took Xiao Yener's hand. Yener, how have you been lately? Being pulled by Qin Ji's small hand. A blush appeared on Xiao Yener's face and she nodded. Originally thought that the situation of certain death was Qin Jogu from the sky, froze and saved, and even in a fit of rage, all the forces that have offended her uprooted. For her out of anger, if this is not good again, is not more or less some do not know enough. Seeing Xiao Yener nod her head, Qin Jogu reached out and pulled out an ancient storage ring from his pocket. This is the resources rewarded by the family for me obtaining the position of God's son this time. I divided half of them for you to keep, and now that I've finally met you, you take it. Looking at the ring in Qin Ji's hand, Xiao Yener couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart. One shot at half of all the resources. One must know that this was the reward for the Qin family's divine son trial. As one of the 4 immortal emperor clans, the Qin family was not only strong, but also had countless goodies. What such a top-tier clan could take out as a reward for the divine son trials would not be a mere mortal item. It could be said that these things, when placed on the entire continent, could cause countless people to go red-eyed and crazy. How could she want it? So, hastily refused. It's what you've worked so hard to win. I can't have it? Keep it for yourself. For Xiao Yener's refusal, Qin Jogu didn't feel surprised, placing the ring into Xiao Yener's small hand and closing her small hand again. You need these resources even more nowadays. Take what's given to you. Seeing how sincere Qin Jogu was, warmth surged in Xiao Yener's heart and her head went limp in Qin Ji's arms, murmuring in a small voice, "Why are you so good to me?" Qin Jogu gently patted Xiao Yener's back and grinned. His handsome face made Xiao Yener a little smitten for a moment. "You're my fiancé, so if you're not nice to you, who are you nice to?" Xiao Yener shuddered at the words and secretly swore that in her own life, she would definitely not fail Qin Jogu. Xiao Yener's mind. The Qing emperor witnessed all of this and his heart was filled with infinite emotions. Qin Jogu, this child, possessing such talent not to mention, and most importantly, such affection, this disciple of his is really lucky. So much better luck than she had back in the day. The Qing emperor couldn't help but think of the time when she was as big as Xiao Yener. At that time, she was all alone. And although she was gifted, she was bullied everywhere. And no one stood up for her. She could only knock out her front teeth and swallow them in her stomach, constantly striving to cultivate and break through herself, and eventually came to her later realm. Unfortunately, because of some changes, he ended up becoming a soul body, inhuman and ghostly. Thinking about this, Even the 10,000-year-old powerhouse that was the Qing emperor couldn't help but feel like weeping. Seeing Xiao Yener put away the ring, Qin Zhouge stood up, walked over to the window of the flying boat, and pointed outside. "It's been a long time. Let's hang out together?" Xiao Yener couldn't help but think of the first time she met Qin Zhouge. The two of them were also hanging out together at the bazaar under the mountain, and nodded her head, agreeing. Qin Zhouge tugged Xiao Yener's hand and leaped down from the flying boat. The gusty wind blew the hair of the two of them, and Xiao Yener shrieked in shock, grabbing Qin Zhouge's neck in a death grip. Soon, the two managed to land and arrived at the nearby imperial city. Qin Zhouge took Xiao Yener and strolled around the entire city. As long as it was something that Xiao Yener had her eye on, Qin Zhouge would buy it without saying a word. Soon, Xiao Yener's storage ring was stuffed with all sorts of trinkets. The two of them were having fun, but they didn't want to. But an ungrateful second generation who looked at Xiao Yener's posture actually wanted Xiao Yener to be his 68th concubine. Facing this aggressive second generation, Qin Zhouge sneered and casually ordered the Dark Guard commander behind him. That terrifying hand, once again, surfaced in the sky above the imperial city, and the family that this second generation looked up to instantly became flying ash. Looking at the second generation who was lost in thought and sitting on the ground constantly shivering, Qin Zhouge pulled Xiao Yener and left with a smile. "Your so-called family, in my eyes, is nothing but a joke that can be destroyed with the flip of a hand." Evening. The setting sun emanated a reddish afterglow, illuminating everything in red. Qin Zhouge wrapped his right hand around Xiao Yener's shoulders and sat before the flying boat. After this, the two have gotten a lot closer. Qin Zhouge urged, "Don't be a hero in the future. If there's anything you can't solve, come directly to the Qin family to find me. I'll always be your strong backing." Hearing this, Xiao Yener nodded her head gently. Her heart moved. After these few encounters, she had a very good impression of Qin Zhouge. Powerful, amazingly talented, and affectionate. Where can I find such a fiancé? After chatting for a while longer, Xiao Yener reluctantly got up and left the flying boat, because Qin Zhouge was going back to the Qin family. In 20 days, it would be the Holy Land's assembly, and Qin Zhouge needed to go and make preparations. Xiao Yener stood alone in midair, watching Qin Zhouge leave, her heart filled with reluctance. She knew that the Holy Land Conference was very important to Qin Zhouge, and it was also very important to the Qin family. Not only did it involve Qin Zhouge's ranking among the many divine sons, but it also concerned the face of the Qin family. Originally, Qin Zhouge should have stayed in the Qin family and properly prepared for the conference. Even if she was in danger with Qin Zhouge's status and position, sending a random person would solve the problem. But Qin Zhouge not only came personally, but also brought two whole teams of Qin family secret guards. This was enough to show that Qin Zhouge valued and loved her. The somewhat illusory figure of the Qing emperor floated out and stood beside Xiao Yener. "This lover boy of yours is hard to find in the entire continent. Or else, hurry up and get married." In response to the Qing emperor's flirtation, on Xiao Yener's face, a solemn look surfaced. Her eyes were firm, and she directly rejected the Qing emperor's proposal. She solemnly told the Green Emperor. The fact that Qin Zhouge did not forget his roots and was willing to accept her was a sign of Qin Zhouge's high moral character. She, Xiao Yener, also wanted to save face. She couldn't spend her entire life following behind Qin Zhouge and dragging him down. One day, she wouldn't be able to watch Qin Zhouge leave like this and not be able to help in any way, but would be able to keep up with Qin Zhouge, accompanying him to any place he wanted to go and doing anything he wanted to do. Hearing Xiao Yener's aspirational remarks, the Qing emperor secretly nodded his head, then shook his head with a smile. "These resources given by Qin Zhouge are enough to support you to ascend to the Dharma phase realm. Together with what we obtained from the secret realm, we have enough amount of resources, and it's time for the Dragon Phoenix origin body to completely awaken, settle down, and break through our cultivation." Chapter 61, Fighting the Heavens Destined Sun Knight Wufei's Qi. 20 days later, the holy city of Taichu. Qin Zhouge stood next to the jade-like window of the flying boat and leaned down to look. This Taichu sacred city, worthy of being the base camp of the Taichu sacred land, could be said to be incomparably prosperous. Underneath the flying boat, as far as the eye could see, there were bustling commercial streets everywhere. Those who set up stalls to sell their goods, with aura rattling faintly emanating from their bodies, were obviously cultivators. Generally speaking, cultivators had honorable status and were guests of honor wherever they went, but when they arrived at this Taichu holy city, they could actually only set up stalls to sell their goods. On the side of the Qin clan's flying boats, countless flying boats came and went in an endless stream. Qin Jogu knew that this Taichu Sacred Land Assembly had definitely invited all the major immortal emperor clans, as well as the big and prestigious forces on the Tianxian continent. Qin Jogu ordered Li Bo to land the flying boat. As the flying boat continued to land, the crowd below also saw the Qin war flag above. Instantly, the audience below was abuzz. Look, it's the Qin family's flying boat. The Qin family has been invited as well. Nonsense. The Qin family is one of the 4 immortal emperor clans, and recently an amazing genius, Qin Jogu, has come out. How could they miss such a big spectacle? I heard that Qin Jogu, with the power of one man, swept through the divine sun trials. His talent is truly as terrifying as it is. This time, the one from the Qin family should be Qin Jogu, right? I really want to see the elegance of such a divine figure. Chaotic body-weighted pupil, this configuration is too terrifying. I'm afraid it's unique in Tianxian continent. Even if it's the holy son of a holy land, he may not be able to suppress Qin Jogu, right? Above the flying boat, Qin Jogu, who was leaning against the window to watch, suddenly paused and shook his head with a smile. Just a moment ago, he had a vague feeling that the bottleneck that had been preventing him from advancing further in his cultivation seemed to have loosened somewhat. Instructing Li Bo to guard the law, Qin Jogu turned his head and returned to his room. A moment later, a furious aura erupted from within Qin Juji's room. Qin Jogu slowly opened his eyes, his face showing joy. It was unthinkable that arriving at the Holy Land of Taichu was actually able to allow him to make another breakthrough and reach the 6th level of the Dharma phase. Outside the room, feeling the raging aura, Li Bo was also shocked and muttered, "This talent of the Divine Sun is really too perverse. It's only been a month since the last breakthrough, right? Actually breaking through a minor realm again. It's really worthy of being the Qin family's Divine Sun." As a veteran powerhouse, Li Bo certainly knew how difficult it was to break through the Dharma phase realm. For the average person, when they reached the Dharma realm, every small realm, it was necessary to grind slowly and break through little by little with water grinding. But when it came to Qin Jogu, it didn't seem to be the case at all. He just stood by the windowsill looking and looking and looking, turned back and told himself to cultivate, and then not even an incense burner's worth of work, he made a breakthrough? To the side, Supreme Impermanence also nodded. Old me has lived for thousands of years, and I have yet to see such a terrifying young man. Thinking about me, impermanence, I also thought I was gifted back then, but it took me 7 years to break through from the 5th to the 6th level of the Dharma phase, and yet I was still hailed as a genius by the clan. Look at the young master. I'm ashamed. Indeed, there is no simple character who can be the divine son of the Qin clan. Right at this moment, Qin Jogu, dressed in a pure white robe with a black tie tied around his waist, and a head of black hair tied casually with a hairpin, walked out the door. This time when he came to the Taichu Holy Land, according to the intelligence, that heaven's destined son called Knight Wufei had already had some collusion with the Taichu Holy Maiden. If he wanted to clean up this son of heavenly destiny, he was afraid that there was a risk of colliding with the Holy Land. So to be on the safe side, Qin Jogu directly brought in the Impermanent Supreme as a final card. Seeing Qin Jogu, Supreme Impermanence, and Li Bo hurriedly bowed and saluted, "Divine Son." Qin Jogu casually waved his hand and looked toward the bottom. Below, the people sent by the Taichu Sacred Land to greet them had already arrived and were waiting respectfully. Qin Jogu and Supreme Impermanence and Li Bo leaped down in one go. The subordinate who greeted them from below immediately greeted the trio when they saw them, his tone filled with awe. "It's the Qin family's divine son, isn't it? The residence has been arranged for you. It's just over there in the Wutong court." In the evening, the Taichu Sacred Land will host a dinner to welcome all the divine sons. So I'd like to invite the Qin clan's divine sons to enjoy their presence. A speech that was polite to a fault and dripping with water. Qin Jogu nodded. He wasn't in a hurry anyway, so he just wandered around the city first. Taichu Holy Land, Stone Gambling Workshop. Qin Jogu walked idly past the Stone Gambling Workshop and suddenly stopped. Inside the Stone Gambling Workshop, a young man in a black power suit with a head of hair was indulgently pretending, "Luo Juxing, do you dare to bet or not? 50,000 pounds of source. Let's just bet that which one of us picks the source stone to open up more sources." Qin Jogu recognized that this drumming youth was the target of his trip, Knight Wufei. "Let's gamble. Is it possible that this young master is afraid of you?" The youth who was provoked by Knight Wufei let out a cold snort. his eyes staring at Knight Wufei in death. Knight Wufei was victorious, picking up a piece of the original stone. His body's aura surged, and he was about to open the original stone. Just then, and slowed his movements for a minute. In the next second, Qin Juji's figure appeared in the middle of the two men, smiling. "Two of you are so elegant. Looking at my hands are also a little itchy. Why don't you add me one?" Seeing that Qin Jogu wanted to join, the two of them didn't care. They only thought that this person looked familiar. A divine son from another immortal emperor clan they wanted to come to, or rather, another money giver. The two men made the pleased gesture in unison. This time, Qin Jogu didn't choose to open his heavy pupil, but instead, he directly used the power of his heavy pupil to select a piece of raw stone, and then quietly looked at Luo Juxing and Knight Wufei. When the two saw that Qin Jogu had chosen the raw stone so quickly, they were even more certain that this kid was just a money giver. Luo Juxing deliberated for half a day, selected a piece of raw stone, and drummed spiritual energy around his body. In the next second, the hard raw stone was crushed by his surging spiritual power, revealing the true appearance inside, a full 100 pounds of source. The people watching around them were shocked to see Luo Juxing open hundreds of pounds of source in a single shot. And then they immediately rang up Luo Juxing's identity, and each and every one of them revealed an expression that was taken for granted. Mr. Luo is blessed with yin and yang eyes, and is extremely talented in stone gambling. Opening out 100 pounds of source is nothing. Yeah, this is Duke Luo, the top-ranked heavenly pride of the Taichu Holy Land. These two guys actually dare to bet with Duke Luo. Simply don't know what to do. I don't know. Can these two guys come up with 50,000 pounds of source? Duke Luo is known to have a bad temper. If they can't, I'm afraid they'll be beaten to death, right? The bet is 50,000 pounds of source. These two guys are in deep. Chapter 62. He is the divine son of the Qin family. Qin Jogu. Ha! Looking at the hundreds of pounds of source that Luo Juxing had opened out, Knight Wufei let out a cold laugh, and then he picked up the raw stone that he had fallen in love with and drummed his spiritual energy. Open! With a loud shout, the raw stone in Knight Wufei's hand shattered, revealing the true appearance inside. After the surrounding spectators saw the true appearance of the original stone, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Oh my god! So many sources? By the looks of it, it's no less than 400 or 500 pounds, right? This kid is really lucky. No, a piece of raw stone can be opened out of 100 pounds of source, has been considered the top grade, can be opened out of 500 pounds of source, can be called the very best. This kid actually able to choose such a very good. Duke Luo's yin and yang eyes actually lost to this kid. What's this kid's origin? Shoo! Keep your voice down. This Knight Prince, although his family background is average, but he is a heavenly prodigy, rose to prominence in just a few months, and even the holy maiden of the Taichu Holy Land has green eyes for him. It's not something we can mess with. Listening to the bragging of the people around him, on Knight Wufei's face, a smug smile appeared. He didn't know what was going on. But from one day a few months ago, his luck had gotten exceptionally good. Not only could he pick up good things that others could only dream of while walking along the road, his strength progression also became very fast. In just a few short months, he had jumped all the way up from the Spirit Sea realm to the 4th level of the Dharma phase. Moreover, the strange encounters kept coming, and even the holy daughter of the Taichu Holy Land had some ambiguity with him. Things like gambling on stones, he didn't need to use his brain at all. As long as he chose at will, he would be able to select the best piece among a large pile of raw stones. So, he bets on stones and won't lose. Unlike Knight Wufei's complacency, Luo Juxing, at this point, was already somewhat angry. He was the pride of the Holy Land, born with a golden spoon, and since he was a child, he had received all the compliments and greetings from the people around him. Not to mention that his every move also represented the face of the Holy Land. How could he lose to an unheard of casual cultivator? How could this loose cultivator be so virtuous that he could actually win against him? In Luo Juxing's eyes, he didn't take Qin Jogu seriously at all. How could this kid who came out of nowhere win against an opponent that even he couldn't match? He took out his storage ring and was ready to willingly bet. Wait! Qin Jogu waved his hand, interrupting Luo Juxing's movements. My raw stone. It hasn't been opened yet. In Luo Juxing and Knight Wufei's eyes, contempt flashed out in unison. This kid, does he think it's easy to open up 500 pounds of source from a piece of raw stone? Still thinking about winning? Let's put it this way. I'm afraid that after thousands of years of operation, This gambling house has opened no more than a handful of raw stones with more than 500 pounds of source. He's a first-timer kid, and he's daydreaming about this? However, they still stopped and waited for Chin Jogo to open the original stone, or rather, waited for Chin Jogo to make a fool of himself. Chin Joge's spiritual energy bulged around him, and the original stone quickly dissolved under his powerful spiritual energy. When the source within the original stone was revealed to the crowd, everyone could hardly believe their eyes anymore. After a burst of bright golden light, a large area full of source exposed in front of the crowd, estimated no less than thousands of pounds of weight. There are actually no less than thousands of pounds of source. It's simply too much to believe. What kind of person is this kid? Coming up and opening out so many sources. The highest record in this gambling house, as I recall, was opened by a great emperor 800 years ago, and it should be 4,500 pounds? These sources, I'm afraid they must be 5,000 pounds. I haven't seen how he chose them either. He actually broke the record of the Stone Gambling Center for so many years. Looking at Chin Juji's source that was several times what he had opened up, the corners of Night Wufei's mouth twitched, and his heart was filled with resentment towards Chin Jogu. Under pressure, he could only take out his storage ring and throw it to Chin Jogu. In the storage ring was the 50,000 pounds of source that he had worked so hard for months to save. Chin Jogu received the ring, and nodded as his spiritual sense swept through it. Night Wufei left angrily. After winning Night Wufei, Chin Jogu didn't stay too long and directly returned to his residence. Nightfall. Chin Jogu led Uncommon Heavenly Father and Li Bo and walked into the dinner venue with a flourish. As soon as he entered, Taichu Saint Sun Luohang ushered him up. Divine Sun Jogo, first time meeting. I am Taichu Saint Sun Luohang. Not far away. Night Wufei's pupils shrunk and his tone was astonished. It's him. Beside Night Wufei, Holy Maiden Luo Jia asked in surprise. You know him? He's the divine son of the Qin clan who has recently risen to fame, Qin Joga. It's said that this Qin Jogu is exceptionally gifted. Not only does he possess a chaotic body, he's also awakened a heavy pupil. The strength has even reached the 5th level of the Dharma phase. Night Wufei heard. Heart secretly no wonder Qin Jogu can at once selected that a piece of raw stone. The original is a heavy pupil. Possessing the power of heavy pupils, which could break through all the illusions in the world. Seeing through the original stone really wasn't difficult for Qin Jogu. It was just that Qin Jogu had, after all, robbed him of 50,000 gene of source, and that was a fortune he had worked hard for months to save. Luo Juxing was even more shocked after hearing Qin Joji's identity. He also didn't expect that the person he encountered during the day was actually the Qin family's divine son. He couldn't help but be somewhat glad that he hadn't crossed paths with Qin Jogu during the day. Moreover, after losing to Qin Jogu during the day, there was more or less some resentment in his heart. And now that he had learned of Qin Juji's identity, he only felt much better in his heart. After all, Qin Jogu was a member of the 4 immortal emperor clans, and losing to Qin Jogu was much better than losing to that softy Night Wufei. Under Luo Heng's guidance, Qin Jogu sat down and drank and talked with a group of heavenly prides. After a few drinks, it was time to get down to business. Luo Heng stood up and spoke aloud. All of you are the heavenly prides of the world. Why don't you spar and mirror what you've learned when you get together today? The crowd chimed in. Luo Heng smiled cheerfully and got up to head to the martial arts arena, with the rest of them following. Taichou Holy Land, Martial Arts Arena. Luo Juxing stood up first. Night Wufei, dare you accept my challenge? Night Wufei coldly grunted. Afraid of you? Luo Jia was afraid that Night Wufei would be in danger, so she hurriedly reminded, Luo Juxing is a dragon-elephant divine body, practicing the dragon-elephant prajna technique, so pay attention to safety. Such a scene, watching Luo Juxing gnashing his teeth. The goddess in his heart, actually, in Luo Heng's eyes, shade flashed. Throughout the generations, the holy sons and holy daughters have basically been a pair, and as the current holy daughter is notoriously gifted and has unparalleled looks, it is only natural for him to have thoughts about it as well. It's just that this holy maiden was extremely close to this loose cultivator for some reason, and defended him at every turn. He was upset inside, and had been for a long time. Looking at Night Wufei, who had already gotten up, Luo Heng was secretly vicious in his heart. Today, no matter what, he would find an opportunity to teach Night Wufei a lesson. To take back everything that was originally his, all of it. It was unlikely that this kind of fair match would be defended again, even by the Holy Maiden. Chapter 63. certain late-stage big villains. No martial virtue. Soon, the figures of Knight Wufei and Luo Juxing appeared in the middle of the martial arts arena. Luo Juxing looked at the arrogant Knight Wufei and clenched a mouthful of steel teeth. His eyes filled with a glow of jealousy. Luo Jia, as the holy maiden of the Taichor sacred land, not only had a stunning appearance, but her talent was even more astonishing, and she was regarded as the goddess of her heart by the pride of the entire sacred land. However, Luo Jia was proud by nature and had her eyes high above the ground, and she never pretended to treat them, the pride of the heavens. It was difficult for them to even think about speaking to Lorca. The heavens' pride, including Luo Juxing, didn't care too much. After all, Luo Jia was just this kind of nature, and it couldn't be forced. But a few months ago, after Luo Jia went out to practice, he brought back this kid named Knight Wufei and treated him as his guest. Not only did the two of them go out in pairs daily and behave intimately, there were times when Knight Wufei would even spend the night at Luo Jia's residence. This simply drove Luo Juxing crazy with jealousy. On what grounds? Knight Wufei, a rootless loose cultivator, was able to get his hands on a goddess that even a heavenly pride like him couldn't touch? Therefore, today he had to make a move and let Luo Jia know who was truly strong. The moment he entered the martial arts arena, Luo Juxing directly unleashed the dragon elephant divine body. In the sky, visions were revealed. On the vast grassland, a group of giant elephants with tusks and long hair rumbled past, making a deafening sound, and among the elephants, a 5-clawed golden dragon rose up into the air, emitting a clear dragon roar. As the vision manifested, Luo Juxing's body, too, changed. The figure, which was already very sturdy, strangely drew up 3 feet taller, and the muscles on his body became bulging, as if he was as sturdy and robust as a stone statue. Of the watery nature, the dragon is the most powerful. The elephant power is the strongest among the land travelers. The dragon elephant divine body allows the possessor to explode with powerful strength and rigidity. Even if there was a huge mountain in front of him, Luo Juxing was confident that he would crush it. Facing the furiously imposing Luo Juxing, Knight Wufei only smiled faintly and coldly. He didn't even open his divine body. "I'll make you mad." Seeing that he was being belittled, Luo Juxing was completely enraged, and with a push of his legs, his entire body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Knight Wufei. Knight Wufei's face was relaxed as he stretched out his hands and just casually topped Luo Juxing's attack. "Up!" Knight Wufei let out a soft shout. His arms exerted force, and actually lifted Luo Juxing's sturdy body up in a frozen manner. "Get lost!" Knight Wufei's hands exerted force and threw Luo Juxing up. Then his body twisted and his right foot lashed out like a whip. Bang! Luo Juxing, who was hit by a kick, flew backwards like a leather ball. He kept adjusting his body in the air, trying to stabilize himself, but never succeeding. Boom! With a loud bang, Luo Juxing's body slammed hard onto the hard ground, emitting a heavy muffled sound, and blood flowed slowly down the corners of his mouth. He struggled to stand up and was just about to continue his attack when Knight Wufei's attack arrived again, only to see Knight Wufei bending his back and arching his back. He threw a heavy punch that struck Luo Juxing straight in the chest. Bang! Luo Juxing, who had just stabilized his stance, was blown away again by this punch like a kite with broken strings. Before he could land, Knight Wufei's attack arrived again. Punches and kicks, elbows and knees, a set of chain attacks down. Poor Luo Juxing, not to mention the opportunity to fight back. Not even the opportunity to land. Finally, Knight Wufei put away his attack and dodged to the side. Puff! Luo Juxing's body, landing on the ground, emitted a heavy muffled sound, and the bones and joints in many places around his body showed a weird arc. Obviously, it's broken. The Knight Wufei on the side didn't even have a scratch on his body. No injuries. Easy win. After winning, Knight Wufei arrogantly scanned the surroundings. Is there anyone else who would like to take a lesson now? In advance. Don't come up here if you're such a loser, wasting my time. Saying that, he also spat towards Luo Juxing. You bully too much. Do you think that there is no one in my holy land? Right. Isn't it just defeating a Luo Juxing? What's so crazy about it? Someone get up there and show him some color. We can't let him break our holy land's face. Amidst a drumming noise, Luo Heng's face was extremely ugly. A mere loose cultivator actually dared to defy the dignity of their holy land in such a way? If this were to spread, where would they lose face in the holy land? He turned his head and scanned the surroundings. All of you are godchildren of various great clans. I think your cultivation is extraordinary. Is there anyone willing to go and meet this loose cultivator? As Luo Heng's words fell, a divine son rose indignantly. I'll go meet him. I don't believe it. I can't cure him. Saying that, this divine son flung the robes on his body and prepared to leave the field. Wait! Qin Jiugu suddenly reached out and stopped this divine son. He could tell that Knight Wufei did have a few tricks up his sleeve, and this divine son was most likely no match. Moreover, since this Knight Wufei was the son of heaven's destiny and had grown to this point, if he were to defeat him, he should receive a good reward. How can we leave such a good thing to chance? The stopped divine son looked at Qin Jiugu, thought for a moment, and finally sat down. Qin Jiugu stood up and arched his hand toward Knight Wufei in the arena. This divine son is Qin Jiugu of the Qin clan. I've heard of Mr. Knight's name for a long time and would like to ask Mr. Knight for a few lessons. While saying that, Qin Jiuji's eyes teasingly looked at Knight Wufei. Come to think of it, if the original plot had been followed, Knight Wufei would have definitely defeated the Heaven's Pride and God's Son step by step first, until finally defeating the Holy Sun and winning Luo Jia's heart. Unfortunately, now he's here. He wasn't going to give his opponent a chance to make a name for himself. He'll show the other guy how scary it is when a late-stage villain doesn't get up on his martial virtues. Luo Jia, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was a bit worried when she saw Qin Jiugu was about to make a move, and hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Jiugu, it's nothing more than the second level of the Dharma phase. I heard that you are already at the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, so the realm suppression lost the intention of the fight, some holding the strong over the weak, right? Seeing Luo Jia siding with Knight Wufei in such a way, Qin Jiugu couldn't help but sneer. I'm afraid the Holy Maiden doesn't know yet. I've only just broken through to the Dharma phase realm, not to mention, isn't getting stronger about overriding the weak? Otherwise, what's the point of getting stronger? Hearing Qin Jiuji's words, the people present couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. What a sensible, twisted reasoning. What's the point of being strong if you're not going to be weak? It's obviously a ridiculously skewed reasoning, but it's so irrefutable. Afterward, Qin Jiuji's figure appeared in the center of the martial arts arena like a rock spreading its wings. Qin family, Qin Jiugu. Seeing Qin Jiugu take the initiative to declare himself, Knight Wufei didn't want to lose his momentum. Dispersed Cultivator, Knight Wufei. Chapter 64, Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Looking at Qin Jiugu in front of him, a flash of viciousness flashed through Knight Wufei's eyes. Just today, Qin Jiugu relied on the heavy pupil and pitched away 50,000 pounds of his hard-earned source. This revenge, he had to avenge sooner or later. Unexpectedly, Qin Jiugu was so braggadocio that he actually dared to directly confront him. It's no wonder, then, that he's ruthless. It wasn't that Knight Wufei hadn't heard what Luo Jia had said just now. It was just that he hadn't put it on his mind at all. So what if Qin Jiugu was at the 5th level of Dharma phase cultivation? In the past, he also felt that the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land were like exiled immortals in the sky, unattainable. Even the prideful people of the Holy Land were characters that he couldn't possibly reach if he tried his whole life. Now what? Wasn't Luo Juxing, who he had just knocked to the ground, also a pride of the Holy Land? What's so great about it, except that his birth is a little better than his? Knight Wufei believed that if he had been born in a big family, he would definitely be much stronger than these holy sons and daughters or some divine sons or something like that on the stage right now. Divine son of the Qin family. When competing in martial arts, swords have no eyes. If anyone is accidentally injured in a while, they can't cry and go home to their moms. The corners of Knight Wufei's mouth rose in mockery. Then his body transformed into a stream of light and attacked toward Qin Jiugu. Those who hadn't seen Knight Wufei strike would never have imagined that his speed would be this fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Qin Jiuji's body. Knight Wufei's figure suddenly leaped high into the air, clenching his right hand into a fist with a black flame, blasting toward Qin Jiuji's forehead. This move carried an astonishing amount of spiritual power, and if it was struck, I'm afraid that it would be a mountain that would be easily shattered. Everyone present stared at Qin Jiuji's reaction with wide eyes. After all, they also knew that as the divine son of the Qin clan, Qin Jiugu should also have cards. As expected, Qin Jiuji's feet moved, and his figure avoided Knight Wufei's strike in a flash of lightning, appearing several feet away. I don't know when, but there was also an additional folding fan in his hand, gently shaking it, in the manner of a noble gentleman. I'll make you mad. One strike missed, and Knight Wufei was enraged. Just now, he had exploded a full 80% of his speed, but he actually didn't keep up with Qin Jogu, and he even let him take out a fan to pretend to be a pimp. Knight Wufei decided in that he would not give Qin Jogu any chance this time, and would directly use the most brutal way to knock him down. Nay, kill him. Those who offended him, Knight Wufei, had no need to live in this world. Knight Wufei's body rushed forward and arrived beside Qin Jogu, punching out with both fists. Qin Jogu waved his hand to block it. Unexpectedly, this move was a false move, and Knight Wufei directly kicked and blasted at Qin Jogu's head. Bang! What made Knight Wufei unexpected was that Qin Jogu actually came first after him, and when he saw him raising his foot, he didn't dodge and didn't avoid it and similarly flew out with a kick, but it was one step ahead of his foot and kicked on Knight Wufei's head. Knight Wufei was instantly knocked to the ground in a sorry state by that kick. Qin Jogu's figure floated and retreated a few steps, quietly looking at Knight Wufei. Is that all you've got? What other moves do you have? Bring them out. Among the people present, those who were familiar with Knight Wufei secretly marveled at Qin Jogu's strength. Many of them had suffered losses at the hands of Knight Wufei. Although backstabbing him for being a softie, the guy's hands are too hard. Not to mention cultivators of the same level, even if they were 3 or 4 levels above him, it would be difficult to defeat him. But now he was actually being suppressed to death by Qin Jogu, although they could see that Knight Wufei hadn't used his full strength. But to put it another way, Qin Jogu used his full strength? I'll kill you. Knight Wufei had become completely enraged, and with a flash, he bounced up from the ground and attacked towards Qin Jogu once again. Qin Jogu held a folding fan in one hand, and with his other hand, he lightly defended against all of Knight Wufei's attacks. The speed and strength that Knight Wufei was proud of was worthless in Qin Jogu's case. Knight Wufei was also a ruthless person. Time and time again he was knocked away by Qin Jogu, but he always persevered and attacked again. Qin Jogu was a bit annoyed. His amazing aura rose to the sky, and there was more spiritual energy in his hands. Bang! Knight Wufei, who had been storing up his strength for a long time, mobilized his body's true qi and collided with Qin Jogu fiercely. The next second, Knight Wufei's body collided head-on with Qin Jogu's body without any tricks. In the battle with Luo Juxing just now, Knight Wufei's power gave the crowd present a very strong shock. Luo Juxing's dragon elephant divine body, which was originally a divine body that added a great deal to strength, still lost in front of Knight Wufei. But what they didn't expect was that after fighting for such a long time, Qin Jogu had always been glib, incomparably calm and relaxed, and Knight Wufei hadn't been able to gain any upper hand in terms of power in the slightest. And this last collision, Knight Wufei was obviously riveted, using all his strength, while Qin Jogu, who was on the opposite side of him, was still lightly holding a folding fan in his hand, and single-handedly topped Knight Wufei's attack. I'll go. Knight Wufei's power is probably the strongest I've ever seen. It actually lost to Qin Jogu. This Qin clan divine son is unfathomable. To think that he even lost to Knight Wufei's best power. The Qin family has this person. It's really a formidable enemy of my holy land. Simply incredible. A gasp of surprise rose from the crowd. Luo Juxing, who had just lost the battle with Knight Wufei, was even more wide-eyed, not daring to kiss what he saw in front of him. He had always been extremely conceited about his power, or else he wouldn't have taken a hardcore fighting style with Knight Wufei. Of course, as the person in question, he was even more clear about Knight Wufei's power. He had unleashed his dragon elephant divine body, yet he still lost to Knight Wufei. I can't imagine that this Qin Jogu actually resisted Knight Wufei's attack with one hand. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Only to see Qin Jogu exerting force with one hand, majestic spiritual energy gushed out, sending Knight Wufei's body, ruthlessly, flying out. Knight Wufei was like a rolling gourd, rolling several times on the ground before he could stabilize himself. After getting up, Knight Wufei had an extra strand of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Qin clan's divine son truly lives up to his name. However, let's see how you can handle this next move. Desolate ancient god body. Knightless let out a furious burst. The black clothes on his body couldn't withstand the majestic spiritual power and instantly turned into fragments in the sky. The berserk spiritual energy washed over the entire audience, causing many people with weaker cultivation to feel like they were being cut by swords. A desolate, ancient aura slowly rose from Knight Wufei's body. In the sky, visions were revealed. A mountain range with an unknown history of many years appeared in the middle of everyone's vision. Chapter 65. Chin Jogo. Wisdom reducing aura? Unfortunately, it's useless to me. Desolate ancient god body? Is actually a desolate ancient god body? No wonder this knight Wu Fei dares to be so rampant. It turns out that he has this ancient divine body with him. He's been around for such a long time and has never displayed the desolate ancient god body. It looks like he's going to get real this time. The pressure Chin Jogu brings to him is too great. There's no more possibility for him to hide his clumsiness. If he doesn't use his desolate ancient divine body, he's in a situation of certain defeat today. Chin Jogu is truly worthy of being the Qin family's divine son, to actually be able to force Knight Wu Fei to this point. Rumor has it that the Qin clan's divine son possesses a chaos body, and this Knight Wu Fei is actually a desolate ancient divine body. Which of these two rumored divine bodies is stronger? As Knight Wu Fei displayed the desolate ancient divine body, a murmur erupted from the crowd. Everyone knew that a dragon fight was inevitable. Desolate ancient divine physique. A rare physique that was rumored to be comparable to the chaotic physique in the Tianxian continent. However, the downside is also very obvious. That is, it takes a massive pile of resources. If there wasn't enough resources piled up, then the desolate ancient divine physique was a complete and utter wasted physique. Moreover, the desolate ancient god body wasn't originally called that. It wasn't until one of the clansmen of a certain immortal emperor clan on the Tianxian continent appeared with this type of physique, and under the tilting of the family's massive resources, he exploded with astonishing power and eventually proved to be a great emperor, and only then did the somewhat chicken-ribbed physique of the desolate ancient divine physique become well known. Since then, most of the people who had awakened the desolate ancient divine body would choose to devote themselves to the great powers and great sects, becoming the gold medal fighters of these powers and sects in exchange for the resources needed for promotion. It was easy to understand why Knight Wu Fei chose to come to the Holy Land and befriended Holy Maiden Luojia. Right now, it looked like Knight Wu Fei's desolate ancient god body had already gained a few moments of fire and was about to be completely formed. Chin Jogo looked at Knight Wu Fei and secretly sneered in her heart. This Knight Wu Fei, being able to advance to the third level of the Dharma phase with the desolate ancient god body, was truly considered extraordinary. It must be that the great fortune of the son of heaven's destiny had given him a great deal of help, not to mention the strange encounters along the way, but also the big thick leg of the holy daughter of the Holy Land. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be a giant in the future. However, he was more than just a chaotic body. He also had the great killing weapon of heavy pupils, and when it really came down to it, Knight Wu Fei could be said to not have a single chance of winning. But, according to the information received, this Knight Wu Fei appeared to have mastered a secret technique that, once performed, could increase his battle power by 10 times, which was truly terrifying. Just as the crowd was discussing, Chin Jogo, still holding a folding fan in his hand, looked at Knight Wu Fei, who was fully utilizing his desolate ancient divine body, with a disdainful look on his face, and contemptuously taunted. Is it finished yet? Is this the desolate ancient god body you rely on? Doesn't look like much, does it? As he spoke, Chin Jogo stretched out his right index finger and hooked it contemptuously. Having been continuously struck by Chin Jogo, Knight Wu Fei had already lost some of his sanity. Seeing that Chin Jogo still dared to provoke him after he had executed the desolate ancient godly body, he was furious. I'll show you the power of the desolate ancient godly body. With a loud shout, Knight Wu Fei's figure moved. Both hands continuously cupped the knives, as fast as lightning. The vision in the sky became clearer. A vigorous spiritual energy erupted from Knight Wu Fei's body. Desolate ancient heavenly seal. Knight Wu Fei bellowed, his hands extended upwards, then pressed down fiercely. In the sky, a seal that was tens of feet square and as big as a mountain came down with a bang. In the next second, without waiting for the seal to fall, Knight Wu Fei's figure moved. Like lightning, it killed towards Chin Jogu. This move, the killing move he had always used, first attracted most of his opponent's attention with the desolate ancient heavenly seal, and then his body ran wildly to attack his enemy. The enemy lost sight of both, and was either heavily injured by his close quarters or smashed into flesh by the desolate ancient heavenly seal. However, Knight Wu Fei's figure stopped when it was still dozens of feet away from Chin Jogu. His eyes glaring like copper bells, the desolate ancient heavenly seal, which he had condensed and which was heavier than a small mountain, was actually lifted up by Chin Jogu with one hand. It's simply not going to happen. Bang! Casually, Qin Jogu threw out the desolate ancient heavenly seal resting in his right hand with a heavy muffled sound. In the next second, Qin Juji's body landed beside Night Wufei's body as if it was instantaneous. A knee strike that directly hit Night Wufei's vitals, hurting him so much that he arched his body like a prawn. With one strike, Qin Jogu didn't engage in a fight. His figure retreated at a rapid pace, and he once again hooked his finger towards Night Wufei. Being so easily suppressed and even teased by Qin Jogu, Night Wufei finally became completely enraged. Qin Jogu, you forced me to do this. Night Wufei screamed as blood began to spray out of his 7 orifices. His entire person was hideous, just like a bloody man. At the same time, the aura around him was expanding. Looking at the Night Wufei whose aura was constantly expanding, in Qin Joji's heart, he secretly sighed. It's true that he is worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. With a mere cultivation at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase, he had so many means at his disposal. If he didn't have a system on his side, I'm afraid that he would really be hammered to death alive by this son of destiny. But now, squeezing Night Wufei was similar to squeezing an ant. The chaotic body fully unfolded between the movements of his mind. In the chaos of the sky, a green lotus opened proudly. Qin Juji's aura also directly overpowered Night Wufei. Looking at Qin Jogu, whose aura had suddenly skyrocketed, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Qin Jogu has also brought out his bottom card. It really is a chaotic body. Night Wufei shouldn't be Qin Juji's opponent. Isn't that inevitable? Although a mature desolate ancient god body is no less than a chaotic body, the two are after all different in rank. It's a pity. If Night Wufei was also at the 5th level of the Dharma phase and had a similar cultivation level as Qin Jogu, there would still be a battle to fight. Listening to the comments around her, Luo Jia's clear face surfaced with a color of determination, a mouthful of silver teeth clenched. She disregarded her status and shouted towards Qin Joga in the field, Qin Clan Divine Son. What's the big deal about relying on your cultivation? If you have the ability to seal yourself to the same realm as Night Wufei, you're definitely not a match for him. At those words, the corners of Qin Juji's mouth twitched. The person in front of me is the son of heaven's destiny. Luo Jia's words were a proper intellectual aura. How many villains have died under this move? If he had listened to Luo Jia's encouragement and sealed his own cultivation, the plot of the next scene would be that the heaven's destined son would explode with amazing potential, be invincible at the same level, and directly crush him, the arch-villain. In the end, the Destiny's Child succeeded in defeating the villain and embraced the beauty. As for him, the villain, who cares? He hadn't been given a wisdom-lowering aura, so how could he be so stupid as to seal his own cultivation for Night Wufei to fight? Chapter 66 Ancient God King. Crushing Night Wufei. Holy Maiden, don't waste your time. I don't have a descending wisdom aura. As Qin Jogu spoke, he continued to exude his aura, without the slightest intention of sealing his cultivation. Even, he directly opened his heavy pupils. In the sky, countless heavy pupil shadows, which filled half of the sky, complemented the chaotic visions, and the visions displayed by Night Wufei shivered in the middle of the chaotic body and the heavy pupil visions. With the 2 great visions added to his body, Qin Juji's figure seemed to have grown much stouter, his body shining with divine light and standing proudly, just like an ancient god king. I'll go. Is this the power of the chaotic body aggravated pupil? This is the first time I've seen a young man with such amazing talent. The Qin clan's divine son is truly extraordinary. With this cultivation, he is unrivaled among his peers. More than just peers, even some of the elders. I'm afraid they're far inferior to the Qin clan's divine son. After all, at less than 20 years old at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, he's also carrying a chaotic body and heavy pupils. Originally, I thought that Night Wufei would be able to create some difficulties for the Qin clan's divine son, but now it seems he's not even qualified to be an opponent. Saint Sun Luohang looked at Qin Jogu, who was like a god and goddess in the arena, and also involuntarily lowered his proud head, secretly sighing in his heart that he was far inferior to Qin Jogu. All along, Luohang had thought that among his peers, he was number 1 when it came to talent. Being the holy son of the Holy Land again, he was even more proud. But today he was completely convinced. If he still had the heart to fight when facing Night Wufei, he didn't even have the courage to fight when facing Qin Jogu. Totally in a crushed situation. Go to hell. At this point, Night Wufei couldn't care less. He knew that, in terms of talent and battle power, he was far inferior to Qin Jogu. The only chance to win was to make a move while Qin Juji's chi had yet to reach its peak and the two great visions had yet to fully unfold. Desolate, ancient Wanxiang wheel. Knight Wufei roared, and between his hands, a brilliant wheel of light flashed with dazzling light as it slammed down fiercely towards Qin Jogu. This move was Knight Wufei's best move. On normal days, relying on his cultivation at the third level of the Dharma phase, he simply couldn't exert it. Now, he relied on the secret art to boost his battle power by 10 times, and his realm had come to around the 8th level of the Dharma phase before he was able to manage this move. The desolate ancient Wanxiang wheel was so sharp that wherever it passed, even a huge mountain could be sliced in half. Knight Wufei believed that it was absolutely impossible for Qin Jogu to resist this move. The wheel of light arrived in an instant, and Qin Joji's body was also covered in a layer of dazzling divine light. Sculpture. How dare you show off your skills? Qin Jogu cried out and activated his chaotic body. His body was covered by a layer of chaotic divine light, defending himself against the attack of the desolate ancient Wanxiang wheel. Boom! The desolate ancient manifestation wheel and Qin Joji's chaotic body collided with each other, letting out a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Eft! Not far away, Knight Wufei, who was fully maneuvering the desolate ancient 10,000 elements wheel, didn't expect that Qin Jogu would actually be so strong, and instantly fell into a disadvantage, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, and the entire person flew backward as if he were a kite that had broken its strings. Knight Wufei's body was thrown up dozens of feet before landing with a bang. The hard ground was instantly smashed out of a huge deep pit by his body. This head-to-head encounter between the two, Qin Jogu was victorious, and Knight Wufei, defeated. It really is worthy of being a chaotic body. The Tianxian continent's #1 ranked divine body. It's really as terrifying as it is. Yeah, it's really unexpected that even a divine physique like the desolate ancient god body couldn't carry a blow from the chaotic body. Although there is a reason for cultivation suppression, after Knight Wufei executed his secret art, the gap between the two isn't really that big anymore. The desolate ancient god body is hard against the chaos body. It's really a mantis, not measuring itself. The Qin clan's divine son is a chaotic body with weighted pupils, and his cultivation is also steadily suppressing Knight Wufei. Such a result is not surprising. Even if Knight Wufei has a secret technique to add to his cultivation, it will only slightly narrow the gap between the two. A ragged Knight Wufei climbed out of the deep pit, his face written with a strong unwillingness. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always used a lofty stance to crush the pride of his peers. I can't imagine that in this battle he actually lost so badly. The 9 secrets plus the desolate ancient sacred body. It seems like that's all there is to it. Since your turn is over, then, it's the turn of this godson. Just as Knight Wufei looked at Qin Jogu unwillingly, Qin Joji's voice rang in everyone's ears. Only Qin Jogu's body was seen floating in midair, and between his eyes, for pupils were glowing, and the aura around his body was also increasing. Above the dome of the sky, the visions once again appeared. Countless ancient divine beast Kuan-Peng's silhouettes surfaced in the sky. In the next second, those countless Kuan-Peng shadows, like sparks hitting the earth, attacked towards Knight Wufei, with the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The crowd of onlookers, seeing this terrifying treasure art, marveled inexplicably. How could they have never imagined that Qin Juji's move would attract such a terrifying heaven and earth vision, and that it would have such a strong killing aura? For a moment, they vaguely felt that Qin Juji's aura had far exceeded the fear that the 9th level of the Dharma phase could bring them. The people present couldn't help but begin to calculate that it was hard to believe that Qin Juji's true battle power had already reached the Nirvana realm. Nirvana at not even 20 years old. Lie. But what was that terror from the soul just now? This move of the Qin clan's divine son is truly terrifying. He couldn't be in Nirvana, could he? If it's really Nirvana, if this move goes down, Knight Wufei will die, right? It's hard to say. The terror of this move is simply beyond my imagination. The Nirvana realm is just like that, right? Hearing the crowd's comments and looking at Qin Juji's astonishing might in the arena, Holy Maiden Luojia, who had been anxious about Knight Wufei's safety, could no longer sit still. Knight Wufei was still of considerable use to her, but she couldn't die like that. Uncle Zhang, help! In an emergency, Luojia hurriedly transmitted a message to his protector, asking him to rush out and rescue Knight Wufei. But what she could not have expected was that her voice transmission, as if it was sinking like a stone into the sea, did not have any response. In the middle of the field, Knight Wufei was faced with such a terrifying stance, exploding all of his aura and resisting with all his might. Boom! Countless Ku and Peng shadows fiercely bombarded Knight Wufei, and the venue was filled with smoke and dust that obscured the sky. Knight Wufei's miserable screams were unceasing, and the people present heard goosebumps all over their bodies. Moments later, the smoke cleared. In the middle of the deep pit of scorched earth, Knight Wufei's entire body was scorched black, and not a single piece of good skin could be seen. The already ragged clothes on his body were even directly blown to pieces. Chapter 67. Seriously injuring Knight Wufei, Luo Jia's revenge. Wufei, looking at Knight Wufei, who was already burnt and looked like a roasted pheasant, Saint Luo Jia could no longer hold back, disregarding her image and status as a saint. She shouted and rushed closer. After rushing closer, Luo Jia realized that the situation was even worse than she had imagined. Knight Wufei's breath was already very weak. It could simply be said that her breath was like a swimmer. If she came a little later, there was a danger that she would directly die violently. Moreover, the skin around his body was almost no good anymore. It was all charred black, emitting an unpleasant charred stench. Luo Jia felt that if the person who collapsed here today wasn't Knight Wufei, but someone else, she wouldn't have been able to tolerate the smell at all. Forcing back her nausea and raising her head, Luo Jia's beautiful eyes stared at Qin Jiugu, her eyes filled with resentment. Qin family divine son, but it's just a competition and sparring match. Why did you have to lay such a heavy hand on him? Looking at the aggressive Luo Jia, Qin Jiugu felt a pang of contempt in her heart. If it was Knight Wufei who had injured himself today, this Luo Jia definitely wouldn't be so agitated. This woman seems to be the little harem of the son of heaven, the kind who doesn't even realize she's been used as a furnace. Speaking of which, this woman should be thanking herself for saving her, and now she's actually returning the favor. However, with everyone watching, Qin Jiugu didn't have to tear his face off, and could only make a mournful face as he replied with a light smile. Holy maiden, the Knight brother's strength is indeed amazing. If I didn't go all out, I would have to be injured as well. Instead of letting myself get hurt, it's better to let Brother Knight suffer for me. Qin Jiugu said something that was justified. Luo Jia's silver teeth clenched in anger, but she couldn't say anything. The crowd of onlookers were in a trance. Qin Jiuji's strength was really beyond their expectations. These divine sons and holy sons of theirs, their strength was usually at the 3rd or 4th level of the Dharma phase, and when they exploded at full strength, their battle power could reach the 7th level of the Dharma phase and it would already be considered terrifying. As a result, Qin Jiugu actually had a strength close to the Nirvana realm. Plus, he had the heavy pupil and chaotic body to add to his body, as well as that last move of the art. Although they didn't know the name of that technique, these saint sons and divine sons were all knowledgeable people, and it wasn't hard to see how extraordinary that move was. A single move that suppressed Knight Wufei to death and almost killed him. It was truly terrifying. Knight Wufei was lying on the ground like a dead dog. The attack just now, in addition to making his body scorched black, his bones were broken several times, his internal organs felt like they were on fire, the pain was unbearable. If it wasn't for Luo Jia taking out the holy medicine of the Holy Land in time, he was afraid that he would have to account for his injuries here. The severe pain coming from his body and the humiliation he received inside made Knight Wufei hate Qin Jiugu, and his eyes were filled with rage. Damn it! Today was supposed to be the day I made a big splash, crushing a bunch of Holy Land, Heavenly Jiao and winning the beauty. This damn Qin Jiugu intervened and ruined all my good things. I want him dead. Regarding Knight Wufei's angry eyes, Qin Jiugu directly ignored them. Congratulations to the host, successfully combating the fateful sun's qi. System reward: 9 heavenly swords. The 9 heavenly swords? Hearing this name, Qin Jiugu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He knew that the 9 heavenly swords were a famous supreme artifact of the Tianxian continent. This Knight Wufei really is a heavenly destiny that has become a climate, a blow to the qi, and he's rewarded with a supreme artifact. Then, if you cut him down. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu smiled, turned around and walked down the ring. Knight Wufei he definitely wants to kill, but it won't be now. All of the heaven's destiny sons carried great qi, and it was simply impossible to kill them without suppressing a few waves of qi. If he were to kill him by force, it was possible that some powerful person would just pop up and claim that Knight Wufei was his heir. At that time, not to mention him, even the Qin family would find it troublesome. With Qin Juji's pearl in front of him, the latter part of the match was incredibly boring. They were all fights at the 3rd or 4th level of the Dharma phase realm, and there was no flavor of gunpowder. They were all to the point, not to mention that the spectators didn't find it interesting, even the participants didn't find it interesting. Compared to the Qin clan's Divine Sons match, it was far too poor. Brother Qin, it seems that the strongest Divine Son this year is none other than you. Yes, we ask ourselves that we've sort of cultivated hard, but compared to Brother Qin, we're still too far behind. Brother Qin is a heavenly prodigy, equipped with a chaotic body and heavy pupils. He's far beyond what we can compare. Soon, the rest of the matches were over, and there was nothing interesting about them. After the match ended, Luo Jia assisted Knight Wufei and returned to her room. At this time, Knight Wufei was much better. At least he had the strength to speak. The pain on the body, however, will continue for some time. I want him dead. I must, with my own hands, take revenge. Knight Wufei shouted angrily. Luo Jia's face was icy cold as she transmitted her voice to call out the protector of the Tao. There was a shaking in space, and an old man's figure appeared in front of Luo Jia and Knight Wufei. Luo Jia's face was cold and clear. Uncle Zhang, at that time, when I sent you a voice message to rescue Wufei, why didn't you make a move? Being questioned by Luo Jia in such a manner, Zhang Bo, who was already at the half-step life and death realm, didn't have a trace of annoyance and bowed. The Holy Maiden doesn't know. At that time, when I received the Holy Maiden's voice transmission, old me was prepared to make a move. But at that time, within the martial arts arena, there was an aura that was about the same level as mine, staring at me with death. Once I made a move, the other party would also make a move. This old life of mine is not worth dying for. But once that half-step life and death realm expert strikes, Lord Knight will definitely not survive. Hearing Zhang Bo's explanation, Luo Jia's eyes clouded over. Yes, Qin Jiugu was the divine son of the Qin clan, so he was bound to have his own protector. He himself could order the protector to save the day, and he could order the protector to block it. But this vendetta, there was absolutely no way it could just be let go. That night, the Holy Land banquet, including Saint Sun Luo Heng, Saint Daughter Luo Jia, and a host of divine sons from Holy Lands and Immortal Emperor clans were all gathered together, drinking happily. Qin Jiugu, who had defeated the popular Knight Wufei, had become the target of the crowd's bragging rights. Everyone praised Qin Jiugu for his amazing strength and stunning talent. In time, he would definitely be a great emperor or something like that. Qin Jiugu didn't push back and accepted them one by one with a smile. Beside Luo Jia, Knight Wufei's body was wrapped in gauze. His face was extremely ugly, and he made a wink towards Luo Jia on the side. Seeing this, Luo Jia's mind was made up. Guys, listen to me. Just as everyone was having a good time, Luo Jia suddenly spoke up. I'm sure you've all heard that there's been a disturbance in the Purple Mountain recently, and I've heard that there's an exotic treasure that's about to come out. Since ancient times, heavenly materials and treasures have been in the possession of those who are capable of them. And as cultivators, we naturally can't let go of our chances. All of you seated here are all the heavenly pride of various families. Why don't we go to Purple Mountain together to look for exotic treasures? Chapter 68, Who Dares to Bully My Grandson? The 4 supreme beings of the Qin family were out in force. The Holy Maiden is right. We've also heard about the news of this Purple Mountain's recent dissension. I've heard that the sound of a bell has been coming from the depths of this Purple Mountain lately, and that the sound of the bell seems to be able to penetrate the soul, deafening. Many greedy and weak people have died under the sound of the bell. What kind of news is this? Our family sent a strong man to investigate, and this strong man came back to say that within the Purple Mountain, there is the Mother Qi of all things gushing out. The Mother Qi of all things, rumored to be the originating power for the growth of all things in the Tianshan continent, was precious beyond compare. Within the Purple Mountain, there was actually the Mother Qi of all things gushing out. Many of the prideful people who originally didn't take it seriously couldn't help but feel a surge of greed in their hearts. But that Purple Mountain is known as one of the 7 forbidden areas in Tianshan continent. Can we make it? Someone in the crowd, I don't know who, somewhat less assuredly, shouted. Haha! Which one of you is this? Such a coward! We are the prides of various clans, considered the strongest of the young generation. If we can't do it, who can? Yeah, that Purple Mountain is a forbidden area, but it hasn't erupted for years, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd of celestial pride, Luo Jia turned her gaze toward Qin Jiugu, the Qin clan's divine son. with his cultivation through the heavens and through the earth, can be called the #1 person of our generation. I see that the exotic treasure is for you, divine son Jogo. I wonder if you're interested? Qin Jogu sniffed and secretly sneered. He didn't think that Luo Jia would be so kind as to give him a chance that came to him. Between the 4 great immortal emperor clans, and between the 4 great immortal emperor clans and the Holy Land, all of them were in a competitive relationship, harmonious on the surface, but in reality, all of them hated to point at each other to death. Moreover, this holy maiden Luo Jia obviously wore the same pants as the son of heaven's destiny, Knight Wufei, and he had beaten Knight Wufei so badly. Would Luo Jia still let him go? Looking at this situation, Luo Jia definitely wanted to set up an ambush in the middle of the Purple Mountain, inviting the king into the jar. As long as he dared to go, he would be intercepted by Luo Jia. However, even if Luo Jia hadn't said these words, he would have gone to the Purple Mountain and turned around. After all, no matter if it was the Mother Qi of all things or that mysterious bell, how could he not go and intercept it when it was a benefit for the heavenly destined son? The current Knight Wufei was nothing in his eyes, and after suppressing his qi a few times, he could easily kill it. However, what was more troublesome was, this holy maiden Luo Jia is too close to Knight Wufei. She was actually willing to come down and help Knight Wufei clear the obstacles. If we want to get rid of Knight Wufei, we really have to consider the forces behind Luo Jia. Otherwise, it's easy to lose out. The holy maiden has a point. Heavenly treasures are for those who can afford them. Mr. Qin is not talented, as the strongest of the young generation. So since I've come across such a good thing, how could I not go and take a look? Just let me know when the holy maiden and all of you have chosen a date. Qin Juji's words were spoken in an overbearing and beaten manner. But on the contrary, the people present, after seeing Qin Juji's strength, had felt that there was no problem. Qin Juji's strength was really strong. Godson Nine Song is mighty and domineering. We are willing to follow Godson Nine Song's lead. Entering the Purple Mountain is full of crises. So I still hope that Divine Prince Jogo will take care of us. Yes, this is no small matter. I still hope that Divine Prince Jogu will not be stingy with his advice. In the midst of some boasting, Knight Wufei and Luo Jia looked at Qin Jogu as if they were looking at a dead person. So what if you're strong? So what if you're gifted? Is it hard to screw you over? After the banquet, Qin Jogu returned to his room and summoned Li Bo. Uncle Li, go back to the clan and inform my grandfather to come with a supreme artifact. There's a possibility that I'll kill the Taicho sacred maiden Luo Jia. Hearing this, Li Bo was shocked, and not being able to inquire too much, he hurriedly got up and headed towards the Qin family. 5 days later, the Qin family, Qin Joga's grandfather, Qin Hai, was sitting in the parlor, drinking tea with a relaxed expression. Qin Jogu was strong and amazingly talented, so even in a holy land full of heavenly pride, he would be like a fish in water. What's he got to worry about? Right at this moment, Li Bo's panicked figure rushed into the parlor and shouted, "Master, the Divine Son asked me to inform you to bring the supreme artifacts to the Holy Land. He wants to behead the holy maiden of the Taichu." Hearing this, Qin Hai was shocked and didn't care about drinking his tea as he grabbed Li Bo's collar. "What did you say?" "Jogu is going to lay hands on the Taicho holy maiden." After receiving an affirmative reply, Qin Hai loosened his grip on Li Bo's collar and spoke in a sanguine tone. "Damned holy maiden of Taichu, my grandson has always been well behaved. It must have been that holy maiden who bullied my grandson. Since you bullied my grandson, don't blame me for having a poisonous heart." After saying that, Qin Hai resumed sitting back in his chair, resuming his usual aura of a towering superior. "Go and invite the 3 great elders of this vein here, and tell them that I seek them out for important matters to discuss." Li Bo didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly got up to inform the 3 great elders. Qin Hai sat in the parlor, a flash of heavy killing intent in his eyes. Qin Jogu was his grandson, the hope of the Qin family's revival, and anyone who messed with Qin Jogu would be subject to the Qin family's undying retaliation. "Hi, what's going on that you're in such a hurry to call a few of us?" "Yeah, I'm just about to go into seclusion to consult the techniques. Recently, I feel that the bottleneck of my cultivation has loosened up a bit, and I should be breaking through the 6th level of the Supreme Being soon." "Old thing, you're about to break through? The 3 of us have been stuck at the 5th level of Supreme Being for years. Why are you suddenly about to break through?" 3 rough voices rang out, and 3 old men with white hair and a shocking aura emanated from their bodies appeared in the parlor. These three people were none other than the three great elders of this lineage of the Qin family. All three of them were at the 5th level of the Supreme Being's cultivation. Qin Hai, on the other hand, had already broken through to the 7th level of the Supreme Being. I've called you all here today because that Taicho sacred maiden bullied my grandson Jogu. All of you old friends, please also follow me. When the three great elders heard this, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation. They knew about Qin Juji's trip to the Holy Land Conference. Originally, he thought that with Qin Juji's strength and talent, who would dare to disrespect him? Now, it seems like this Holy Land's holy daughter is a bit less of a talker. Brother Hai, this child Jogo has always been well-behaved and obedient, and he cultivates hard. He is the hope of our Qin family. We'll kill whoever messes with Jogu, this Taichu holy maiden. She simply doesn't know how to die. Eldest, aren't you going into seclusion to make a breakthrough? How about you don't go? Bull. Closed-door breakthroughs. Anytime is fine. What's the use even if I break through a few more layers after moving my Qin family's hope of rising? Let's go at once. As soon as the words fell, the four supreme beings directly broke through the air. Chapter 69 Qin Family Quasi-Emperor. Coming out with a quasi-emperor soldier. Qin Family Main Hall. Family head Qin Wuchen sat in his chair and suddenly frowned as he muttered, "What's the situation over at the 4th vein? For supreme beings have been deployed at once. And that old man Qin Hai is included?" Qin Wuchen, however, knew very well that Qin Hai, this old man, since stepping down as the Vein Master, could be said to be living in deep seclusion, rarely leaving the family. This time, not only did he personally go out, but he also brought along 3 Supreme Realm Elders. Apparently, there's something a little unusual going on. Generally speaking, with the name of the Qin family's 4 immortal emperor clans, all the large and small forces on the Tianxian continent would have to give a few points of face. Those who could induce the Qin clan to send out 4 supreme beings at once. I'm afraid that only the other 3 families of the same 4 immortal emperor clans, or that mysterious and unpredictable Holy Land, combined with the recent situation of the Qin family, in Qin Wuchen's heart, there was some clarity. Definitely, there was a problem with Qin Jogu on the Holy Land side, and that was what caused Qin Hai, who had been living in deep seclusion, to be so agitated. Thinking of this, Qin Wuchen's face became somewhat ugly. Qin Jogu was his hand-picked divine son with amazing talent, and in time would certainly be able to take the Qin family to the peak. Could be said that the most important thing in the entire Qin family was this divine son, Qin Jogu. What's wrong, House Master? Qin Run, the 2nd clan elder sitting across from him, looked at Qin Wuchen, whose face was constantly changing, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask. You should have sensed it as well. The 4th vein side has sent out 4 supreme beings at once to leave the clan. Yes, not only that, even this old man Qin Hai has come out. I don't know what they want to do. To say the least, their lineage is lucky to have produced such a good seedling like Jogu. There's no limit to their future achievements. The 2nd clan elder truthfully spoke what he had sensed, and between his words, he was also extremely puzzled. In their lineage, their current biggest scale is the 9 songs, for supreme beings at once. It's probably someone from the Taicho Holy Land side looking for trouble with Jogu. What? Qin Run, the 2nd clan elder who was so warm and gentle just a moment ago, instantly showed his killing intent, and his tone was filled with a stern flavor. Those people from the Taichu Holy Land, they are too bold, aren't they? Even our Qin family's divine son dares to provoke them. Do they really think that my Qin family has no one? It seems that my Qin family has been dormant for too long, and it's time to let the world know how terrifying the everlasting Qin family is. After saying that, Qin Run stood up, his clothes bulging, his cultivation at the level of a quasi-emperor revealed. This conference, after all, is on the Taicho Holy Land's home turf. Although this child, Jogo, is not a loser, but after all, people are under the roof and have to bow their heads, so it would be bad if they suffered a loss. 2nd clan elder, you quickly take your quasi-emperor weapon and follow Qin Hai and the others, in case Jogu has any conflict with the Taichu Holy Land. Regardless of anything else, first, you must save Jogu. This is the family master's order. Saying that, Qin Wuchen pulled out a small token from his sleeve and handed it to Qin Run. The householder's order? Qin Run looked at the token, and his expression was also quite grave. The family head's order is a token that has been passed down from generation to generation by the successive family heads of the Qin family, representing the supreme authority of the family head, and if it is analogous, It is somewhat like a holy decree of a secular dynasty. The things that could be worthy of utilizing the family head's order were all major events that involved the survival of the Qin family. The second clan elder had lived for thousands of years and had only seen him a few times. It was unthinkable that this time, for the sake of Qin Jiogu, the family head had actually sent out a family head's order. Evidently, he thought highly of Qin Jiogu. "Don't worry, family master. I'll be moving on now." Qin Run arched his hand towards Qin Wudian, and in the next second, his figure disappeared in front of Qin Wudian. 5 days later, Qin Jiogu, Taichu Saint Son Luohang, Saint Daughter Luojia, and the divine sons of the various immortal emperor clans, as well as Knight Wufei, who had just recovered from his injuries and was still wrapped in thick bandages, arrived outside the Purple Mountain. This Purple Mountain, situated 300 miles south of the holy land of Taichu, was a treacherous and mysterious mountain, and was known as one of the 7 forbidden areas of life in Tianxian continent. There are rumors that within the Purple Mountain, there are unknown strangenesses hibernating, which can be said to be killing at every step and in crisis. As the saying goes, dangerous places will have great treasures. Every so often, the Purple Mountain would emit bursts of auspicious light and spew out treasures that were normally hard to see. Some of the more fortunate cultivators, after being lucky enough to receive a gift from the Purple Mountain, almost every one of them soared into the sky and became a giant on the Tianxian continent. This evokes even more greed. The treasures spewed out from the Purple Mountain were already powerful to this extent, so within the Purple Mountain, were there better treasures? Over the years, the number of cultivators who had traveled to the Purple Mountain in search of treasures was as countless as the number of carp that crossed the river. But, almost without exception, they all fell within the Purple Mountain without a sound. There were unbelieving Holy Land experts who had once organized elite forces to explore the Purple Mountain, but they still followed in the footsteps of those scattered cultivators, and none of them ever came out. Over time, the Purple Mountain's fierce reputation became more and more prominent, almost to the point of talking about tigers. Everyone in the Purple Mountain. There are many oddities. Our Holy Land once had several experts enter the Purple Mountain, wanting to explore it for a while, but in the end, none of them came out. Everyone, life only comes once. If you feel there is danger and don't want to go deeper, we won't do anything to force you. Holy Maiden Luojia's clear voice rang out amongst the crowd of divine sons and heavenly prides. Fear not. We're all divine sons from various clans. Who doesn't have some means to save their lives? Yes, if you don't explore the Purple Mountain because you're afraid, you might leave behind a heart demon and have trouble advancing an inch, and that's no small thing. The Holy Maiden's kindness is appreciated. I've heard that there are strangeness within this Purple Mountain. I, Lu, would like to see what kind of strangeness it is. Seeing that the crowd had spoken, Luojia didn't say any more and turned around towards the inner Purple Mountain. The others rushed to follow. Just as they entered the Purple Mountain, they saw a misty barrier, as if there was no end to it, blocking everyone's path. On the faces of all the people, there was a hard look on their faces. The maze itself had no offensive power, but it would seriously affect one's 5 senses, and if one was not careful, one would fall here. Having just entered the Purple Mountain and encountering such a large area of maze, it looks like this Purple Mountain really isn't simple. Just as the crowd was secretly screaming, Knight Wufei's arrogant voice rang out. "Guys, there is no need to worry. I've studied under Heavenly Master Yuan, and I have some understanding of the great forces of heaven and earth. I can utilize formations that can change the momentum of heaven and earth and get rid of confusions." Hearing this, the crowd was a little more at ease. Knight Wufei didn't say anything, directly taking out a number of crystals from his storage ring and began to set up the formation. However, after a series of movements, the maze didn't react at all. Chapter 70 Source Heavenly Master? How about a heavy pupil one? All of the people present were divine sons of various immortal emperor clans, or holy sons of holy lands, and they had dabbled somewhat in the doctrine of formations. They could naturally see that Knight Wufei had already completed the array formation. However, the mesmerizing barrier that had almost shielded their 5 senses did not reflect anything. "Knight Wufei, what are you up to? The array is all set up. How come this maze doesn't show any signs of shrinking at all? Yeah, do you know how to set up a formation or not? Taking a few crystals and arranging them randomly, and you call it a formation? And you call yourself some sort of disciple of the Source Heavenly Master? If Heavenly Master Yuan knew that you were so worthless, he would beat you to death as an imposter." Seeing that there was no response from the maze barrier, the crowd of divine sons and saints were instantly displeased and opened their mouths, questioning Knight Wufei. Knight Wufei was in a hurry, his head covered in cold sweat. He had thought of taking this opportunity to put on a show so that he could redeem himself. But how could he not have expected the maze to be so stubborn? He even set up a crushing array and it didn't work at all? It's not right. Knight Wufei looked at the maze of barriers, kneading his hand and projecting without stopping. Guys, give me a moment, I'll try again. Saying that, Knight Wufei's figure flashed continuously, and a crystal stone was thrown out through his hand, landing accurately in different directions. A few moments later, looking at the still unaltered maze of obstacles, Knight Wufei finally lowered his high head. Everyone, it's not that Wufei is not a good learner. After projecting, the heaven and earth momentum here has been transformed by a strong person, and I can't change it. Before the words fell, Qin Jioga suddenly stepped forward and snorted coldly. It seems that the so-called Source Heavenly Master is nothing more than that, can't even break a maze. Luo Jia sniffed and immediately became unhappy, glaring at Qin Jioga with rounded almond eyes. Qin family godchild, don't stand around and talk without a pain in the ass. If you're good, you do it. Brother Wu Fei once changed many great situations in heaven and earth, and for this purple mountain to be called one of the 7 forbidden places, there must be something extraordinary about it. It makes sense that Brother Wu Fei is powerless to change it. You're so capable, why don't you try? Seeing Luo Jia so strongly defending Knight Wu Fei, in Qin Juji's heart, a wave of disgust rose. In the past, when he read novels, he felt that the heroine sticking to the protagonist was a very good feeling. But now that he stood in the villain's perspective, it was simply disgusting and nauseating. Knight Wu Fei was clearly nothing more than a mediocre loose cultivator, relying on the great fortune of the son of heaven's destiny to get where he was today. This Luo Jia is also not very bright. Really think that he relies on real skill to come up? Glaring fiercely at Luo Jia, Qin Jioga stepped out of the crowd and stood at the front of the line. Since the Holy Maiden asked me to give it a try, then respectfully, I'll do as I'm told. With that, he directly opened his heavy pupils. At that moment, a heavenly vision descended. In the sky, countless eyes with heavy pupils covered the entire sky, illuminating the originally gray sky as bright as day. In the next second, Qin Jiogu directly executed the heavy pupil avatar. Heavy pupil avatar. Insight into the origin. With an explosive cry, the originally outstretched barricade was instantly torn open like a rag. Before the eyes of the crowd, an avenue about 1 foot wide appeared. Everyone, the maze has opened. Please follow this divine sun. After saying that, Qin Jiogu took the lead, striding toward the front. Seeing this, the other divine sons and sacred sons rushed to follow, and their mouths kept bragging about Qin Jiogu, as expected of an ancient heavy pupil, to see through such a difficult maze with a single glance. Yes, the heavy pupil avatar, it's simply terrifying as hell. Compared to that whatsoever source heavenly master, I don't know where it's higher. If I had known that the Qin family divine son's heavy pupil was so good, I would have let that brat delay everyone for so much time. Most of the people present, most of whom were divine sons of the immortal emperor clan or holy sons of the Holy Land, would not have been able to look at the Knight Wu Fei, who was from a loose cultivator. Plus, Luo Jia kept siding with Knight Wu Fei, which increased the anger of the crowd, and they spoke even more unkindly. Who knows if this path is real or not? But I've heard that the heavy pupil is good at illusions. Don't sell yourselves and count your money. Seeing that the crowd kept counting Knight Wu Fei, Luo Jia couldn't help herself and directly opened her mouth to dislike her. Waiting for her was an icy, cold Qin Jioga. If the Holy Maiden feels that the path Ben Shensi pointed out is false, you don't have to follow me. It's not too late to wait for that Wu Fei brother of yours to utilize the techniques of the Source Celestial Master to change the momentum of heaven and earth. These words, it could be said that they did not show Luo Jia the slightest bit of mercy. And where could the always proud her tolerate it? Just as she was about to speak out in rebuttal, she was pulled by Knight Wu Fei's hand and shook her head to signal for her to stop speaking. Luo Jia, on the contrary, trusted Knight Wu Fei and could only stop talking, aggressively following the crowd, all the way forward. This walk was a couple of hours. Almost everyone cheered as the dazzling sunlight shone down on the crowd. Finally out of that damn maze, thanks to the Qin clan's divine sun. Otherwise, we'd all be trapped inside. Ancient heavy pupil. It really lives up to its name, being able to see through such a difficult maze. Divine son of the 9 songs. worthy of being the most astonishing genius of our generation. Listening to the mockery of the crowd, Knight Wufei, who was not far away, clenched his fists hard, and in his eyes, there was a look of anger. For some reason, Knight Wufei had a vague feeling. Qin Jiugu. It seemed like he was deliberately targeting him. He'd had this feeling vaguely since their first meeting. As Qin Jiugu entered the Holy Land, this feeling grew stronger. It was as if no matter what he did, Qin Jiugu would come out and stick his nose into it, and then do it better and more brilliantly than him. Let the glory and applause that should have been his no longer be his. Even Knight Wufei felt as if Qin Jiugu had snatched away something that should have belonged to him, something extremely important. However, everything was clearly there. Knight Wufei was also a bit puzzled, but that feeling was really there. After passing through the maze of barriers, Qin Jiugu led the crowd and traveled forward. Soon, the crowd arrived above a square. This square, which could not be seen at a glance, was about at least several hundred feet square. In the center of the square, a black as ink columns, straight into the sky, cannot see the height, the columns on the carved beams and painted buildings, extremely grand. Even these people, being the divine sons of the major immortal emperor clans, or the holy sons of holy lands, had rarely seen such magnificent buildings. In the darkness, a somewhat ethereal sound came from far away, a bizarre, slowly emerging figure. At the sight of these figures, the people were alarmed. The bizarre and unknown in the Purple Mountain. Chapter 71 Chaotic Body opens up. Clearing the air is weird. These bizarre just appeared and attacked the people present, indiscriminately. An attack that emitted a bizarre aura enveloped everyone present. Gentlemen, to each his own, kill. Saint Sun Luohang was the first to open his mouth, and at this moment, he also had an additional long and narrow sword in his hand, emitting a cold aura that was extremely divine. Luohang wielded his sword, constantly cutting down the approaching weirdness with ferocity. The holy maiden Luojia's weapon, a red pike. At this moment, the pike was like a dragon coming out of the water, flipping up and down, carrying an astonishing momentum as it continuously attacked the approaching weirdness. The other divine sons and holy sons also sacrificed their own specialties and fought hard to fight these weirdnesses. However, the number of spooky ones was simply too high, and the way they attacked was also extremely bizarre. Those that flew in the sky, those that ran on the ground, and those that suddenly emerged from under the ground. All kinds of different weirdness, fearlessly attacking towards the crowd. What should we do? We can't hold out much longer. Yeah, if this keeps up, we're all going to die here. Damn it. How can we kill all these creeps? The divine sons of the other several immortal emperor races, whose cultivation levels were relatively weak, hadn't been able to support themselves for more than a short while, and were screaming for help. Everyone, I've already set up a formation, so everyone can come in and take cover. Knight Wufei's voice rang in the ears of the crowd. When the crowd turned around to look, they only saw that Knight Wufei had already set up a formation, enveloping a small area and forming a somewhat obscure light shield. Those bizarrely touched the light shield, as if they were electrocuted, and flew away. However, these recluse bizarre but not dead heart, not far not close to the guard in the vicinity of the light shield, as if waiting for the energy of the light shield to run out generally. Seeing this, the crowd simply saw the savior and rushed towards the formation. Soon, the small formation was packed with people. The holy maiden Luojia flung out her pike, forcing back a group of bizarre chasing her, and stepped into the formation with ease, mockery written all over her face. Divine son of the Qin clan, how is this formation of Brother Wu Fei? As long as you apologize to Brother Wu Fei and say that what you said before was wrong, I'll talk to Brother Wu Fei and let you come in and hide. How about that? Luojia knew that Qin Jiugu, as the divine son of the Qin clan, had a supreme status. If they framed Qin Jiugu in full view of the public, once the news spread, the Qin family would definitely not take it lying down. Instead of letting him die here, it would be more practical to force him to apologize to Knight Wufei. However, in the face of Luojia's provocative behavior, Qin Jiugu actually chose to directly ignore it. In the next second, a chaotic aura rose from Qin Jiuji's body. The sky, which was originally dark, was obscured by visions. In the midst of the chaos, a green lotus opened proudly. After unfolding his chaotic body, Qin Jiugu was like an invincible killing god, killing people and Buddha. He just stomped forward, and the bizarre ones that attacked towards him along the way turned into flying dust before they could touch his body. In the blink of an eye, in front of Qin Jiugu, a well-traveled road appeared. chaotic body, terrifying as it is. The Qin clan's divine son is simply too powerful. Just now, when we combined our efforts, we still couldn't suppress these bizarre things. And now that he's alone, he's actually killing these bizarre things so much that they can't get close to him. Although the formation can protect us for a while, it can't protect us for the rest of our lives. Moreover, we're here to find treasure, not to be a turtle. This formation is already weakening. Once the crystal energy runs out, we're pigs and sheep to the slaughter. Gotta think of a way to do that quickly. This formation, you guys are willing to stay, you guys stay. I can't stay for a moment. I'm going to find the 9 songs divine son, and I'm going to die a heroic death. When these words came out, many people were ignited to compete. They were all divine sons of various immortal emperor clans, holy sons of holy lands, and even though their cultivation was inferior to Qin Jiogu, the pride that had been cultivated since they were young was not the least bit different. Letting them languish in this small formation would be less heroic than going out and dying in battle. Not to mention the chaotic body that Qin Jiogu had just displayed. Killing those bizarre like chopping melons and cutting vegetables in seconds, it was really hard to say which side was safe. As the words fell, many of the divine sons and holy sons who were originally in the formation rushed out of the formation, shouting for Qin Jiogu to wait for them for a while and kill out together. Hearing the cries of these people, Qin Jiogu's movements were unhurried, still continuously purging the surrounding weirdness. Many people took advantage of this and came to Qin Jiogu's side. The chaotic body shed a chaotic light, protecting the crowd within, and traveled swiftly towards the front. Looking at Qin Jiogu as if he was a god of killing, purging and eerie, and then looking at the formation that only had her and Knight Wufei, Luo Jia couldn't help but be somewhat embarrassed. Just now, she was still talking about letting Qin Jiogu apologize to Knight Wufei, and she discussed with Knight Wufei to allow Qin Jiogu to enter the formation to hide. Now it seemed like a loud slap in her face. Into the formation to hide? Does Qin Jiogu need it? She turned her head and looked at Knight Wufei on the side, as if asking for his opinion. Knight Wufei's face very ugly. Now, he and Luo Jia were the only 2 people left in the formation. Originally, he was thinking of utilizing the formation to enlist a wave of people and recover his lost prestige. But unexpectedly, Qin Jiogu's chaotic body was simply too heaven-defying. Killing these shenanigans was like chopping up a melon. Moreover, he also knew that the crystals needed to set up the formation were astronomical. He was a casual cultivator, his family background was not thick. The last time he bet with Qin Jiogu, it was a total loss. The hard-earned 50,000 pounds of source was given away, and now it can be said that he is a complete pauper. If we don't hurry to follow Qin Jiogu while we're at it, after the crystal energy runs out, he and Luo Jia will be the best food for those weirdness. Jar, follow him. Knight Wufei's lips moved slightly, somewhat straining to utter such a sentence. Luo Jia listened and nodded. She also knew that following Qin Jiogu right now was the best choice. She was just afraid that Knight Wufei would think too much. If the person who set up the formation wasn't Knight Wufei, she would have left long ago and wouldn't have even said hello. The 2 who had made up their minds left the formation and headed straight for Qin Jiogu. Along the way, Knight Wufei's face turned blue. He felt that no matter what, Qin Jiogu was stealing his thunder. What had been a good thing would instantly become unfavorable to him as soon as Qin Jiogu intervened. On Qin Jiogu's side, he kept hacking away at the approaching shenanigans. Just then, in his mind, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully struck the destined sun's chi, and has earned the reward, the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Chapter 72. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Qin Jiogu, who was killing, had no time to care about the system's reminder, and only cared about constantly waving the long knife in his hand, hacking and slashing his way out of a bloody path. Along the way, smoke and dust rolled out, and any weirdness that Qin Jiogu cut into was turned into flying dust. Behind him, the rest of the divine sons and holy sons followed closely, afraid of being left behind. Finally, the group managed to kill their way through the entire square to the end of it. At the end of the square was a huge bronze portal. This bronze portal, which was about tens of feet high and several feet wide, did not know how many years old it was, and the entire portal was covered in patina. Below the patina, some weird runes were faintly visible, as well as some bizarre patterns. On both sides of the bronze door stood 4 bronze giants. Each one of them, tens of feet tall, was mighty and majestic. As the crowd came closer, the bodies of these 4 bronze giants continued to move, emitting a toothsome crunching sound. Not good. These guys revived. Some of the sharp-eyed ones, noticing the bronze giant's activities, rushed to alert them. In the next second, the bronze giants opened their legs, dozens of feet away, one step across, broadswords in their hands toward the crowd present, ruthlessly chopping down. Bang! The broadsword slashed on the ground with an earth-shattering thud, and many of the people present were deafened by the blow, and blood spurted out. The crowd could see that these 4 giants should be around the 8th level of Dharma phase, far exceeding the average level of the crowd present. If you split your troops to block the attack, you can easily be taken out one by one. The best way to do that is to concentrate your firepower and take them down one by one. Gather your firepower and take one out first. As the host of this conference, Saint Sun Luohang was duty-bound to be the first to step forward and command everyone to gather fire and take out one first. In an instant, all kinds of colors and styles of moves were greeted towards a bronze giant at the very front for no money. The long sword in Luo Heng's hand manifested a dozens of feet long sword on, ruthlessly slashing at the bronze giant. Luo Jia followed closely behind. The red damask stretched out and struck the bronze giant directly, and when it was about to touch the bronze giant, the red damask actually made a strange turn and directly entangled the bronze giant to death. Use your respective strongest moves to finish off this giant first. Luo Jia bellowed, using all his spiritual energy to obstruct the bronze giant. Seeing that the bronze giant was bound, the crowd of divine sons and saints rushed to gather their strongest moves, preparing to finish off the bronze giant in one breath. Boom, boom, boom. An attack that struck the bronze giant made a dull ringing sound. Finally, under a series of attacks, this bronze giant could no longer support itself and was broken into pieces. Awesome! Just follow the rhythm. Luo Jia spewed out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale, but the red silk in her hand directly wrapped around the second bronze giant. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The bronze giant that had originally been broken into pieces and was full of parts actually kept coming closer and closer, and eventually reorganized itself in front of everyone's shocked gazes. That bronze giant actually revived strangely. Moreover, the strength had actually not diminished in any way. How can this thing not be killed? This is the end. Damn. The 8th level of the Dharma phase is not even a problem, it's actually still immortal. Do you really intend to play with us to death? Unexpectedly, I'm actually going to die here. As expected, treasures are not that easy to obtain. If anyone is able to go out, please bring a message to my family, saying that I, for one, will not be able to bring the family back to the top. In the midst of a desperate, last words like clamor, Qin Jiuji's voice suddenly rang out. Although the voice was not loud, it seemed to have some sort of magical power, instantly suppressing the voices of the others. I've seen similar formations in ancient books. These 4 bronze giants, they are all in the same breath. You have to crush the cores of the 4 bronze giants at the same time in order to kill them. The moment these words came out, the entire room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Are you kidding me? Break the core of 4 bronze giants at once. They had, just now, gathered the strength of all of them and only managed to kill a bronze giant. Moreover, now that they had lost most of their spiritual energy, and were not even able to coalesce a decent attack, how could they, in one go, crush the 4 bronze giants? Are you, by any chance, amusing us? Luo Jia looked at Qin Jiugu with spiteful eyes and an angry tone. Just now, when they were gathering fire to kill the bronze giant, she could see clearly that Qin Jiugu did not make a move. Moreover, they had already lost most of their spiritual energy, and it was only at this time that they said how they should kill these bronze giants. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Qin Jiugu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. This kind of stupid woman who was self-absorbed and willing to serve as a harem for the son of heaven's destiny was too annoying for him to say one more word. The Qin clan's divine son has a point. I seem to have seen a similar record in an ancient book, but I was in too much of a hurry just now and didn't think of it. In the crowd, a divine son scratched his scalp in some embarrassment and said, I don't know if the Qin clan's divine son is right or not, but breaking them down individually definitely won't work. These damn things can recover on their own. They're really tough to deal with. Don't talk about useless things. Listen to the Qin family divine son. If it wasn't for the Qin family divine son, we wouldn't even be able to see this bronze giant. Yes, listen to the Qin family divine son. Look up to the Qin family divine son. Luo Hong looked at the 4 bronze giants that were about to attack, and then looked at the miserable faces of the people around him, and let out a long sigh. He knew that it was still up to Qin Jiugu to break the game today. Divine son of the Qin clan, since you know how to exterminate this bronze giant, how about we join forces? You take command and I'll lead the charge. If you're right, our remaining battle power is enough to kill these 4 bronze giants as well. Luo Heng clenched his teeth and proposed. Although there was the suspicion of being a fighter for Qin Jiugu, but there was no better way when it came down to it. It's better than, dying here, right? However, in the face of Luo Heng's suggestion, Qin Jiugu directly ignored it, only to see, he took a step out, his tone arrogant. It's just 4 puppets and marionettes. Why do we need to borrow other people's hands? I myself will subdue all enemies. The words fell in the next second. Around Qin Jiugu, a furious aura continued to emerge. In the heavens and earth, the winds and clouds changed color. A terrifying pressure enveloped the earth, and clouds symbolizing the power of the 6 paths filled the entire sky. Qin Jiugu stood proudly, facing the 4 bronze giants as huge as mountains, without the slightest fear, and shouted, 6-path reincarnation fist. Chapter 73. The bell of the beginning that contains the mother chi of all things. As Qin Jiugu let out an explosive cry, the astonishing aura that had just been condensed by him was instantly compressed and condensed infinitely into 2 basketball-sized balls of light. Qin Jiuji's arms shook continuously as he kept swinging his fists. As he moved, the chi that was being condensed and molded was like rain, smashing into the 4 bronze giants. In the sky, the 6 paths of reincarnation dharma emerged, and the entire sky was covered with visions that were extremely divine. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 loud noises, the originally unrivaled 4 bronze giants collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been demolished in a short moment. The crowd watched the 4 bronze giants vigilantly, guarding against them rising up and injuring people after reviving like before. What was expected, however, did not happen. The bronze shards that littered the ground never moved a single inch again. It worked. The Qin clan's divine son has really decimated these bronze giants. We're saved. Thanks to the Qin family divine son, we don't have to die. Heavens, we gathered the strength of all of us and could only manage to defeat a bronze giant. And the Qin clan's divine son actually fought 1 against 4, defeating the enemy with a single move. The move just now, is it called the 6 paths of reincarnation fist? It really lives up to that name. It's incomparably strong, and those who see it enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the midst of a chorus of praise, in everyone's mind, they all recognized a fact. This move just now was simply too terrifying. The power that Qin Jiugu displayed in that instant was not the least bit weaker than many Nirvana realm powerhouses. Qin Jiuji's strength was definitely the number 1 among them. As the bronze giant fell to the ground, the divine sons and holy sons present realized a problem. Just now, it seemed like Qin Jiugu had relied on the terrifying power of that move to crush the 4 bronze giants in an instant. Not even the chaos body is open. In other words, for this move, Qin Jiugu had absolute confidence. Otherwise, how could it be possible not to open the chaos body? If he had opened his chaotic body and then performed this move, I'm afraid that 4 more bronze giants wouldn't be enough to kill Qin Jiugu. The ground of the square, which was originally so hard that a bronze giant at the 8th level of the Dharma phase could not even destroy it, had a deep pit that was so deep that it could not be seen from the bottom at this moment. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this move of Qin Jiuji's just now was. What these divine sons and saints didn't know was that the surprise in Qin Jiuji's heart was no less than theirs. Of course, Qin Jiugu knew that the 6 paths reincarnation rite was a move created by a powerful person who had long ago certified as a great emperor in the Tianshan continent. It had been proven that this move was indeed worthy of being a divine ability at the level of a great emperor. Even if he was not strong enough to utilize the full power of the 6-path reincarnation fist now, this move still gave him a huge surprise. It's just like, so tough. Afterward, Qin Jiugu turned his gaze to Knight Wufei, who was dumbfounded at the side, and a touch of greed flashed in his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that the 6 paths reincarnation fist was the reward he received for striking Knight Wufei's chi. Just by striking at the heavens-destined sun's chi, one could obtain such a heaven-defying divine ability. What if he were to kill Knight Wufei? How many goodies could one obtain? Locked by Qin Jiuji's eyes, the Knight Wufei, who had been silenced, immediately felt a chill in his neck, like his head was going to leave home in the next second. At this moment, in the eyes of Knight Wufei as he looked at Qin Jiugu once again, there were a few points less of hatred and a few points more of scorn. This guy is just too tough. so tough that he doesn't even dare to be his enemy. As the 4 bronze giants collapsed with a loud bang, the originally closed bronze gate slowly opened. "Come on, get in there." As Chin Jogu said, he moved his feet and arrived before the bronze gate. The sons of God and holy sons had experienced the battle just now and had palpitations in their hearts, originally not daring to advance. However, seeing that Chin Jogu was alone and dared to break into the grand hall, he also gained a bit more bravado. Also being the divine sons of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, they weren't willing to fall behind Chin Jogu either, were they? Soon, the crowd passed through the bronze gate and entered the great hall. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge battlefield in disrepair. There were broken walls everywhere, broken weapons everywhere, and skeletons of various shapes everywhere. There are humans and other species. At the end of the battlefield was a flight of steps. There are 999 flights of steps, and you can't see the end of them at a glance. And at the end of the steps, a huge ancient bronze bell was suspended in midair. As they entered the grand hall, the ancient bell emitted several deafening chimes. The loud noise made many people feel like they were going deaf. A dense strand of the mother of all things, from below the bronze bell, continuously escaped. Looking at this gigantic bell, the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as their pupils continued to contract. This is the bell that contains the mother of all things? It was truly terrifying, and this vastness gave them a shuddering feeling. Go over there. Not even fear can suppress greed. Seeing such a heavy treasure of heaven and earth, the crowd, who had just experienced the calamity of life and death, seemed to have forgotten the previous tragic situation and dashed to rush towards this bronze bell. However, before reaching the location of the bronze bell, the tired white bones on the steps below made the fervor of these people subside a few points. These bones, they should all be the predecessors who entered the Purple Mountain in previous generations. They were all amazingly talented back then. I can't imagine. This is the costume of the Holy Son of our holy land. The 17th embroidered with gold thread represents that he is the 17th Holy Son of the Holy Land. This sword, the Chongli sword that only the divine sons of our Yi clan are qualified to wear. This blade, it should be the weapon used by one of the 10 greatest prides of our holy land back then, Lin Chongluan. Back then, he was so magnificent that he had the vague possibility of becoming the next family head. But I can't imagine that he died here. Looking at these familiar clothes and weapons, the crowd talked and talked. Here, could it be that there is still some danger? Otherwise, why are the bones and weapons of so many seniors here? I don't know who said something, and the hearts of the crowd couldn't help but raise their throats once again. Just then, an unsettling aura slowly spread. Countless, black-bodied weirdnesses scurried out from all directions. Unlike before, these weirdnesses kept merging as they approached. In the end, it transformed into 100 gigantic weirdnesses whose strength was about the 9th level of the Dharma phase. These are bizarre, ugly-looking, oddly shaped, and smell disgusting. Looking at these weirdness, several celestial pride were scared less and headed towards the exit, only to be easily subdued and killed, blood flowing everywhere and wailing everywhere. While the rest of the people looked unsightly, Chin Jogu was the first to go, directly stepping onto the steps and striding toward the clock. Chapter 74 Imperial Soldier. The Bell of the Beginning. Watching Chin Jogu's movements, the crowd, including Sacred Son Luo Heng and Sacred Maiden Luo Jia, quickly reacted. This clock, it's definitely a heavy treasure. Once obtained, the strength of the Holy Land could definitely grow exponentially. Moreover, the steps below this bronze bell had the bones of successive generations of celestial pride, but below the bronze bell, it was clean and spotless. They had reason to believe that this bronze bell had a suppressive effect on these weirdness, putting death in the way of life. The crowd gritted their teeth and kept moving forward. At the same time, those huge weirdnesses at the 9th level of the Dharma phase moved. The tall-bodied creeps had no trouble catching up with the group made up of these celestials. Wailing and screams rang out from the back of the group, continuously. One by one, the celestial pride was grabbed by these bizarrely, not separating the head from the legs, and stuffed directly into the mouth. A gust of toothsome gnawing sound made the heavenly pride in front of them shudder, and they only hated that their parents had 2 fewer feet and couldn't run any faster. We're all going to die anyway. Fight them. Yeah. Can't die for nothing. Damn it. People die, birds face the sky. Not dead for 10,000 years. I want to see today. These bizarre by the knife cut bleeding or not. Do you know the pain? Seeing that there was no hope of escape, many of the celestial pride were inspired to be ferocious and turned their heads to start fighting with the bizarre ones. However, the tricksters were all at the 9th level of the Dharma phase and easily suppressed their resistance. To add insult to injury, the number of bizarre ones was far greater than these heavenly prides. Once a certain heavenly pride lagged behind, he would instantly face several bizarre sieges, and almost in a single glance, he would be too dead to die. The corpses of the beheaded celestial pride quickly piled up the steps, and blood continued to flow along the steps, making the rest of the people look shocked. In the end, a dozen or so heavenly prides, including Qin Jiugu, Luo Hong, Luo Jia, and Knight Wufei, finally managed to arrive on top of the high platform, next to the bronze bell. And those bizarre, as if they were jealous of this bronze bell, just hissed from afar, but none of them dared to come forward. The celestial pride beside the bronze bell were relieved to see this. They, bet right. At the same time, in his heart, he had even more admiration for Qin Jiugu. In that situation at that time, Qin Jiugu was able to manage to stay calm in the face of danger, realizing that there were no corpses or bones near the bronze bell and rushing towards it in desperation. So he didn't know how much higher than them he was. The heavenly pride, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, carefully observed the vicinity of the bronze bell, fearing that something else would happen. Suddenly, a celestial pride pointed at a stone monument next to the bronze bell and shouted, "Look, there's writing here." Hearing this heavenly pride's shout, the attention of the rest of the people, too, was attracted, and they gathered around the stone monument and scrutinized it, only to see that there were a dozen or so names engraved on the stone tablet, and after the names there were two small words, 3, 5, 6. The crowd looked at the dozen or so names followed by a tier. The lowest, the 3rd floor, and the highest, the 6th floor. Luo Yushan. Isn't this a heavenly figure from our holy land 1,000 years ago? Luo Hong pointed at a name on the stone tablet and exclaimed in shock. This Luo Yushan, in the history of the Holy Land, was also considered one with amazing talent. At less than 25 years old, he had reached the 9th level of the Dharma phase realm and could be said to be in the limelight in the Holy Land. Unfortunately, when this celestial pride was 30 years old, he left a letter to the Holy Land, saying that he wanted to accompany his friend to visit the relics, and never returned. This one, Lin Dong, is from our Lin family. I've often heard my father mention that Lin Dong, the Shen fire god body, is strong, short-tempered and misbehaved, and I never thought that he would have come here as well. Subsequently, the rest of the crowd pointed out that the names engraved on this stone tablet were all heavenly figures from various immortal emperor clans or holy lands. But this layer, what does it mean? Just as the crowd was talking, a celestial pride muttered under his breath and reached out to caress the stone tablet. In the next second, the figure of this celestial pride strangely disappeared in place. What's the situation? How did Lin Wuya disappear? I'll be damned. There's something odd about this stone tablet, right? Everyone stay away. When the weirdness subsides, just absorb some of the mother of all things and don't move. If you get yourself killed, no one says much, but if you get everyone else killed. Seeing Lin Wuya disappear into thin air, these celestial pride were terrified and stood with their hands tied, not daring to move. I guess the stone tablet should be used to record achievements. As for that Lin Wuya just now, he should have been teleported to some special space for a trial. Just as the crowd was silenced, Qin Jiu's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the rest of the celestial pride were first shocked, and then fire surfaced in their eyes. If it was really like what Qin Jiu said, would it be related to this obviously extraordinary bell? However, having seen the strangeness of this purple mountain, for the time being, no one dared to act rashly. Shoo! With a soft sound, Lin Wuya, who had just disappeared, actually returned to his original position in a bizarre manner. Lin Wuya, where were you just now? The crowd of celestial pride surrounded Lin Wuya in the center, asking questions. I was just transported to another dimension, and there was a tower that let me in for a trial. I see that the inscription under the tower says that not only can a single person try out, but multiple people can be tested at the same time. As long as you break the name on the stone tablet, you'll be able to get a reward. Hearing Lin Wuya say this, the rest of the celestial pride couldn't help but admire Qin Jiugu even more, praising him one after another. Worthy of being the 9 songs' divine son, not only is his talent amazing, his insight is even rarer, How did you think of all this? If it wasn't for the 9 songs Divine Son today, we would have been accounted for long ago. Divine Son of the 9 songs, I, Lin Wuyong, will remember this favor. What the hell? Who doesn't know about this stuff? Just as the crowd was praising, a discordant sound rang out. The crowd looked, and it was the holy maiden Luojia. However, the crowd of celestial pride, who had received a great favor from Qin Jiugu today, had taken her speech as air. Lin Wuya isn't very strong among us, and the fact that he managed to come back alive means that the danger of the trial isn't that high. We can also try. I think it's possible. Once we get lucky and exceed the score on the stone tablet, we'll be rich. Just as the crowd was discussing, Qin Jiugu had already walked over to the stone monument and reached out to touch it before Knight Wufei did. Immediately, Qin Jiuji's figure disappeared into thin air. Qin Jiugu felt that he had entered a large space, and ethereal sounds rang in his ears. Challengers, as long as they pass the 9th floor, will be granted the Imperial Soldier beginningless bell to recognize his master. Challenge begin. Within 1 minute, kill 10 blazing light tigers of the first level of the Dharma phase realm. The ethereal voice had just fallen, and in front of Qin Jiugu, 10 blazing light tigers of the first level of the Dharma phase realm instantly surfaced. Chapter 75. The 6th floor. On the list, facing 10 blazing light tigers at the first level of the Dharma phase, the corner of Qin Jiuji's mouth, a cold smile surfaced. His current explicit cultivation, which has already reached the 6th level of the Dharma phase, beating these people who are only at the first level of the Dharma phase, he does not need to use any physique or skill at all. With a slight force, the aura around his body gushed out, directly wrapping these 10 blazing light tigers within. After a miserable scream, those blazing light tigers that had flaunted their power just a moment ago instantly disappeared. At the same time, Qin Jiugu felt the scenery change in front of his eyes and knew that this was the first level passed, and he was entering the 2nd level. If the difficulty of the level was like this, Qin Jiugu was still really confident that he could break through the 9th level and obtain the bell of the beginning. Just then, in his mind, the voice sounded again. Within 2 minutes, kill 10 Thunderbolt Firefoxes at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase realm. As the voice fell, 10 fox-like ferocious beasts at the 2nd level of the Dharma phase realm, with electricity flashing and thundering around their bodies and appearing a fiery red color, appeared around Qin Jiugu. Qin Jiugu didn't say anything, and once again his chi exploded. The 10 Thunderbolt Fire Foxes didn't even coalesce a single decent attack before they were swept away by Qin Jiuji's astonishing chi. Just like that, Qin Jiugu pushed his way across the room and soon arrived at the 5th floor. And waiting for him were a full 20 ferocious beasts of the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm. The Tsunami Wolves. 20 Tsunami Wolves showed their teeth and kept whistling furiously towards the sky, the horrifying sound waves shaking people's ears. Soon, under the order of the head wolf, 20 Tsunami Wolves launched an attack towards Qin Jiugu. They were already ferocious beasts at the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm, and regardless of their strength or intelligence, they were stronger than the ferocious beasts at the previous levels. Qin Jiuji's face also gained a few more points of gravity. A ferocious beast at the 5th level of the Dharma phase was already very close to his strength, and it was unlikely that it could be crushed just by relying on its aura like before. In an instant, Qin Jiugu opened his heavy pupils. Above the dome of the sky, once again appeared a pair of huge, long 2 pairs of pupils of the giant eyes. The original dark sky was irradiated as if day. The Shaotian wolf was also startled by this terrifying might of the heavy pupil, and for a moment, his attacks stopped, staring at Qin Jiugu in a daze. Go to hell! 5-colored divine light jetted out from Qin Jiuji's heavy pupils, and any tsunami wolves that were touched by this 5-colored divine light couldn't even howl, and turned into flying ash. The entire process, not even 2 minutes, Qin Jiuji's figure, once again, disappeared in place. Beyond the stone tablet space, the heavenly prides who had participated in the stone monument trial appeared next to the stone monument, their faces filled with expressions of unwillingness. This stone tablet challenge is perverted too. It's only the 5th level, and it's 20 ferocious beasts at the 5th level of the Dharma phase. I'm only at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm, and by relying on my family's secret method, I passed the 4th level. This 5th level, I can't get through it in any way. A celestial pride was lying unimaginatively next to the stone monument, his face filled with frustration. Yeah, I really don't know how those seniors back then managed to pass through the 5th layer, or even the 6th layer. I don't think we have the right number of people. There should be more than 10 people participating in the challenge, and we only have 9 here. The 9-song Divine Sun and Night Wufei haven't come out. Have they not been eliminated yet? I don't know if they'll be able to get this bell of the beginning. Just listening to the name, I know that it must be a terrifying treasure. Unfortunately, the test is too perverted. I can only take a look. A murmur rose from the crowd. With a few moments of loss and more pride on her face, the holy maiden Luojia looked at the stone monument on the side. The stone monument trial is not much of a danger. At the very least, you will be teleported out by the stone monument. Night Wufei and Qin Jiuge didn't show up until now. They should still be inside challenging. As soon as she thought of this, a blaze flashed through Luojia's eyes. She knew more or less about Night Wufei's magic, which was also the reason why her hallowed Holy Land Holy Maiden had gone out of her way to commit herself to Night Wufei, a loose cultivator, and defended him at every turn. She believed that, in time, Night Wufei would definitely be able to climb up to the peak and become the topmost figure in this Tianxian continent. Now that the stone tablet trial was underway, although Night Wufei was inferior to Qin Jiuge in terms of strength, in terms of luck, Luojia believed that even Qin Jiuge, who was the divine son of the Qin clan, was inferior to Night Wufei. Just as Luojia was pondering, the murmurs of the others, too, reached her ears. Hey, you guys are saying that the Qin clan's divine son, with his heavenly strength, is just 18 years old and has a strength no less than the Nirvana realm. Will he be able to pass the stone tablet's examination? I don't know. The difficulty of this monolithic trial increases exponentially with each level. We've only reached the 5th level, so we don't know what's going on in the future. Who knows how difficult the next few levels will be. The 5th layer is just 20 demonic beasts of the 5th Dharma phase layer. If we reach the 9th layer, it wouldn't be 30 demonic beasts at the 9th level of Dharma phase, would it? Even a Nirvana realm expert wouldn't be able to defeat 30 demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase with the strength of one person, right? If that's the case, I'm afraid that even someone as astonishingly talented as the Qin clan's divine son would have trouble breaking through the stone tablet trial. Just then, I don't know who cried out, "Look, you guys, the names on the stone tablets, there's a change." The crowd followed the voice and saw that a line of small characters appeared on the ancient stone tablet, in the 10th position on the tablet. Qin Jiuge, 6th floor. Looking at the name on the stone tablet, the crowd didn't have any surprises. Qin Jiuge's own strength was the 6th level of the Dharma phase, and he was equipped with a chaotic body, heavy pupils, including the 2 terrifying techniques he had performed before as his bottom card. Breaking through the 6th level was a matter of course. However, to the crowd's surprise, not long after Qin Jiuge's name appeared in 10th place, his ranking changed once again, straight across all the names between 9th and 1st place, occupying the number 1 spot. Qin Jiuge, 7th floor. Looking at the words on the stone tablet, the crowd of godsons and holy sons couldn't help but feel bitter in their mouths. They'd already tried their best to break through to the 5th level from the 4th level. Qin Jiuge actually made it so easy, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer. The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but murmur. Qin family divine son. This is a bit outrageous. I also know that he's strong, but wouldn't this be too fast? I just saw his name appear on the stone monument, and the next second he's at the top. As expected, he's the number 1 of our young generation. Can you even pass the 6th level so quickly? I was so screwed by those demonic beasts. Yes, this speed is simply unbelievable. The 6th layer must have at least dozens of demonic beasts at the 6th level of the Dharma phase. He took them all out so quickly. He has a lot of means and cards. It can't be that the 6th layer has directly displayed all of these cards, the chaotic body and the heavy pupil. Chapter 76. The sons of heavenly fate are open, aren't they? It wasn't that these celestial pride looked down on Qin Jiuge or felt that he was not strong enough and could only rely on his heavy pupil and chaotic body to open the way or anything. Truly, within the 6th layer, there were at least 20 demonic beasts at the 6th level of the Dharma phase, and even if they were to go together, they might not be able to defeat them. Qin Jiuge had passed straight through the 6th floor in such a short period of time, and if he hadn't used his undercard, they really didn't quite believe it. However, their surprise didn't last long, and something that surprised them even more happened. On the stone monument, Qin Jiuge's name still ranked first, only that in the column of results at the back, the 2 words 7 layers had changed to 8 layers. This change caused the crowd of celestial pride outside to no longer be able to suppress their inner excitement. Most of them stayed at the 3rd and 4th levels, and it was difficult to move an inch further. Shinjugu was about the same age as them and was actually able to pass through to the 8th floor. It seemed that they had still underestimated this Qin family's divine son. Alas, what do you guys say? Is it possible for the Qin clan's divine son to challenge the 9th floor? A heavenly pride, looking at the stone tablet with some envy, murmured under his breath. It's hard to say. Within the 7th floor, there should be at least 20 demonic beasts at the 7th level of the Dharma phase, right? The Qin clan's divine son can still pass through at that speed, and it looks like he still has power left. Perhaps he might actually challenge the 9th floor. The 9th floor? Didn't that voice just now say that if you pass the 9th floor, you'll get some kind of bell of the beginning? With a trial of such high difficulty, this bell of the beginning, it should be a good thing. Unfortunately, it has no chance with us. Only a talented person like the Qin clan's divine son is qualified to possess it. In the crowd, listening to the people praising Shinjugu, Luojia's face was ugly, and her eyes were dead set on the stone tablet. As the holy daughter of the Holy Land, she also had some means. One of them is called the art of looking into the air. That is to say, she could see into other people's qi through her arts. From the first moment she saw Knight Wufei, she was stunned by Knight Wufei's amazing qi. She had never seen before any person with that kind of exuberant qi, not the holy sons of the Holy Land, not the heavenly prides of the various immortal emperor clans, not even the Holy Lord of the Holy Land who had been majestic for hundreds of years. Luo Jia knew that people like Knight Wufei who possessed great qi were not simple characters in the future. Therefore, not only did she condescend to befriend Knight Wufei in her capacity as a holy maiden, she even looked up to Knight Wufei when it came to matters. Just for the sake that, in the future, when Knight Wufei rose to power, he would be able to follow and get a piece of the pie. The subsequent development of things also basically verified Luo Jia's judgment. Although Knight Wufei had just come out of the world, his cultivation was weak and he had no fame. But in just a few months, Knight Wufei not only broke through to the 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm, but also repeatedly had strange encounters, which could be said to be turning misfortune into good fortune and difficulties into good fortune, which made Luo Jia even more certain of his judgment. Until, that is, meeting Qin Juga, Knight Wufei, who had always been invincible, began to suffer defeat, repeatedly losing to Qin Juji's hands, not to mention being injured multiple times. Luo Jia had also tried to observe Qin Juji's qi, but Qin Juji's qi was chaotic and could not be seen truly. Luo Jia finally gritted her teeth and prepared to go one way and follow Knight Wufei to the end. In terms of Knight Wufei's heaven-defying qi, how could it not be worse? Right at this moment, Knight Wufei's name appeared on the leaderboards in the 10th position. When the crowd of celestial pride saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little sour in their hearts. They were all the prides of various clans and holy places, growing up with golden spoons, with endless means of preserving their lives, but all of them were defeated before the 5th layer. That lone casual cultivator, Knight Wufei, actually climbed on top of them? Doesn't that make them look incompetent? Unlike the others' displeasure, Luo Jia's heart was filled with pleasure. Qin Juji's outstanding performance caused her to have a moment of doubt. Knight Wufei's strong response also allowed Luo Jia to finally let go of her heart. All of them, holy sons, holy daughters, and godchildren, were unable to break through to the 6th layer, and Knight Wufei, who was only at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase realm, was able to break through. Didn't this just illustrate the problem? Knight Wufei was endowed with great fortune and chance. Following this kind of person, he would definitely soar in the future. As for Qin Jiugu, she has already made arrangements. This Knight Wufei has 2 tricks up his sleeve. To actually be able to squeeze into the top 10, it should be a great reward, right? Really, he's not as strong as me. I'm at the 4th level of the Dharma phase, and I'm about to be at the 5th level of the Dharma phase. How come I can't even pass the 5th level? This Knight Wufei is also a demon. I can't imagine that a casual cultivator would be so strong. Listening to the compliments from the people around her, a smug smile surfaced on Luo Jia's face. It's true that I'm worthy of being Brother Wufei. With a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase, he was able to break through to the 6th level. However, before her words could fall, she was interrupted by an exclamation of surprise. The Qin clan's divine son, to the 9th floor. The moment these words came out, everyone directed their eyes at the stone monument. Looking closely, the grade behind Qin Juji's name had also changed from the 8th floor to the 9th floor. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but be shaken. According to their understanding, on this 9th layer, There had to be at least 20 demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. Shinjugu, can he break through the 9th layer or not? In all these years, Shinjugu was still the first one to break through the 6th level of the realm and go straight to the 9th level. If he couldn't break through, I don't know when the next one would have to be. And if Shinjugu could really succeed in breaking through the 9th layer, wouldn't they be witnessing the birth of a legend? Within the 6th level, Knight Wufei didn't release a big move in order to conserve his stamina, but instead, with the help of his flexible positioning, he circled around the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Shinjugu, who had already arrived at the 9th floor, was secretly staggered as he looked at the 20 Dharma phase, 9th layer demonic beasts around him. This was a full 20 demonic beasts of the 9th level of the Dharma phase. With this lineup, just a little bit of momentum could blow Knight Wufei to dust, and Knight Wufei could win with his head. However, Shinjugu also knew that if he wasn't there today, this bell of beginninglessness would definitely fall into Knight Wufei's hands. This is the chosen one, no reasoning, just straight to the start. Luckily, I'm here, so I'll take this bell of the beginning without ceremony. With a cold snort, Shinjugu directly condensed his chi. In the next second, the chaotic body directly unfolded. The visions covered the entire sky. The heavy pupil's might was revealed to the fullest, and the entire person's aura continued to climb. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. After his aura coalesced to its peak, Shinjugu let out a loud shout, and countless fist shadows, carrying rolling might and filled with a destructive aura, directly killed 5 of the demonic beasts. These 5 demonic beasts didn't even have the time to react and instantly turned into flying dust. Chapter 77 Imperial Soldier Recognizes Master. Young Emperor. When the 6-path reincarnation fist struck, Shinjugu's figure abruptly changed. His eyes filled with killing intent, but his heart was secretly amused. This demonic beast of the 9th level of the Dharma phase was nothing more than that. With a single strike of the 6 paths reincarnation fist, 5 of them were directly destroyed. If this trend continued, it wouldn't take long for him to wipe out all the demonic beasts. And the demonic beasts below obviously did not expect that the person in front of them was ferocious to this extent. In the blink of an eye, it took out a quarter of their kind. A kind of fear from the soul caused these demonic beasts to become even more frantic. Ow! One of the larger, winged demonic tigers roared, and its wings vibrated under its ribs as it lunged toward Shinjugu. The strong wind that was wrapped around him blew Shinjugu's clothes around him hunting. The other demonic beasts were not willing to lag behind and pounce towards Shinjugu. The demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase had already possessed a not-so-weak intelligence. And after realizing how strong Shinjugu was, they immediately acted and prepared to pounce on him here. And dare! Shinjugu shouted, and the heavy pupil avatar was unleashed. Instantly, the sky was filled with huge heavy pupil images. The sky was covered by this terrifying vision, and those demonic beasts that pounced towards Shinjugu were blocked by the heavy pupil aptitude, and their speed instantly slowed down. Shinjugu's body moved and jumped out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts, the entire person standing in the air in a dashing manner. Taking advantage of the moment when the demonic beasts froze, Shinjugu cupped his hands and changed his hand seals in a complicated manner. The heavy pupil silhouette in the sky slowly dissipated, and in its place, there was a huge, terrifying and extraordinary ancient divine beast Kuan Peng silhouette. The Kuan Peng was an ancient divine beast, and the divine beast bloodline had an extremely strong suppressive effect on these demonic beasts below. As soon as the Kuan Peng treasure technique was released, those demonic beasts that were unusually ferocious just now had a shuddering sensation. One by one, they trembled. Shinjugu secretly sneered in his heart. If this were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to subdue so many demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. This was why, on the stone tablet outside, the best score was no more than the 6th floor. However, for him, the 9th level of the Dharma phase can be destroyed with a backhand. With a thought, the Kuan Peng silhouette in the sky, like a meteor falling to the ground, ruthlessly smashed into the demonic beasts below. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of the collision caused the space to tremble quite a bit. The sky was covered with smoke and dust. A few moments later, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Shinjugu exerted his heavy pupil aptitude and fixed his eyes on it, only to see that the demonic beasts that had been flaunting their power just a moment ago were already scared out of their wits. In terms of numbers, there were once again 5 fewer, leaving only 10, and almost all of them were wounded, and their mental state was somewhat depressed. It really is worthy of being a demonic beast at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. After taking such a heavy attack from me, they actually managed to survive 10 heads. Qin Jiogu looked at the demonic beasts below and secretly sighed. But the movement of his hands was not slow at all. The bell of the beginning is but one. He had to rush through the 9th level of the trial before the heaven's destined son, Knight Wufei. Although Knight Wufei's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Dharma phase, there was still a considerable gap between him. But he would not underestimate any of the chosen ones. That's an existence that will open up. Heaven knows, did Knight Wufei have any other strange encounters that could erupt into a shocking combat power? He could only rest assured if he could pass the 9th level as soon as possible and get the bell of the beginning. Above the sky, the scenery changed again. In the midst of the chaotic aura in the sky, a green lotus slowly blossomed, appearing sacred and noble. Qin Jioji's body was also surrounded by a layer of chaotic aura, just like a great emperor. The chaotic aura suppressed the demonic beasts below to death. Qin Jiogu dropped down and directly went in for a close combat kill. The chaotic breath transformed into a long knife that sliced through the body of a demonic beast as if it was cutting tofu without the slightest bit of hindrance. The demonic beast screamed miserably, stomped its legs, and turned into flying dust. Next, Qin Jiogu killed 5 demonic beasts one after another as he did. Now, there were only 5 demonic beasts left. These demonic beasts were unwilling to be decapitated and howled as they rushed towards Qin Jiogu. A terrifying attack that came in an instant. Qin Jiogu maneuvered his chaotic breath to block the attacks of the demonic beasts, and the long blade that the chaotic breath transformed into slashed down fiercely. On the ground, a deep pit tens of feet deep appeared, and the 2 demonic beasts were unable to dodge and were viciously split. Outside, everyone was staring at the stone tablet with dead eyes, waiting for the final results to come out. Luo Jia clenched her fingers into fists. Her knuckles were a bit white because of the excessive force. Her sharp nails embedded into the flesh, bleeding crimson blood, but she didn't even realize it. She hoped that Knight Wufei would be able to win in the end, and as for Qin Jiogu, it would be best if he died in the secret realm of the trial so that she wouldn't have to do it again. Someone in the crowd gulped, their tone filled with amazement. Still not out after such a long time. Sure enough, this trial is very difficult. Even the 9-song Divine Son can't win easily. The words were echoed by the surrounding people. Yes, I only made it to the 5th layer and I encountered 20 demonic beasts at the 5th level of the Dharma phase, so you can imagine how treacherous it will be within the 9th layer. There are 25th level Dharma phase demonic beasts on the 5th level. The 9th level must have at least 29th level Dharma phase demonic beasts, right? This is not a simple stacking. The higher the cultivation level of the demonic beast, the more intelligent it is, and the more dangerous it is. Even the 9-song godchildren can't fight 20 with one, right? More than that, although demonic beasts don't have the same divine abilities and spells as human cultivators, they have thick skin and boundless strength. A demonic beast at the 9th level of the Dharma phase, even if it stands there and doesn't move for me to cut, I won't be able to break through the defense. These celestial pride, who usually had their eyes high above the ground and had no eyes to see, were not false, but they were also considered to have seen a lot, so they naturally knew the terror of the demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. Hearing these murmurs, Luo Jia's expression instantly relaxed a bit, and her mood improved. Knight Wufei's qi was the strongest she had ever seen. No matter what problems they encounter, they can always turn misfortune into good fortune. Although Qin Jiogu was strong, when it came to qi, he still couldn't compare to Knight Wufei. Thinking of this, Luo Jia spoke triumphantly. What unrivaled talent! The first person of the young generation. You still can't get this secret realm? In my opinion. Unexpectedly, before Luo Jia could finish her words, in the next second, the beginningless bell suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The powerful aura directly blew these celestial pride to the ground. These celestial pride reacted quickly, and at the first moment, they urged the qi in their bodies to resist this terrifying qi. With great difficulty in stabilizing themselves, the crowd was surprised to find that the figure of Knight Wufei, who had never come out, had appeared in their midst. Chapter 78 Supreme Being strikes. Attacking and killing Qin Jiogu. The tremor of the bell of the beginning slowly weakened, and so did the terrifying aura it brought with it. Look! In the crowd, I don't know who shouted out, and the crowd followed the direction of his finger, only to see those terrifying and huge weirdness just now, slowly dissipating and turning into flying ash. What's going on here? How did all this weirdness suddenly disappear? I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die here today. These bazaar are all at the 9th level of Dharma phase strength. Why are they suddenly like this? The crowd of celestial pride looked at the bazaar that slowly turned into flying ash, and were a bit confused for a moment. That was a bizarre one at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. All of them together might not even be able to beat one of them. But it was such a terrifying existence that turned into flying dust under their noses? Wouldn't they, then, be saved? For a while, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement in addition to shock. I thought that I was going to die in this horrible place just like those seniors before me. I can't imagine that I'll be saved at the end of the day. It's unbelievable. With all this weirdness gone, can't we just leave? I suppose so. There will be no obstacles this time. But where did the 9 songs divine son go? Among those of us who survived, he's the only one who hasn't shown up. It couldn't be that the 9 songs divine son passed the trial and that's why it's like this, right? In the crowd, there was speculation. Knight Wufei stood up and touched his head. His eyes filled with incredulity. Isn't he in the middle of a test? The large mouth of that Dharma phase 6th layer ferocious beast had descended on his head and was about to bite down. And he was teleported out of there before he had the chance to return the favor. What was going on? Luo Jia looked at the confused Knight Wufei and was somewhat surprised in her heart. According to her projections, this kind of secret realm was simply prepared for Knight Wufei. His terrifying chi fortune allowed him to turn misfortune into good fortune and gain the most benefits no matter what conditions he was in. But this time, what's going on? Amidst the confused gazes of the crowd, Qin Jiuji's figure slowly appeared in front of the crowd's eyes. Qin Jiugu had just appeared, and the bell of the beginning, which was still slightly trembling, suddenly became dramatically smaller, eventually becoming only the size of a palm, and flew towards Qin Jiugu. Although this bell of the beginning couldn't speak, everyone present could sense that this bell of the beginning was clearly conveying complex emotions. Excited, jumpy, and sad. It was like a child calling out to his parents. Soon, the bell of the beginning stopped above Qin Jiuji's outstretched right hand and slowly descended, eventually slowly disappearing into Qin Jiuji's hand. Seeing this scene, the people present finally realized a fact. Qin Jiugu, he had passed the 9th level of the trial and subdued the bell of the beginning. At the thought of that terrifying demonic beast within the stone monument space, the crowd of celestial pride were instantly shaken to the point of no return. They were but on the 4th or 5th level and were already left and out of their depth and had no choice but to withdraw. How was it that Qin Jiugu, at the 9th floor, was able to face even more terrifying situations with ease? Knight Wufei looked at the bell of beginninglessness that had disappeared into Qin Jiuji's hands, and a strong jealousy flashed in his eyes. Before Qin Jiugu appeared, such a great chance was never his. How come after Qin Jiugu appeared, it all became Qin Jiuji's? Moreover, Knight Wufei had a strong feeling that it was like being greened by Qin Jiugu. This was extraordinarily upsetting to him. Divine Son Jiuji's heavenly talent has passed the trial and obtained the bell of beginninglessness. It's really something to be congratulated. Yes, we were already out of our depth at the 4th and 5th layers. But I never imagined that Divine Son Jiugu would be so divine as to directly break through the 9th layer. Divine Son Jiugu, are there dozens of demonic beasts at the 9th level of the Dharma phase? How did you defeat them? In the face of the incomparably strong Qin Jiugu, even these lofty-eyed heavenly prides lowered their high heads and greeted Qin Jiugu. Being surrounded by a crowd of celestial pride to congratulate him, a smile appeared on Qin Jiuji's face. It was also thanks to his strong strength, otherwise, I'm afraid that he would have to watch Knight Wufei take such a chance. From the moment the bell of beginninglessness disappeared into his body, Qin Jiugu learned of the terror of the bell of beginninglessness. This is an imperial soldier. Moreover, unlike the previous Yellow Springs Atlas, which was already nearly in tatters, the preservation of this bell of the beginning was not low at all. If this terrifying imperial weapon fell into Knight Wufei's hands, it would be a bit difficult for him to behead Knight Wufei. Everyone, now is not the time to talk. This place is weird and tight. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I suggest that we should hurry and leave. Qin Jiugu swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone serious. The rest of the celestial pride sniffed and agreed. On this trip to the Purple Mountain, if it wasn't for Qin Jiugu, I'm afraid that all of them would have to die here. After exiting the Purple Mountain, the people said goodbye to Qin Jiugu one by one and then left on their own. On the flying boat, the artifact spirit of the Yellow Springs Atlas slowly emerged, looking at the bell of the beginning in Qin Jiuji's hand, and sighed in admiration. Little fellow, you've got some terrifying luck and talent here. In all the years I've lived, I've never seen someone so favored. Earlier, when you said that you would allow me to surpass the level of an emperor soldier, I thought you were talking big. Now, it seems as if it's not impossible. Right at this moment, the uncanny Supreme being transmitted a voice that resounded in Qin Jiuji's mind. A supreme powerhouse has followed. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile hung at the corner of Qin Jiuji's mouth. He hadn't gone to trouble Knight Wufei yet, but instead, the other party was looking for trouble from him first? In that case, let's just exterminate it, lest later on there be another incident. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu stood up, smiled and pushed out the door to stand on the deck. Qin Jiuji's figure had just appeared on the deck when, in the next second, a terrifying attack came tearing through the void. It was a curved moon-shaped chopping strike that was several feet wide, flashing with a dazzling cold aura and carrying a shocking might as it chopped straight toward Qin Jiugu. Qin Jiuji's face was as usual as he quietly watched the strike get closer and closer to him. The chopping strike was still hundreds of feet away from him, and the terrifying aura had already blown his clothes hunting. Once struck, not to mention Qin Jiugu, even the sturdy flying boat he was traveling in would be chopped in two. At the moment of crisis, Supreme Impermanence suddenly appeared. He stood on top of the flying boat and blocked the blow. Boom! A huge wave of sound resounded through the entire sky. A simple collision between two great supreme beings. The aftermath spread over 1,000 miles, and the sky dome exploded into a huge crater. Chapter 79 Battle of the Supreme. Turning miles. Huh! It's actually a supreme? As the attack was blocked, a somewhat surprised voice rang out. A figure appeared in the air a few hundred feet in front of the flying boat. Then, the figures of Knight Wufei and Luo Jia appeared behind him, full of surprise. How could they not expect that Qin Jiugu actually had a supreme powerhouse, accompanying him to escort him? One must know that the realm of ordinary holy sons and daughters, or ordinary divine sons of the four great immortal emperor clans, and the realm of the protector of the Tao, was usually the realm of life and death. This was also the reason why Luo Jia felt that this attack to kill Qin Jiugu was 10 times more stable. She had already spent a large sum of money to invite a supreme being to take action, and she still couldn't take down Qin Jiugu, who was protected by the realm of life and death. But now, the slap in the face came too quickly. Qin Jiuji's protector was actually a supreme being as well. Your Excellency is a supreme being and you actually want to attack and kill a junior. More or less you don't know shame. The Impermanent Supreme's mocking voice rang in everyone's ears. Being taunted by the Impermanent Supreme, the old face of the Supreme who had struck out blushed and looked at the Impermanent Supreme with some caution. Then he spoke. The Qin clan is really paying attention to you, actually sending out a Supreme to protect your path. Supreme Impermanence laughed out loud when he heard this. What? You allow your holy land to attack and kill our divine son, and you don't allow the Qin family to have countermeasures? Since you dared to strike at our Qin clan's divine son today, you must be prepared to leave your life behind. After saying that, Supreme Impermanence's aura steeply skyrocketed, and his supreme cultivation poured out without reservation, not waiting for the Impermanent Supreme's aura to fully unfold. The Supreme who had struck out at Qin Jiugu suddenly burst out with an attack that came out of nowhere. A blade light that was even more terrifying than just now carried a terrifying might as it viciously chopped down towards the Impermanent Supreme being. The move had just struck when this Supreme shouted and commanded. You guys go deal with Qin Jiugu. Leave this place to me. When Knight Wufei and Luo Jia heard this, they hurriedly urged their auras and adjusted their state to their peak. Sculpture. How dare you show off your skills? Supreme Impermanence let out a cold snort as he clasped his hands together, and a sturdy shield made of spiritual energy that was dozens of feet in circumference instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! The terrifying cold aura, without any fancy, struck the shield with a terrifying thud. The monstrous chi instantly detonated, and within a few hundred feet square, all objects were blown away. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Blocking this attack, Supreme Impermanence did not hesitate and directly wiped his storage ring, and a heavy broadsword appeared in his hand. This broadsword, as black as ink, was about 4 feet long and emitted a terrifying fury. The supreme being who had struck out earlier was not willing to show weakness and also took out a curved sword in the shape of a curved moon. This scimitar was as snowy and bright as the moon, and its cold light shone so brightly that just by looking at it, it made one's eyes feel raw and painful. D. Supreme Impermanence shouted. His figure instantly cut across several hundred feet, and the broadsword in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the supreme being who had struck out. That supreme was not willing to show weakness, and the scimitar in his hand lifted upwards, slashing fiercely at the impermanent supreme. Bang! As the weapons clashed, the aftershocks emanating from them directly shook the surrounding air with a buzzing sound. Next, two silhouettes, one black and one white, kept flickering in the air, occasionally colliding with each other. Their speed was so fast that it looked like two stumps. Within a few hundred feet of the square circle, the ground appeared to be filled with large pits that were too deep to see the bottom, and the terrifying blade light and sword awnings slashed the ground with a long gully. Night Wufei and Luo Jia were so affected by the tremendous aura that they had to cover their ears with their free hands to prevent their eardrums from being perforated. Holy Land. The heavenly prides that had survived had returned to their clans. Saint Sun Luohang was carrying a jug of wine and pouring it in large gulps. This horrible experience today had really shaken him to the point of no return. Originally, he thought that he was the deserved number one of the young generation, the kind that had no suspense. It was only the holy maiden Luo Jia who could barely fit into his eyes. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Jiugu, this divine son of the Qin clan, was simply too terrifying. Not only was he burdened with two heaven-defying physiques, the heavy pupil and chaotic body, but he was also extremely experienced in battle. In that battle with Knight Wufei, Luo Hong believed that he could have won if he were in his place, but it was simply impossible for him to do what Qin Jiugu had done, lifting his weight and defeating Knight Wufei with ease. As for the Purple Mountain trip, it's even more telling. If it wasn't for Qin Jiuji's resourcefulness and toughness, I'm afraid that the Holy Ground's Saint Sun would have been replaced. Moreover, Qin Jiugu was actually able to pass the trial directly and take in the bell of the beginning, which made Luo Hong feel even more ashamed of himself. Just as Luo Heng's heart was palpitating, a shocking ringing sound entered his ears. Because the sound was so loud, the entire Holy Land seemed to be trembling. What's happening? Is it hard to believe that the creeps are coming after us? Luo Hong hurried out of the room and flew into mid-air, wanting to check what had happened. However, only after he lifted off did he realize that the sky had already been packed with people. The holy sons of the various holy lands, the divine sons of the several great immortal emperor races as well as their Tao protectors, as well as some of the deep-rooted seniors of the holy lands all stood in mid-air at this moment, looking at a certain direction with grim expressions. What happened? Luo Hong was somewhat surprised as he looked at one of the sacred ground seniors beside him and spoke out to inquire. This senior, who was a strong person of the life and death realm, although his cultivation far exceeded Luo Heng's, but due to his status, he still honestly explained to Luo Hong. Back to the words of the Saint's Son. The old man was just in closed-door cultivation when he suddenly heard a loud bang and the earth shook. So he came out of the closed door to see what had happened. Right now, it seems that there should be a strong person fighting in the distance. The aura created has traveled to the Holy Land. I just hope that if they fight, they will fight and not affect our Holy Land. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to have the old ancestors take action. Luo Hong was also a bit incredulous after hearing this. Fighting in the distance with the fallout reaching the Holy Land? What level of powerhouse must this be to have such terrifying battle power? Fighting in the distance. How did it reach our Holy Land? What level must the two sides fighting be? Luo Hong inquired with some confusion. A grave expression was written all over the face of the life and death realm powerhouse. The Saint's Son does not know. This terrifying vibration, in my humble opinion, cannot be triggered by a powerhouse of the life and death realm. If my humble guess is correct, the two sides fighting should be two supreme beings. Moreover, they are not supreme beings who have just entered the supreme realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so powerful. I just don't know. These two seniors, what forces are they affiliated with? Chapter 80, The Holy Land of the Beginning. Bright Moon Supreme. With the impermanent Supreme being entangled by that Supreme, he was unable to strike. Behind Luo Jia, a silhouette slowly emerged. Qin Jiugu stood in place, looking at the growing number of people on the opposite side with good grace. As the silhouette appeared, there were more and more people beside Luo Jia and Knight Wufei. Finally, after everyone stood around Luo Jia and Knight Wufei and no newcomers appeared, Qin Jiugu spoke with a smile on his face. 3 life and death realm powerhouses, 17 nirvana realm powerhouses, and 35 dharma phases. The Holy Maiden looks up to me enough. With this lineup, it would be easy to push a few medium-sized sects across, right? I never imagined that the Holy Maiden would actually spend so much effort on me. If this were to spread out, outsiders wouldn't say that your sacred land is bullying the few with the many. Looking at the other party's terrifying lineup, Qin Jogo showed no fear and spoke out in mockery. Seeing that Qin Jogo still dared to taunt at this point, a scowl immediately surfaced on Luo Jia's originally clear and beautiful face. Qin Jogo, I don't care if you're some Qin clan divine son or what. You actually dare to bully Brother Wu Fei like this? You're just looking for death. Today, I am merely asking you to apologize to Brother Wu Fei. The price is your life. As long as you die, Brother Wu Fei will surely lose his temper. Hearing Luo Jia's unreasonable words, Qin Jogo couldn't help but twitch inwardly. Is this the chosen one? Sure enough, it's not reasonable. In the face of chance, each according to his ability he is capable of strong. Got the bell of the beginning, how is it still wrong? Can't it be that we just give our hands to Knight Wu Fei, the son of heaven's destiny, and consider him to be sensible? Moreover, Luo Jia, the high and mighty holy daughter of the Holy Land, once she encountered Knight Wu Fei, the son of heaven's destiny, wasn't lonely and proud anymore, and completely became a licking dog, going so far as to send out a supreme being, 3 life and death realm powerhouses, and 17 nirvana realm powerhouses to stand up for Knight Wu Fei? Isn't that pure dog licking? I say, Holy Maiden, have you ever heard of a word called dog licking? Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until you end up with nothing? Qin Jogo stood against the wind. His expression relaxed as he looked at Luo Jia and asked. Although Luo Jia didn't understand what licking a dog meant, she knew it wasn't a good word. Moreover, Qin Jogo had robbed the chance that should have belonged to Knight Wu Fei this time. In Luo Jia's opinion, he had to die. At that moment, Luo Jia, who was already unusually angry, had a few more points of anger added to her anger. Cut the crap! Today it's either you die or I die. Everyone listen to the order. Kill for me. No, either you die or I live today. Qin Jogo waved his hand, interrupting Luo Jia's harsh words with confidence in his expression. Luo Jia froze, pondering what was different about the 2 sentences. When she thought about it, her pretty face was so angry that it looked like it could drip blood. What Qin Jogo meant was that she was definitely on the losing side today. Who gave him the courage? As the holy daughter of the Holy Land, Luo Jia's authority was very high, and she had countless strong men under her command. This time, in order to get an explanation for Knight Wu Fei, Luo Jia had put in her blood, using all the power under her command. In this situation, Qin Jogo still dared to speak up? Don't waste time. No one from the Qin family is to be spared. In Luo Jia's eyes, a flash of viciousness flashed. No matter what, the Qin family was one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, with a deep heritage. Qin Jogo was another divine son that the Qin family had high hopes for, and from the fact that there was a supreme protector beside him, it was clear that the Qin family valued him. Such a character, if he couldn't be killed today and was allowed to escape back to the Qin family, there would inevitably be an unending battle between the Qin family and the Holy Land. Therefore, it is necessary to cut off the roots. And it was also fortunate that this time it was in the territory of the Holy Land. Otherwise, it would have been a bit difficult for her to kill Qin Jogo. The group of strong men standing behind Luo Jia, hearing Luo Jia's order, shouted and rushed towards the Qin clan's flying boat. As experts of the Holy Land, they also knew what Luo Jia meant. This time, it must be done without leaving a single survivor. When the time came, all one had to do was to push this matter onto the heads of the forces surrounding the Holy Land and pull a few random scapegoats. Men of the Qin family, follow me to kill the enemy. Qin Jogo made a move with his right hand and shouted. Within the flying boat, dozens of Dark Guard experts came out in a line and stood beside Qin Jogo, arching him in the center. These secret guard experts, all of them were dead soldiers of the Qin family, and they also knew that their deaths were not enough. But Qin Jogo couldn't have any accidents. If they died in battle and Qin Jogo was unharmed, the Qin family would naturally treat their families well. But once something happened to Qin Jogo, whether it was themselves or their family members, they would be subjected to the Qin family's bloody purge. Brothers of the Dark Guard, follow me. The leader of the Dark Guards who led the way let out a loud shout. And in his hand there was already an additional long spear with a cold light shining in it. A terrifying aura rose from him, charging towards the raging Holy Land experts. Behind him, each of the Qin family's secret guards fought to the death. The number of secret guards was about the same as the number of experts Luo Jia had brought with her, and their cultivation levels were nearly similar, so the battle became an evenly matched fight right from the start. From time to time, there were figures falling from the air, dropping to the ground with a dull thud. The manpower of the two sides continued to dwindle, but they were always evenly matched, and no one could do anything about it. Qin Zhouge stood in the air in a good mood, his eyes looking at Luo Jia and Knight Wufei playfully. Holy Maiden, trying to kill this godson. You guys don't seem to be able to do it. Huh. I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that you and Knight Wufei are both trash. The two of you combined are no match for me. When Luo Jia heard this, the original angry color on her pretty face disappeared and was replaced by a calm and composed face. Qin family divine son, do you think I would come to attack and kill you without preparation since I know that your cultivation is amazing? After saying that, Luo Jia stretched out her hands and gently high-fived 3 times. Pop, pop, pop. As the last sound of high-fives fell, a rough voice reached everyone's ears. The Holy Maiden can't help you, what about me, Supreme Moon? As the voice fell, a majestic figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes at a speed that was nearly invisible to the naked eye. In the next second, this figure was already standing proudly on top of the Qin clan's flying boat. Another supreme being. The terrifying aura pressure caused the Holy Land experts and the Qin family's secret guards fighting below to stop fighting. The dark guards were like enemies, holding the weapons in their hands with a death grip, and the eyes that looked at the bright moon supreme were filled with scorn. At this time, the addition of a supreme being would cause the balance of victory in the entire battle to shift. Protect the godson. The captain of the dark guards let out a loud cry, and a group of Qin family dark guards protected Qin Zhuji's side. Even when facing the supreme being, they didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Chapter 81 Resuscitated Imperial Soldier. Forcing back the supreme being by half a step. Not bad, Junior. Unfortunately, it's not from our Taichou Holy Land. Supreme Moon stood on top of the flying boat, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, with an air of victory. On the Qin clan's side, although it was beyond all of their expectations, there was actually a supreme protector. However, Holy Maiden Luo Jia could be said to have put her blood on the line this time, sending out a full 2 supreme beings. With that supreme being of the Qin clan being held back, he was the strongest combatant here. Even if those secret guards of the Qin family were to come together, they wouldn't be his match. Therefore, Supreme Moon was relaxed in his heart and looked at Qin Zhouge and the Qin family's dark guards with condescending eyes, a look of life and death. The hallowed Holy Land is nothing but fly-by-night, backstabbing goods. Facing the bright moon supreme, Qin Zhouge remained unassuming and his tone was filled with mockery. The bright moon supreme was a bit annoyed. Although this junior had good talent, after all, he was only at the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm, and it wouldn't take much more effort for him to pinch Qin Zhouge to death than it would for him to pinch an ant to death. In this situation, Qin Zhouge actually dared to provoke him. This made Supreme Bright Moon very unhappy. He decided that it wasn't just as simple as killing Qin Zhouge and these secret guards. He wanted to completely humiliate Qin Zhouge and these dark guards. A mere junior. How dare you speak so loudly? When you see this supreme being, why don't you kneel down? The bright moon supreme being's voice was like a loud bell as he shouted. In this sound, he used his soul power, and the person who heard it would feel as if he was hit by a heavy hammer and lose his mind. At the same time, the supreme aura was fully exerted without stint, pressing down on Qin Zhouge and the others. Hearing Supreme Lord Brightman's loud shout and feeling that amazing aura, those dark guards beside Qin Zhouge who had been so determined just a moment ago had hollow eyes and lost their minds in an instant. Except for the strongest of the life and death realm who could barely resist for a moment, the rest of the dark guards only felt their knees go weak, and each of them half-kneeled, facing the terrifying pressure of the bright moon supreme being. Qin Zhouge steeled himself and his tone was filled with an untamed flavor. Make me kneel. I'm afraid you're not qualified for that. Qin Zhouge, kneel to heaven and earth to kneel to my parents. What kind of thing are you? As soon as the words fell, Qin Zhouge fully activated his chaotic body. In an instant, the chaotic chi covered the entire sky, and a green lotus blossomed from the chaos. In the next second, countless huge images of heavy pupils appeared in midair, dividing themselves from the chaotic visions in an unusually harmonious manner. In the next second again, Qin Zhouge urged the Yellow Spring Atlas and used the secret technique Blood God Exploding Spirit technique that he had obtained when he had gotten the Yellow Spring Atlas before. Blood God Exploding Spirit Art. With a loud shout, Qin Jogo felt as if his blood had been drained out of his body. But his aura increased steeply, vaguely reaching the third level of nirvana, relying on the chaotic body, the heavy pupils, and the blood god exploding spirit art. Qin Jogo stood proudly, his eyes resolute as he stared at the bright moon supreme being, not letting go of the slightest bit. Looking at Qin Jogo, who was drenched in blood but still standing proudly, Supreme Moon also revealed an expression of surprise. Good Junior, he actually has such talent. Even the ancient great emperors may not necessarily be able to do so at this age. If I let you grow up, even this seat is no match for you. Unfortunately, the current you is still too juvenile. As the words fell, Supreme Brightman's aura strengthened once again. The terrifying aura pressed down on Qin Jogo and he couldn't breathe. Gritting his teeth, Qin Jogo directly sacrificed the bell of the beginning, preparing to forcefully revive this imperial soldier. With the input of aura, the bell of the beginning revived and transformed into a copper bell several feet tall, its terrifying aura covering the sky. In the next second, the bell of beginninglessness directly blasted towards the bright moon supreme. Supreme Bright Moon raised his hand and blocked the attack. Dang! A terrifying sound that spread across the entire sky. Supreme Moon looked at the bell of beginninglessness with a look of shock and greed in his eyes. Unable to help himself, he blurted out, "Emperor Soldier, this bell is actually an Emperor Soldier?" The so-called Emperor Soldiers must have been used by a great emperor to be called an Emperor Soldier. Ever since the great emperor strangely disappeared from this great road thousands of years ago, the number of Emperor Soldiers had been decreasing. Even the sacred grounds and the 4 immortal emperor clans didn't have a few pieces left. Therefore, even as a Supreme Bright Moon had not been able to obtain even a single broken imperial weapon. But now, this junior who was only in the Dharma phase realm actually had an imperial weapon at the drop of a hat. Watching Qin Jogo offer the bell of beginninglessness, Luojia's eyes were filled with anger, and her pretty face was a bit grim because of her anger. This was supposed to be Brother Wu Fei's. You shameless thief! Looking at the beginningless clock in the air, which had been sent flying hundreds of feet away by the bright moon supreme being, and then instantly turned back, a strong look of jealousy flashed in Knight Wu Fei's eyes. On what grounds? Why did he, Qin Jogo, not only have an overprivileged family history, but also such a chance? Passing one trial and getting an imperial soldier? This is something that was supposed to be his. In the sky, the bright moon supreme being did not hide his greed as his right hand was instantly wrapped in monstrous aura, transforming into a huge, gigantic hand that grabbed at the bell of the beginning. Kid, your strength is still too juvenile. How much strength can you bring to bear on the Emperor Soldier? Such an Emperor Soldier. Why don't you let this father keep it for you for a while? When you are successful in your next life, my father will return it to you. With that, he gripped the bell of the beginning fiercely in his hand, and the bell of the beginning continued to tremble and emit a loud sound. But it was never able to escape from Supreme Moon's control. Seeing that the bell of beginninglessness was being controlled by the bright moon supreme being, Qin Joji's eyes flashed with a flash of sternness, and gritting his teeth, he directly offered up the Yellow Springs Atlas. Compared to the bell of the beginning, which had a higher degree of preservation, the Yellow Springs Atlas was in a relatively poor state, and it would be difficult to revive it. Qin Jogo spared no expense, and his powerful spiritual energy kept pouring in, to the point that his entire body was somewhat deflated. It was also thanks to his previous successive use of the chaotic body, heavy pupil, and blood god exploding spirit technique to raise his realm to the 3rd level of nirvana, or else this input just now would have been enough to drain him dry. Clang! With a crunching sound, the Yellow Spring Atlas was finally successfully revived. After being revived, the Yellow Springs Atlas swept with yellowish-brown waves of yellow springs, directly sweeping towards the bright moon supreme being. What is it? Feeling the aura of death brought about by the waves of the yellow springs, even Supreme Bright Moon was a bit shocked as he raised his hand and hastily blocked the attack. However, even as strong as the Bright Moon Supreme, he was still knocked back half a step by this attack. In the next second, Supreme Bright Moon's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and his heart shook violently. He couldn't believe his eyes anymore. The scroll of diagrams that had just knocked him back half a step was, in fact, another imperial weapon. This junior in front of him was only at the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm, but he actually possessed 2 emperor armaments. Chapter 82 Qin Jogo. Dharma phase reverse felling supreme. Unexpectedly, a mere junior, but the strength of the Dharma phase, the chance is actually heaven-defying, not to mention such natural talent. I can't believe that he possesses 2 imperial armaments. If I keep you here, you are too great a threat to my Taichu Holy Land. No matter what, I won't be able to keep you today. Even if the Emperor Soldier is strong, in the hands of a junior at the Dharma Phase realm, you won't be able to exert much strength. If you tie your hands, I can still consider it and leave you with a whole body. The Bright Moon Supreme being condescended and rushed at Qin Jogu, speaking in a tone as if he was facing a dead person. In his opinion, with his supreme cultivation, it would be a real breeze to take down Qin Jogu. Just now, being forced back half a step by Qin Jogu was purely due to the strength of the Emperor's soldiers, plus the fact that he wasn't mentally prepared. Once he took out his strength, with this junior in front of him who was only at the Dharma Phase realm, what waves could he set off? The reason why he took the initiative and tied his hands to leave Qin Jogu a whole body was only because he was afraid that Qin Jogu would jump over the wall in a hurry and destroy the Emperor's soldier. He, a supreme being, hadn't even mixed up a single imperial soldier, and this junior actually had 2. Wouldn't it be a travesty? Supreme Moon was even a bit thankful to Holy Maiden Luo Jia. If Luo Jia hadn't asked him to come over and attack and kill Qin Jogu, how could he have been so lucky as to harvest 2 Emperor armaments in one go? Supreme Moon wouldn't be foolish enough to give the Emperor soldier in his hands to that soft eater Knight Wufei. In the face of Supreme Lord Brightman's promise, Qin Jogu snorted coldly. He had already seen through the mind of the Bright Moon Supreme. For this greedy old man, it was more than a little bit of extra words. Cut the crap, Chongqing Qin family. There are no shrinking turtles. Today, if you can't kill me, there will naturally be someone from my Qin family who will come to your holy land to ask for an explanation. Before the words fell, Qin Jogu immediately exploded with all his strength. In a flash, heaven and earth changed color. In the midst of the chaotic aura that filled the sky, a devilish god-like figure stood proudly, holding a mountain-opening axe in his left hand and holding it up with his right hand, as if he was trying to lift the sky up. On the other side, the sky was filled with heavy pupil images that seemed to be able to pierce through everyone's heart. Above the sky, the countless silhouettes of the ancient divine beast Kuan Peng emitted a majestic and terrifying aura. The people present watched this and instantly froze. For the first time, Knight Wufei felt that the talent he was so proud of was just so-so. Although he had the desolate ancient sacred body, Qin Jogu also had a divine body like the chaos body that ranked first among the 3,000 divine bodies. Moreover, Qin Jogu had also mastered the heavy pupil avatar, as well as that unknown terrifying treasure art, and was much higher than him in the realm. Inside, Knight Wufei's heart was going a little crazy with jealousy. Jia, make sure this guy dies. Knight Wufei turned his head to look at Luo Jia on the side. Gritting his teeth and his eyes turned blood red due to his anger. He was really too jealous of Qin Juji's talents and encounters. Even he vaguely felt that these things originally should have been his. But it didn't matter, the 2 supreme beings had taken action, so Qin Jogu would definitely be in trouble today. When the time comes, as long as we get along with Luo Jia, are we worried that we won't get any favors? At that time, he could also be as powerful as Qin Jogu. Luo Jia nodded heavily, and in her eyes, she was filled with scorn. As the holy daughter of the Holy Land, Luo Jia's vision and thoughts were far from those of a casual cultivator like Knight Wufei. In addition to his terrifying cultivation and heaven-defying encounters, Qin Jogu also had an illustrious identity, the divine son of the everlasting Qin clan. Those who were able to be established as divine sons were the core members of each family, the hope for the future. In the Tianxian continent, laying hands on God's son and Saint's son was a blood feud that would not end in death. Once they couldn't take down Qin Jogu today and let the news reach the Qin family, what awaited the Holy Land would be the Qin family's undying retaliation. The Holy Land, which had a supreme status, would also be reviled by the entire continent for attacking the Qin family's divine son. Thinking of this, Luo Jia immediately transmitted his voice to Supreme Moon. Senior Manhwa, please also make an immediate move to kill Qin Jogu. As for those he brought with him, not one of them can be spared. They must be killed cleanly. Soon after, Luo Jia received a voice transmission from the Bright Moon Supreme. No problem, Qin Jogu will be handed over to me. However, the Emperor armor in his hand will also belong to me. Hearing this, Luo Jia was so angry that she almost turned her back. She had originally planned that after she snatched the Emperor soldier from Qin Jogu, she would immediately hand it over to Knight Wufei to boost his strength. However, it was unthinkable that the attraction of the Emperor soldier was so great that even Supreme Moon, who had always lived in deep seclusion, could not resist it. Come to think of it, as the topmost power in the Tianxian continent, the sacred ground only possessed 2 pieces of imperial armaments. It was as difficult as heaven to obtain an emperor's soldier from a holy land, whether by rewards, incentives, or forcible seizure. But Qin Jiugu is different. He's just Dharma phase strength. Killing him is simply not too simple for a supreme being. How could Supreme Moon not be moved? Roha's face flushed red as her brain spun rapidly. If she didn't agree to Supreme Moon, I'm afraid that if Supreme Moon went crazy, even she and Knight Wufei wouldn't be able to save their lives. When it comes down to it, there's nothing you can do about it. Even if he got rid of such a terrifyingly powerful enemy like Qin Jiugu, it was still not in vain. Elder Mingyue, the conditions. Before Luo Jia's words fell, the second half of her sentence was held back. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly widened, as if she had seen a ghost, because she saw that Qin Jiugu, who was clearly on the inferior side, actually took the initiative to attack. Accompanied by an astonishing aura, the bell of the beginningless carried a terrifyingly strong wind and smashed down crazily towards the head of the bright moon supreme being. The Yellow Springs Atlas completely unfolded, and the terrifying Yellow Springs water seemed like it was breaking the dike as it continuously pounced towards the bright moon supreme being. Humph! Sculpture. The supreme moon in midair snorted coldly, his aura bulging out around him. His hands spread out as he stood hard against the attacks of the 2 great emperor weapons, the Bell of the Beginning and the Yellow Springs Atlas. Originally, in Supreme Lord Brightman's thoughts, he was a hallowed Supreme Lord, and Qin Jiugu was only at the Dharma phase realm, so even if he had an emperor's weapon in his hand, he could easily take it down before he was right. However, something unexpected happened to him. The 2 great emperor soldiers were attacking and defending, working in perfect harmony, and even his generation of supreme beings could not quickly break through the blockade. Seeing this scene, those present stared at the battlefield in disbelief. The Divine Sun is actually this strong? With a mere 6th level of Dharma phase cultivation, he hardened himself against a supreme being without losing. As expected, he is our Qin family's Divine Sun. He's not the least bit timid even in the face of a supreme being. There's hope for the future of our Qin family. How is this guy so strong? All the supreme beings have been deployed and they still can't take him. Fear not. Supreme Moon is at the 3rd level of supreme cultivation. I don't know how much higher than this Qin Jiugu. I'm sure it'll be fine. Chapter 83 Qin Family. The 4 supreme beings descended. The people present were watching incredulously as Qin Jiugu relied on his realm at the 6th level of the Dharma phase to ruthlessly suppress the Supreme Moon Supreme at the 3rd level of the Supreme Being. In the middle of the field, Supreme Moon was also anxious. He was a supreme being. He can't even take down a junior? If this gets out, where will he lose face? Moreover, after this period of fighting, Supreme Moon had sort of figured out that although Qin Jiugu was equipped with 2 heaven-defying physiques, the heavy pupil and the chaotic body, his strength was much stronger than the average Dharma phase 6th layer. There were also aids like the 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist and the Kuan Pong treasure technique that could fight across levels, and their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary phantoms. However, after all, he was only at the 6th level of the Dharma phase, and no matter the strength and durability of his aura, it was far inferior to his supreme cultivation self. The reason why he was able to fight him back and forth, and even vaguely suppress him as a supreme being, was all due to the strong power of the 2 great emperor weapons. As long as he consumed a little while longer, when Qin Jiuji's aura weakened and couldn't support the consumption of the emperor's soldiers, then he could definitely crush Qin Jiugu with ease. Although this was somewhat detrimental to the prestige and face of his generation of supreme beings, it was the easiest way out. As long as he took down Qin Jiugu, not only would those 2 imperial armaments be his, but he would even be able to obtain the Kuan Pong treasure art and the cultivation method of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist as well. At that time, even if he was at the 3rd level of Supreme, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced an expert at the 5th or even 6th level of Supreme. At the thought of this, a few more glimpses of greed appeared in Supreme Moon's eyes. On Qin Jiuji's side, it was also more difficult. The 2 great emperor weapons were indeed incomparably strong, capable of briefly suppressing even supreme beings. However, the consumption of qi was also a terrifyingly astronomical figure, far beyond what he, a Dharma phase 5th layer, could afford. As time passed, the frequency of Qin Jiuji's attacks gradually decreased, his body was wrapped in sweat, and large drops of sweat continued to slide down all parts of his body. Qin Jiugu knew that this was a reaction that was about to reach its limit. But the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and if he stopped the attack rashly, That bright moon supreme could capture him alive in a single glance. Once it fell into the hands of the bright moon supreme, even if reinforcements arrived, they would still throw their weight around because of his presence. With no choice but to clench his teeth, he could only push his entire body's chi and continuously launch attacks towards the bright moon supreme. Opportunity. The eyes of the bright moon supreme who had been suppressed all this time lit up. He had long since seen that Shin Jogu was running out of gas at this point and was facing collapse at any moment, and had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. Now, the opportunity has finally come. The attack from the bell of the beginning was much slower than before. Taking advantage of this opening, Supreme Moon lifted his hand and struck out a water tank thick true chi pie. When this pike came out, it directly knocked the bell of the beginning away hundreds of feet. Shin Jogu retracted the bell of the beginning with his hands and feet, preparing to attack again. 5 bright moon palm. Supreme Moon roared. A terrifying aura instantly erupted from him, reflecting the entire dome of the sky as if it were day. A palm imprint tens of feet long and wide slammed viciously toward Shin Jogu. This move carried an astonishing aura that looked like it was able to tear apart the void. Protect the godson. When the Shin family's secret guards saw this move, they instantly acted as if they were on the verge of an attack, and they all roared and rushed toward Shin Joji's side. Luo Jia looked at Shin Jogu with a pair of beautiful eyes, secretly delighted in her heart. Is this horrible opponent finally going to die? After he dies, no one will be able to steal Brother Wu Fei's thunder anymore, right? Even though the Emperor Soldier had fallen into the hands of the Bright Moon Supreme, but as the holy daughter of the Holy Land, she could arrange for manpower to capture the Bright Moon Supreme. It would be the same to ask for the Emperor's soldier back after capturing the Bright Moon Supreme, wouldn't it? Knight Wu Fei looked at Shin Jogu, who was about to be blown away by this palm, and his heart burst with excitement. Since Shin Jogu had appeared, he had been stealing his limelight and taking his chances. Now, facing the full force of a supreme being strike, was there any chance of him surviving? Nightwish was completely convinced that there wasn't. Thinking of this, Knight Wu Fei couldn't help but, for a moment, gloat. So what if you're gifted? So what if you have the Emperor's soldier, but you're still going to die in your sleep? Once Shin Jogu died, none of those drunken fools from the Holy Land and the other 3 great immortal emperor clans would be his match. Seeing that the Bright Moon Supreme's terrifying attack was about to blast Shin Jogu, the Shin family's secret guards were also brazen, rushing up and attempting to block the blow for Shin Jogu. Shin Jogu is the hope of the Shin family. The Dark Guards can be recultivated if they are gone, but if Shin Jogu is gone, then the Shin family will be finished. A number of figures, erupting with amazing speed, blocked in front of Shin Jogu. Looking at the Shin family's secret guards brazenly blocking in front of him, and feeling that terrifying attack getting closer and closer to him, Shin Juji's face, without any panic, instead, without slowing down, took out a pendant. This pendant, with its crystalline, snow-white body, engraved with intricate patterns, was already priceless just for this pendant alone. He's the hope of the Shin family. How can he not have some means to save his life? In addition to the Supreme Being's close protection and the inexhaustible supply of heavenly materials, there was no shortage of means to preserve one's life. This pendant was given to him by the Patriarch Qin Wuchen, saying that it could save his life at a critical moment. With this pendant, Shin Jogu believed that even though the Bright Moon Supreme was very strong, far beyond his strength, he wouldn't be able to injure him, at least not in a short period of time. Soon, the attack of the Bright Moon Supreme Being was only a few feet away from Shin Jogu, and the terrifying aura blew Shin Jogu a bit unsteady on his feet. As he watched, it was about to land on Shin Juji's body. However, right at this moment, a furious roar resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. An old dog! How dare you hurt my grandchild? As this roar fell, a large hand completely condensed by breath attacked, colliding with the Bright Moon Supreme unleashed strike. In the next second, the terrifying hand that the Bright Moon Supreme Being had condensed was instantly crushed into pieces by this large hand. Seeing this situation, the Bright Moon Supreme Being's face changed wildly. Those who were able to defuse his stance so easily must be supreme experts. Moreover, it was a supreme expert whose realm was even higher than his. The Shin family, have they arrived yet? In the next second, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and a terrifying pressure swept through the heavens and earth. For figures as magnificent as gods and goddesses tore through the void and appeared in the center of the battlefield. The 4 supreme beings of the Shin family have arrived. As soon as the 4 supreme beings appeared, they immediately landed in front of Shin Jogu. Upon seeing those two emperor soldiers in the sky, the four supreme beings were instantly shocked, which then turned into relief. Worthy of being a true dragon of my Qin family, at a mere Dharma phase realm, he was able to obtain two great imperial armaments to recognize their masters. The future is unlimited. Chapter 84 Qin Family Supreme Beings Strike. Supreme Being Melee. Seeing the four supreme beings standing in front of him, Qin Jogu also let out a long sigh of relief. With the four supreme beings present, the bright moon supreme being couldn't even think of hurting him in the slightest. This time just now, he had waited really hard. Not only was his body's qi squandered, he had already reached the point of running out of gas, and was even in danger of dying. It was also fortunate that he had anticipated today's situation in advance, and had sent Li Bo back to the family to shake people in advance. Otherwise, it would have been really easy for the bright moon supreme being to be decapitated here today. Now the roles of hunter and prey change. Jogu. It's this old piker who bullied you, isn't it? In front of Qin Jogu, the third elder's eyes looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, stretching out his right hand and pointing at the bright moon supreme in the air across from him, with an understated tone. The third elder was at the 5th level of supreme, and he had a huge psychological advantage when facing the supreme moon supreme at the 3rd level of supreme. Third grandpa, yes, it's this old piker. Qin Jogu reached out, pointing at the bright moon supreme, his tone filled with anger. If it wasn't for the four supreme beings coming in time, I'm afraid that this time it would really be planted here. This was the first time he had encountered such a life and death crisis since he crossed over. How could he not be angry? Old man, a handful of years old. Bullying a junior, a handful of years old? Have you lived on a dog? The third elder was furious, pointing at the bright moon supreme and cursing. Afterward, turning his head to look at Qin Jogu, his tone became a lot milder. Jogu, you rest less first, and watch third grandpa take it out for you. As soon as the words fell, the third elder made a decisive move. Blood dragon roar. After a loud shout, behind the third elder, a blood pool tens of feet in circumference appeared out of thin air. A 10-foot thick blood dragon flew out of the blood pool with fierce eyes and opened its bloody mouth, attacking and killing towards the bright moon supreme being. Qin Jogu recognized that this move was none other than the third elder's strongest move. The blood dragon carried a terrifying aura, as if it had torn apart the void, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Supreme Lord Bright Moon. In the face of this terrifying attack from the third elder, the Bright Moon Supreme didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly flashed, as if it was an instantaneous movement, and arrived directly beside Luo Jia and Knight Wufei. Without waiting for the two of them to react, Supreme Bright Moon transformed into two large hands with his true qi and held them in his hands. In the next second, Supreme Bright Moon used his hand instead of his sword and directly tore apart the void, preparing to flee. Facing four supreme beings, or high-level supreme beings whose strength and realm far exceeded his, he didn't have any thoughts of fighting at all. He even secretly vowed that once he succeeded in escaping today, he would hide in the Holy Land for the rest of his life and not come out an inch. The fact that four supreme beings were dispatched to rescue them at once was a clear indication of how much importance the Qin family placed on Qin Jogu. He didn't doubt for a second that as long as he dared to show up again, the Qin family would absolutely hunt him down to the ends of the earth, and the entire continent, I'm afraid, would have no place for him to stay. Seeing that the Bright Moon Supreme has already torn apart the space and is ready to escape, a mocking voice sounded in the ears of the Bright Moon Supreme. If we let you run away, won't we, a few old guys, lose a lot of face? The second elder of the Qin clan, who had been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Bright Moon Supreme, let out a cold laugh, and his astonishing aura instantly erupted, and the void that the Bright Moon Supreme had just torn apart was directly crushed by the second elder's strike. The figures of Supreme Moon and Luo Jia and Knight Wufei reappeared in front of the four supreme beings. At the same time, the uncanny supreme being who was still in the midst of a fierce battle a moment ago and another supreme being slowly fell down. The two supreme beings affiliated with the Taichu Sacred Land both had ugly faces at this moment. Originally, they thought that with their supreme cultivation level, coming to attack and kill a Qin Jogu who was only at the 5th level of the Dharma phase should be a handful. Not only would he be able to sell the holy maiden Luo Jia a favor, but he would also be able to gain a lot of benefits. Now it seems like a death-defying job. Under the heavens, which divine son goes out with a supreme being accompanying him? Which son of God has the four supreme beings escorting him? The two men looked at each other, and both saw, in the other's eyes, the implication of decadence. Born in the humble beginnings, he had traveled all the way and finally had the cultivation and status he had today. It never occurred to me that an ordinary assault would become the final chapter in the lives of two people. This one looks to be going cold. That old fellow Qin Hai could be said to be ferociously famous in the Tianxian continent, and those who had offended him had almost all died. This time, they had touched Qin Hai's scales and were prepared to go after his grandson, who he cared about the most. Being able to get a decent death is a luxury. I'm afraid, right at this moment, the Supreme Being who had first struck out suddenly heard a voice transmission from the Bright Moon Supreme Being. Qing Feng, don't worry too much. The moment I saw Qin Jiuge display his talent, I already sent a message to the Holy Land requesting for support. Right now, we just need to support ourselves for a while. And it won't be too late to settle the score with these old guys when the other Supreme Beings from the Holy Land arrive. Upon hearing Supreme Moon's voice transmission, on Supreme Wind's face, a bitter smile surfaced and he immediately transmitted his voice. There are 5 Supreme Beings on the opposite side. Moreover, each one is stronger than the two of us. Stick around for a moment against such a horrible lineup. I think that we can't accomplish this mission at all. Before the two could finish their transmission, across the room, the second elder's angry voice rang in everyone's ears. Jiuge, these 2 old pikers attacked and killed you, didn't they? Let's see second grandpa rip their heads off and take it out on you. Saying that, the second elder's aura erupted around him, and in the sky, the wind and clouds changed color. A purple lightning bolt, in the dark clouds, constantly flickered, emitting a burst of terrifying wind and thunder sounds. If you dare to strike against our Qin family's divine son, you must be prepared to die. Thunder and lightning gun. As the words fell, in the second elder's hand, there was instantly an additional lance that was completely condensed by spiritual energy and flickered with purple light. Above the long spear, electric arcs constantly flashed, emitting an aura of death. D. The second elder let out a loud shout, and his figure disappeared from the spot like lightning. In the next second, the figure of the second elder appeared above the 2 Supreme Beings, Qing Feng and Manhwa. The terrifying lance was used as a stick by him, and it slammed down towards the 2 Supreme Beings, splitting their heads. Ergo, wait for me. Not willing to lag behind, the third elder drummed up his surrounding qi and condensed a huge, flickering axe with a cold light. After a loud cry, this huge axe instantly lengthened, and the blade, as big as a small mountain, ruthlessly slashed at the 2 Supreme Beings. The 2 Supreme Beings, Qing Feng and Manhwa, looked at each other and clenched their teeth. At this point in time, even if they kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, the 5 Supreme Beings of the Qin family would not let them go. Fight to the death and there might be a chance of survival. Bright Moon Palm, Fresh Wind Fist. The 2 men shouted and fought with the second and third elders. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. The aftershocks of the battle between the 4 Supreme Beings spread hundreds of miles away. Chapter 85 Bright Moon Supreme Being Falls. The Long Sky of Blood. The 2 of them, the second elder and the third elder, executed their own most powerful moves and fought with the 2 Supreme Beings of the Taichu Sacred Land, Qing Feng and Manhwa. Although the 2 Supreme Masters, Qing Feng and Manhwa, were both at about the 3rd level of Supreme Master cultivation, about 2 levels lower than the second and third elders. However, this was, after all, the home ground of the Taichu Sacred Ground, and the duo was now at a disadvantage, moving to fight for their lives, nearly abandoning their defense and focusing on attacking against the second and third elders. Under the hold of this kind of life-threatening fight, the second elder and third elder clearly had a certain advantage in their realms, but they were unable to take down the 2 Supreme Beings, Qing Feng and Manhwa, in a short period of time. The so-called trapped beast is still fighting the Supreme Being's desperate move, but it is non-trivial once really forced these 2 Supreme Beings to be anxious and take any means of exchanging their lives for their own. Although with their strength, they will not be pulled to the mat, but once they are subjected to any fatal trauma, affecting the future promotion, it will be more than worth the loss. Anyway, 5 cleaned up too. The advantage was completely on the Qin family's side, so the second and third elders were in no hurry, playing steadily and steadily, constantly narrowing the encirclement, suppressing the 2 Supreme Beings, Qing Feng and Manhwa, ruthlessly. At this rate, it probably won't take long to take the duo down. These 2 Supreme Beings sneaking up on Qin Jiuge and wanting to cut off the future of the Qin family, this was already a way to death in the eyes of the second and third elders, and there was no possibility of any forgiveness at all. Right at this moment, the mocking voice of the Grand Elder sounded in everyone's ears. I say, Old 2 and Old 3, are you guys any good? It actually took so long to gather 2 mourning dogs. If you guys can't do it, switch to me, and I promise to make these 2 old pikers' heads fall to the ground within an incense stick of time." Upon hearing the first elder's mockery, on the faces of the second elder and the third elder, they couldn't help but emerge in anger and ruthlessly clenched their teeth. The grand elder was purely standing on his feet. He was a supreme elder himself and surely knew the horrors of a supreme elder fighting for his life. If a supreme, not wanting to live, was bent on death, the terrifying might brought about by self-exposure could easily tear apart 3 to 5 supreme of the same level. Although they were 1 or 2 levels higher in realm than these 2 Holy Lands supreme beings, who dared to gamble with their lives. "Shut up. Watch me take down this piker now." The second elder gritted his teeth and urged his body's aura, his attacks becoming even more frantic, like rain smashing down towards the supreme wind sovereign in front of him. Supreme Lord Qingfeng instantly felt that his pressure had become much greater, and the moves that he could have easily resisted had now become as heavy as a mountain, and every collision caused his blood and qi to tumble. If that happened, he really didn't know how long he could hold out. "You're really standing around. This is the supreme. It's not a cabbage on the side of the road. How can it be so easy to fix the quota?" The third elder also became angry and shouted in the direction of the grand elder. Several people were of the Qin family's direct lineage and were of similar age, so it could be said that they had grown up together since childhood and were very close. Therefore, even though the grand elder was in a high position, the second elder and third elder did not have much fear of him and directly shouted back. However, disliking back, the second elder and third elder were also irritated by the grand elder, and the moves on their hands became more and more vicious. Anyway, 5 against 2 with an absolute advantage, even if the 2 supreme beings on the opposite side erupted into life-for-life moves. As long as they didn't die, the grand elder and the others definitely wouldn't stand idly by. Furthermore, their realm was originally higher than the 2 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred land, and at most, they were just injured. A streak of lightning that flickered with purple light surrounded the second elder, reflecting his entire person in purple. The third elder wasn't willing to lag behind, his huge axe wielded with a tiger-like wind, constantly attacking the vital parts of the 2 supreme beings. The 2 supreme beings, Qingfeng and Manhwa, were unable to lift their heads from this terrifying attack, and for a while, they were unable to move from left to right. Especially the second elder's lightning attack. Not only was it strangely fast, but even more troublesome was that it came with a paralyzing effect. Once hit, the body instantly lost its mobility, while the third elder's axe was like a tarsal maggot, arriving in the twinkling of an eye. The 2 supreme beings, Qingfeng and Manhwa, gritted their teeth and held on for dear life, only hoping for reinforcements to arrive sooner. Clang! Supreme Emperor Qingfeng was struck by the second elder's terrifying lightning power, and his body instantly lost control, while the third elder's huge axe arrived in the twinkling of an eye, viciously cutting a long slit in his body that was deep enough to be seen in his bones. If it wasn't for the fact that at the last moment, Supreme Lord Qingfeng had forcefully activated his supreme power and avoided the vitals, this strike would have been enough to cut him in 2. Blood flowed down the wound and spurted out furiously. Supreme Lord Qingfeng's face, too, became ugly. Suffering such injuries at this time, "I'm afraid it will be hard to survive today." Luo Jia, who was on the side, saw that Supreme Lord Qingfeng was injured, and a look of trepidation flashed in her eyes. Even a strong supreme being was injured. Did she and Knight Wufei still have a chance of surviving? Gritting her teeth as if she had made some sort of determination, Luo Jia reached out and took out a small jade pendant from her chest. This jade pendant, glittering with a glistening white light, was not a mortal product at first glance. As soon as Luo Jia reached out, her sharp nails cut across her fingertips, and crimson blood floated out and dripped onto the jade pendant. In the next second, above the jade pendant, light shone brightly. Luo Jia's realm, too, climbed as if on a rocket, directly coming to around the second level of the supreme being. Clang! Luo Jia stretched out his right hand, transforming his palm into a sword and slashing straight into the space beside him. This jade pendant, which was her means of preserving her life, was able to raise her strength in the shortest possible time, and she wanted to use the power of the jade pendant to slice through space and take Knight Wufei with her to escape from this place. However, what surprised her was that this space was actually locked. Escape has become a luxury. Is it hard to die here? A flash of despair passed through Luo Jia's eyes. Right at this moment, the body of the bright moon supreme being, like a leather ball, was directly sent flying hundreds of feet away. Fresh blood continued to gush out of his mouth and body as if he didn't want any money. At this moment, the Bright Moon Supreme had long since lost the arrogance that he had at the very beginning, and his entire aura was very shriveled, obviously suffering from a not-so-light injury. Soul-chasing ghost hand. A bellowing sound rang out, and a huge hand completely transformed by aura and glittering with a black-purple light tore through space, striking directly at the back of Supreme Moon. The Bright Moon Supreme turned his head, and when he saw this terrifyingly huge hand of aura, a touch of despair surfaced in his entire eyes. He simply didn't have the strength to dodge the blow. Akatsuki! Supreme Wind roared, trying to alert Supreme Bright Moon. However, how could it be so easy to avoid when a Supreme being struck? The giant hand directly passed through Supreme Bright Moon's chest, instantly exploding Supreme Bright Moon's body into a sky full of blood mist. Supreme Bright Moon, die! Chapter 86. So what if it's the holy land of the beginning? It's either war, either hand them over. Big brother, what are you doing? Yes, I'm about to decapitate this old piker, and for you to intervene like this is more or less a bit of a lack of martial virtues. In the sky, the second and third elders glared angrily at the Grand Elder and opened their mouths to question him. Right now, they were about to decapitate this supreme being, and with the Grand Elder making such a move, it looked like they were useless. Not taken down for so long and killed by a single blow from the Grand Elder? If this were to spread out, those old brothers in the clan wouldn't know how to mock the two of them. It's not good to be taunted like that at your age. To face. Humph. You two haven't taken it down for so long. I'm just helping you out. You guys actually don't know how to be grateful. Facing the accusations of the second and third elders, the Grand Elder looked disdainful. Immediately, the Grand Elder turned his head to look at Supreme Wind Clearance. Can you guys take it down as soon as possible or not? If you can't, I'll have to make a move. Can, definitely can. Just this old piker. This father will take him down in minutes. As soon as he heard that the Grand Elder was going to continue to strike, the second elder instantly quit and hurriedly condensed the power of thunder and lightning and blasted towards Supreme Wind Clearance. The third elder was also not willing to lag behind. The axe shaped like a small mountain was wielded with a tiger-like wind, constantly greeting towards Supreme Wind Clearer's vitals. Just now, when it was 2 against 2, the pressure on Supreme Lord Qingfeng was still smaller, but now that Supreme Lord Bright Moon had fallen, he was alone facing the duo of the second elder and the third elder, not to mention that he also had to guard against the sneak attack of the Grand Elder, and he fell into a disadvantage in an instant. And in order to take him down, both the second and third elders had clearly erupted with their best moves, and the supreme techniques continued to greet towards him as if they didn't need any money. A terrifying attack swept over. Supreme Lord Qingfeng secretly gritted his teeth and urged his entire body's spiritual energy to fight to the death. He also knew that reinforcements would arrive at some point, and he couldn't give up lightly at this time. Clear wind cross chop, Supreme Lord Qingfeng shouted, and the spiritual energy in his body continued to gush out, condensing into 2 chopping strikes that flickered with a cold aura. In the next second, these 2 chopping strikes whistled out, meeting the second elder's lightning gun and the third elder's giant axe respectively. However, how could Supreme Wind, who was already at the end of his strength, resist? In just one glance, the 2 chopping strikes were shattered, and the terrifying attacks of the second and third elders arrived in the blink of an eye. Is it dying? Supreme Lord Qingfeng closed his eyes in despair. This time, he didn't have the spiritual power to resist. Looking at Supreme Lord Qingfeng, who had run out of oil and could only passively wait for death, a look of despair surfaced on the faces of Holy Maiden Luojia and Knight Wufei. Today, originally, they had set up an ambush, preparing to kill Qin Jiugu. Unexpectedly, 2 supreme beings were mobilized, but they still failed, not to mention that even they are going to die here. Just in the nick of time, the void ruptured once again. 4 magnificent figures walked out of the void. In the next second, the 2 silhouettes were like instantaneous movements, blocking the attacks of the second and third elders. Who is it that comes to my Tai Cho Holy Land to cause trouble? Is it as if my Tai Cho Holy Land has no one? A majestic voice rang out. The 4 people who came were actually all at the Supreme Realm, and the one who had just spoken had already reached the 6th level of Supreme Being, only 1 level lower than Qin Hai. Luo Changtian, it's you, old man? And your 3 brothers, Luo Chang A, Luo Changwu, and Luo Chang Enemy? All 4 of you old things are actually not dead? Qin Hai looked at the 4 supreme beings who had come, and his expression became a bit grave. These 4 people, is with him a generation of Holy Land pride. For brothers, named after the world invincible. Not only were they from the same mother, but they had been practicing together since they were young, and their tacit understanding was unparalleled. What was even more terrifying was that these four old guys, there was also a terrifying set of combined attack techniques. It's not even difficult to fight across the ranks. Although their side was a bit stronger in terms of realm, but when they really fought, they really didn't see that they could get the upper hand. It's Grandpa Chang Tian and the others. Not only are all four grandfathers at supreme cultivation, they also have the art of combining attacks, so it's not difficult to fight even across the ranks. We are saved. Looking at the four silhouettes in the field, Luo Jia was excited, explaining the origin of the four to the Knight Wufei at the side. How could she, the holy maiden of the holy land of Taichu, be willing to die here? Now that the reinforcements from the Holy Land had arrived, she could finally live. Hearing Luo Jia's explanation, Knight Wufei was also secretly excited. He had traveled all the way, and could be said to have turned every misfortune into good fortune, so I'm sure this time would be no exception. With four supreme beings coming from this side, there should be no need to be afraid of the opposite side, right? Luo Changtian glanced around and saw the miserable death of the Bright Moon Supreme in a flash, turning his head towards Qin Hai. Qin Hai, this matter, let's call it a day. The head supreme being glanced at the fallen Bright Moon and said, so and so, let's call it quits on this matter. The Bright Moon has also fallen, as an atonement for your sins. Hearing Luo Changtian say this, Qin Hai immediately quit. These two old pikers, hallowed supreme beings, don't have an old face, bullying my grandson by bullying him with a big one, as well as that what's her name holy maiden of yours, following a wild boy who came out of nowhere, and also dared to jump off in front of my grandson. It's fine if you want us to stop the war. Hand over the three to our disposal. Hearing Qin Hai say that, Luo Changtian's face turned ugly. Qin Hai, just leave it as it is. This is the territory of the Taichu Holy Land. Qin Hai disdainfully skimmed his mouth. What's wrong with the territory of the Taichu Holy Land? Leave all of us behind if you can. Seeing Qin Hai not budging an inch, Luo Changtian frowned. Although the four of them were in the same breath and had the art of combining their efforts, today's matter was clearly caused by Luo Jia. Moreover, this old man, Qin Hai, was not one to be messed with. It's really hard to end a real fight. Finally, Luo Changtian chose to compromise. Qin Hai, I can put this wild boy and the holy maiden at your disposal. As for Qingfeng, no. Luo Changtian thought very clearly. The Qingfeng Supreme was an important fighting force for the Taichu Holy Land. And although Luo Jia was gifted, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to grow up. Moreover, in the Holy Land of Taichu, there had been precedents of holy sons and daughters falling. Just find another one. Hearing Luo Changtian's words, Luo Jia couldn't help but change her face wildly. Knight Wufei clenched his fists and looked at Luo Changtian with angry eyes. Qin Hai gazed at Qin Zhougu and asked what he meant. Qin Zhougu pondered for a moment. This was the area of the Taichu Sacred Land. Besides, the main target was Knight Wufei. As long as he was killed, a mere supreme being would not be enough to be feared when he grew for a while longer. So nodded. Qin Hai understood and turned his head to look at Luo Changtian. All right, then, as you said, the supreme being will take them away and the two of them will stay. Chapter 87. Qin Hai. Difficult to do. Then don't do it. Seeing that, the Taichu sacred ground was finally going to give him and Luo Jia up, Knight Wufei also finally couldn't hold back. Turning his head toward Luo Changtian, his tone was hysterical. Supreme Lord Changtian. In Qin Zhougu's hands, he has 2 imperial armaments. Moreover, he has already claimed the Emperor Soldier as his master and has the ability to manipulate it. Such a formidable enemy, if not removed early, I'm afraid it will be a great danger to the heart of the Holy Land. As soon as these words came out, a look of astonishment appeared on Luo Changtian's originally ancient and unperturbed old face. Originally, he thought that Qin Zhougu was nothing more than a junior with potential. Such a proud son of heaven, even if he excelled a bit, as long as he found a chance to get rid of him, he would be done with it. But after Knight Wufei said this, Luo Changtian instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. At 18 years old, he was actually able to make 2 Emperor soldiers recognize their masters, and also had the ability to manipulate them. Such a terrifying talent was something he hadn't seen in the thousands of years he had lived. Once Qin Zhougu was allowed to grow up, I'm afraid that the entire Holy Land would face extinction. Moreover, after this attack, would the Qin family still let Qin Jiogu walk out of the Qin family at will? Such a terrifying talent. As long as it stayed in the Qin family and was properly protected, it wouldn't take many years before it would be able to sweep through this Tianxian continent. Moreover, the Qin family's power had progressed horribly in recent years, and had already made the Holy Land extraordinarily fearful. If we add in Qin Jiogu, the young dragon, combined with the feud between the Qin family and the Holy Land, I'm afraid those of them will die without a burial place. Turning his head to look at the three brothers beside him, Luo Changtian saw close emotions in their eyes as well. If it was really like what that wild boy had said, this brat of the Qin family should definitely not be kept. Qingfeng, is what he said true? Luo Changtian turned his head to look at Supreme Emperor Qingfeng, who was still spitting out blood, and a terrifying pressure emanated from his body. Supreme Lord Qingfeng covered his chest and spat out blood in large gulps. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes as he nodded his head continuously. Report, Supreme Emperor Changtian. This night, Wu Fei is right. The Qin clan brat, indeed, has 2 emperor armaments, and even Mingyu was briefly suppressed by him. With the endorsement of Supreme Wind Cleanser, Luo Changtian gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his aura exploding around him. Behind him, his 3 brothers, all of them also burst out their qi at the first silent moment and stepped forward. Jijiji. Seeing the 4 of them coming forward in unison, Qin Hai couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh, looking at the 4 with mockery in his eyes. What's the matter, Luo Changtian? This is to see that my grandson is gifted? After saying that, Qin Hai's aura erupted around him, and a terrifying vision appeared in the sky as a mighty and domineering figure wearing armor and holding a long sword appeared in midair. As the strongest person in the 3rd lineage of the Qin clan, Qin Hai's talent was also very astonishing, possessing the Heaven's Condemnation Underworld Divine Body, which was ranked 7th in the 10 Great Divine Bodies. When it was performed, a silhouette wearing armor and holding a long sword would appear in the sky to assist Qin Hai in his attacks. Once he saw this scene, Luo Changtian also knew that Qin Hai was preparing to fight for his life. However, Luo Changtian wasn't prepared to admit defeat either. Both sides were 5 supreme beings, although the supreme being Qingfeng on their side had been seriously injured in life. However, the 4 of them alone could also engage these people from the Qin clan. When it really came down to it, apart from Qin Hai who would be more troublesome, the rest of them, they really weren't that difficult to deal with. Qin Hai, after knowing each other for so many years, you know my nature. I'd rather be broken for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile. I've given you enough face by promising to hand over the Holy Maiden and this wild brat to you today. If you don't know what's good for you, it's a big deal to fight. If you don't want to fight a losing battle, I can guarantee that as long as your Qin clan hands over an imperial weapon, you can take the Holy Maiden and this wild boy and leave peacefully. Although Luo Changtian's words were loud and clear on his lips, anyone could hear that he was somewhat abashed. Knight Wu Fei looked at Luo Changtian in front of him and clenched his teeth together in anger. How could he not expect that this Taichou Holy Land was too wimpy? On your own home turf, you actually want to hand over the Holy Maiden of your Holy Land? Moreover, they all knew that the other party had 2 Emperor's soldiers, and they didn't dare to fight and snatch the Emperor's soldiers over? That's an Imperial soldier. Or 2. According to Knight Wu Fei's understanding, even the Taichu Sacred Ground only had 4 Emperor armaments. In other words, as long as these people from the Qin clan were left here, they would be able to increase the number of Imperial soldiers in the Holy Land by 50%. What a temptation! How can you stand it? When the Grand Elder sniffed, his aura exploded around him. And in his hand, there was also an additional long sword that was black in color and engraved with subtle patterns. This long sword, a supreme artifact, was also the Grand Elder's carry-on weapon for so many years. As soon as the supreme artifact came out, the temperature of the entire sky seemed to have lowered by a few degrees, emitting a chilling light that made people's teeth go cold. Immediately, the Grand Elder turned his head to look at Qin Hai, his tone somewhat entangled. Family head? It seems to be a bit difficult to deal with. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Factory Elder, the corners of Qin Hai's mouth rose, and he sketched out a mocking smile. Difficult? Hard to do, then don't do it. Before the words fell, around Qin Hai, a terrifying aura instantly erupted. In the sky, the somewhat illusory body of the heavens condemned underworld king also gradually became solid. As the aura continued to climb, everyone present had a feeling that it was difficult to breathe. Soon, Qin Hai's aura reached its peak, and his originally burly body became even more lanky. A long sword with a reddish body that emitted terrifying heat appeared in Qin Hai's hand. Qin Hai raised his long sword and pointed it at Luo Changtian's men from afar. A few old pikers, bullying my Qin family's unicorn child. Today, if you don't give our Qin family a statement, you won't be able to leave this place peacefully. As soon as the words fell, Qin Hai's body rushed out like a cannonball, and the long sword in his hand emitted a terrifying pressure, ruthlessly slashing at Luo Changtian's several people. Seeing that Qin Hai had struck first, the three great elders also sacrificed their intrinsic supreme artifacts and killed towards Luo Changtian's several people. Right at this moment, Supreme Impermanence, who had been staying in place, suddenly heard Qin Hai's voice transmission, "Guard Zhougu. Once the holy land of the beginning of the earth comes back with another person, immediately rip through space and take Zhougu away." Upon hearing Qin Hai's voice transmission, the Impermanent Supreme, who had originally intended to strike, stopped in his tracks, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He also knew that his most important task today was to guard Qin Zhougu's safety. As long as Qin Zhougu was not harmed, it didn't matter if he lost this old life. Right at this moment, Qin Hai and the three elders had already fought with the four Luo Changtian. The clash between supreme beings was as terrifying as it was. Both sides didn't hold back, and both of them used their own specialties to greet each other with death. Chapter 88. 5 against 4 to fight like this. Can you fight? The 5 supreme masters of the Holy Land of the beginning of the heavens, including Supreme Master Qingfeng, who had been severely injured earlier, defiantly executed their own mastery and blasted their way towards the 4 supreme masters of the Qin clan. Among them, the 4 Luo Changtian brothers, each occupying a corner, operated a combined attack technique. This combined attack technique is called the 4-elephant purgatory formation. Through the bloodline connection of the 4 brothers and the tacit understanding polished over thousands of years between each other, not only could they realize the crossing of realms, but they could also manage to aid each other, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, even though the realms of the several supreme beings of the Taichu sacred land were not as high as the Qin clan side, they still did not lose out. Luo Changtian clenched his teeth and fought hard with Qin Hai, only to feel his chest churning and blood surging. It was also fortunate that he had borrowed the spiritual power of his 3 brothers just now when he was in the middle of a fight, in order to be able to fight Qin Hai to a standstill. Otherwise, just that terrifying strike from Qin Hai just now would have been enough to injure him. Just after forcing back Qin Hai, Luo Changtian felt as if he had been drained, and the spiritual energy in his body continued to leak out. Turning his head to look, 3rd brother Luo Changwu clenched his teeth and clashed ruthlessly with the huge axe in the hands of the 3rd elder of the Qin family. Luo Changwu's cultivation at the 4th level of Supreme Being was the weakest amongst their brothers, and against the 3rd elder at the 5th level of Supreme Being, it would have been an ironclad losing situation. However, after borrowing the spiritual power of the 3 brothers, not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but instead, he sent the 3rd elder flying hundreds of feet away. Seeing that, their combined attack technique had some effect on the 4 supreme beings of the Qin clan, Luo Changtian's mood, too, relaxed quite a bit. This place, after all, was the territory of the Holy Land of Taichu. He had already asked the experts from the sacred land to come to his rescue through a voice transmission just now. I'm sure that it won't take long for the experts from the Holy Land to kill and finish off all of these uninteresting old undead from the Qin family. At that time, not only did the brothers get out of this bad breath, but they could also get 2 pieces of imperial armaments, so it could be said that they were earning a lot. Thinking of this, Luo Changtian's mood was much more relaxed, and the way he looked at Qin Hai and the others, it was as if he was looking at dead people. I say, Qin Hai, we've known each other for a while and fought for half our lives. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is the territory of our Taichu sacred land. I've already sent a message to the sacred land. I think it won't take long for the experts from the sacred land to arrive. If you are sensible, leave behind an emperor soldier, and I can make a decision and let you live. If you're not sensible, when the Holy Land experts arrive, I won't be able to help you. It's just a piece of imperial soldier. It can't be more valuable than the lives of your old brothers and sisters, right? Hearing Luo Changtian's mockery, Qin Hai instantly became anxious. His attack became even more severe, and with one mouth he directly opened his mouth. Bah! Luo Changtian, it's a waste of time for this father to take you as a character before. But now it seems that you're not as good as a dog's ass. You've lived all your life on a dog at this age, haven't you? You have the face to think of a junior's emperor soldier when you're a supreme being. If I were you, I'd find a place where no one is around and die quietly so as not to lose face. When Qin Hai opened his mouth, the other three great elders were not willing to show weakness and open their mouths to mock. The family master is right. You, the Taichu Holy Land, are all a bunch of rats. If you can't beat them head on, you come behind their backs and do something underhanded. My Qin clan's imperial soldier is something that a bunch of petty thugs like you can think about. Any more nagging and I'll send all four of you brothers to meet that dead ghost just now. For brothers with big names and invincible world, according to me, your parents must have given birth to two less. Those two. One is called Luo Long Face and the other is called Luo Long Skin. Together, the cheeks are unrivaled. Listening to the three elders, almost scolding like mockery, Luo Changtian's face was gloomy. His hallowed generation of supreme beings, plus his three younger brothers who also had the art of combining attacks, even in the holy land of Taichu, he was in a supreme position, and many supreme beings whose realms were higher than his were polite when they saw him. As for those juniors, which of them were not respectful when they saw him? Have you ever been so insulted? For a moment, Luo Changtian also gave up the idea of making peace with the Qin family's supreme deities, and the supreme artifacts in his hands continuously flashed with light, and his killing moves were like no money at all as he bombarded towards the four supreme deities of the Qin family. Is that all the holy land of Taichou is capable of? Receiving one of Luo Changtian's attacks hard, Qin Hai's body was sent flying hundreds of miles away hard, and the corners of his mouth were faintly seeing blood. He stretched out his right hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with contempt. 5 against 4, fighting like this, do you know how to fight or not? If you don't know how to fight, can I teach you? With that, Qin Hai stood still in midair, his aura once again exploding. Behind him, the figure of the Heaven's Wrath Pluto was even more solid, and the weapon in his hand seemed to have turned into substance. Heaven's Wrath Pluto Chop, Qin Hai shouted, and the long sword in his hand ruthlessly slashed down towards the void in front of him. Sensing the terrifying fury carried by this move, Luo Changtian hurriedly urged the spiritual energy in his body, and used a secret method to borrow a portion of spiritual energy from his three brothers' bodies, wanting to fight hard against Qin Hai's move. And yet, soon he realized something was wrong. Qin Hai's move was not as strong as expected. It's a trap, a thought that surfaced in Luo Changtian's mind as he hurriedly dispersed the spiritual energy he had absorbed. Just then, 3 muffled grunts sounded. His 3 brothers, struck by each of the 3 elders, let out muffled grunts. Turning their heads to look, the 3 of them were sent flying hundreds of miles away, their figures constantly retreating. Space was continuously torn apart and regained by the terrifying attacks. Old Piker, you play dirty. Luo Changtian was furious as the supreme artifact in his hand emitted an intense light and charged towards Qin Hai. Qin Hai laughed out loud. It's stupid people like you who are being played. Before the words fell, Qin Hai maneuvered his supreme artifact and clashed fiercely with Luo Changtian's supreme artifact. A terrifying sound that resounded throughout the entire space. Luo Changtian was sent flying hundreds of miles away by this strike. Before he could react, Qin Hai's attack arrived again. Luo Changtian activated his supreme artifact and blasted against Qin Hai. A series of sounds of supreme artifacts clashing against each other resounded in all directions in the sky. After colliding dozens of times in a row, Luo Changtian's figure already appeared 1,000 miles away. Along the way, space was torn apart several times by the terrifying waves of attacks, and slowly recovered again. Is this the might of a supreme being? Even space can be torn apart at will. Qin Jiugu secretly sighed as he looked at Qin Hai and Luo Changtian, who were constantly colliding in the air. At the same time, he noticed something interesting. The Qin family is worthy of being a villainous family, and their strength is really nothing to write home about. For supreme beings versus 5 supreme beings actually didn't lose, and could even press the other side. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu couldn't help but secretly sigh. This Qin family is indeed tough enough. I just don't know what's going on. But after encountering the son of heaven's destiny, each and every one of them is as dumb as a fool, watching themselves being surpassed. Chapter 89 Qin Family Paragon Emperor. Descent. Eft. Luo Changtian was sent flying hundreds of miles away by Qin Hai's terrifying attack, spewing out a mouthful of blood as his aura weakened. In contrast, Qin Hai looked like he was on drugs and was incredibly powerful. The majestic figure, however, was not slow at all. constantly attacking Luo Changtian from all angles. Luo Changtian could only be passively beaten for a moment. And because he had been sent flying hundreds of miles by Qin Hai, an opening had appeared in the originally solid combined attack technique. The three elders of the Qin family took advantage of this and continuously attacked Luo Changtian's three brothers. First, Luo Changsha was sent flying hundreds of miles by the second elder's long spear that came down with a vertical slash like a baseball, blood spraying all the way. Then it was Luo Changwu who was struck in the arm by the third elder's huge axe. If Luo Changwu hadn't reacted quickly and blocked the blow with the supreme artifact in his hand in time, I'm afraid that his entire arm would have been chopped off by the third elder by now. Luo Chang's enemy was grabbed by the grand elder's thigh with a soul-pursuing blood claw, and with a smooth pull, the entire thigh appeared as if it had been scratched by a nail plate. 5 hideous wounds appeared, and blood flowed straight out. As for Supreme Emperor Qingfeng, who had already been injured long ago, his condition was the most miserable. The aftermath of the third elder's giant axe swept into Supreme Wind Cleanser, sending his body flying hundreds of miles away, and when he stood up again, his right arm hung limply. Obviously the bones had been broken. 5 fighting for actually gets pinned down? Knight Wufei looked at the field. The 5 supreme beings of the Holy Land who were constantly soaring in blood, and a flash of contempt flashed through his eyes. Although he was only at the Dharma phase realm, the 5 supreme beings of this Holy Land were a bit too good, weren't they? He had originally thought that the 5 supreme beings of the Holy Land would fight with the 4 supreme beings of the Qin clan, and the 2 families would be completely enmity so that he could reap the benefits. Now it was good, the 5 supreme beings of the Holy Land, all of them were injured by the Qin family, and it was not known how long they would be able to support themselves. Luo Jia looked at the scene in front of her, and her heart was also shaken. All along, the impression that the Supreme Being had given her was that it was incomparably strong, with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Now it doesn't seem like that's the case. 5 Supreme Beings on his side, against 4 from the Qin family, should have steadily gained the upper hand. However, Luo Jia no longer had the same good feelings towards the Holy Land that she had before. All along, Luo Jia had been proud of her status as the holy daughter of the Holy Land, until she met Knight Wufei. Knight Wufei's amazing luck, as well as his terrifying rate of improvement, gradually made her realize that the Holy Land was not infallible. Moreover, Knight Wufei had once cautioned her that she, the so-called holy daughter of the Holy Land, was nothing more than a pawn. When she had no use for her, the Holy Land would throw her away like garbage. Originally, she would have been skeptical. It was unthinkable that today, in the face of the pressure from the 4 supreme beings of the Qin family, the 4 supreme beings of the Holy Land were really prepared to sacrifice her and Knight Wufei in exchange for an imperial weapon. Cold-blooded and short-sighted. This is the most pertinent comment that Lorja has ever made about the Holy Land. The amazing potential in Knight Wufei's body. How could it be compared to an emperor soldier? Knight Wufei had also once boasted to her that when his gongfu was accomplished, he would definitely be able to stand at the very top of Tianxian continent, and it would be unusual for him to certify as a great emperor, not to mention warming up a few imperial soldiers. It was precisely because of this that Luo Jia had condescended to befriend Knight Wufei, looking out for him in every way. But now, the Holy Land actually wanted to hand her and Knight Wufei over for the sake of the emperor's soldier. In that case, don't blame her for being cold-blooded. Luo Jia had already thought about it. When this matter was over, she would rebel against the Holy Land and wander the world with Knight Wufei. When Knight Wufei proves to be a great emperor in the future, he will then take the Holy Land and completely level it. We can't let today's revenge go. However, the first order of business was to repel the 4 supreme beings of the Qin clan. Even Qin Zhouge couldn't participate in a battle of this level, let alone her and Knight Wufei. The best thing to do is to wait quietly. Luo Jia stretched out her small snow-white hand and held Knight Wufei's big hand. Brother Wufei, don't worry. No matter who gives up on you, Jar will always be with you. If the Holy Land is unkind, I'll rebel against leaving the Holy Land and wander the world with you. Feeling the warmth coming from his hand, Knight Wufei nodded. Jar, don't worry. I will definitely go to the top and make all those who have offended us pay the price of blood. Right at this moment, Luo Changwu's silhouette, constantly tearing apart the void, flew out hundreds of miles backwards. He had just been struck by the astral wind carried by the third elder's huge axe, and was completely defenseless against it as he flew out hard and backwards. Luo Changwu spewed out a mouthful of blood. His left arm slumped limply at his side, and his eyes were filled with scorn as he looked at the third elder. This old man, Not only was his strength boundless, his spiritual power was even more like a bottomless pit. From the beginning of the battle, he kept on attacking fiercely and pressed him down. If it wasn't for the subtlety of the combined strike technique, I'm afraid that he would have died at the hands of the third elder by now. Big brother, when will the reinforcements arrive? Luo Changwu was a little agitated and transmitted his voice towards Luo Changtian. From the moment the battle began, Luo Changtian had told the 4 supreme beings of the Qin clan that they had reinforcements from the Tai Chu sacred land. But up to now, we haven't even seen a shadow of reinforcements. If this continues, he will easily be beaten to death alive by the third elder. On the other side, Luo Changtian reached out his hand, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Qin Hai with fear in his eyes. He had known Qin Hai for many years and thought that even if he wasn't Qin Hai's opponent, he wouldn't be too far behind. But in the battle just now, Qin Hai had been pressing him down, and he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Now, his internal organs were constantly churning, and his throat was constantly flooded with a sweet and fishy taste. So he had obviously suffered from a not-so-light internal injury. Not to mention Luo Changwu, who had the weakest cultivation, even he was about to lose his support. Just wait a little longer. I've already pushed for it, so I guess it won't be long before it arrives. When the reinforcements from our holy land arrive, we will definitely chop up all these old pikers. Vigorously swallowing a mouthful of saliva and suppressing the churning sensation, Luo Changtian transmitted his voice to Luo Changwu, telling him to hold on for a little while longer. This battle was just too treacherous, and the few old men of the Qin family were constantly attacking as if they were crazy. If he didn't give Luo Changwu a little thought, he was really afraid that Luo Changwu wouldn't be able to support himself. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura descended upon this heaven and earth. When they felt this aura, a surprised smile appeared on the faces of the 5 supreme beings from the Tai Chu sacred land. This feeling, it was a quasi-emperor expert, all right. A quasi-emperor expert referred to a strong person at the 9th level of the supreme being, just one step away from being able to certify as a great emperor. A single quasi-emperor expert was enough to rub all the supreme beings of the Qin clan on the ground. Smiles also surfaced on Luo Jia and Knight Wufei's faces. No matter what, you don't have to die today. However, after the owner of this aura appeared, all of them were dumbfounded. The person who appeared was wearing a black robe with the word Qin on his chest, almost blinding them. This quasi-terrestrial is actually a member of the Qin family. Chapter 90 Great Late-Stage Villain? The Qin family is above the Holy Land. The Qin family's paragon? As soon as they saw the visitors, the 5 supreme beings of the Tai Chu sacred land all had grim, extremely unsightly faces. Originally, they were the ones who lost out. It was so hard to wait for the stars and the moon to come to the rescue of the strongest person on his side. As a result, it was the Qin family that came. This quasi-emperor powerhouse didn't even need to exert much power. He could easily wipe them out in a group. Okay? On the other side, Qin Hai and the others, seeing this quasi-emperor powerhouse, were greatly stabilized in their hearts. Originally, they were also worried that the Holy Land would send out a quasi-emperor powerhouse, in which case even they would have a hard time. Now that the visitor is from his own side, wouldn't he be able to painfully press Luo Changtian's head to beat up these few goods? Qin Hai pressed down the joy in his heart and bowed slightly. Greetings to the second clan elder. This quasi-emperor powerhouse was none other than the second clan elder, Qin Run, who had been assigned by clan chief Qin Wuchen to come and receive him. Although Qin Zhouge had only had a one-sided relationship with Qin Run, since he was a strong member of the Qin clan and had come for his own sake, he also bowed slightly and saluted. Qin Run nodded slightly as a return greeting. Luo Jia and Knight Wufei's faces turned pale as they looked at Qin Run with eyes filled with puzzlement. This place, isn't it the territory of the Holy Land of Taichu? What, all of the Qin family's paragon emperors have arrived, and no one from the Taichu sacred land has come so far. Zhouge, you're a good kid, worthy of being my Qin family's unicorn child, actually able to use the Dharma phase realm to catalyze the revival of 2 imperial weapons. This is the first time I've seen such a heavenly pride after living for so many years. No one could see clearly how Qin Run moved, only that Qin Run's figure appeared beside Qin Jiuji's body, and a rare smile bloomed on his originally cold and stern face. Immediately, Qin Run turned his head and looked at the 5 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred land, and his terrifying pressure, like a tidal wave, suppressed the several people to death. You old bastards, first you bullied my Qin family's unicorn child, and then you bullied the youngest member of my Qin family, and you presumed to go on a killing spree, and you bullied the old and young members of my Qin family in such a way, bullying the fact that there is no one in my Qin family? This honored one is standing here today. Which one of you doesn't want to submit? Just come over and compete. It's fine if you go together. Hearing Qin Run's words, the 5 supreme beings of the Tai Chu sacred land all had bitter expressions on their faces. Bullying? What kind of bullying? Apart from the very beginning, when the 2 supreme masters, Qingfeng and Manhwa, relied on their supreme master cultivation and suppressed Qin Jiugu for a while, from the time Qin Hai, these old pikers, appeared, they had been suppressed all along, even though they were superior in numbers. You call that bullying? Supreme beginning and the others were bitter. Bullying? If that was bullying, they wanted to be bullied too. After a long time, Luo Changtian gritted his teeth and stepped out in front of the crowd. Greetings, Quasi-Emperor Qin Run. Your cultivation is heavenly. I, Luo Changtian, admire it. However, after all, this is our Taichou Holy Land's territory, so you're making a big deal out of it here, clamoring about how you want it to be. Aren't you afraid that the Taichou Holy Land will have thoughts? A few words, although said righteously, but only Luo Changtian himself knew that his palms and back were in cold sweat. A strong quasi-emperor could slap him to death at the drop of a hat. And the great beginning Holy Land, odds were that it wouldn't turn its back on a paragon for the sake of him, a supreme being. The only reason he said that was because he wanted to pull a big banner as a tiger skin and scare Qin Run into letting a few of them go. Facing Luo Changtian's threat, Qin Run appeared very disdainful, and in his tone, he was filled with dominance and arrogance. So what? Your Tai Chu sacred land? Are you able to retain this emperor? If it stays, it's still just a matter of time. If you can't keep this emperor, when this emperor leaves, it won't be long until your Tai Chu sacred land is destroyed. Seeing Qin Run say this, Luo Changtian's old face turned the color of pig's liver. He knew that Qin Run was right. At the quasi-emperor realm, it could already be said to be close to immortality, and it was difficult to kill. And once Qin Run escaped, then the Tai Chu Holy Land, in the future, would never have peace. The retaliation of a paragon emperor was no joke. As a result, the 5 supreme beings who had been majestic just a moment ago were all silenced and did not dare to open their mouths. However, just because they did not open their mouths did not mean that Qin Run was willing to let them go. You guys! Qin Run's arrogant voice rang out. First, he bullied my Qin family's unicorn child, and then he bullied my Qin family's juniors by bullying them after crashing into this emperor's hands. There's definitely no way that this matter can just be left alone. This emperor is in a good mood today, so I don't want the lives of several of your dogs. Each of you will leave 100 pounds of divine origin as compensation, and I will spare your lives. Seeing Qin Run knocking on the door like that, Luo Changtian's few people suffocated for a while. So, you're gonna pay for the beating you took? A paramount emperor can bully people like that? For a while, none of the 5 supreme beings of the Holy Land answered. Good, 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 very good. Seeing that no one agreed, Qin Run also came up in flames. With a shake of his hand, a 5-inch square seal table appeared in Qin Run's hand, and a monstrous aura slowly emanated from Qin Run's body. This seal platform, black in color, did not know what material it was made of. The Qin clan's quasi-imperial weapon, the Lohan Heavenly Seal? Luo Changtian looked at the seal in Qin Run's hand and couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Qin Jiugu, what kind of treatment is it? It was even if the 4 supreme beings of the Qin family had come from thousands of miles to rescue them. After all, Qin Hai was Qin Jiuji's grandfather. But Qin Run is a veteran powerhouse of the Qin clan, and he's actually carrying a quasi-imperial weapon and following a junior? Looking at the many saint sons and divine sons, which one was so outrageous? Under Qin Run's intimidating pressure, Luo Changtian and the others had to bow their heads and take out their divine origins with a face of fleshly pain. Seeing a few people take out their divine sources, Qin Run nodded in satisfaction. Roll, and that one over there who took a shot at Joga stays. As Supreme Lord Qingfeng heard this, a look of despair appeared on his face. He knew that he couldn't save his old life, although the remaining few supreme beings were grieving in their hearts. Each of them didn't dare to stay for long, and directly tore apart the space and left this place. After the few supreme beings from the Holy Land had left, Qin Run made a flash and came to Qin Jiuji's side, handing over the divine source he had just scavenged to Qin Jiugu while saying, "Not bad. My Qin family's unicorn child should be so unafraid of any power. If any power dares to bully the small with the big, my Qin family will ask him to disappear." At this moment, Qin Jioge was a bit puzzled inwardly as he listened to Qin Run's overbearing words and felt Qin Run's tone. The Qin family, it seemed to be even more terrifying than he thought. Listening to Qin Run's tone, it seemed like he didn't place the Taichu Holy Land in his eyes. It was as if, as long as he was willing, he could casually overthrow the Taichu Holy Land. Originally, he thought that the so-called Holy Land should be above the 4 great immortal emperor clans, but now it seemed as if that wasn't the case. That means he's not a late-stage villain, but a really big late-stage villain. It's the kind of thing that will be resolved by the Destiny's Child in the end, the strongest boss-level family. Chapter 91. The son of heaven's destiny and the heroine kill each other. Below, Luo Jia and Knight Wufei looked at Qin Run in the sky, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of their eyes, not taking the Taichu sacred ground seriously, and their eyes were filled with a look of fear. How could they not have thought that an even more ordinary assault that had sent out 2 supreme beings would actually suffer a great defeat and end up like this? The killing of the Bright Moon Supreme was already an unbearable loss. Now, in order to put the matter to rest, the Taichu Holy Land actually handed them over to the Qin family? Do they, then, have any chance of surviving? Knight Wufei had originally thought that after getting on the Holy Maiden Luo Jia's lap, he would definitely be able to rest easy in the future. Now it seems that the so-called Holy Maiden is nothing more than a pawn that can be discarded at will. Jar, is your Taichu Holy Land that insensitive? As he spoke, Knight Wufei's voice trembled a little, and in his eyes as he looked at Luo Jia, he was no longer affectionate, but had a few more points of dislike and a few more points of annoyance. Luo Jia reached out, wiped the sweat that kept dripping from her face. The previous high and cold image of the Holy Maiden certainly did not exist. Her tone was filled with the flavor of trepidation. Brother Wu Fei, don't worry. I'll talk to a few supreme beings. The Holy Land of the beginning of the earth won't give up on us. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, the 4 supreme beings of the Taichu sacred land, Luo Changtian and the others, dragging the heavily injured supreme being Manhwa, sliced through space and directly left. This change caused Luo Jia and Knight Wufei's hearts to be filled with despair. They, having become the outcasts of the Taichu Holy Land, fell into Qin Juji's hands, and Qin Jugu was the object they were so intent on getting rid of. How could Qin Jugu spare them? Looking at the already disoriented Knight Wufei and Luo Jia, the corners of Qin Juji's mouth rose, revealing a mocking smile, his tone filled with a teasing flavor. Both of you? Weren't you very arrogant just now? After shading this divine sun in the Violet Mountain, before this divine sun even went looking for trouble from you guys just came to my door. What do you say? How shall I reward you? Saying that, Qin Jioji's aura exploded around him and directly opened his chaotic body. The sky was filled with chaotic violet aura, a terrifying pressure that pressured Knight Wufei and Luo Jia to breathe with some effort. Son of God, Godson, listen to my explanation. I was all under the compulsion of Luo Jia. Before I made my move against you, Godson. In order to stay alive, Knight Wufei's eyes rolled and instantly betrayed Luo Jia cleanly. Hearing this desperate words from Knight Wufei, especially calling her, Luo Jia looked at Knight Wufei with a pair of big, unbelievable eyes, as if she didn't recognize this person. If others don't know, doesn't Knight Wufei know? Everything she did was for Knight Wufei's sake. Now, seeing that she had been abandoned by the Taichu sacred ground and had become an outcast, Knight Wufei was actually treating her like this? Brother Wufei, how can you talk like that? Didn't Jar do all this for you? Before the words fell, they were rudely interrupted by Knight Wufei. Shut up! Wasn't it all you who said that the Zhou Divine Sun was carrying a heavy treasure and was alone? So it was the perfect opportunity to strike. If I wasn't under your compulsion, how could I have laid hands on the 9-song Divine Sun? Aren't the people who attacked and killed the 9 songs Divine Sun this time all your people from the Taichu sacred land? How could I, a casual cultivator, possibly invite a high-ranking person from the Holy Land? In order to stay alive, Knight Wufei, regardless of the circumstances, brainstormed all the culpability and pushed it onto Luo Jia's body. Luo Jia stared at Knight Wufei with wide eyes, as if she didn't recognize him. She grew up in the Holy Land, received an elite education, and compared to the reckless Knight Wufei's speech, she completely fell into a disadvantage. Moreover, she couldn't believe that the man she had once sworn an oath to would be so thin-skinned. Yeah, Qin Juji's teasing voice once again sounded, if that's the case. Knight Wufei nodded his head repeatedly, his mouth kept saying, Jogo Divine Son, this is how things are. What I just said is also very clear. I'm a casual cultivator. I can't even invite a high-ranking person from the Holy Land. It's all because of Luo Jia this. Before the words fell, Qin Juji's voice came out. Since that's the case, heaven has the virtue of goodness. The two of you will fight. And the one who survives, this divine son will definitely not strike at him again. At those words, Luo Jia was still hesitant. She was, more or less, still a little reluctant to let go of Knight Wufei. Nor was she willing to do this kind of falling hook, line and sinker. However, right at this moment, Knight Wufei struck a hand slash, stabbing straight at Luo Jia's heart. The spiritual energy covering his hand was like a sharp dagger, easily cutting through Luo Jia's chest. If Luo Jia hadn't forcefully twisted her body at the last moment, the strike would have been enough to kill her. Brother Wufei, we've known each other for so long. Aren't you clear about how Jiar treats you? How could you? Luo Jia covered the gurgling blood coming out of her chest with one hand and looked at Knight Wufei with unbelievable eyes. Shut up. It wasn't even to compel me to do that. Knight Wufei spat and rubbed his body up towards Luo Jia, making killing moves. Luo Jia, who originally still had some fantasies about Knight Wufei, was finally completely dead at this point. Raging spiritual energy gushed out from her body, seeing that she was fighting for her life. Qin Jogo stood in the air and watched this dog-eat-dog drama with relish. The son of heaven's destiny versus the heroine. This kind of scene, it's not common. It seemed that this Knight Wufei, too, was just an ordinary person. When encountering danger, the first thing that comes to mind is to save oneself. And in order to survive, the dark side of human nature will also be revealed. Faustian chop! Knight Wufei shouted. The light between his hands flashed, and a light blade several feet long and wide, as fast as lightning, chopped toward Luo Jia. Golden Bell Protector. Luo Jia was drenched in blood, her mouth blurted lightly, and a golden light that wrapped her entire body. However, after all, it was a heavily injured body, and it only lasted for a while before it was defeated. The blade of light cut her body in two, blood flying through the air. Knight Wufei dodged forward and with a wave of his right hand, he chopped Luo Jia's head off. Then he fawned and looked at Qin Jogo. Divine Son, I've already chopped this down, and Divine Son Jogo doesn't know if it's possible now. Qin Jogo waved his hand. Of course, what this Divine Son said. Now you're free. Be my guest. Hearing Qin Joji's words, a smile surfaced on Knight Wufei's blood-stained face. Sure enough, one can't stand still without being ruthless. Spiritual energy drumming around his body, Knight Wufei leapt up, ready to leave this place of wrongdoing. In the next second, Qin Jogu gave a look. A large hand illuminated by aura reached out and grabbed Knight Wufei in the palm of his hand. The impermanent supreme clenched his fist calmly. Knight Wufei's body instantly exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Before he died, Knight Wufei still didn't dare to believe it. Didn't we agree? Qin Jogo laughed contemptuously. This divine son said that he wouldn't make a move, but he didn't say that the people around me wouldn't make a move. Chapter 92, the name of the 9 songs, spread throughout the continent. As Knight Wufei's body exploded into a sky of blood mist, Qin Jogu also knew that it was time to leave. Turning around, entering the flying boat, Qin Jogu greeted Qin Hai and the others, one by one. This time, it was thanks to these guys that he wasn't killed by Knight Wufei and Luo Jia. Therefore, even though he was honored as the Qin clan's divine son, with a status equal to that of a clan chief, Qin Jogo still respectfully knelt down and saluted. Qin Jogo thanks Grandpa, the several elders, and the second clan elder for saving his life. Before the words even left his mouth, he was already being helped up by a smiling Qin Hai. Qin Hai patted Qin Juji's shoulder and laughed. As expected, he's my Qin family's unicorn son. To use the Dharma phase realm and catalyze 2 imperial weapons to battle a supreme being without losing, unheard of and unseen since the beginning of time. The 3 elders on the side also opened their mouths, not sparing words of praise. Yes, I can't imagine that Jogu has such a chance and means at such a young age, that he can even subdue an emperor soldier. The Qin family has always looked forward to the emergence of a male master to lead the Qin family to unify the Tianxian continent. And now it seems that this candidate has finally appeared. It's been years since I left the clan, and this time out, it's simply too pleasing to old me. Not only did I have a good fight, but I also got to see the elegance of my Qin clan's young dragons. It's so much better than us old guys. Although Quasi-Emperor Qin Run didn't say anything, The mouth that kept grinning was enough to show his surprise. A few elders have flattered me. I just don't want to disgrace the Qin family. Hearing the compliments from the several elders, Qin Joga arched his hand, and there was no arrogance in his tone. This humble attitude was even more satisfying to the several elders. At only 18 years old, with the cultivation of the 6th level of the Dharma phase, he had taken in 2 imperial weapons, and with his Dharma phase cultivation, he had hardened himself against the Supreme. If this pile, piece by piece, were to be placed on others, I'm afraid that their tails would have already risen high. And then look at Qin Jogu, still so modest. What's it called? It's called a pattern. Well, enough of that. Qin Hai laughed loudly and interrupted the conversation between the 3 elders and Qin Jogu, pulling Qin Joji's hand. An old face full of smiles, complacency written in his eyes. My grandson must be exhausted from his battle against the Supreme Being. Let's go back to the family first. You can rest for a while. If the patriarch knew that you made such a big splash in the holy land of Taichu, he would be very happy. At the same time, the holy land of Taichu. The magnificent hall was brilliant, and the dome, which was dozens of feet high, was inlaid with a bowl-sized night pearl, and even at night, the place was as bright as day. The 4 Luo Changtian brothers, kneeling on the ground made entirely of Big Dipper stone, their heads buried low. Even though Supreme Moon was severely injured and lying on a stretcher, he straightened up as much as he could and looked fearfully at the man on the throne above him. This man, looking around 40, was wearing a bright yellow robe, appearing noble. It was none other than the Holy Lord of the Taichu Holy Land, Luo Shan. Sacred Lord, Sacred Maiden Luo Jia pleaded with us to make a move against the Qin clan's divine son. And we were so blinded by lard that we really made a move against the Qin clan's divine son. Unexpectedly, the Qin family had prepared for this. We lost this battle. Supreme Lord Qingfeng was killed by them. Holy Maiden Luo Jia and that wild boy were detained by them, and now their life and death are unknown. Please ask the Holy Lord to take action. In one breath, Luo Changtian finished telling the story, his eyes looking fearfully at Luo Shan on the throne. The Qin clan's divine son. Why is Luo Jia dealing with him? It's just a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, and he actually sent out 6 supreme deities. Luo Shan's eyes were filled with anger. A holy maiden who can mobilize 6 supreme beings? You don't take him seriously, do you? Reporting to the Holy Lord, this Qin clan's divine son, Qin Jogu, is not very old, but extremely terrifying. Luo Changtian once again spoke in fear. Not only does he possess the chaotic body and the heavy pupil avatar, he masters several types of killing arts, and most importantly, he has 2 emperor armaments in his hands. The imperial soldier? As soon as the word appeared, Luo Shan on the throne put away his contempt and glared. Speak on! Luo Shan could never have imagined that an 18-year-old teenager would actually possess 2 emperor armaments. How is that possible? Even the Taichu sacred land only had 4 emperor armaments. Also, it's all wrecked. Sacred Lord, allow me. At first, it was the 2 supreme beings, Qingfeng and Manhwa, who went to intercept the Qin clan's divine son, but unexpectedly, there was a supreme being beside the Qin clan's divine son, who pestered the Qingfeng supreme being, and the Manhwa supreme being stepped in, ready to take down that brat. Unbelievably, he actually took out 2 emperor armaments and separated himself from the bright moon supreme. Then, that old fellow Qin Hai brought 3 supreme beings to kill and decapitated Supreme Lord Qingfeng. When we received the distress signal and hurriedly rushed there, the situation was originally evenly matched, but unexpectedly, a quasi-emperor of the Qin clan came tearing through space and threatened us, either to leave Luo Jia and that wild boy behind, or to exterminate our Taicho sacred land. I still ask the Sacred Lord to seek justice for us, to seek face for the Taicho sacred land. When he said this, Luo Changtian's tone was tinged with tears. Shame on the Supreme Being for being forced to this point. Boom! Within the great hall, a monstrous aura gushed out. All the items within a few feet around Luo Shan turned into pieces at this moment. Qin family, how dare you? Luo Shan slapped his hand, fiercely slapping the air, and then stood up, roaring angrily. Seeing Luo Shan's violent anger, Luo Changtian was secretly happy in his heart. The Holy Lord would not overly chastise the Qin family by focusing his attention on them. That's good news. However, the next second, Luo Shan, who had been furious just a moment ago, sat back in his chair disheveledly and let out a long sigh. Forget it, let them go. Those two old devils of the Qin clan are not that easy to deal with. At the same time, the deeds of Qin Jiogu were being rumored everywhere in the various corners of the holy land of Taichu. Have you guys heard? That Qin clan's divine son, with his Dharma phase cultivation, maneuvered 2 imperial armaments and hardened himself against a holy land's supreme being. Really? Are you sure it's an emperor soldier? In the Tianxian continent, how many years has it been since a new emperor armament was released? This Qin family's divine son actually has 2 of them? How can that be false? My second aunt's family sister-in-law's brother's son's nephew, who works as a handyman in the holy land of Taichou, he passed out the news. I thought that those heavenly prides of the Holy Land were already invincible, but I never imagined that someone would be even braver than them. What is this Qin clan's divine son? What's his origin? That goes without saying, an 18-year-old at the 6th level of the Dharma phase, possessing 2 imperial armaments, and hardening against a supreme. It's not too much to call him the number 1 person of the younger generation. Chapter 93 Imperial Clan. Holy Land shocked. The son is as terrifying as hell. Soon, the news that Qin Jiogu had reached the 6th level of the Dharma phase realm at the age of 18, possessing both the chaotic body and the heavy pupil divine ability, spread throughout the various holy lands and imperial clans, the 8 great sacred lands. The contemporary patriarchs and holy lords of the 6 great imperial clans were shocked enough when they heard this news. An 18-year-old at the 6th level of the Dharma phase was already considered to be exceptionally talented, and would be cultivated as the future of the family no matter where he was. Coupled with the chaotic body and the heavy pupil avatar, I'm afraid that the Tianxian continent has never seen anything like this since the beginning of time. Soon, more definitive news came. Qin Jiogu, with his 2 emperor armaments, hardened himself against the supreme being of the Taichu sacred land without losing a single step. When this news came, the holy lords of the various holy lands and the patriarchs of the various imperial clans were all shocked beyond words. 18-year-old teenage geniuses, they had still seen them occasionally. Although it wasn't as outstanding as Qin Jiogu, it was still within the acceptable range. But an 18-year-old at the 6th level of the Dharma phase who also possessed 2 great emperor weapons, this was too much out of their imagination. Tianxian Holy Land, Great Hall. Tianxian Holy Lord Xian Jizi sat on his throne, looking down at the dark crowd below, his tone filled with incredulity. This news, is it reliable? That Qin clan's divine son, is he really as powerful as the rumors say? As he spoke, Xuanjizi's sharp gaze swept over the crowd below, and those he saw felt as if they had been slashed in the face by a sharp blade, and were in raw pain. In the middle of the day, a handsome young man in a basalt-colored robe, with a plump and handsome look, came out in a row and arched his hand towards Xian Jizi, his tone filled with bitterness. Enlightened father, this rumor, it's true. The crowd looked up and realized that this person was none other than Holy Lord Xian Jizi's only son and the holy son of the Xian Heavenly Holy Land, Xian Yusho. The day before yesterday, I was ordered by my Lord Father to attend the great primordial sacred lands assembly, and I once had a few encounters with this Qin clan's divine son. Before the words fell, a metaphysical colored pike condensed by true qi struck across the sky, causing the youth to spray blood wildly. An angry voice rang out from the throne. How many times have I told you to call me Holy Lord when talking about official business? Xian Yusho, who had been seriously injured by Xian Jizi, struggled to climb up and arched his hands. Sacred Lord, during the previous assembly, this sacred son had once explored the Purple Mountain with the Qin clan's divine son, the divine son of the Qin family, past the 9th level of the Purple Mountain. His emperor soldier, the Bell of the Beginning, should have been obtained from there. As for the other one, this saint's son doesn't know. Purple Mountain, 9th floor examination? Upon hearing this name, Xuanjizi, who was sitting on the throne, his body involuntarily trembled, as if he had remembered some terrible past. Back then, when he was a saint's son, he had also explored the Purple Mountain, but he only reached the 6th level, and not only did he lose the battle, he almost lost his life in the Purple Mountain. This Qin clan's divine son was actually able to pass the 9th level? What kind of terrible talent would that be? If this grew up in the future, would there still be room for them in the Shen-Tian Holy Land? The Holy Land of Light, the Great Hall. The Holy Land of Light had flames as its faith, and within the Great Hall, everyone was wearing fire-red clothes on their bodies, looking extremely enthusiastic. Roaring flames lingered out from the huge cauldrons on both sides, and a stout man wearing a fire-red robe and a flaming crown sat on a throne, looking down at a youth below. But at this moment, within the great hall, which was obviously packed with people, there was silence and everyone had their eyes directed at the man on the throne and the youth in front of him. Fire Wu, what you just said, is it all true? That Qin clan's divine son, he actually has 2 emperor soldiers in his hands? On the youth's face, a touch of shame flashed, and then he solemnly arched his hand, reporting to the Holy Lord, 1,000 times true. I've just returned from the Taichu sacred land, and this news has already spread in the Taichu sacred land. Rumor has it that the Qin clan deployed 4 supreme emperors and a quasi-emperor for this 9 songs divine son, forcing the Taichu sacred ground, hard, to hand over the holy maiden Luo Jia to them. Since then, no one has seen Saintess Luo Jia and that loose cultivator beside her. Presumably, they were killed by the Qin family. After the youth told the man on the throne the news he had gotten, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought. In the middle of the day, a somewhat feeble voice rang out. So it seems, this Qin clan godchild is really a terrifying figure. 18 years old at the 6th level of the Dharma phase, with a chaotic body and heavy pupils not counting. He has also subdued 2 emperor armaments. Tianxian continent. It's been too long since a great emperor has descended. Can it be that another one is about to appear? At that time, I'm afraid there will be corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. Pass the order down. From today onwards, the bright sacred land, unconditionally befriend the Qin family. Immediately send an envoy to the Qin family to express the intention of repairing the situation. Before the words fell, the middle-aged man's figure disappeared strangely from the throne, and together with him, there was also the youth who had just replied back. Tianxian continent, Lu family. The Lu family was also one of the imperial clans, only that over the years, because of the deterioration of the relationship with the Qin family, between the 2 sides several large and small conflicts had erupted, with each side suffering deaths and injuries. Lu Guanhai, the patriarch of the Lu family, sat in his study, cupping a secret letter in his hands. Ruyan, what this secret letter says, is it all true? Lu Guanhai opposite, a graceful figure, wearing a green and green cheongsam. The opening fork is very high, revealing 2 white thighs. The chest opening fork is very low. The 2 white rabbits call out. It is Lu Guanhai's only daughter, Lu Ruyan. Ruyan Lu had been gifted since she was a child, and at only 17 years old, she had already reached the 4th level of the Dharma phase, and was a recognized genius of the Lu family. This time, Lu Ruyan was also involved in the gathering of the Taichu Holy Land. Originally, according to Lu Guanhai's instructions, Lu Ruyan had also thought about finding an opportunity to get rid of Qin Jiugu and deal a heavy blow to the Qin family. However, after a period of contact, Lu Ruyan helplessly realized that it was impossible to cause any harm to Qin Jiugu just with her Dao skills. So she didn't make a move. In hindsight, her caution had saved her life. The Holy Land of the beginning of the heavens, occupying the advantage of its home turf and sending out 6 supreme beings, hadn't it returned in defeat in the end? Father, the secret letter is right. This news has long been spreading in the Holy Land of Taichu by now. Not only is Qin Juji's talent amazing, he's also assisted by 2 emperor armaments, if he's allowed to grow up. Humph! Lu Guanhai heavily slapped the table. That Qin family and my Lu family are world enemies. Over the years, I don't know how many clansmen have died at the hands of the Qin family. Once this brat grows up, my Lu family will definitely be the first to fall into bad luck. Pass on my order. Immediately mobilize the clan's secret guards. Keep an eye on this Qin Jiugu, and at the first opportunity, get rid of him at any cost. Chapter 94, Fusing the Desolate Ancient Sacred Body. Chaotic Body Upgrade. The Qin family. Qin Jiugu was a little anxious in his heart as he faced the enthusiasm of the group of elders and his grandfather Qin Hai. He desperately wanted to know what kind of reward he would receive for beheading a person like Knight Wufei, who had been developing for some time as a heavens-destined son. However, Qin Hai and a few elders still pulled him around to harp on him so that he didn't even have the chance to check out the harvest this time. Unable to do anything else, Qin Jiugu could only arch his hand toward his grandfather Qin Hai, as well as the 3 elders and quasi-emperor Qin Run. A few of you can chat first. I'm feeling some epiphanies and want to go back to the other courtyard for a moment of enlightenment. It may be necessary to shut down, so please don't mind a few people. Hearing Qin Jiugu say this, Qin Hai and the 3 elders immediately smiled and hurriedly urged, "Go. This time there are many dangers. I think the harvest won't be small, right?" Right? Life and death crises are the best way to train people. And it's also your fortune that you were able to obtain a chance from a life and death crisis. After saying goodbye to the several elders, Qin Zhuji's figure unfolded and directly returned to his courtyard. Looking in the direction where Qin Zhugu disappeared, the corners of Qin Hai's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. He appreciated Qin Zhuji's heart more than his talent. Ordinary heavenly pride, even if they were half as good as Qin Zhugu, would still have their tails up in the air. But not only did Qin Zhugu not take pride, but instead worked harder and cherished the opportunity more than others. It had to be said that it was the Qin family's good fortune. The three elders looked at the happy Qin Hai and were also complimentary. Family master, this child Zhugu is truly rare. Not only does he possess a heaven-defying talent, his heart is also 1 in a million. Yes, with this child here, there is hope for the future of our Qin family. Both talented and hardworking, worthy of being my Qin family's unicorn son. Even Qin Run, who was always serious and didn't like to praise people, couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly. Qin Hai, this grandson of yours, is really good. After returning to his room, Qin Zhugu asked Supreme Impermanence to escort him as he prepared for seclusion. Supreme Impermanence promised, and his supreme cultivation instantly covered the entire compound. Qin Zhugu sat on the bed and woke up the system. Ding! The host kills Knight Wufei, the son of heaven's destiny, and receives a reward, the desolate ancient sacred body. Hearing the name of the desolate ancient sacred body, Qin Zhugu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The desolate ancient sacred body was a heaven-defying physique no less than the chaotic body. If it wasn't for the fact that the resources needed to grow were too exaggerated, it wouldn't have been treated as a waste physique. However, as a divine son of the Qin clan, the last thing he lacked was resources. Qin Zhugu believed that in time, the desolate ancient sacred body would become a great killing weapon for him, just like the chaotic body. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Detected, the desolate ancient sacred body and the chaotic body exist at the same time. May I ask the host, is it to be fused? Qin Zhugu was a bit confused. What's the situation? Chaotic body and desolate ancient sacred body. Still fused? How come he hasn't heard of it? As if sensing Qin Zhuji's doubts, the system took the initiative to explain. Host, chaos body and desolate ancient sacred body. Both belong to the heaven-defying physique. Both of them can indeed be fused. After the fusion of the product, then a single chaos body or desolate ancient sacred body, more powerful. Seeing the system say that, Qin Zhugu was also interested. Then, fuse it and see. In fusion. As the system's voice fell, a terrifying aura instantly broke through the clouds. The hundreds of miles in the air above the courtyard where Qin Zhugu was located was instantly obscured by a terrifying vision. In the sky, a deep purple chaotic aura filled the entire sky. In the midst of the purple gas, a green-colored lotus flower slowly stretched out as if it had grown out of the silt. Afterward, a magnificent figure with a strong immortal aura, like a god or goddess, steeply appeared in the middle of the chaotic violet aura, like an immortal king descending into the 9 heavens. The two terrifying visions, as if they were competing, were at odds with each other, constantly tearing apart. This terrifying vision instantly startled everyone in the Qin clan. What's going on here? Where did this horrible vision come from? I don't know. It looks like the 9-song divine sun's chaotic seed green lotus. But what's with that immortal king's figure? I haven't seen it before. Can it be that the Qin clan has produced another genius figure comparable to the 9-song's divine sun? Qin family master's pavilion. Qin Wuchen sat on a chair and listened to the report from the second clan elder Qin Run. Second clan elder, are you saying that Zhugu, at a mere Dharma phase cultivation level, actually used 2 emperor armaments to harden against a supreme being without losing? On Qin Wuchen's face, unbelief was written all over it. He asked himself that he had already overestimated Qin Zhugu as much as possible, but he didn't expect that he would end up underestimating That's right, Patriarch. This child, Zhugu, with 2 emperor soldiers. Seeing that Qin Wuchen was a bit unconvinced, Qin Run repeated once again. Qin Wuchen finally came to his senses from this shocking news, his eyes filled with delight. The Dharma phase is so heaven-defying. I wonder how it will turn out in the future. Right at this moment, a terrifying tremor shook the sturdy family master's pavilion, and the earth seemed to have been torn apart with a loud bang. What's going on? Qin Wuchen violently stood up from his chair, his aura bursting out around him, and after stabilizing the family master's pavilion, he looked towards the source of the vibration. When he sent down that the vibrations were coming from the direction of the compound where Chin Jogu was, his eyes filled with an unbelievable look. The next second, his figure appeared at the window, looking towards the sky. Looking at the familiar chaotic seed green lotus vision in the sky, Chin Wuchen knew that this time, it definitely had something to do with Chin Jogu. Such a huge vibration. Can it be that child Jogu made another breakthrough? As the head of the Chin family, Chin Wuchen asked himself that he was also considered to be exceptionally talented, a dragon and phoenix among men. But how could he not recall if he was as good as Chin Jogu when he was 17 or 18 years old? The odds are far worse. After all, back then, he was already walking horizontally among his peers just by possessing a divine body that ranked third among the 3,000 divine bodies. Chin Juji's base was much thicker than his. Looks like that's the only explanation. Facing Chin Wuchen's questioning, Chin Run somewhat awkwardly wiped his nose and revealed a bitter smile. How long has this been going on? In just a few short months of work from the peak Spirit Sea realm, he had soared all the way to the 6th level of the Dharma phase, and he also possessed 2 great Emperor weapons. It would be too underestimating to look at Chin Jogu as if he were an ordinary heaven's pride. Moreover, Chin Run was also curious to know what was going on with this vision in the sky. It's very different from what Chin Jogu had cast before. Couldn't it be that Chin Jogu had a divine body other than the chaotic body? Check it out, Chin Wuchen said as his body rose up in the air and flew towards Chin Juji's compound. Chin Run rushed to follow. Chapter 95 Great Emperor's Talent? No, it's the talent of an immortal. The Chin family in all directions. The elders who were practicing, chatting, and eating had their eyes widened in disbelief after they sensed the vision coming from the courtyard where Chin Jogu was. Chin Jogu had only just returned and was about to break through again? How many times had he broken through over this period of time? Generally speaking, to be able to break through a major realm, or 1 or 2 minor realms in such a long period of time, one would already be considered a pride of the heavens, a dragon and phoenix among men. But what about Chin Jogu? From the peak of the Spirit Sea to the 6th level of the Dharma phase, there was a full major realm and 6 minor realms. The direction of the vision came from the courtyard where Divine Son Jogu was. Can't it be that he's broken through again? In just a few months, breaking through several times, truly a demon, Chin Hai and the 3 great elders were sitting in the courtyard, sipping tea and talking about this trip to the Tai Chu sacred land, when they suddenly felt a tremor, and the sky was cloudy. The terrifying vision appeared again, and when Chin Hai and the others felt it carefully and realized that it originated from the compound where Chin Jogu was located, a glow of pride appeared on Chin Hai's face. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson, just after saying he's going into seclusion, he made another breakthrough. Looking at this aura, it should have gained quite a bit. The 3 elders were also happy to see this. They were all the mainstays of the Chin family, and there would always be a day in the future when they would grow old. The future of the Chin family still had to be entrusted to Chin Juji's young generation. The stronger the younger generation, the lighter the burden on their shoulders. Moreover, when the Chin family was strong, it would do them no harm. Therefore, congratulations were offered to Chin Hai. Family master, you really have given birth to a good grandson. To have such talent and chance at such a young age is truly enviable. My grandchildren, who I originally thought were quite a character, aren't even worthy of mentioning shoes when compared to Jogu. That's right. It's true that people are more angry than people. I thought that when we were young, we were also considered dignitaries, but who has the talent that Jogu has now? The 3 elders' heartfelt compliments made Chin Hai's smile even brighter. With a wave of his big hand, he pointed toward the compound where Chin Jogu was. Go see. What kind of big commotion this kid has made again? For silhouettes, rushing up into the sky, quickly arrived at the compound where Chin Jogu was. The closer they got to the compound, the more that terrifying aura, the more it solidified. This reinforced the 4's suspicions. This commotion was really made by Chin Jogu. The 4 of them had just landed when they saw Chin Run and Chin Wuchen, flying from a distance, also landing on the ground. Chin Hai and the 3 elders hurriedly saluted Chin Wuchen. Greetings, matriarch. Chin Wuchen waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be courteous, and then he turned his gaze to Chin Juji's room, and then to Chin Hai, who was on the side. Chin Hai, you really gave birth to a good grandson. In these past few months, Jogu has really brought me, this emperor, Too many surprises. Not only is his talent exceptional, his fortune is even more unrivaled. At such a young age, to actually be able to take in 2 emperor soldiers is simply unheard of and unseen. The Qin family has such a Qilin child. Why worry about not prospering in the future? Hearing Qin Wuchen's praise, Qin Hai was overjoyed. This is the patriarch, the entire Qin family, the existence of one word. Even he are so valued to Qin Jogu, he as a grandfather, really come to be able on the light On the other side, inside an elegantly decorated private garden, Qin Manhwa awoke from her initiation, her eyes filled with excitement. She managed to break through to the god-nurturing realm, and that, in just a few months, is an accomplishment. It was tens of times faster than in her previous life. Moreover, in this life, her supreme bone was still present, and her future achievements were by no means comparable to her previous life. In her previous life, because the supreme bone was taken, her origin was harmed, and even though she later soared to the sky and reached the realm of a quasi-emperor, ultimately, because of the damage to her origin, she failed to certify as a great emperor, and it became a lifelong pain for her. In this life, she was sure that absolutely nothing like that would happen. Just then, she felt it, a wild aura that washed over her small courtyard. Feeling it carefully, he realized that this aura was coming from the compound where Qin Jogu was. Moreover, the frenzy of this aura far exceeded the level that Qin Jogu had previously displayed. Qin Manhwa stood up from the bed and went to the window, looking out towards it, muttering softly, "It can't be. Is it that monster breaking through again? How is he completely different in this life from his previous life?" Qin Manhwa, however, clearly remembered that in his previous life, Qin Juji's talent could only be said to be unimpressive and not very outstanding. But on the contrary, his heart was very cunning and vicious. And in this life, not only did Qin Jogu treat her with great care, his talent was also far superior to his previous life. A while ago, she knew that Qin Jogu had gone to the Taichu sacred ground on the orders of Patriarch Qin Wuchen. At that time, Qin Jogu had just completed the Divine Sun trial and had broken through to the 5th level of the Dharma phase realm. It's been less than a month, and he's about to break through again? It's all in the Dharma realm, and it's still so fast? Could it be that she had relived her life, carrying all her memories and capital, and she was still no match for Qin Jogu? This made the always proud Qin Manhwa a bit unable to accept it, and even a bit to be autistic. In the midst of the heavenly visions, Qin Juji's cultivation level, too, was climbing. The 7th level of the Dharma phase, the 8th level of the Dharma, after consecutively breaking through 2 minor realms. Qin Juji's aura didn't show the slightest sign of weakening, and soon, he broke through to the 9th level of the Dharma phase. In an instant, a furious aura erupted. The small courtyard was blasted into ruins by this furious qi, and there were debris everywhere. Like the scene of a disaster, the system's beep sounded in Qin Juji's head. Congratulations to the host, completing the fusion and obtaining the ancient chaos body. Phew! At the center of the storm, Qin Jogu slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in himself. 9 levels of Dharma. It was a full 3 layers higher than before. This wasn't the most pleasant surprise for Qin Jogu. Compared to the realm, he felt that his battle power, too, had increased geometrically. If he were to face the bright moon Heavenly Father again, he was confident that within 100 rounds, he would not be defeated. In the yellow spring atlas, the pale silhouette of the artifact spirit stood proudly, looking at Qin Jogu, who had broken through 3 minor realms at once and whose battle power had increased geometrically. The artifact spirit couldn't help but gasp in awe. This Qin Jogu, where is the great emperor's talent? It's not at all, it should be, the talent of an immortal. The artifact spirit rubbed a handful of his white beard and let out a long sigh. I never thought that this son would be as terrifying as this. Luckily, fortunately, I was quick to goad him. Following such a demon, let alone reverting to the peak, surpassing the peak is not impossible. Chapter 96 Paramount Emperor Protector. The resources of the clan were taken at will. Qin Jogu, who was extremely satisfied with the results of this seclusion, finally slowly put the vision away and stood up from between a piece of debris. Although the house collapsed, Qin Juji's mood, however, was not affected in any way. A mere house was nothing to the Qin family or the current him. In this world, as long as you have strength, do you still worry about not having a house to live in? Right at this moment, Qin Jogu turned his eyes and saw Qin Wuchen and Qin Hai and the others waiting from afar. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Juji's figure, like an instantaneous movement, arrived in front of a few people and respectfully saluted. Qin Jyogu, I've met the patriarch, grandfather, and a few elders. Before the words left his mouth, Qin Jyogu felt a soft aura that assisted him up. What met his eyes was Qin Wuchen's kind smile. Jyogu, ah, you've simply given this emperor a big surprise. Look at this, another breakthrough. How many levels of Dharma phase cultivation are you at now? Qin Jyogu told the truth. Enlighten the patriarch. I am now at the 9th level of the Dharma phase. As soon as the words fell, a sound of cold air being sucked in resounded around them. 18 years old at the 9th level of the Dharma? Are you kidding me? There hadn't been such a precedent in the Tianxian continent since the beginning of time. At the age of 18, he was already at the 9th level of Dharma phase cultivation. In time, not to mention proving to be a great emperor, achieving immortality was not impossible. What was even more difficult to blame was that Qin Jyogu was equipped with the chaotic body, the heavy pupil avatar, and the 2 great imperial weapons to protect his body, so fighting over the levels was no big deal. Good. As expected of my Qin Hai's grandson. Truly, a stunning talent. Qin Hai stomped forward and patted Qin Jioji's shoulder, his tone filled with excitement and pride. As one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans, the Qin family's competition between peers was extremely fierce. Whichever junior was able to dominate the Qin family, not only would he himself receive great benefits from the family's rewards, but his lineage would be able to receive the family's attention. It could be said that Qin Juji's sudden appearance had instantly made a lineage that wasn't terribly well liked into a red-hot favorite in Patriarch Qin Wuchen's mind. Of course, Jioji's advancement today couldn't be separated from the family's cultivation, the patriarch's help, and the elder's promotion. Qin Hai smiled somewhat awkwardly and opened his mouth. Just now, he was so excited that he was so focused on his own fun that he completely forgot about Qin Wuchen's existence, which was a bit embarrassing. That's not true. To be able to have such a stunningly talented junior like Jyogo, it's only the Qin family's good fortune. Qin Wuchen let out a long sigh and didn't care about Qin Hai's words. Instead, he turned his head to look at Qin Jyogo. Jyogo, it was this emperor's negligence in the matter of the holy land of the Taichu, putting you in danger and nearly losing your life. From today onwards, the 2nd clan elder will personally protect your path. When these words came out, the crowd at the scene was instantly stunned. According to the consistent custom of the Tianxian continent, the protectors of the holy sons and divine sons were usually at the nirvana realm, and rarely would they use a supreme being. But Qin Wuchen actually sent out a quasi-emperor directly. An emperor-to-be, that's a character with 1 foot in the great emperor realm. Would he be willing to protect the Tao for a junior like Qin Jyogu? What everyone didn't expect was that Qin Run, in response, didn't mind, and just patted Qin Juji's shoulder. In the future, if there's anything that requires this emperor to step in, just open your mouth. No need to be polite. To be able to defend a young talent like you, this emperor's face is also honored. Seeing the 2nd elder agree so painfully, the surrounding crowd was even more secretly shocked. Qin Jyogu so highly regarded? The patriarch personally assigned a paragon emperor to guard his path? However, when he thought of Qin Juji's heaven-defying talent and the encounter in danger at the Taichu sacred ground, there was another pang of fear. For thousands of years, the Qin clan had never seen a stunningly talented character like Qin Jyogu. Such a genius, if an accident were to occur, it would be a loss that even the Qin family could not afford. That Taichu holy land, what a damn thing. A fight between juniors actually sent out a supreme being. If it wasn't for Juji's advanced precaution, we would have really fallen into their trap this time. Yeah, if the Qin family doesn't make a move against them, do they think the Qin family is easy to bully? If they're really pissed off, they'll send out the family's elite forces to wipe out the Taichu Holy Land. Don't worry. These days won't be far away. Making a move against our Qin family's young dragons. It's time for this Taichu Holy Land's good days to come to an end. Jyogu, hurry up and grow up. We old bones will follow you and raise the Taichu Holy Land to the ground to take it out on you. The elders yelled indignantly, and a flash of killing intent flashed in Qin Jioji's eyes. He made a note of this account from the Holy Land of the beginning. In the future, I'll get it back. With interest. Jyogu, you just made a breakthrough and still need to stabilize your cultivation, so we won't bother you. If there's anything you need us to do, just ask. If we can do something for the young dragons of the Qin family, we old bones are happy too. However, even more surprising is yet to come. From his pocket, Qin Wuchen pulled out an exquisite jade box and handed it to Qin Jyogu. This is the key to the Qin family's treasure vault. The resources within the treasure vault are yours to take and use as you please, without my consent. The so-called Qin family's treasure vault was the place where the Qin family had collected treasures for 10,000 years. The inside could be said to be all-encompassing, and many of the small family's treasures that were treated as heirlooms were piled up randomly within the Qin family's treasure trove as if they were garbage. And the key to the treasury has always been held by the clan leader himself. Unexpectedly, the matriarch actually gave this key directly to Qin Jiogu. In the meantime, in the middle of the Frost Holy Land, a woman dressed in plain white, embroidered with snowflake patterns, with a clear look, but cold as ice, woke up abruptly. Immediately, a mournful howl resounded throughout the cave. "No!" The woman let out a loud cry, her voice in extreme pain. Hearing the sound, several maids who had been guarding the outside of the cave hurriedly arrived. "Holy Maiden, what's wrong? Aren't you practicing? Why are you suddenly yelling? Are you in trouble?" The Holy Lord explained that if the Holy Maiden has any problems, she can go directly to him. The woman called the Holy Maiden was a bit bewildered. Then her eyes burned, surveying the surroundings and the maids, a pang of doubt in her heart. "Is it hard to believe that I'm back? If so, would it be possible to avoid the fall of the Frost Holy Land?" However, when she thought of that world-despising figure and that terrifying cultivation, even if she regained her life, she did not have any certainty that she would be able to stop it. Thinking about the future, the continent sinks. Only the Qin family still shines brightly. The divine sun Qin Joga ascends to immortality and stands, and the eyes of the Holy Maiden twinkle. In the next second, the Holy Maiden stood up from her seat, determination written all over her face. "I'm going to meet with Master. I have something important to report." Chapter 97, Husband Protecting Devil Xiao Yen Heir. Inside a tavern in the Bright Moon Dynasty, the imperial capital. Xiao Yen's entire face, which was hidden in the huge hood, could not be seen. "Have you heard? That Qin clan's divine son, Qin Jogo, made a big splash in the Taichou Holy Land, and even the Holy Maiden died in his hands." Yes, the fact that the Taichou Sacred Land, as a holy land, actually handed over its Holy Maiden to an outsider shows how much pressure the Qin family has put on them. Alas, pity that Saint Girl do not do good, have to hold a unknown boy, provoked to the Qin family godson. This time, well, the fragrance of death, right? If you ask me, why don't you just lick the Qin family's godson? Lick it comfortably, even as a concubine, it's better than losing your life. Don't mention it. I heard that the Taichou Sacred Land sent out 2 supreme beings, but they still didn't get the better of the Qin clan's godchildren, and they were even killed by one of the Qin clan's old family members who are protective of their calves. This is powerful news. How many years has it been since we heard of a supreme being falling? Listening to the surrounding murmurs, a blush unconsciously appeared on Xiao Yen's face under her hood. This was her Xiao Yen's man. Amazing talent, unrivaled at the same level of combat power, can even cross the level to kill the enemy, facing the supreme being, is also pleasantly unafraid. Where can I find such a strange man? Right at this moment, in Xiao Yen's mind, the Qing Emperor's somewhat astonished voice rang out. "That little lover boy of yours. His talent is indeed somewhat terrifying. At the 3rd level of the Dharma phase, he actually possesses 2 Emperor armaments. This is simply something unheard of. In time, this side of heaven and earth will have one more Overlord-level character." Hearing the Qing Emperor's praise, Xiao Yen's clear and beautiful face flashed a touch of redness, her heart incomparably happy. However, very soon, Xiao Yen's face became gloomy. Throwing down a spirit stone, he got up and left the tavern. Feeling Xiao Yen's change, the Qing Emperor also understood Xiao Yen's thoughts. Probably, after hearing that the Taichou Holy Landside was making things difficult for Qin Jogo, this little girl got angry and wanted to dominate and protect her husband. As expected, Xiao Yen's clear and cold voice sounded in the Qing Emperor's ears. "Master, I want to make a trip to the Holy Land of Taichou." The Qing Emperor wasn't much surprised by this. She couldn't be more clear about this disciple's nature. However, she still spoke with some hesitation. "Yener, I understand your feelings. The Taichou Holy Land is bullying people too much, and it's true that they should be given some lessons. But isn't your strength?" After this period of cultivation, Xiao Yen's realm, which had made great progress, had reached the 1st level of the Dharma phase. Even when compared to the divine sons and daughters of some immortal emperor clans, they were no less impressive. But that was the Holy Land of Taichou. Going to the Dharma phase layer to ask for a statement from Chinjugu was no different than sending him to his death. Although she was once a great emperor, but now after all, she was in the state of a soul body, and the strength that she could exert was not 1 in 10. So if she really encountered any danger, she would not be able to help at all. Although my current strength isn't enough, if I add in your means, master, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill some of the Tai Cho disciples who have fallen behind. This time, I'm just asking for some interest back for Jogu. We'll definitely find the Tai Chu Holy Land to settle this score later. I look forward to one day accompanying him to kill the Tai Cho Holy Land. A flash of determination flashed through Xiao Yener's eyes. Seeing that Xiao Yener was so determined, the Qing Emperor did not say anything more. 5 days later, Tai Cho Holy Land, Taishan City. Taishan City, a medium-sized city within the realm of the Tai Chu Sacred Land, stationed quite a few disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Land. City Lord's Mansion, entrance. 2 disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Ground, while standing guard, discussed what Qin Jogu had done in the Tai Chu Sacred Ground earlier. That Qin clan's divine son. He simply doesn't put our Tai Chu Holy Land in his eyes. The Holy Maiden is so honorable. And he actually killed her directly. Yes, this is simply slapping our Tai Cho Sacred Land's face. If I have the chance, I'll definitely follow the Holy Land's army and kill the Qin clan to behead Qin Jogu. Alas, ideals are plentiful, but the reality is bone-chilling, that Qin Jogu is equipped with the Chaos Body and the Heavy Pupil Avatar. Even the Holy Maiden and the wild boy beside her are no match for him. Not to mention us, I don't think we could even last a single move from Qin Joga. So what? Even if I can donate my life for the Holy Land, I'll be happy to do so. The 2 disciples did not realize in the slightest that not far away from them, a delicate silhouette wrapped in a black robe, between their eyes, had already flashed a killing intent. Master, it's up to you. With a whisper, the majestic soul power quickly wrapped around Xiao Yener's delicate body, and in the next second, the delicate figure crossed over like lightning. The 2 disciples' arguments came to an abrupt end. A line of blood erupted from their neck. Now that you have succeeded in donating your lives to the Holy Land, thank me. Xiao Yener stood in the middle of the 2 disciples' bloodstains, wiping her blood-stained jade hands with a square towel, looking at the 2 disciples with eyes full of contempt. Just this little bit of Taoist skill, also worthy of judging him? Before the words fell, the square scarf floated down with the wind and landed on the head of a disciple. In the next period of time, the Holy Land of Taichu could be said to be in a state of chicken and dog. Many of the disciples who had fallen behind were killed without knowing when. The opponent's cultivation level shouldn't be high, as he only laid hands on ordinary disciples. And, every time he kills, he drops a square scarf. Moreover, according to the judgment of the Tai Cho Holy Land's experts, this mysterious killer should have a means of concealing his breath. The disciples who were killed were almost all killed without any defense. Moreover, what the other party used were all extremely explosive and deadly moves. The Holy Land of Taichu had stood for many years and had enemies all over the place. But the top management of the Holy Land couldn't figure out when they had offended such a small character even after thinking about it. The point is, this little character is still persistent and has been active for over a month now. Right now, the bottom disciples were all on edge, not even willing to stand guard. After all, no one wants to lose their life in a hurry. After getting the news, the Taichu Holy Lord stormed out. Having just stumbled upon that fiend Qin Jogu already made him furious. Qin Juji's back was against the Qin family, and he couldn't afford to mess with them now. But this mysterious assassin, what right did he have to provoke the dignity of the Holy Land of Taichu? After thinking about it, he ordered the elders, protectors and others that this mysterious killer must be uncovered in the shortest possible time. Soon, a hunting team consisting of Nirvana Realm and Life and Death Realm experts was formed. Their mission was to patrol and ambush Taishan City, laying a dragnet. He was only waiting for that mysterious assassin to appear and behead him in order to preserve the reputation of the Tai Cho Holy Land. Chapter 98. The Holy Maiden's Rebate? I refuse. Eft. A dagger that was entirely condensed by breath easily slashed through the flesh of a Taichu disciple and pierced into his chest. He didn't even have a chance to shout before he was silent. Xiao Yener looked at the fallen disciple with cold eyes. 47 now. In just over a month's time, Xiao Yener kept striking out, and there were already 47 disciples of the Taichu sacred ground that had died in her hands. These people's cultivation levels were generally not high, basically below the third level of the Dharma phase. However, this was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Taicho Holy Land. A hallowed holy land that couldn't even keep its lowest disciple? There were already quite a few people who were thinking of leaving the Taicho Holy Land. Yenner, this is the last one. If it continues, even if I wrap you with my soul power, I won't be able to escape the probing of those old monsters. I have a feeling that the surrounding area is already riddled with nirvana and life and death realm powerhouses. Bah, who am I to call them strong? The Qing Emperor's somewhat grave voice sounded in Xiao Yenner's mind. Xiao Yenner nodded. Her current strength was still somewhat lacking. If she continued to be bent on her own way, it could easily lead to both her and her master being trapped here. It was something she didn't want to see. It was also impossible for Qin Jogu to show up in time to save her from the fire every time. At that moment, she didn't hesitate any longer and directly left the realm of the Taichu sacred land to continue her cultivation. For the next period of time, the Taicho Holy Land was still on edge, but for many days in a row, this kind of bizarre attack never appeared again. The Holy Lord was furious beyond measure. He had already deployed a large number of experts, ready to kill this little mole who dared to provoke the authority of the Taicho sacred ground in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart. But this mole, he was actually so cunning that he didn't show up for so many days, and some people had already begun to wonder if he had already left the realm of the Taicho Holy Land. This made the Holy Lord even angrier. Do you really think the Holy Land is a food market? Come and go as you please? The most hateful thing was that after killing so many of their disciples from the Taichu Holy Land, they didn't even know the identity of the other party. This is just off the charts. Meanwhile, on the Qin family's side, Qin Jogu also received news that someone was in the Taichu Holy Land, like no one else was there, picking single disciples to attack and kill. With a brief thought, Qin Jogu realized that there was only one person who could do such a thing, that fiancé of his, Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Qin Jogu smiled in relief. Finally, it wasn't a wasted investment. Xiao Yan, the daughter of Heaven's destiny, was now dead to him. Otherwise, one wouldn't have been able to risk so much to find trouble with the Taichu sacred land. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Divine Son, the matriarch invites you to the Great Hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Jogu stood up and opened the door, where Li Bo stood outside, waiting for him with a smile on his face. Qin family main hall. Qin Jogu walked into the main hall and scanned the surroundings with some strangeness. In addition to the family head Qin Hai, who was also his grandfather, and the three elders, there were actually people from the Frost Holy Land. The lineup was quite luxurious. Besides the Frost Holy Maiden, there were also a few elders who were estimated to be at the Supreme Realm. But what surprised Qin Jogu was that this Frost Holy Land and the Qin family could be said to be well-watered, not having any interactions. Then what are they doing here? Just as Qin Jogu was puzzled, Frost Saintess Bing Chi Luo was looking at him with a grave expression. As expected, the future immortal ascender, this demeanor, this appearance. This Qin family divine son is only 18 years old, right? At this age, his cultivation has already surpassed his peers. And even compared to some of the older generations, he doesn't fall behind. In her heart, Ice Elohim secretly sighed. The three elders of the Frost Holy Land were also continuously sizing up Qin Jogu. A moment later, the compliments of the three elders reached everyone's ears. The Qin clan's divine son is truly an outstanding talent. At only 18 years old, his cultivation level tops that of his peers. Even us old farts are ashamed. Yes, a few old men have been in seclusion for many years, but I don't want to think that on top of the continent, there is actually a human master like the Nine Songs divine son, and it's not in vain for a few old men to come and pay their respects. An 18-year-old Dharma phase in the future, there might really be a chance to impact that realm. Hearing the praise of the three elders, Qin Hai's old face smiled, but his mouth was constantly modest. Where? It's just friends from all sides raising love. This kid is just that. Immediately afterward, Qin Hai turned his gaze toward Qin Jogu and asked, Jogo, what do you think of the holy maiden of Qi Luo? Qin Jogu was a bit puzzled as to why Qin Hai asked this. However, Qin Hai was not only the patriarch but also his grandfather, so this face had to be given. After surveying her for a couple of moments, Qin Jogu nodded. The holy maiden has fallen into a beautiful and clear appearance, and is considered a rare and wonderful person. After two simple compliments, Qin Jogu immediately stopped and looked at Qin Hai, as if to inquire what Qin Hai meant. The three elders of the Frost Holy Land could not help but be overjoyed and secretly rejoice in their hearts. It seemed that Qin Jogu had a good impression of the Holy Maiden, and there was hope for this matter. Yes! The Grand Elder clapped his hands and shouted out a good sound. Then, as if he had made some sort of determination, he looked at Qin Jogu and said, "Truth be told, the three of us have brought the Holy Maiden here this time for the sake of the marriage between the Qin family and our frost-sacred land. The Divine Sun is gifted and unrivaled in the world. Although our Cherry Blossom Holy Maiden is not as good as the Divine Sun in terms of cultivation, she is also considered to be well endowed. The Holy Lord's intention is that the two families will form a Qin-Jin friendship and an alliance for eternity. I don't know what the Divine Sun would like to do." At those words, Qin Jogu froze. A marriage? That he hadn't really thought about. Soon, Qin Jogu figured it out. With the talent he displayed nowadays, it was only normal to have a holy land to associate with. But, speaking of which, his fiancée, Xiao Yener, was the daughter of heaven's destiny. Although she was only born into a small family, and her current strength wasn't much stronger, but that was the daughter of heaven's destiny. In the future, her achievements will definitely be far beyond the so-called Holy Maiden of the Frost Holy Land. He didn't have to, for the sake of such a woman as Bing Qi Luo, to offend Xiao Yener, did he? Thinking of this, Qin Jogu straightened his color and spoke aloud. Several people from the Holy Land, including Bing Qi Luo, looked at him with an expectant expression. Qin Hai had a smile on his face as he waited for Qin Juji's reply. However, Qin Juji's reply directly caused them to freeze on the spot. "I thank the Holy Maiden and the Frost Holy Land for their love, however. This godson already has a fiancée. Although she comes from a small family, her identity is not as prominent as the Holy Maiden, and her cultivation is not as high as the Holy Maiden's, but I love her very much." Chapter 99. Concubine? I refuse. Being rejected so cleanly, Ice Elohim was a bit surprised. She was the hallowed Holy Maiden of the Frost Holy Land. Not only is she young, she has reached the 4th level of the Dharma phase, but she is also the favorite disciple of the Holy Lord of Frost. And within the Holy Land, I don't know how many young talents want to marry her, but they simply can't get into her eyes. I can't imagine that the first time she took the initiative in her life, she actually ended up like this. As for the fiancé, Qin Jogu said, Bing Qi Luo had also investigated. It's just the daughter of the Shen Tian sect's patriarch. Shen Tian sect in the Tianshan continent belongs to the third-rate sect, if it is not that year by chance to save Qin Juji's father, linking the qualification of the relatives are not. Although, in Bing Qi Luo's dream, she had once dreamt that Xiao Yener's future achievements were unlimited, and that she was a powerful person that everyone in the entire Tianshan continent admired. Not only was she magnificent, but she was worshipped by cultivators from the entire continent. But no matter what, the current Xiao Yener was just a small cultivator, so who was she to compare with her? The reason why she rushed to come to the Qin family at this time and attempted to join the marriage was also with the intention of making a time difference. After all, in another 10 or 20 years, when Qin Jogu ascended to immortality and Xiao Yener stood proudly in Tianshan continent, who would care about her identity as a holy daughter of the Frost Holy Land? Nowadays, as she was the holy daughter of the Frost Holy Land, if Qin Jogu were to marry her, the benefits she could obtain would definitely be quite a lot. At the very least, it was much more beneficial than being married to Xiao Yener. However, Qin Jogu actually refused so dryly? It was hard to believe that he knew that Xiao Yener's future achievements would be unlimited? No way, absolutely no way. All of this, she had seen in her dreams and had not spoken to anyone about it. Even her most beloved master, she hadn't mentioned a word about it. She didn't believe that Qin Jogu would be prescient enough to see Xiao Yener's potential and thus reject her. What the hell was that for? Could it be that it was really because of his deep love for Xiao Yener? Beside Ice Qi Luo, the 3 elders of the Frost Holy Land were also stunned. They had been ordered by the Holy Lord to come and negotiate a marriage alliance. Originally, I thought that this was just an ordinary mission so I could just finish it and go back to deliver. After all, the Qin family's divine son and the Holy Land's Holy Maiden were of equal status. Qin Jogu was jade-like, and Bing Qi Luo was flowery, so it could be said that they were a match made in heaven. But now the situation, the Holy Land Grand Elder Ice Wuji looked a bit embarrassed and was half speechless. After a few moments, the calm Ice Wuji turned his gaze to Qin Hai, who was on the side. As the saying goes, parents' orders, matchmakers' words. Qin Hai was not only the patriarch of this lineage of the Qin family, but also Qin Jiuji's grandfather. With Qin Hai helping to speak, Qin Jogu shouldn't refuse, right? Matriarch Qin, look, why don't you help persuade the Divine Son? It's true that the Divine Son is handsome and gifted, and our Holy Maiden is also the pride of heaven. The two of them are truly a match made in heaven. If they can't be together, old me would be very sorry. Between the tones of his voice, there was a strong sense of begging. Hearing this, Chin Hai smiled gently and looked toward Chin Jogo. This child, Jogo, has had his own ideas since he was a child, so it's not good for me to overly force myself on him. As for whether or not he accepts the marriage union, it's still up to him to decide. Old me is not an old codger, and I don't like the idea of forcing things on people, Chin Hai said while secretly laughing in his heart. In terms of Chin Juji's current talent, even if he doesn't marry, his future path will be bright, so he simply can't afford to marry. Just like when Chin Jugu rejected the supreme bone that he had managed to find with great difficulty. If these trivial matters caused a rift between Chin Jogu and the Chin family, it would be more trouble than it's worth. Hearing Chin Hai say that, Bing Chi Luo's pair of big eyes stared at Chin Hai incredulously, her snow-white shell teeth biting down on her rosy lips, almost biting out blood. Since she was a child, when had she ever been subjected to such contempt and insults? Honestly, she really wanted to get up and brush it off. However, the moment she thought of the disasters that the Frost Holy Land might encounter in the future, her heart instantly softened. Her master, who treated her as if she were his own son, and who was not related to her by blood but close to her, had his head chopped off and hung on a flagpole. The senior brothers and sisters who usually spend time with each other have been extremely abused and are in pain. The bloody scene made her finally let go of her inner dignity and pride. She was born and raised in the Frost Holy Land, and the Frost Holy Land was her home. How could she bear it, to see her home destroyed and her loved ones separated? Thinking of this, she clenched her teeth. Divine Son and his fiancée are very affectionate, and Chi Luo is envious of them. In order to show her sincerity, Chi Luo is willing to be a concubine. Speaking later, Ice Elohim's voice was as thin as a gnat, almost inaudible. However, those present, all of whom were highly skilled cultivators with bright ears and eyes, were instantly shocked when they heard this. What's the situation? The always proud Frost Holy Maiden Bing Chi Luo was actually willing to give someone a concubine? They couldn't have, by any chance, misheard? The three great elders of the Holy Land couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Although Chin Jogu was amazingly talented and vaguely had the feeling of being the first person of his generation. But the Holy Maiden of the Frost Holy Land, giving someone a concubine? If this were to spread out, where would the face of the Frost Holy Land go? However, to everyone's surprise, something happens. In the face of Bing Chi Luo's near pleading, willing to be a concubine and only asking to stay by Chin Joji's side, Chin Jogu actually fell silent. Chin Joji's brain was spinning rapidly. What's the point of a saintly maiden who's so upside down for good reason? As the saying goes, when things go wrong, they go wrong. This holy maiden surely has something in mind, and moreover, it is not a small one. Though I don't know what she's scheming. In any case, if she refuses, there's no problem. After thinking about it, Chin Jogu raised his head, a warm smile appearing on his face. Holy Maiden's deep affection. Jogu is mindful of it. However, Jogu and his fiancée have a strong bond and do not wish to have another third party in the middle of our relationship, so I cannot agree to the Holy Maiden's good intentions. Hearing this, the people present were once again shocked. Holy Maiden Bing Chi Luo's looks and family history were all superior, so how could Chin Jogu reject it so directly? Bing Chi Luo looked at Chin Jogu and fell into deep self-doubt. What went wrong? The scene was, for a time, becoming very awkward. Seeing this, the three elders of the Holy Land didn't have the face to stay much longer and arched their hands towards Chin Hai. Patriarch Chin, the Holy Land still has important matters to attend to, so we won't stay any longer. Excuse me. After saying that, the Grand Elder pulled up the still blinded Bing Chi Luo and flew out of the main hall. In his heart, he cursed Bing Chi Luo countless times. The hallowed saint daughter actually fell back to such a level. She as an elder really had no face to see others. Chapter 100. Xiao Yan Air. I'm crying my eyes out. Seeing that the people from the Frost Holy Land had left, Chin Hai looked at Chin Jogo somewhat incredulously, and only after a long time did he slowly squeeze out a few words. I can't imagine. You actually have such deep affection for that fiancé of yours. Chin Joji's dry refusal of the Frost Holy Land's request for a marriage union caused Chin Hai to be a bit surprised as well. In his impression, Chin Jogu wasn't a person who valued love. I don't know how many of the Chin family's maids he's gotten his hands on. It seemed like Ever since Qin Jogo made a trip to the Shantian sect a few months ago, everything had changed. Not only has his strength soared and his talent shown its promise, it seems he's also not horny anymore. What's going on here? Immediately, Qin Hai shook his head, emptying his mind of unrealistic thoughts. As the patriarch of this lineage of the Qin family, he didn't care about that much. As long as Qin Jogo was able to keep displaying his talent and stepping on other heavenly prides steadily, he wouldn't interfere in Qin Juji's private life at all. In response to Qin Hai's exclamation, Qin Jogu nodded non-committally. He was very aware of who he was. Late-breaking big bad, an existence destined to clash with the destined son and the destined daughter. Now, this Frost Holy Land Holy Daughter, Ice Elohim, did not know which tendon was wrong and came up to be upside down. It's something that's not easy to think about. What he had to do now was to meticulously develop and maintain a good relationship with Xiao Yener to prevent him from becoming the object of liquidation of this heavenly destiny's daughter in the future. The news that Qin Joga, the divine son of the Qin clan, had rejected the request for marriage from the holy daughter of the Frost Sacred Land, Ice Chilua, spread as if it had grown wings. For a while, the many disciples of the Qin clan admired Qin Jogu. That's the holy maiden of the Frost Holy Land. The status and identity was no less than Qin Juji's. Not to mention, that holy maiden had fallen into a beautiful and icy state. Usually as cold as ice, it was not easy to take the initiative for once and ask for a marriage with Qin Jogu. But she was actually rejected? Simply a model for my generation. There were also quite a few disciples who secretly regretted that this Frost Holy Maiden, Ice Elohim, had her eyes on. Why wasn't it herself? If they looked at themselves and asked for a marriage, they would be the first to say 3 words. I do. The women of the younger generation of the Qin family were even more impressed with Qin Jogu. What a quality guy. Isn't Qin Jogu? Honorable status, handsome looks, amazing talent, but to the slightest fiancé, always consistent and faithful. Many female disciples had taken Qin Jogu as their dream lover. So much so that when Qin Jogu went out, he always felt that there were green eyes staring at him from the shadows. The Qin family, inside an elegant separate courtyard. Qin Manyu sat on the embroidered bed, her eyes filled with shock. Qin Jogu actually refused Frost Saintess Bing Chi Luo's request for a marriage? She even wondered if she had heard wrong. In his previous life, not only was Ice Elohim magnificent, his strength was also amazing, and he was called the Frost Goddess by the cultivators on the Great Road. Such a character, Qin Jogu was actually able to reject it outright? Qin Manyu, however, remembered clearly that the Qin Jogu of his previous life was so flirtatious that he didn't even let go of her, who was a bushy-tailed woman, and wanted to get his hands on her. After being forcibly rejected by her, he even moved to force himself on her. What's going on in this life? Even a godlike figure like the Frost Holy Maiden was willing to refuse? It was hard to believe that Xiao Yener's charm. Was it really that great? Qin Manyu thought about it. In her previous life, the Frost Holy Maiden, Ice Chilua, had not come to the Qin family to ask for a marriage either, nor was there any drama of being a willing concubine. It was hard to believe that she had been reborn in a new life, and everything was different from before. Scene switching. Outside of the Qin clan's territory, within an opulent inn. Frost Holy Land Grand Elder Ice Wuji sat in his chair, an old face drawn out, his snow-white beard shaking from anger. Bang! Ice Wuji slapped the table hard. The table made of goldenrod was directly slapped into pieces by his palm. Erica, you're so full of... Ice Wuji looked at Ice Chi Luo with a tone of hatred. The Frost Holy Land, passed down for thousands of years, is the topmost power in the Tianxian continent. Compared to the Qin clan, although it's somewhat inferior, it's not far behind. It's not true that Qin Jogu has some talent. But you, Bing Chi Luo, are not the daughter of an ordinary family. You represent the image of the Frost Holy Land. You're going to the Qin family to join the marriage, and the Holy Lord has agreed to do so on account of the master-disciple relationship, allowing us to accompany you. But you should never have been so unself-loving that you could even say such things as being a concubine? As the Grand Elder's words fell, the Second Elder and Third Elder also opened their mouths. Chi Luo, don't blame the Grand Elder for being angry. This matter, what you did was indeed ill-considered. It's not true that Qin Jogu is talented, but our Frost Holy Land may not be afraid of their Qin family. And thanks to that, Qin Jogu has deep feelings for that fiancé of his. If he really agrees to make you a concubine, our Frost Holy Land, how will we be able to live with ourselves in the future? What should the top forces on the continent say about our Frost Holy Land? Listening to the three elders counting down, Bing Chi Luo's heart was like a knife, and her heart was filled with bitterness. She's doing it for the Frost Sanctuary too. However, in order not to cause unnecessary panic, she didn't have the patience after all to tell the situation she dreamed of in her dream. A few days later, the news that Qin Zhouge had refused the marriage of the holy daughter of the Frost Holy Land, Bing Chi Luo, and wouldn't even give her the chance to be a concubine, spread throughout the entire Tianxian continent. All the people who heard this news were incomparably impressed with Qin Zhouge. Young in age, amazingly talented, yet able to be faithful to his slight fiancée. Definitely a model of the top good man in Tianxian continent. Many bards and poets had made a playbook of Qin Zhouge's deeds and spread them around. The various taverns were filled with drinkers discussing the matter. Agu, that's the Frost Saintess. She's so beautiful. Let's just say, I've seen a lot of top beauties in my life, but 3 years ago, after seeing the Frost Holy Maiden, even if it's just a glimpse, all the other women in this world can't enter my eyes. Yeah, rumor has it that the Frost Holy Maiden has a noble temperament and is purely beautiful. This Qin Zhouge has no eyes at all. Can he even reject this kind of beauty? I seriously doubt that this Qin clan godchild has some widow's disease. Otherwise, how could he have rejected the Frost Saintess? The Frost Saintess is willing to be a concubine, and he still won't do it. What you said, it's really possible. That's true. There is no man that can refuse the charm of the Frost Saintess, unless he is not a man at all. Chapter 101 Thunder Forging Body, Impacting Nirvana? Silver Moon Dynasty Imperial City, inside a tavern. Xiao Yenner, who was wrapped in a black robe and wearing a hood, had shock and sweetness in her eyes when she heard the news. A few days ago, she had followed her master, entered the secret realm and had just come out when she heard such explosive news. Xiao Yenner's heart was filled with emotion. That's the Frost Saint. Her status was honorable. Her looks were magnificent, and she didn't know how much stronger she was compared to her. But Qin Zhouge, to this Frost Holy Maiden, did not take the slightest hint of false color and directly refused. How much courage and perseverance was needed? Xiao Yenner instantly had a feeling that she had met a good man. The urge to end his cultivation and immediately rush to the Qin family, jump into Qin Zhuji's arms, and talk to him properly for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhouge, actually for me, turned down such a beauty? Her status is that honorable, and her looks are much better than my bushy-tailed one, right? Xiao Yenner's eyes contained hot tears and she kept murmuring. In Xiao Yenner's mind, the figure of the Qing emperor slowly emerged. Looking in front of him, Xiao Yenner, who had already been touched by Qin Zhouge in a confused manner, Qing Di shook his head helplessly. It's over. This girl has been completely pinned down by Qin Zhouge. I'm afraid that in this life, Xiao Yenner will never be attracted to any man again, but it's true to think about it. Qin Zhuji's talent was amazing, and it could be said that he was firmly sitting at the top of the young generation. In the Tianxian continent, the strong were honored. Which of those old monsters with high positions and strong strength didn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? There were even some, even more outrageous than mundane emperors, with harems of hundreds of people at every turn. Even for some female cultivators with successful cultivation, keeping a facehead is a normal thing. This Qin Zhouge, actually being able to stick to his heart and not forget her as his disciple in the face of the holy maiden Bing Chi Luo throwing herself at him, was considered a good man. The Qin family. The public opinion from the outside world didn't have any effect on Qin Zhouge. His goal always was to improve himself. Few still haven't broken through to the Nirvana realm. This level, why is it so difficult? Sure enough, Nirvana isn't that good to break through. Upon hearing Qin Zhouji's sigh, the artifact spirit in the Yellow Springs Atlas not only stared wide-eyed for a while, speechless. Qin Zhouge, what kind of person is he? When he first met Qin Zhouge was only at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and in just a few short months of work, he had broken through to the 9th level of the Dharma phase and was only a step away from the Nirvana realm. If this isn't enough, everyone else on this Tianxian continent can consider cutting themselves. Host, I do have a suggestion. After half a day of agonizing, the artifact spirit finally spoke up. When Qin Zhouge became strong, his chances of returning to the top or even going further would be greater. So he was very willing to see Qin Zhouge become stronger. Oh, what's your bright idea? Hearing the voice of the artifact spirit, Qin Jiugu instantly became interested. The artifact spirit was an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. It couldn't be better that he was willing to open his mouth and talk, and it might be possible that it would help him in his cultivation. Host, in Shenzhou, there is a thunder mountain range. Within the mountain range, thunder falls all year round. That thunder has the effect of forging the body, and if supplemented with the nirvana fruit, it can speed up the progress of breaking through the nirvana realm. Qin Juji's eyes lit up when he heard this. Anyway, at the moment, he hadn't found out about the rest of the Heaven's Destiny Sons, so why not just go and try? Now, he had been stuck at the 9th level of the Dharma phase for some days, and breaking through the nirvana realm as early as possible was considered to be one more point of self-protection, wasn't it? But, Shenzhou. Qin Jiugu remembered that Shenzhou was the territory of the Lu family. The Lu family, the one that had a deep grudge against the Qin family. In that case, going as usual in a flying boat with a lot of fanfare won't work. That would be like telling the Lu family that he, Qin Jiugu, was going. Vain trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu called out to Supreme Impermanence, asking him to accompany him and make a trip to Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, Supreme Impermanence didn't have any hesitation and directly agreed. A few days later, Qin Jiugu, who had packed up, directly departed for Shenzhou. As for Supreme Impermanence, he was secretly protecting Qin Jiuji's safety. 10 days later, outside Moli City, Qin Jiugu stood outside the city, looking into the distance. At the constantly falling heavenly thunder, his eyes flashed with excitement. Finally, it's here. Just as Qin Jiugu was vertical, ready to head to the thunder pool, a luxuriously decorated carriage stopped beside him. The curtains of the carriage were pulled back, revealing the face of a delicate-looking woman. What surprised Qin Jiugu the most was that this woman actually had a head full of silver hair. A head full of silver hair matched her girlish face, but it was unusually harmonious. Around the woman's body, electric arcs flickered, like a small snake swimming around. This gentleman, slave Han Clan Han Shui. In front of us is the 10,000 Snakes Valley, which is infested with bandits. If your excellency doesn't mind, why don't you join us in traveling through the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? At those words, Qin Jiugu pondered for a moment. In the past, every time he went out, he was accompanied by a supreme being and protected by secret guards. This time when he went out, it was a rare occasion that he did not make a big fuss, so he could experience it and blend in with these cultivators and feel the customs. Thinking of this, Qin Jiugu turned toward Han Shui and arched his hand. In that case, thanks a lot. Before the words fell, Qin Jiugu entered the carriage with a flash of his body. Within the carriage, there was another young girl. The young girl looked to be a few years younger than Han Shui. A baby face, some baby fat, smiling. A pair of eyes narrowed into 2 small slits. My lord, this is my sister Han Yu. The 2 of us, my sisters, are from the Han family of Emoli City, and we traveled through here this time when we went out to purchase goods. Listening to your accent, you don't sound like a local. Why are you walking alone? Not afraid of encountering any danger or anything like that? Han Shui speaks in a very nice voice, like a yellow warbler out of the valley, generally pleasant to the ear. The speed of speech is very slow, seems very gentle. Qin Jiugu felt grateful that Han Shui had taken the initiative to lend her a helping hand, and he was also very polite to her. I wonder what Miss Han means by danger? Qin Jiugu opened his mouth and asked. Of course it's bandits. Around the 10,000 Snakes Valley, I don't know how many bandits there are. Robbing passing caravans and pedestrians. I don't know how many people. Their lives have been victimized by them. So yeah, our merchant caravan spent a lot of money, hired a lot of experts, and had to take advantage of the daytime before we dared to pass through the 10,000 Snakes Valley. And you alone dared to waltz through here, you simply don't know how to die. Without waiting for Han Shui to open her mouth, Han Yu on the side took the initiative to explain. Her tone of voice, completely different from Han Shui's, was crisp and concise, like a succession of words. Dangerous. Qin Jiugu bristled, his tone full of disdain. A mere bandit? It can be suppressed with the snap of a finger. Han Yu sniffed and made a face toward Qin Jiugu. Slightly, bragging. Chapter 102. I can't help it if I don't make a move. Yuer, don't be rude. Seeing her sister's mischievous streak come to a head, Han Yu hurriedly spoke out to scold her. The Han family is a prestigious family in Emoli City, doing great business, very prestigious around Emoli City, and the family is very strict. But then, there's Han Yu, who's such a douchebag. This girl has always been bratty and has no problem with anyone. Although it was the first time she met with Qin Jiugu, Han Yu vaguely felt that this person Chin Jo-gu was not simple. Handsome-looking and dignified not to mention. A person walking in this place of crisis, but looks extremely calm. Moreover, when talking about the bandits just now, Chin Ju-ji's kind of confidence that radiated from his bones made Han Shui completely convinced that he was truly capable of solving the bandits. Being chided by her older sister Han Shui, Han Yu looked like she was greatly aggrieved, shrinking in the corner of the carriage and saying in a resigned manner, "In the entire family, you're the only one who likes to bully me. When I go home and tell mother, I'll have her spank your ass." Han Yu grew up, being brought up by her older sister, Han Shui. Her parents were too busy with business matters to pay much attention to Han Yu. So her older sister, Han Shui, was equivalent to half of Han Yu's mother. She didn't dare to directly dislike Han Shui's chiding, so she could only bring out her mother to suppress Han Shui. Regarding Han Yu's threat, Han Shui didn't take it seriously at all and turned her head to look at Chin Jo-gu with a gentle smile. "I've made you laugh. This sister of mine, she's been stubborn since she was a child. I'll make amends to you for her." Immediately, Han Shui looked like she remembered something and asked with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I have yet to ask. What is your name?" Chin Jo-gu had wanted to announce himself, but then it occurred to him that this was Xianzhou, the territory of the Liu family, although he was not afraid of the Liu family, but more is better than less, and less is better than nothing. This Xianzhou, there was also no trace of the Heaven's Destiny son, and he was not guilty of making a killing spree. It wouldn't be too late to settle the grudge with the Liu family when he proved to be a great emperor in the future. So, Chin Jo-gu casually made up a fake name. "My name is Chin, the ninth in my family, Chin Jo." Chin Jo-gu didn't notice the flash of joy in Han Shui's eyes when he said his last name was Chin, as well as the heavy loss in Han Shui's eyes after he reported the fake name, Chin Jo. "So it's Mr. Chin. I don't know where Mr. Chin came from and what he came to Shenzhou for." Although Han Shui was disappointed, she was still very polite and talked to Chin Jo-gu about family matters. "I came from the Holy Land of Taichu and heard that there is a thunder pool in the Shen state that has great benefits for forging the body. So I came over to take a look," Chin Jo-gu casually said, his gaze looking out of the carriage, projecting when he would be able to reach the thunder pool according to the carriage's speed. "Surname Chin. You're also named Chin, but you're nowhere near as good as the others." Han Yu's little head emerged and looked at Chin Jo-gu, commenting, "The nine-song divine son of the four immortal emperor clans Chin clan. His talent is astonishingly brilliant and one of a kind. Better than you guys, I don't know where. I just don't know if I'll have the chance to see such a legendary character in this life." Han Yu looked at Chin Jo-gu, her tone filled with regret. Chin Jo-gu was a bit stunned. His reputation, has it all spread to Shenzhou? Looks like laying low was the right thing to do this time. Moreover, this little girl, Han Yu, really doesn't have good eyesight. The person you're talking about is sitting across the table from you, and you can come up with a comment that you're far worse than that person. Chin Jo-gu came to Shenzhou this time, mainly for the Thunderpool body forging, and didn't want to cause more trouble, so he laughed bitterly and said, "How would I dare to compare myself to the Chin family divine son? That Chin family divine son is a godlike figure. I heard that not only is he handsome, with a face like a crown of jade, but his cultivation is also heavenly and earthly, with an amazing talent, a strange man that is rare in the world." Han Yu obviously idolized Chin Jo-gu, and when she heard Chin Jo-gu praise her idol in her heart in this way, her little face blossomed with joy. "Count on your heart, a godly figure like the Chin family's divine son. Only my sister can be worthy of it. However, I heard that he has a fiancée. He's so devoted to his fiancée that even the holy maiden of the Frost Holy Land is enough to reject her. I don't know if my sister has a chance." Listening to the little girl ramble on, Chin Jo-ji's heart was incomparably happy. At this time, the carriage driver's somewhat grave voice came from outside the carriage. "Two young ladies, we will enter the 10,000 Snakes Valley soon, and I don't know, the people of the 10,000 Snakes Walled City won't be able to open their faces this time." Han Shui's face became ugly, like she was afraid. Chin Jo-gu opened his mouth and asked, "Ms. Han, is this 10,000 Snakes Walled City terrifying?" Han Shui nodded, and her face beneath her silver hair revealed a few moments of gravity. This 10,000 Serpents Walled City is considered to be one of the major scourges of Emoli City. The owner of the fortress, Wan Snake, has reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm, and there are hundreds of outlaws under his command, all of whom are cultivators, and when an ordinary passing merchant sees them, he will have to lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. My Han family has prepared a generous gift this time, and I don't know if it will be able to impress this greedy fellow, 10,000 snakes. Right at this moment, a grim voice rang out. Here, this is my 10,000 serpents walled city's territory. If you want to pass by, leave the money for the road. Boys, impound this wretched wagon. Han Shui gritted her teeth, picked up a small parcel from her side, jumped off the carriage, and arched her hand towards the strong man at the head. Peace be upon you, Master Wan Debtor. My daughter, Han Shui of the Han family, passing by your precious land. I have prepared a slight gift of 500 pounds of source. Please accept it with a smile from the master of 10,000 debts. With that said, Han Shui rested her hands on the source and waited for 10,000 snakes to speak. Jie. So it's the flower of Emoli City, Miss Han Shui of the Han clan. They say that the two ladies of the Han family are inseparable. So I'm sure Ms. Han Yu is there too, right? Old Snake usually likes beauties the most, so if you don't want these mundane things, I don't lack them anyway. I'll be sorry if beauties like Miss Han Shui and Miss Han Yu pass through my place and don't stay as guests. Saying that, Wan Snake waved his big hand, and a group of minions came out in a line, surrounding the carriage to death. Seeing that 10,000 snakes didn't talk about the rules of the Jianghu and actually wanted to leave their two sisters behind, Han Shui was also a bit angry. Protect the two ladies. Around the carriage, the Han family's guards were also enraged when they saw that one snake actually hit their young lady, and they directly drew their swords and attacked towards one snake. Sculpture. 10,000 snakes snorted coldly, and several long snakes made entirely of aura sprang out from beside him, crashing into the bodies of the guards. In just one look, the guards were hit and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Looks like there's no way to keep a low profile. Qin Jiogu sighed and took a step out, his terrifying aura instantly erupting as he indifferently glanced at 10,000 serpents. Scram! Chapter 103. Surname Qin. He is the divine son of the Qin family. Qin Jioga. Just by Qin Juji's glance, 10,000 snakes felt that his bones were frozen. He was at the peak spirit sea realm, while this handsome young man was clearly much stronger than him. Dharma realm? This young man is actually in the Dharma realm? So young. You don't even look 20. Do you? 10,000 snakes felt that he had lived his life in vain. After practicing for hundreds of years, he had only managed to reach the peak of the spirit sea realm, and this young man in front of him was actually at the Dharma phase realm? Han Shui looked at Qin Jiogu, who stood proudly in mid-air like a heavenly god, an unbelievable look written in her eyes. How could she have never imagined that a young man she casually met on the road was actually an expert of the Dharma phase realm? Ridiculous that she was still thinking that this person had good eyes and gave him a ride, lest she be killed by the 10,000 serpents walled city. Now it seemed that speaking out and inviting this Duke Qinjiu was the best decision she had made along the way. You're the one who told us to get lost, haha. You can't go back on your word. At this time, Wan Snake had long since lost the arrogance and dominance he had just had, and looked at Qin Jiogu with trepidation and color, as if he was afraid that Qin Jiogu would back out of the deal. Get out or die. Qin Juji's indifferent voice exploded in midair. The words have not yet fallen. The 10,000 snakes fortress, since the lord of the 10,000 snakes below the large and small minions as if amnesty, panicked and scattered to flee, only to hate their parents less born 2 legs. Just kidding, that's the Dharma realm. With a raise of his hand, he was able to cut them all down. Han Yu poked her head out of the carriage somewhat confused, looking at Qin Jiogu in the sky and then at the crowd of 10,000 serpents walled city that was scattered and fleeing. Her head was a bit spinning for a while. Just now, that amiable Prince Qin Jozi, who didn't even say anything when he was robbed of his words, was actually a great expert, and even the 10,000 serpents were afraid of him? When she thought about it, just now, she had blabbered to him. Han Yu only felt her face burning straight away. Qin Jiogu stood in midair and watched the large and small bandits of the 10,000 serpents walled village run away, and instead of choosing to return to the Han family's carriage, he directly stepped into the air and left. In a few breaths it was gone. In the sky, only a clear voice remained, echoing continuously, "In the future, don't bring everything to your own merchant team. It's fine if you meet this divine son this time, but the next time you meet someone with evil intentions, you 2 sisters will be finished." Looking at the direction Qin Jiogu left, the 2 sisters, Han Shui and Han Yu, were in a trance for a while. After a long time, Han Yu looked at Han Shui somewhat incredulously. "Sister, what did he just say? Son of God. This is the exclusive title of the young lord of the immortal emperor clan. It's hard to believe that this guy is still a young lord of a great clan." Immediately, Hanyu murmured to herself as if she remembered something. So young, and surnamed Chin, couldn't be. It's Chin Joga, right? Immediately, Hanyu felt that her face was burning. Chinjo, Chin Joga. The name differs by only one word, and, at such a young age, he has reached the Dharma realm. There was a great possibility, one could even say 100%, that this kindly Prince Chinjozi was the infamous 9 Songs divine son of the Chin clan. As soon as she thought about how she had blurted out in front of Chin Jogu that he was far worse than that divine son of the Chin family, Hanyu felt that she couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground. So embarrassing. Immediately, Hanyu thought of the glowing look when she praised Chin Jogu just now, as well as Chin Juji's serious face as he complimented himself with extreme, overflowing praise, and clenched a mouthful of silver teeth. Liar! Shameless! Which person praises himself that much? No shame! Turning her head, she saw Han Shui bending over in laughter. At this moment, where was Han Shui's usual serious look? One snow-white jade hand covered her stomach in death, while the other covered her mouth in death, and the look in her eyes toward Hanyu was written with teasing. Laugh? I'll make you laugh. Hanyu feigned great anger and reached out to tickle Han Shui. The sisters laughed and fought. Miss, this one just now. Is the Chin family is divine son Chin Joga? Han Mang, the Han family's chief of guards, struggled to get up from the ground and wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with a look of disbelief. He was also at the Spirit Sea realm cultivation, but just a moment ago he was struck in the abdomen by the 10,000 serpents, and he couldn't get up for half a day. That's if Man-Snake wasn't prepared to lay down a killer. If 10,000 snakes were ready to kill, Han Mang estimated that even he wouldn't be able to carry 10,000 snakes full force. Not to mention the rest of the Han family's guards. But that gentleman surnamed Chin, just by relying on the aura of the Dharma phase realm, scared the poor countryside demon of the 10,000 serpents into scurrying away. The difference is just too big. At this moment, the other guards of the Chin family also gathered around, one by one, with shock written all over their faces, talking about it. Chin family divine son, Chin Joga? That's the same Chin clan divine son who decapitated the Taicho Holy Land, killing Taicho Holy Maiden Luojia, and still escaped in one piece. Who else could it be but him? In the entire continent, there is only one. At such a young age, not only does he have a dramatic appearance and amazing talent, but he is also young enough to have a chaotic body and heavy pupil avatar, so it's not too much to call him the number 1 person of the young generation. More than that, I heard that this Chin family's divine son, to his fiancée's heavy love and righteousness, he is noble as the divine son of the Chin family of the 4 immortal imperial clans. His fiancée is nothing but a waste of a small family. Prince Chin still does not leave and insists on honoring the marriage contract. On this point, it can be called a model for our generation. Alas, when will I, like him, be content even if I die? To my surprise, Missy picked up a random person on the road, and he's actually the Chin clan's divine son. At first I was afraid that he would ruin our good deed. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed. This rotten life was saved by someone else. Listening to the guard's discussion, in Han Yu's eyes, there was a streak of color. Sister, did you hear that? Our family's guards also worship Godson Jogo. He's as handsome and dashing as he looks, and his talent is unrivaled in the world. Such a person should be a good match for sister. Unfortunately, it's just that it went too fast. Otherwise, more contact with your sister. He will definitely find out the good points of you, sister, and you will definitely not be worse than his fiancée. Han Yu clenched her small fists with some regret, as if she was regretting for Chin Joji's sudden departure and not being able to tie the knot with Han Shui. Han Shui looked at the direction Chin Jogo left and let out a long sigh, her tone filled with regret. Don't think about it. With a status like Mr. Chin's, how could he look at me? It's still important to hurry back to the family. The family side is waiting for us. This batch of goods is very important to the family and cannot be lost. As for the Chin clan's divine son, he's not even from the same world as us. Chapter 104 Strolling in the Pool of Thunder, easily breaking the record of the Ruyan goddess. 10 days later, Shenzhou, Thunder Pond. The Shenzhou Thunder Pond was a holy place in this Shenzhou. The reason for this is that the thunder in this thunder pool is extremely divine and has the effect of forging the body. When a monk cultivates, the body comes first. Even if you have the ability to go through the world, you need to rely on your body to perform. What the body is to the avatar is like a container to what's inside the container. The sturdier the container, the more and stronger it can hold its contents. Otherwise, even though there was great power, if the body could not withstand it, it would only end up bursting into flames. Therefore, the prerequisite for the cultivation of many secret and forbidden arts was to forge the body. And only the stronger the body, the stronger the backlash could be withstood. And generally speaking, the strength of the body follows the realm. The higher the realm, the stronger the body. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, there are some gifted people who have a divine body. The divine body was able to greatly enhance the strength of the body to adapt to stronger aura erosion. The other thing is the forging of the body. Many children of large families would utilize secret family techniques to forge their bodies at the beginning of their cultivation in order to withstand more powerful chi and moves. It was precisely because of this that this thunder pool in Shenzhou, which was capable of forging the body and enhancing its strength, was sought after by countless people. The great clans and sects of Shenzhou would have the celestials within their clans come here to the thunder pool to forge their bodies, thus allowing their cultivation to become more solidified. Around the thunder pool, densely packed, were tents that could not be seen at a glance. Countless heavenly prides from the nearby sects in Shenzhou were here, utilizing the thunder within the thunder pool to forge their bodies. At this moment, a group of celestial pride were standing next to the thunder pool, looking at a silhouette in the pool with unblinking eyes. Look guys, Lei Xiaotian of the Thundering Sect has gone to break into the second level of the thunder pool. Lei Xiaotian is at the peak of the spirit sea realm, so it's normal for him to break through the second level. I wonder, will he succeed? There shouldn't be any problem. Inside this thunder pond, the power of thunder increases layer by layer. Below the 7th level of the spirit sea, entering the second level will only end in ashes. Since Lei Xiaotian dares to enter the second layer, he should also be sure of himself. This Lei Xiaotian is worthy of being the Thundering Sect's heavenly pride. I remember he's only 23 years old, and he dares to set foot on the second level. This Lei Ming sect has produced a remarkable character. It's worthy of being one of the top 2 sects within Shenzhou. Right at this moment, within the thunder pool, several thunderbolts as thick as a child's arm descended from the sky and landed directly on Lei Xiaotian's body. Thunder was too fast, far beyond human reaction speed, so the only way to face it was to use the body to resist it. And after being tempered by thunder, a person's body becomes stronger. Lei Xiaotian was obviously very clear about the rules of the thunder pool, and the first time he did so, he mustered up his surrounding chi and prepared to harden against the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunder fell, Lei Xiaotian's body was instantly covered with small silver-colored lightning, snakes that constantly swam around. Lei Xiaotian's hair, which was electrified by the lightning, stood up, and the clothes around his body turned into flying dust under the lightning. Ah! Lei Xiaotian shouted and tried to carry over the attack of thunder. However, in the next second, Lei Xiaotian fell into the middle of the thunder pool as if his body was convulsing around him. Seeing this, the Thundering Sect's powerhouses flew into the thunder pool at the first opportunity and rescued Lei Xiaotian. Although the power of thunder could forge the body, exceeding the load would cause irreversible damage to the body. Seeing that Lei Xiaotian had failed, the surrounding group of celestial pride let out a sigh of relief in unison, their tones filled with awe. Sure enough, this thunder pool is terrifyingly abnormal. Even Lei Xiaotian couldn't break through the second layer. I'm afraid that if you want to pass through the second layer, you really have to be of Dharma phase cultivation to do so. I can't imagine that Lei Xiaotian has failed. I really don't know when I'll be able to see a heavenly pride who has broken through the second layer. Just as the crowd was talking, in the next second, a figure stepped directly into the thunder pool. The person who came was none other than Qin Jiugu. Just now, when Lei Xiaotian broke into the thunder pool, he had witnessed the whole thing. Qin Jiugu felt as if the power of this thunder pool was nothing more than that, so he stepped right in, ready to give it a try. After entering the thunder pool, Qin Jiugu frowned and felt the power of thunder. The thunder power of the first layer was just too weak, so Qin Jiugu didn't hesitate and directly broke through. Qin Jiuji's quick passage through the first layer didn't hide it from the celestials outside the thunder pool. Who's this guy? He looks so familiar. A stranger is a stranger, but the strength is good. Breaking through the first layer so quickly? I don't know if he can break through the second layer. What are you thinking? Lei Xiaotian has failed. How can he succeed? After entering the second level, Qin Jiugu felt that the power of thunder was still too weak to be effective, so he directly left quickly. What Shin Jogo didn't know was that his move to quickly pass through 2 levels in a row had already attracted the attention of countless heavenly prides around him. Look, you guys. This person has passed the 2nd layer of the Thunder Pool. What's coming? Actually passing through 2 layers so quickly? These heavenly prides were all disciples of various great powers near Shenzhou. It could be said that one knew the pride of the neighboring forces like the back of his hand. But they couldn't remember when another such genius had appeared. However, what surprised them even more came later. Under their shocked gazes, Shin Jogo quickly broke through the 3rd floor and headed straight to the 4th floor. When Shin Jogo reached the 4th floor, almost all of the heavenly pride locked their gazes on him, holding their breath as they watched Shin Jogo. In my impression, the highest record for breaking into the Thunder Pool is the daughter of the Lu family head, Lu Ruyan, right? Yes. Even though the Lu family goddess broke through the 4th floor, she was also heavily injured and has been recuperating for several months. What do you guys say? Will this person be able to surpass the record of the Willow family's goddess? What are you thinking? Do you really think divine sons and daughters are cabbages? Those are all special honors that can only be obtained by characters whose talent is strong to the extreme. In the middle of the Thunder Pool, Shin Jogo stood on the 4th floor, feeling the pressure of the 4th floor, and murmured softly, "The 4th floor, it seems like it's a bit insufficient as well." Immediately, Shin Jogo no longer hesitated and directly took a big step, heading towards the 5th floor. Outside the Thunder Pool, the crowd of celestials couldn't believe their eyes anymore. He surpassed Ruyan Goddess's record with this? Why do I feel like he broke Ruyan Divine Maiden's record like it was a game? That's not the point is he's too relaxed, isn't he? That thunder that can split people to death. How is it like scratching an itch on him? Breaking through 4 layers of thunder pools in a row, what kind of demonic talent is this? One must know that Divine Mistress Ruyan, as an Empyrean Divine Mistress, isn't even this strong. Chapter 105 Identity Exposed. Shin Jogo, divine son of the Qin family. Amidst the murmurs and shocked eyes of the crowd, Shin Joji's figure moved once again, as if he was ignoring the thunder that kept falling in the surroundings and was as thick as a thigh. Shin Jogo directly took a step and walked toward the 5th level of the Thunder Pool. Seeing Shin Jogo enter the 5th floor, the prideful onlookers became even more excited and couldn't believe their eyes. Heavens, he actually entered the 5th level. Isn't the 5th floor inaccessible to those who aren't in the Nirvana realm? Yes, I'm afraid that at the 5th level of this Thunder Pool, the intensity of the thunder is dozens of times that of the 4th level. Previously, there was an elder from the 9th level of the Dharma phase in the Shen Ming sect who attempted to forge his body through the power of thunder to find a way to break through to the Nirvana realm. But he ended up being struck by thunder with not even a crumb left. This young man, he shouldn't be that strong. Then wouldn't it be? It's a pity. He's so young. Why can't he think straight? Isn't it good to be alive? At this moment, Shin Jogo, who was in the thunder pool, also felt the pressure. A waist-thick thunderbolt struck his body like rain. The exposed skin, too, quickly turned charred black and smelled like roasted meat. His head of black hair was also scorched by the lightning, making it look a bit lousy. This 5th layer of thunder power is just right, Shin Jogo secretly thought. Immediately, his aura exploded around him, and his chaotic body instantly opened. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with a dense purple chaotic aura, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with the flavor of destruction and solemnity. In the midst of this roiling chaotic purple aura, a green-colored lotus flower slowly poked its head out and opened proudly. Chaos planted the green lotus. Look, you guys, that's purple. Can it be that it's the legendary chaotic purple chi? This is a rare and good thing. Chaotic violet chi, full of destructive power. How can that green lotus grow out of chaotic violet chi? It's really strange. You bunch of uneducated goods. That's called the chaotic seed green lotus, and it's a vision unique to the chaotic body when it's performed. Outside the thunder pool, a crowd of celestial pride looked at the vision in the sky and discussed. You guys mean that this young man has a chaotic body? That's true. Only the chaotic body can trigger such a vision. I never imagined that I would have the chance to see the legendary chaos body after living such a long life. It's really worth dying for. No wonder, this young man dares to challenge the 5th level of the thunder pool. With a chaotic body next to him, his body will be far stronger than an ordinary person, possessing a stronger ability to defend himself, and it is indeed possible to try it out. Aren't you all curious about the identity of this young man? After all, on the Tianxian continent, none of those known to possess a chaotic body are great figures who have proven themselves to be great emperors. And this, Che, what's the point of selling? There's a genius with a chaos body in our younger generation, and that's the Qin clan's divine son, Qin Jiugu. A celestial pride, talking smugly, suddenly realized something and closed his mouth. What did he just say? The Qin family, the son of God, Qin Jiugu? As the voice fell, a burst of exclamations of, "It's really like that," came out from the crowd. Yes, among the younger generation, other than the Qin clan's divine son, Qin Jiugu, a demon with astonishing talent, who was equipped with a chaotic body and heavy pupil aptitude, and who had also subdued 2 imperial soldiers, what other person could easily step on the 5th layer of the Thunder Pool? But the Qin family, isn't it one of the 4 great immortal emperor clans? How come the Qin family's divine son doesn't even have an entourage when he travels? Don't you know, the Qin family has always been at odds with the Lu family in Shenzhou, and if the Qin family's divine son appears in Shenzhou, once the Lu family learns about it, it'll be a big mess. Maybe they'll lay their hands on the Qin family's divine son. A celestial pride smugly spoke the truth of what he knew, immediately causing a group of people in the surrounding area to agree. Almost the entire Tianxian continent knew that the Qin family and the Lu family were on a collision course. On the Tianxian continent, there were originally 6 immortal emperor clans. The Qin and Lu families were among them. Until 300 years ago, the Lu family and the Qin family clashed violently. The 2 immortal emperor clans, pouring out their entire clans, fought for several years. It was a great battle that cost both sides dearly. The Lu clan's contemporary divine son died in battle, and 7 of the 10 great elders fell, so it could be said that they were greatly injured. In contrast, the Qin family had its strength preserved relatively intact. The blood feud between the 2 sides was concluded. For 300 years, the Lu family had been thinking all the time about subverting the Qin family and avenging the revenge of that year. But the Qin family, since the generations of the head of the family are more capable, the Qin family up and down the well-organized, did not give the Lu family to leave any chance at all. By the Lu family's generation, goddess Lu Ruyan was astonishingly talented and could be said to be the best among men. At a young age, he had reached the Dharma phase realm and was known as the Tianxian twin Bai with Luojia, the holy maiden of the Taichu sacred land. The Lu family originally thought that it was time for this generation to turn the corner. Unexpectedly, a demonic Qin Jiugu had directly appeared in the Qin family. At a young age, not only was he equipped with the chaotic body and heavy pupil avatar, he had also taken in 2 imperial armaments, and in the battle at the Taichu Holy Land, he had forced back the Supreme Being and decapitated the Holy Maiden Luojia, so it could be said that he was famous on the continent. The Lu family's wishful thinking had once again fallen flat. Many people with good intentions speculated that the Lu family would definitely find a way to get at Qin Jiugu and nip this hidden danger in the bud. After all, according to the talent and ability that Qin Jiugu was displaying now, witnessing a great emperor in the future was almost a nail in the coffin. Once Qin Jiugu certified as a great emperor, then the Qin family's prestige on the Tianxian continent would reach a point that was difficult for other families and holy places to reach. Perhaps, at that time, there would no longer be any holy lands in Tianxian continent, no longer any immortal emperor clans, and there would only be one Qin family. And this situation was clearly not something that the Lu family would like to see. But what everyone couldn't imagine was that, under these circumstances, Qin Jiugu actually dared to come to the Lu family's territory alone, although Qin Jiugu was incognito and appeared to be very low-key. But once that iconic chaotic seed Green Lotus came out, where else would anyone not know his identity? The Lu family, as the local snake of Shenzhou, must have gotten the news first after Qin Jiugu displayed his talent. Alas, the Qin clan's divine son came to the Lu clan's territory, and if the Lu clan didn't take action, it wouldn't be the Lu clan anymore. Needle couldn't bear to watch such a heavenly talent fall early. Yes, I've heard for a long time that the Qin family's divine son is wise and courageous, and far-sighted. But how did he dare to come to the Lu family's territory to hang around alone? Isn't he afraid that the Lu family will jump over the wall and kill him? I think so. Since he dares to come, he must have something to fall back on. I just don't know if it's possible to carry off the madness of the Lu family. Chapter 106. The Son of Heaven's Destiny. Many sons. Many blessings? The crowd of celestial pride, who kept discussing, didn't notice in the slightest that Qin Jiugu, who was at the 5th level of the Thunder Pool, had moved again. After adapting to the 5th level of the Thunder Pool for a while, Qin Jugu felt that the pressure brought to him by the 5th level was still not quite enough. As a late-stage villain, he had to grow up in the shortest time possible, so that he wouldn't be reduced to a millstone for the son of heaven's destiny. So he had to be hard on himself, harder. As waist-thick thunder continued to fall, a look of perseverance appeared on Qin Juji's face as he stepped away from his legs and somewhat strenuously advanced toward the 6th layer. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder at the 6th layer was as if it already had divine intelligence. Facing Qin Jugu, who had brazenly intruded, the thunder seemed to be enraged and let out a dull roar. Thunder that was as thick as a water tank kept falling toward Qin Jugu. A streak of thunder struck Qin Juji's body. So even if he was as strong as he was, he still couldn't withstand it somewhat. Blood flowed down his 7 orifices, continuously. The handsome face, too, became hideous, like an evil spirit coming out of hell. The roaring thunder interrupted the talk of the heavenly prides outside the thunder pool and drew their gazes, all of them, to the 6th level of the thunder pool. When they saw Qin Juji's blood-soaked body that looked like a demonic god, all of the heavenly prides were somewhat moved. In the past, they only knew that the Qin clan's divine son was exceptionally gifted and was considered the best of his generation. However, no one knew that Qin Jugu possessed more than just talent. He worked harder than any heavenly pride ever. He was more daring than any of his competitors, and he put up a fight. The Qin clan's divine son has actually reached the 6th level of the thunder pool. That's a thunder that even the strongest of the life and death realm are afraid of. How dare he? Perhaps that's why he's better than us. Those who dare not to take their lives seriously will succeed in whatever they do. In the past, I always felt that the heavens were unfair. Why are others so talented? Now I understand that those who are talented are more desperate and harder working than me. That's why I appear to be a waste. I've decided to challenge the 3rd level of the thunder pool. Before the words fell, a celestial pride leaped up and headed straight for the 3rd layer of the thunder pool. A few moments later, on the 3rd level of the thunder pool, a few miserable screams came from the heavenly pride who dared to challenge the 3rd level of the thunder pool and was struck by a few thigh-thick thunderbolts, instantly becoming flying ash. The heavenly pride on the outside of the thunder pool fell silent. Inside the thunder pool, feeling the strong power of the thunder, Qin Jugu was also a bit overwhelmed. Heavy pupil avatar. Open. Qin Jugu let out a loud cry, and 2 pupils strangely appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the chaotic seed green lotus vision that was originally perched majestically in the sky quickly gave way to half of the space as if it had encountered an opponent. This half of the sky was quickly filled with heavy pupil shadows that filled the sky. After opening the heavy pupil avatar, Qin Jugu didn't have any hesitation and directly ran to the deepest part of the thunder pool, which was the 7th layer of the thunder pool. After arriving at the 7th level, Qin Jugu sat down on his knees and operated his gong methods, quickly entering a state of cultivation. A house-sized thunderbolt ruthlessly struck Qin Juji's body, roasting the skin on his body black and emitting an unpleasant odor. This crazy move of Qin Jugu completely shook the celestials outside the thunder pool. Heavens, this Qin family's divine son. He's simply a madman. Other godchildren and saint children are usually almost done by the 4th layer, and he's actually rooted his way to the 7th layer in one breath. That's a place where even many reclusive old monsters wouldn't dare to go. That's not all. He actually sat down on his knees and entered a state of cultivation. With such talent and such desperation, no wonder he's so strong. Is this the gold content of the Tianxian continent's #1 heavenly pride? In the past, we also called ourselves Heaven's Pride, but now it seems that compared to the Qin clan's divine son, we are just a joke. Shenzhou City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Lu Guanchao cupped a letter in his hand. Lu Guanchao was considered the clan brother of the family head, Lu Guanhai, and was now at the 4th level of supreme cultivation. He had just gotten word that Qin Jugu, the divine son of the Qin family, was alone and had arrived at their Lu family's territory, and was now cultivating within the thunder pool. The news both excited and angered him. He was excited because he had been trying to find an opportunity to finish off Qin Jugu but had no chance. But now, Qin Jugu himself had taken the initiative to send it to his door. The anger was that Qin Jugu actually came to Shenzhou alone in a big way. This didn't put their Qin family in their eyes at all. This Qin clan brat actually dares to come to my Lu clan's hinterland, when really, he's not tired of living. If I kill it, I will definitely be able to obtain a reward from the clan, and there will be hope for breaking through to the 5th level of the Supreme Being. Thinking of this, Lu Guanhai excitedly stood up, itching to immediately appear beside Qin Jogu and kill him, but soon his movements stopped. The Qin family is full of tricks, and there might be strong people lurking around this kid, so it's safer to kill him with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this, Lu Guanchao walked over to the desk, penciled down a letter, and had someone hand it over to the nearby Ling family head, Ling Fenghua. This Ling family head, Ling Fenghua, rose to prominence 100 years ago again, leading the Ling family from a small family all the way to a life and death family. Ling family side. Ling Fenghua, the head of the Ling family, was a bit torn when he received the transmission message from the Lu family. 100 years ago, he traveled through this world and awakened the many suns, many fortunes system. Overjoyed, he immediately began the work of branching out. By more than 100 years of hard work, he has not only hundreds of children, but thousands of grandchildren and grandchildren. Even more so, relying on the rewards of the many suns, many fortune system, he had become a strong person at the 9th level of the life and death realm. At the 9th level of the life and death realm, for imperial clans like the Qin family and the Lu family, they didn't even have the qualifications to be elders. However, to ordinary clans and sects, it was simply like a heavenly god. Soon, the Ling family became a great power known far and wide. Ling Fenghua, who was more and more afraid of death the more he lived and did not want to give up the joy of farming, eventually defected to the Lu family and became a subordinate force of the Lu family. Now, the Lu clan had arranged it down so that he could intercept the Qin clan's divine son. Ling Fenghua knew that there was still a huge gap between the Ling family and the Qin family's kind of family, and going to intercept the Qin family's divine son was still an unprecedented heavenly pride that the Qin family had ever seen. Regardless of whether it succeeded or not, it was estimated that he would be killed by the Qin family in retaliation. At that time, the entire Ling family would be considered light. If you mess up, all the earthworms in the ground will have to be dug up and cut into several pieces, and all the egg yolks in the kitchen will have to be shaken up. But if you don't go, the Lu family is the main family of the Ling family. If he had refused Lu Guanchao's orders, he might have suffered liquidation by now. Ling Fenghua was a bit torn as to what to do. Chapter 107. Visions covering the sky. Breaking nirvana. Moreover, the Lu family, which had always been stingy, almost digging into the ground, itching to squeeze the oil out of its affiliated families, had been a rare and generous one this time. Not only did he give the Ling family thousands of pounds of source, he also gifted a large number of cultivation secrets and rare medicinal herbs. It could be said that these gifts were a few points richer than the Ling family's accumulation over the last 100 years. The person in charge of passing orders in the Lu family was a close associate of Lu Guanchao, named Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at Ling Fenghua, whose face was gloomy, green for a while and white for a while, and let out a cold laugh. Supreme Tidewatcher has said that these things are nothing more than fixed money. When this is accomplished, there will be no shortage of benefits for the Ling family. Perhaps, with these resources, the Ling clan will be able to create a few more powerhouses of the life and death realm and go even further in the Shen state. As long as you don't seek death and mess with my Lu family will ensure that your Ling family will prosper for generations to come. However, Supreme Tidewatcher also said that if things don't go well, no chickens or dogs will be left in the Ling family. You seem to be flourishing. If you were to behead one of your juniors every day in front of you, wouldn't it take years to completely kill them all? In the face of Lu Qing's coercion, Ling Fenghua was silent. That's the sad thing about small families. They can only look up to others and survive in the cracks. During these 100 years, even though he had done his best to branch out, he still hadn't been able to break through to the supreme realm. Facing such behemoths as the Lu family and the Qin family, they could only look on in awe. At this point in time, he could only hope that the Qin family would not trace it back to him, although the possibility of that was slim to none. Once the Qin family investigated him, the Lu family would not care about him. Instead, he would be pushed out as a scapegoat to quell the Qin family's anger. Anyway, Qin Jogu was already dead, and their purpose had been achieved. He and the Ling family are the best scapegoats. After hesitating for a while, Ling Fenghua still decided to, well, take a gamble. You're going to die anyway, so you might as well fight for the big one. When he succeeded, he might be able to break through to the supreme realm and have one more point of certainty and reliance in this world of the weak and the strong. Please go back and reply to Supreme Tidewatcher. Just say that this matter, my Ling family, is promised. These words, Ling Fenghua almost said them through clenched teeth. Having received a satisfactory answer, Lu Qing hummed a small tune and left the Ling family. 10 days later, The depths of the thunder pool. Qin Jioge was sitting cross-legged on a stone the size of a millstone, his hands constantly changing into various subtle postures, obviously cultivating. During these 10 days, Qin Jioge didn't know how many times he had been struck by the terrifying thunder from the 7th level of the thunder pool. The skin on his body, constantly burned and necrotic, exploded and grew new tender flesh. Although he hadn't yet broken through to the Nirvana realm, Qin Jioge clearly felt that the strength of his body had been greatly improved. If the previous him had a body that was as hard as granite, then now his body was like 100 refined steel, not only hard but also full of toughness. The entire body, filled with explosive power, was indestructible. Right at this moment, between heaven and earth, visions surfaced one after another. A block of black clouds the size of a house, surging from all directions, crowding out the chaotic seed green lotus vision and heavy pupil vision that were originally perched above the thunder pool in an overbearing manner, blackening and crowding the sky. In the clouds, purple-black thunderbolts, like small snakes, kept wandering around, as if they were accumulating power. A few moments later, the lightning in the thunderclouds, as if a horn had been blown, rumbled, and struck down fiercely towards Qin Jioge, who was in the middle of the thunder pool. In the middle of the thunder pool, Qin Jioge suddenly opened his eyes, terrifying divine light, shooting out from his 4 pupils, coldly looking toward the heavenly thunder that struck down. The apocalypse, he knew, had descended. The Nirvana realm, which takes over the creation of heaven and earth, is not tolerated by heaven and earth. Therefore, from the Nirvana realm onwards, every breakthrough would be accompanied by a terrifying thunder tribulation. Resist the heavenly tribulation and soar to the heavens. If you can't resist, you'll go up in smoke. In the face of the terrifying thunder tribulation, Qin Jioge's face also had an extra touch of gravity. He didn't dare trust it. His legs gave out and he stood up, coldly looking at the thunderbolt and waiting for it to fall. Boom! The first heavenly thunderbolt, carrying rolling heavenly might, directly struck down towards Qin Jioge's head. Look at this stance. It looks like it's going to split him into flying ashes. Qin Jioge revolved his body's cultivation and stretched out his hands, pointing 10 fingers to the sky, and resisted the strike. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the entire heaven and earth. Quickly look, the heavenly tribulation. The Qin family's divine son is going to break through. The loud noise attracted the celestials around the thunder pool. Originally, their trial had ended long ago. However, in order to witness Qin Jioge cultivate and break through the Nirvana realm, almost all of the celestial pride chose to stay. Now the day has finally come. It was quite a few days earlier than they thought. This heavenly tribulation is a bit wicked. When my old ancestor broke through to Supreme, the heavenly tribulation wasn't this terrifying. The energy contained in this purple-black lightning is too terrifying. I'm scared just looking at it. And the Qin clan's divine son actually dared to resist it. Otherwise, would the divine son of the human Qin clan be able to become the Tianxian continent's #1 heavenly pride? How could he have done it without a bit of ruthlessness? Along with the crowd's discussion, the second wave of heavenly thunder swiftly struck down. As if they disliked the first wave of heavenly tribulation as being too weak, the second wave of heavenly thunder, there were 3 of them. Moreover, each one was quite a bit thicker than before. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation was about to fall, Qin Jioge also, at the first opportunity, opened his chaotic body. The sky was filled with purple chaotic chi, and a green lotus bloomed proudly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 heavenly thunderbolts blatantly struck down. Qin Jioge didn't dodge and used his body to harden against the heavenly thunder. In the distance, on top of a deep mountain, the figure of Lu Guanchao appeared. He quietly floated in midair, looking at Qin Jioge, who was brazenly fighting against the heavenly tribulation in the thunder pool, a touch of scorn appearing in his eyes. The son is truly terrifying. If he's not removed as soon as possible, he'll become a great danger to my Lu family. His growth rate is too terrifying. If we give him a few more years, who knows how far he'll grow. Near the thunder pool, a dense forest. Ling Fenghua hid his body within a large tree and looked at Qin Jioge with somewhat frightened eyes. As a traveler and having experienced death once, he was more afraid of death than anyone else. Seeing Qin Jioge fight hard against the heavenly tribulation, he also realized that Qin Jioge was terrifying, as well as the Lu family's determination to get rid of Qin Jioge. If, on the other hand, he could not fulfill the Lu family's instructions, What awaited him would inevitably be a life worse than death. Since this was the case, it would have to be for Chin Jogo to die first. Under everyone's gaze, the heavenly tribulation eventually came to its final wave. 9 heavenly thunderbolts struck down in unison. Kuan Pong treasure art, Chin Jogo shouted, and the Kuan Pong silhouette that roamed the sky rushed towards the heavenly thunder. Instantly explosions were heard in all directions, and smoke and dust filled the sky. As the smoke and dust dispersed, Chin Juji's figure stood proudly, and the aura around him was much thicker. He had finally successfully broken through to the Nirvana realm.